Introduction. Born in a spring of errors, I awakened in the woods of Bolton. I traversed to the continent of Westeros. Maturing amidst the grim summers of the north, my mother met a tragic end in a desolate chamber, and my biological father is a beast that instills fear in all. Lord Roose Bolton, the Count of the Dreadfort, holds my fate in his hands. Yet, the North never forgets. 1. Prologue. The Forest. When I regained consciousness, my head felt as if it were about to split apart. 1,000 wild boars charged through my mind, trampling a garden. Soon after came the numbness and tingling. My head felt as though it had been pierced by a spear, displayed above the gates of the Dreadfort. Pain, especially in the area just above the back of my skull. It was an excruciating chill with something warm and sticky trickling down. That was blood, my blood. I was injured. I realized I lay upon the cold earth, which suggested I was face up, utterly still. I could feel the dry leaves and soil beside me. Without a doubt, I was outdoors. The scent of the earth mingled with a faint metallic odor, a repugnant stench reminiscent of rotting pork, perhaps from months-old carrion or the filth of an unclean cesspit, overwhelming my senses. What had happened? Where was I? Fragments of memory flickered through my mind, the most recent images sending waves of terror through me. I lay still, paralyzed with fear and utterly devoid of strength. Do not make a sound, I told myself, trembling inwardly, do not make a sound. Perhaps just moments ago, I had been playing in the woods when he called to me. I approached him with trepidation. His smile was grotesque, and his eyes gleamed with a malicious delight. Then I was ambushed from behind, struck hard and brutally on the head. The sound of digging echoed nearby. I squinted my eyes slightly, relaxing my limbs, my breath steady yet barely perceptible. I knew that if I were discovered still alive, my life would likely be forfeited. I overheard two voices conversing. They were undoubtedly the ones who had harmed me. Two boys, a prepubescent child, and another whose voice was in the awkward throes of adolescence, akin to a honking goose. I recognized them. I was familiar with these two terrifying individuals, an unsettling duo. Move faster, you filthy pig, the sun is setting. This impatient voice belonged to Ramsay Snow, a boy from a nearby mill. People said he was Lord Roose Bolton's son, a bastard, an unacknowledged wretch. I had seen him a few times. He was somewhat portly, his hair unkempt, and his lips resembled two large sausages. Undoubtedly, the other boy was the filthy one, a nauseating youth. He had once been a servant in the Dreadfort, and now he served Ramsay Snow, confirming his status as a bastard. No one could say where the filthy boy had come from. He perpetually wore flowers and occasionally bore the scent of perfume. Yet it was utterly meaningless, for he reeked like a walking pigsty, unable to mask the stench. I recalled adults warning me to keep my distance from them, and I had indeed kept my distance. I remembered that I had never provoked them. I had not even mocked the filthy boy. Why were they treating me this way? I felt an overwhelming anxiety. They could discover I was still alive at any moment and in my life. I was merely a little girl. I could not fight them. My hands lay at my sides, fingers probing cautiously. My right hand brushed against something sharp beneath the leaves, a small fallen branch, likely capable of piercing flesh. Hurry up, master. The filthy one will be done soon. The filthy one responded, sounding rather pleased. Faster. This is the last one, then we can rest, and I'll give you an extra slice of bacon. Ramsay Snow's tone rose slightly. I heard something clatter to the ground. The filthy one had been digging. They must have intended to conceal a body, and now he had likely dropped his shovel or some other tool. He approached, and I could hear the crunch of twigs and leaves beneath his feet. The stench intensified. A foul odor of pig excrement mingled with a pungent, moldy scent. I held my breath, relaxing my muscles, my hand clutching the branch motionless. The footsteps drew closer. I've been sitting here long enough to grow mushrooms. I should just get a dog. They're much quicker than you. Ramsay Snow shouted. The filthy one is more loyal than a dog. Master, the filthy one replied eagerly, just a little longer. If you hadn't touched the corpse, maybe you wouldn't smell so bad. I heard Ramsay grumble darkly. My skin felt icy, while the hands of the person before me were warm and repulsive, hastily tearing at my clothing. Quite amusing, you should give it a try. Next time, filthy one, I'd rather go face a White Walker. Ramsay sounded disinterested. This was certainly not their first time. The filthy one was a habitual offender. They must have thought me dead, but if they believed I was dead, why were they here to check if I was still alive? I was terrified, my insides constricting sharply, my heart feeling as though it were being gripped by a vice. I wanted to curl up and retch. I felt I could endure no more. His shoulder brushed past me, and I knew this was the moment. Warm, his saliva dripped down. I could not bear it any longer. This was the moment. I told myself the filthy one was unguarded, oblivious, utterly defenseless. Life or death, it hinged on this instant. Act. I gritted my teeth, opened my eyes, seized the filthy one's hair with my left hand, and thrust the branch I had found into the hollow of his neck with all my might. The sensation in my hand told me I had pierced soft flesh. Continue. I did not let go, but exerted all my strength to drive the branch deeper into his neck. He was attempting to retaliate, but I clung tightly to his head, disregarding the grotesque expression on my small face, as we resembled lovers in a twisted embrace. The branch twisted and pulled. His strength was immense, and he slapped my face, trying to free himself from my grasp. I grasped his sleeve, the branch, now smeared with blood, jabbed again into his jawline. The filthy one collapsed to the side, his legs thrashing violently, kicking me painfully as he tried to stem the blood gushing from his neck. But it was futile. Blood stained his filthy shirt and brown leather vest. He writhed and struggled, his mouth slightly agape. How repulsive! I gasped for air, averting my gaze from the scene. The air was thick with his stench, and he was already decomposing before he had even fully died. I was too small and too frail, utterly drained of strength. My legs curled up, and I covered myself with my hands, feeling that I had already lost control of my bodily functions. This was trivial, I told myself. Survive first, then I could ponder my shame. The filthy one stared at me, his eyes wide open. His movements grew slower, his muscles slackened, emitting faint sounds. I stifled my breaths, forcing myself to calm. Then I looked into the distance, searching for the whereabouts of the other boy. I spotted Ramsay Snow, standing with his back to me and the filthy one's corpse, leaning against a sturdy locust tree, gazing at the faintly visible dirt path beyond the forest. He disdainfully refrained from destroying the evidence, instead keeping watch. I also observed a substantial pit in the earth, beside which lay a wooden shovel caked in wet mud. Footprints and signs of struggle were evident, all left by the vile man. And he was dead, utterly deceased. I had slain him. He got what he deserved. I gradually donned my attire, positioning my limbs on the ground, slowly crawling towards Rams, who seemed not particularly tall nor strong. Without the vile man as his enforcer, Rams was nothing. I moved my knees and elbows with such subtlety that scarcely a sound was made. I picked up the wooden shovel and continued my approach, ensuring not to disturb him. Never disturb him. I held my breath again, noticing a sizable stone by the locust tree, stained with blood, likely the one that had struck me. Closer now. I utilized the shadow of the great tree for concealment, ensuring my shadow remained unseen by him. I maneuvered behind the tree, using its sturdy trunk as a shield. Vile man, why the delay? Aren't you fond of shouting? I discerned he was likely turning his head. I lunged for the stone, the wooden shovel falling beside me. He spotted me, his pupils widening in surprise, and I hurled the stone, striking him on the crown of his head, bypassing his feeble attempt to shield himself. Bang! He emitted a pained grunt. Once more. Bang! He stumbled like a drunken fool, collapsing to the ground. As he attempted to rise, I exerted all my strength. Bang! A blow to the back of his head, and Ramsay Snow ceased to move. I gasped for breath, casting a glance towards the dirt path beyond the woods. The forest was eerily tranquil, save for the sound of birdsong. Bang! I continued to strike with fervor, then cast the stone aside, turning back to retrieve the wooden shovel. I noticed the vile man lay still. I returned to Rams, flipping him over. His eyes were closed, his body heavy yet relaxed. I began to chop at his neck with the shovel, relentlessly, until it was a gruesome mess, blood splattering onto me. I aimed to reduce him to a pulp. I felt the hardness of his bones, the vertebrae in his neck. They were dead. Only I remained alive. I was still alive. I gasped violently, fear engulfing me, tears welling in my eyes. How could this happen? Scum, absolute scum. I swallowed hard, tears streaming down my face. I stuttered as I adjusted my patched pants, tightening the linen belt. I was covered in mud, my face too, with bloodstains on the ground where 2 corpses lay. I could no longer contain myself. Wah! I cried out, my wails startling the birds into flight. I collapsed to the ground, clutching my legs, curling into a small ball, burying my head deep within. Why did such a thing happen to me? I clutched my legs tightly, resting my forehead against my knees, the image of the vile man's repugnant body haunting me. No, no. I let out a muffled roar, weeping as I lay on the ground, my limbs curled tightly, like a flower bud grasped in someone's palm, grotesque and misshapen. He never truly touched me, I reassured myself. No, the vile man never touched me. He hadn't the chance. Now he was dead, utterly dead. That fetid scoundrel who deserved to be sliced apart was gone. The vile man was dead. Rams was dead. The others took him. He descended to the depths of hell. The new and old gods had torn them apart. I had killed them. They were dead. I sobbed for what felt like an eternity. Lying sprawled in the woods, gazing at the sky, the sun was setting, casting a waning golden light. It was so cold. This place was so cold. I wanted to go home. I stumbled to my feet, unsteady but resolute, my legs trembling as I took small steps along the path. I was caked in mud and blood. The wound on my head had scabbed over. My body ached faintly. I wanted to go home. That thought consumed me, for otherwise I would be ensnared in the nightmares brought forth by those two scoundrels. Night had fallen, and I pressed on along the road, knowing home lay ahead. The afterglow painted the sky, the setting sun behind me casting a long shadow. I could think of nothing else. I wanted to go home. That singular thought occupied my mind. As darkness enveloped me, my fear intensified, but I spotted a faint red glow. That was the volcano. In the distance, I saw the lights surrounding it. One of those was my home. A crowd, with patched trousers, raucous laughter. Men. I hastily walked in the shadows, daring not to be seen, especially by those bearded men. I glimpsed the old man's broken teeth and the quivering beards of the others. Men. I was terrified to the point of tears. I felt myself trembling, walking in seclusion. Voices called out, but I dared not respond, burying my head within my clothing as I entered the two-story wooden house shared with my mother. There were no lights, but I remembered what it looked like. I was filthy, disheveled, but I cast aside those thoughts as I flung myself onto the bed, kicking off my rough boots, wrapping my muddy self tightly in a tattered fur blanket. Next door was the tavern, boisterous and lively, as if it belonged to another world entirely. I trembled, pushing away the heavy shame weighing on my heart. I knocked on my head, urging myself not to dwell on those voices, those scents, those two men, and everything related to that incident. I began to ponder more important matters. Ponder more important matters. Please, do not reappear in my mind. I bit my lip, burying my head in the blankets, emitting muffled sounds. I must contemplate more significant issues. Contemplate. I had escaped the peril. I was crying, but I needed to focus on my current situation. Who am I? Where's this place? Yes, that's it. Think about this. Do not let them reappear in your thoughts. Chapter 1, Home. Section 1. My name is Lya Snow, an ordinary office worker. I enjoy watching dramas, reading novels, and indulging in cheese, though I am not fond of vegetables. I also adore cats. Due to my boyfriend, aside from running and yoga, my primary forms of exercise are free combat and full contact fighting. To be honest, I don't quite understand the appeal. Fighting in armor and barehanded seems rather childish. Naturally, compared to my boyfriend, my skills are rudimentary, and I cannot find enjoyment in such fierce confrontations. I also accompany him in Hema, though I have no idea what that term means. It seems like an abbreviation. I fail to see the significance of such a niche interest that no one pays attention to, nor do I comprehend how Hema differs from fencing or kendo. In any case, as long as I'm spending time with him, that's what matters. As long as everyone is happy, it's fine. After all, if I weren't with him, I'd be too lazy to move, cooped up at home all day. However, now I'm no longer Lya Man. I am no longer Lya Man. I have traversed to another realm. I have no idea how I became a 7-year-old girl, nearly falling victim to two scoundrels. I was attacked, and I killed my assailants. Thank heavens. Now, let's sort through the memories of this young girl. To be honest, I'm unclear whether I am her or still myself. She's a common child. Her name is Lya Snow, the daughter of Sara of the Meadow. It is said that her mother bears this surname because Lya's grandfather, that old man, was born on a lawn and never knew his father. From the time I, Lya Snow, began to form memories, I have lived within the north, in a winter refuge beneath the ominous castle of Winterfell. My mother, Sara, possesses beautiful dark brown hair and striking blue eyes, while I, on the other hand, have black hair and pale gray eyes. In essence, I am now Lya Snow and also Lyman. At this moment, I am merely a little girl. A weight descends upon my heart as I recall the two souls who perished in my hands during that twilight hour. That individual was no ordinary person. The townsfolk speak of Ramsay Snow as the illegitimate son of Lord Roose Bolton of Winterfell, a bastard, and the foul man was sent to serve his son. The surname Snow is synonymous with bastards, at least in the north, where bastards are as common as the snow, their lives deemed as worthless as dirt. Thus, without a father, Ramsay bears this name, and I too, lacking a father, share it. My mother has never spoken of the reasons behind it, nor do I know of events preceding my birth. In other words, Lya Snow is unaware of her father's identity. This, perhaps, is the fate or tradition of the women of the Meadow family, to raise fatherless children solely belonging to themselves. The last scene etched in my memory is Ramsay Snow calling her over. The foul man approached her, and she knew she could not outrun him, for he was much older than her 7 years, hence she complied. Ramsay Snow, at 8 years of age, has already learned the art of murder. What kind of scoundrel will he become in adulthood? I am certain I did not err in my actions. However, Ramsay Snow is, after all, the son of Lord Roose Bolton. I ought to have handled the matter with greater care. Snow, Bolton, the North, and Winterfell. I suddenly become aware of my surroundings. In my days as Lyman, the world I inhabited had a novel titled A Song of Ice and Fire, as well as its television adaptation Game of Thrones, where these terms appeared. The tale woven in the novel and series primarily unfolds across the continents of Westeros and Essos, with Westeros known as the land of the Seven Kingdoms, of which the North is one. Among the North's nobility, Lord Roose Bolton of Winterfell plays a significant role, as does his illegitimate son Ramsay. However, the Seven Kingdoms have long since been unified into one kingdom. Thus, the Seven Kingdoms can also be interpreted as 7 regions. The name Foul Man rings a bell for me. It appears I truly dwell in the northern reaches of Westeros, residing at the fringes of the Seven Kingdoms, in a rustic and straightforward hamlet. Regardless, today Lyman is Lya Snow. I am Lya Snow, a 7-year-old girl who has just taken the lives of 2 wretches. The door creaked open, and I flinched, nearly envisioning a drunken man or farmer forcefully pressing me against the bed. No, thank the heavens, it is Sara of the Meadow, my mother. Lya, is that you? What has happened? Sara closed the door and glanced at me, igniting a nearly spent candle with a torch. Her voice was weary, her throat slightly hoarse. Lya is my name, a diminutive my mother lovingly employs. I looked for you this afternoon. Donner said you sneaked into the woods. That wicked boy Ramsay was there too. Please do not wander off like that again. Help ease my worries. As my mother raised the candle closer to me, I beheld her somewhat haggard visage. Sara had wrapped her face in linen, which conveniently concealed the ghastly scar left by her missing nose. My mother, Sara of the Meadow, lacks a nose. Townsfolk refer to her as the no-nosed beauty. In my childhood, I suspected her nose had been frostbitten during winter, which is not uncommon. Ears, hands, and other body parts often succumb to the cold. Her face, often the subject of neighbors' gossip, was a source of comfort for me. Gazing at her gentle countenance, my troubled heart found solace. Regardless of the tempest outside, with my mother present, spring had arrived. You, as she began to speak, I threw myself into her embrace, tears streaming uncontrollably. I heard her set the candle down and soothingly pat my back. It's all right, my dear, it's all right. Mother is here. Her fingers, delicate yet strong, brushed across my back, which was smeared with clumps of mud, as though I had just emerged from the earth. What happened? She asked softly, and I shook my head vigorously, unable to utter a word. She held me, gently lowering me from the bed and enveloping me in her arms. I greedily nestled against her, weeping as the remnants of my earlier panic began to dissipate. Calm down, sweetheart. Mother is here, she patiently reassured me. I knew I must smell foul, yet she showed no signs of disdain. She is my mother. I was terrified and wished to remain in her embrace, despite my odor. Has anyone touched your pants? I nodded. Though I am an adult in my past life, I found myself unable to control the psychological reactions of this child. My small body and I still needed to adjust to one another. Who is it? Her voice trembled slightly, then softened. Do not be afraid. Tell mother. I nestled deeper into her embrace, warm and comforting, wishing to think of nothing, especially the events of the afternoon, which I desperately wanted to forget. Yet, she is Sara, my mother. Ramsay, and the foul man. I sent Sara take a deep breath. I dealt with them. How? How did you? I ended them, mother. I whimpered softly, and she suddenly tightened her hold on me, which made me anxious. Where, Lya? Right in the Bolton woods, mother. I went to gather twigs and weave a garland for the harvest festival, but it's all right, Lya. They're merely asleep. I could hear the tremor in Sara's voice as she attempted to reassure me. Her tone grew gentle and patient. You are fine. They are fine. I will fetch warm water from the tavern. Do not go outside. She shifted her body, gently and firmly placing me in a chair. Were they sleeping? I looked up at my mother, my voice resembling that of a drowning child. I stabbed the foul man in the neck and crushed Ramsay's skull. They cannot live. No, Liara, she asserted firmly. You did not, sweetheart. They are merely asleep, waiting for me. She did not heed my words. I understood her reasoning. She did not wish for her daughter to know she had taken lives. Even if I truly had done so, she wanted me to grow without the weight of that knowledge. Yet I had done it. I eliminated those two wretches who deserved to be cast into the volcano. This is the reality. I ended them right there in the Bolton woods, right by the roadside. Mother, I would face the truth, for I am more than just a 7-year-old girl. Do not dwell on this. Rest well. I will return shortly. She persisted. I leaned back in the chair, ensconced in garments stained with mud and blood, watching her close the door and listening to her footsteps fade away. My mother is the best mother in the world, as she has always been. Even if the townspeople and guards often mock her, Iron-Legged Walton and Locke have made cruel jests at her expense, yet she remains the most exquisite and beautiful woman in the world. I cannot fathom why Sara lacks a nose. She has never mentioned it. By day, she labors in the fields, and by night, she serves as a hostess in a tavern. Despite her physical imperfection, her captivating eyes, alluring lips, and lustrous hair are enough to enchant many suitors. However, as far back as I can remember, she has never had a romantic partner. Before my journey through time, young Lyra even speculated that perhaps Sara's capacity for love was discarded along with her nose. I reminisced about her smile until the joyous memories we shared completely overshadowed the two beasts in my mind. I gradually found solace and drifted into slumber upon hearing her enter the room. The next day, upon awakening, I lay in bed, clad in tattered yet clean leather and linen undergarments. It was evident that the house had been tidied. The scent of dampness filled the air. I must have slept too soundly, for I felt as though I had been submerged in water, as if someone had meticulously wiped my body with a towel. Are you awake? Stay indoors and do not wander, Lyra, my mother said while scrubbing away the muddy footprints I had left behind the night before. The harvest festival is approaching, and I shall be quite busy. If you grow hungry, there is bread and cheese. The harvest festival is a grand occasion. For the nobles, the lords of the north gather with their vassals to engage in merriment and discuss important matters. For the common folk, it is an all-night revelry celebrating the bountiful harvest, featuring traveling theater troupes and acrobats. It is indeed a rare day of joy, where the year's arduous labor makes any form of entertainment delightful. Before me lay a plate of putrid, mushy cheese and coarse black bread. I would wager that if one did not soak the bread, the pebbles and which shavings within could easily crack my teeth. Our household possesses little. Our furniture is constructed from soft, brittle wood, and a single clay pot suffices to cook nearly all our meals. Very well, mother, I replied obediently. In truth, I did not require Sara's admonitions. I was now fearful of men, of sunlight, and most of all, of being without her company. As Sara concluded her cleaning, I watched her wring out the cloth, the dirty water dripping into a somewhat leaky bucket. Outside, a clamor began to rise. I heard the shouts of guards reprimanding citizens who fled in terror. Sara paused, listening intently as the din grew louder and more numerous. I discerned the voice of Lord Rogomalsi, haughty and elevated. I recalled the emblem of 10 frogs embroidered on his garments, a source of jest in the town until Sir Roga had broken the legs of 2 townsfolk, silencing the laughter. In addition to him was Iron-Legged Walton, the guard who delights in mocking my mother, and the Mose family, who serve Lord Roose Bolton, a figure of authority over us commoners. A chill enveloped my heart. Had we been discovered? Bang! Bang! The door was pounded with ferocity. I watched as the rudimentary pine would bent under the force of iron gauntlets. Sara Caulfield and Lya Snow stepped forth. We remained motionless, paralyzed by fear. I noticed Sara's hands tremble, the cloth slipping from her fingers into the water bucket, splashing droplets around. In the name of Count Dreadfort, you are suspected of murder or abduction and must be interrogated. If you do not come out, I shall enter. It was Walton, as brutish as ever. I rose, gazing into Sara's eyes, filled with terror. She grasped my hand, embracing me tightly. Will come right away, my lord. Her voice was eerily calm, as if the one knocking were a mere merchant. Yet I could feel her trembling arms. She emerged with me, and Walton blocked the doorway, revealing a grimy grin and yellow-brown teeth, his stench making me want to retch. He then stepped aside, his fingers striking my mother's waist, thrusting us into a throng of men, facing Lord Rogomalsi. He was a middle-aged man with a sword at his side, his demeanor cold, clad in exquisite leather garments and a cloak that I could never hope to wear. The miller's wife reported that Lord Roose Bolton's illegitimate son has gone missing. He announced, his tone haughty and indifferent. Your child was seen entering the forest, and shortly thereafter, that illegitimate child and the filthy scoundrel followed. Is there a problem? Sara shook her head, holding me closer. You left your home at night and went into the woods, where guards spotted you. Is there a problem? Again, Sara shook her head, her grip on me trembling. I dared not speak, my thoughts drifting to the scoundrel and Rams. They deserved their fate, yet my lips quivered, unable to utter a word. Very well. Lord Roga tilted his head, signaling his men. Walton roughly seized my mother's waist, while another guard named Locke wrested me from her embrace. I caught the scent of leather and rusted iron, the armor digging painfully into my back as Locke's burly arm pressed me against his chest, treating me as if I were but a lifeless object. Mother, I cried out again, my experiences as an adult in my past life rendered utterly meaningless in this moment. Mother, Sara's gaze remained fixed on me, their hands binding her as they groped her. Please, treat my daughter kindly. Show her some mercy. She implored quickly, allowing the guards to do as they wished. Locke, however, remained unmoved. Return to the fort. Lord Rogamalcy issued a terse command, and the soldiers promptly obeyed, dragging us both into the nearby terror fort. That place, though warm, chills one to the bone with its towering walls and sharp battlements, resembling the gaping maw of a monster. Everyone fears that place, for neighbors who enter the fort never return. Terror Fort is the site of all the nightmares of Lyra's childhood. Now, I fear my nightmares may become reality. It is widely known that Lord Roose Bolton of Terror Fort, like his forebears, bears the emblem of red skinning as his mark. Rumor has it that they revel in flaying, a notion I dare not contemplate further. Chapter 2. The Castle of Terror, Part 1. The hall of the Castle of Terror is shrouded in darkness and dryness, its deep crimson hue resembling a bleeding volcano. I recall the tall John telling me that this fortress is the offspring of a volcano, eternally ablaze and seething with molten fury. It lacks the protective stone skin of Winterfell, yearning instead for peace and tranquility. The ancestors of Bolton constructed a grand citadel, and on the day the Castle of Terror awakened, it threatened its master. Should it remain devoid of a skin to cloak its frailty and anguish, fiery eruptions would ensue. Billowing ash would blanket the land, and all would be obliterated, leaving no trace of life. Bolton replied, vowing to bestow a skin upon his abode, day after day. Countless skins amassed beneath the earth, as Bolton sewed them into leather garments with fishbone needles. As time passed, the Red King transformed into a count. Yet, even to this day, the master of the Castle of Terror continues to fill his secret chambers, for fear that even in Bolton's absence, the skinning would persist, and terror would endure. One day, the Castle of Terror may don a new guise, its brutality subdued, tranquility restored, but that day is not now. The flickering torches illuminated the dark tapestries adorned with the sigil of the Skinners, and all fell silent. This is the throne hall of Lord Roose Bolton, and I trembled uncontrollably. My mother, Sara, and I had been brought here, and the guard, Locke, unceremoniously cast me upon the cold crimson floor. It was frigid and painful. I saw my mother kneeling, her head bowed, and I mimicked her, as the returning guards also knelt, including Sir Rhaegar. My disheveled black hair nearly obscured my face. But through the strands, I gazed upward to behold Lord Roose Bolton, his dark hair framing his visage as he sat upon the throne at the far end of the hall. I could not discern his features, nor had I ever truly seen him. He always remained at a distance. He had always been a figure of legend, a hunter of the dark woods. They say he gallops beneath the full moon of the night, stealing the courage of men and the virtue of women. With a mere flourish of his sword, the skin of his foes would fall away, leaving only the winter winds to envelop their flesh. I must be clear, my time is limited, the larger matter. Lord Roose Bolton's voice was so soft that I nearly questioned my own hearing. Everyone rose, except for Sara and me. We were too frightened to utter a word. And the iron-legged warden nudged Sara. I heard my mother take a deep breath, striving to maintain a steady tone, yet anyone could easily detect the fear lacing her voice. It was I, my lord. I killed those two men. The foul wretch sought to violate my daughter, and his master aided him. They are beasts. I implore you to discern the truth, my lord. It was I, my lord. My sharp voice pierced the silence as I summoned my courage. I could not allow Sara to suffer further. She is my mother, my only kin, and I could scarcely fathom a life without her. I hoped, perhaps, that Lord Roose Bolton would spare my life, due to my tender age. I killed the wretch with a branch, and I slain rams with stones and a spade. I discarded their bodies there, for they sought to kill me, to violate me, and I had no choice but to strike first. I spoke in one breath, panting as I awaited the response from the distant figure of the Lord. I am not one to allow others to speak freely. Do you wish for me to sever your tongue? Lord Roose uttered softly. Instantly, I fell to the ground, trembling in fear, too terrified to utter another sound. My courage was so frail that I could almost hear the stirrings of the guards behind me, who would grasp my jaw, use iron pincers to tear out my tongue, and sever it with a dagger. Fortunately, that did not happen. So, you seek to conceal the truth of your daughter's murderous act, Sara of the pastures. Your vile offspring has slain my own, my illegitimate child, who, despite being born of sin, carries my blood. Lord Roose spoke gently, his tone unwavering, declaring that you and your daughter must bear the consequences. Sara seemed to muster every last ounce of courage she possessed. She raised her head high, her eyes fixed intently on the distant lord, that man. What she spoke left me in disbelief. She is your daughter. Do you comprehend the words you utter? She is your daughter. A profound silence enveloped the room, and I felt a thunderous echo within my mind. Lya Snow, the illegitimate daughter of the north. From the terrible keep, I gazed at my mother, who stared intently at the count seated upon the throne, her chest rising and falling with each breath. Lord Roose rose, allowing his attendants to adjust his fur robe. The old one, give it to him, clean the cellar, and bring the young one over. I was uncertain of whom he referred to, but I saw the guards dragging Sara away. I cried out, but their grip was merciless, showing no regard for blood ties. I was pulled away in a different direction from where Sara was taken. A guard seized my collar and handed me over to a maid within the keep. We waited for a time, tears streaming down my face, until we witnessed Lord Roose and his attendants enter a small room, and silence fell upon all. Before long, I too was thrust inside. I beheld Lord Roose lying on the bed, his upper body bare, his limbs and chest crawling with white leeches, long, transparent, repulsive creatures, while his attendant trembled, placing the leeches upon his pallid skin that remained uncovered. They referred to him as Lord Leech, though none dared to address him so directly. The leeches gradually turned a shade of pink as Lord Roose turned his gaze upon me, his eyes a pale gray, resembling unmelting ice, his features unremarkable, neither handsome nor ugly, devoid of a beard, his long hair contrasting against his smooth, pale skin, presenting the visage of a corpse. As if summoned forth by the winter winds, embodying winter itself, he resembled the otherworldly specters of fables, accompanied by an army of mindless, wandering corpses. For naught but the bitter cold could endure his torment. He was scrutinizing me, appraising me, his voice tranquil as he parted her hair. Someone brushed aside my dark tresses, revealing my face, and then Lord Roose gazed into my eyes before finally turning his head away. I lowered my head, contemplating the fate that awaited Sara. My legs grew weak, and I felt the urge to weep, to plead for mercy, not just for myself, but for Sara as well. However, Lord Roose forbade the servants from speaking freely. I had to obediently stand still, awaiting his decision. Enough blood has been shed. Remove it, he commanded, his tone unwavering. The attendant complied, delicately extracting the leeches one by one with salt and fingers. Lord Roose donned his garments and strode out, while I was pushed to follow in his wake. We traversed to the basement, devoid of guards. Lord Roose cast a glance back before departing. He instructed, and I felt the fingers of my handler withdraw. Then, Lord Roose took over, his 5 fingers pressing upon my shoulder. With a black iron key, he unlocked the iron door, the creaking sound suggesting it had remained undisturbed for ages. It revealed a staircase leading deeper into the abyss. As we descended, a heavy stench enveloped us, reminiscent of a long-forgotten tomb, on the brink of collapse. Beneath the flickering torchlight of Lord Roose, we ventured into a subterranean chamber even more crimson than the one above. Several rooms lay concealed behind iron doors. I caught sight of sunlight filtering through a skylight at the far end, the glow feeble. We entered a dark room directly across from the door, which was promptly closed behind us. The dimness was overwhelming, and I was taken aback. There, I beheld Sara, my mother. She was bound by iron chains to a wooden bed, her mouth gagged, her limbs splayed wide. Neatly arranged beside her were an array of sharp instruments, varying from delicate and precise to grotesque and rugged. She gazed at me, tears streaming from her beautiful blue eyes. The cloth that had concealed her wounds was removed, revealing her mutilated nose, now reduced to horrifying scabs and 2 gaping holes. Stark against her reddened face, Lord Roose glanced at me before approaching the wooden bed. Instantly, unfamiliar hands gripped my shoulders, and I turned to see an elderly man. His eyes hollow. He possessed immense strength, rendering me immobile. Watch, commanded Lord Roose, as he shed his leather vest and donned an apron, rolling up his sleeves. He removed the cloth that stifled my mother's lips and thrust a water jug into her mouth, causing her gaze to become somewhat unfocused, her trembling lessening. Then, Lord Rustin picked up a knife. I yearned to turn away, to retreat, but the cold, unwavering grip of the old man forced my head to face the unfolding horror. Should I close my eyes, he would tighten his calloused fingers around me. Tears streamed down my cheeks as my mind spiraled into chaos. Fixating vacantly on the scene before me, I told myself I had traversed into another realm, that this place held no connection to me. I needn't fear, nor panic excessively. I must survive, first and foremost. It would be all right. I could endure. Yet, I remained utterly bewildered by the events transpiring around me. I stood transfixed, unable to recall anything beyond those cerulean eyes. After he concluded, Lord Lustport approached me, the elderly man gently taking the pink human skin and exiting through the door. I could only listen, utterly bewildered by it all. I remained rooted in place, forgetting to weep, gazing at the belt of Lord Lustport and the neatly pressed hem of his clothing. A chill gripped my hand, and instinctively I clasped it. He positioned himself behind me, placing his hands upon my shoulders. If you can act against a brother not born of your mother, then this man before you should pose little challenge. He gave me a gentle push. Go. I drew closer to the mass, my gaze fixated on the pair of eyes that had never wavered from me, now devoid of eyelids, forever unable to close. I heard it speaking, in fragmented whispers that lingered in my ears. Kill me, Lya, kill me. I beheld those blue pupils, bloodshot and twitching. Mother, mother, kill me. I knew nothing, absolutely nothing. I continued to stare into those eyes, frozen in place. Kill me. No, please. Kill me. I cannot. Kill me. I beseech you, old gods, new gods, dragon kings, sorcerers, whoever you are, whatever you may be, I implore you. Kill me. Lya, kill me. I felt Lord Lustport's icy gaze upon me, his attention piercing through to my very core. Kill me. Those blue eyes, Sara, kill me. I raised my hand, the knife in my grasp dull and lifeless. It is all right. I am not merely Lya. I am also the adult from my past life, capable of remaining composed. I can. I shall comply. Afterward, I followed Lord Lustport back to the basement, leaving all nightmares behind in that dim place. I had heard the legends of the terrifying fortress, tales more chilling than those of the long night. The Bolton family has adhered to the ancient custom of skinning enemies and criminals since time immemorial. And within the secret chambers of the terrifying fortress lie countless pieces of human skin. This legend is indeed true. He would wield such cruelty against his own women. My biological father tormented my mother before my very eyes. I had personally slit her throat. Those blue pupils. I dared not contemplate how he might treat the remnants of my mother. I was merely pushed forward, step by step, ascending the staircase until Lord Lustport closed the iron door, leaving me behind in the basement as he departed. Alone, I lingered in the warm, shadowy corridor, accompanied only by the flickering torchlight, watching Lord Lustport's figure vanish into the depths of the staircase. His gait was so calm and monotonous, perhaps akin to the fabled others. I recalled the original text and the series depiction of them. They were not mere folklore. It is said that Bolton once ruled in the north, known as the Night King. I felt a profound sense of unease. This wretch, who ought to be cast into a volcano to be scorched into charcoal, is none other than my father. Tears streamed down my face, ceaseless and unrelenting. All else faded into insignificance. Television dramas, novels, nothing mattered anymore. Before me were those cerulean eyes, the very same that mirrored my mother's tears. I stood there, frozen like a flayed man from the Bolton family crest, oblivious to the droplets cascading down my cheeks. I heard footsteps approaching, yet I lacked even the will to shift my gaze, staring vacantly ahead until another hand, a man's, rested upon my shoulder. So it is you, Lya Stark, is it not? The voice was youthful, dispelling the vision of those sapphire eyes, so clear yet reminiscent of lifeless sea depths. I turned my head to face the unfamiliar guard, who smiled only to be startled by my expression. Are you all right? It was I, Lya Stark, the girl who witnessed her father flay her mother and then ended her mother's life. I longed for her embrace. I attempted to part my cracked lips, forcing out a hoarse reply. Yes, I am Lya. Come with me. I shall take you to your quarters, he said, guiding my body. Lya, I suppose the adults possess a sense of humor, naming your room after you. I was pushed forward, my mind preoccupied with thoughts of Lord Roose Bolton's absurd humor, while my mother's eyes remained etched in my vision. As we traversed the corridor, the guard continued to speak. Your room is located in the basement, so we shall descend further. I muttered, for I was always one to grumble, nameless and raised by a band of raucous men. You will be staying in the quarters once arranged by the Red King, Roose Bolton II, for his wife. He breached Winterfell, burned it down, and abducted a Stark daughter. Sharing your name, Lya Stark. He spoke without regard for my attentiveness, simply rambling on. The Red King confined that wild woman here, married her before the old gods, and fathered children, believing he could extinguish the Stark lineage. His descendants would reign as the sole kings of the North, yet he met his end first. And his progeny now kneel before the Stark family. Thus, the room is named after Lya. There was no hint of reverence for either the Bolton or Stark families in the guard's tone as he retrieved a key to unlock the door. I've heard that the current Duke of Stark, his mother also named Lya, is indeed a Stark. It's not surprising that the Duke's parents are relatives, is it? I once thought she would reside here. Those fools still mock me for it, yet I never anticipated that the Lya living here would be a Snow. Then, Doodle pushed me into this chamber, leaving behind a solitary candle. I intended to lock the door. I would ensure that meals were delivered thrice daily. Whenever Lord Roose Bolton required your presence or chose to release you, do remember to speak kindly of me. I shall ensure your meals include an extra morsel of meat. May the old gods watch over you. Farewell, Lya Snow. What nonsense was he uttering? I curled my body tightly. I surveyed my surroundings. The place was shrouded in darkness. It seemed that the infamous Red King, Roose Bolton too, was as vile as Lord Roose Bolton himself. Both deserved to be torn apart by a pack of wolves. Though the furniture was crafted from solid wood, far superior to the cheap pine and apple wood of the common folk. And although the pillows and blankets upon the bed were adorned with luxurious fur, the sight of the wardrobe, filled with dresses in shades of gray, black, and red, made of finer linen and cotton, as well as processed animal hides, left me feeling hollow. The woolen garments were exquisitely soft. They were even untouched. Delicate skirts that I surmised were made of velvet, their sizes far too large, completely unrelated to a 7-year-old girl. Each item of clothing bore the crest of House Bolton, depicting a red-skinned figure being flayed. So meticulously crafted, yet I realized this was a prison, and not long ago, someone had resided here. I did not ponder my future. Would my fragile frame hang in Bolton's secret chamber? Or would I be cast out? I recalled the despairing blue eyes of Sara, filled with regret. I returned to the head of the bed, watching the candle flame flicker, resembling those blue eyes gazing silently upon me. I could not discern how long I had lingered. In both dreams and waking moments, I could see my mother's azure gaze, dispelling the memories brought by Ramsay Snow and the foul man, occupying my mind and vision, keeping her presence ever close. Only Doodle's incessant chatter reminded me that I still resided in this world. When he brought my meals, he would prattle endlessly, sharing that he was 15, armed with a long spear from Castle Terror and a short sword. Though he was more adept with a bow and arrow, yet Captain Ironleg Wharton forbade him from touching the bow. He spoke of the events outside. The bodies of Ramsay Snow and the foul man had been discovered. The stench was so repugnant that no one dared to touch the latter, who was burned to ashes on the spot. Ramsay Snow's mother wept bitterly, holding her son's corpse. She was the miller's wife, quite affluent, and the funeral was grand. During the burial, she attempted to cover her son's neck, only to have his head slip from the shroud, causing the pallbearers to cry out in terror, for Ram's skull had been shattered by me, stitched back together, and I imagined it appeared frightfully monstrous. Lord Roose Bolton had gone to Winterfell to attend the Stark harvest feast, discussing matters of the North. The festivities at Castle Terror were particularly joyous, as Lord Roose Bolton, who despised commotion, was absent. A troop of jesters from the south entertained everyone. I am uncertain how long I have lingered within this cell. I recall that Dune delivered meals 15 times, yet in this era, mealtimes are not particularly consistent. Thus, I cannot ascertain how many days have passed. The candle has long since burned out, and I have lost track of time, enveloped in the scent of my own unwashed body, quietly seated in total darkness, with only a faint glimmer occasionally filtering in from above to remind me that this darkness is not entirely pure. At last, one day, the cell door swung open, and the torchlight pierced my eyes, causing tears to stream forth as I adjusted to the brightness. Eventually, I beheld the serene, expressionless face of Lord Roose Bolton, with eyes as cold as ice. "Come along," he intoned softly as he turned to depart. I found my legs feeble beneath me as I stumbled forward. He glanced back at my face, his demeanor as indifferent as ever. "Dune, take her upstairs for a bath, then to the sacred grove." I felt like a tattered puppet, at the mercy of others as I walked a long distance, my garments stripped away by several women and submerged in water, surrounded by flowers and towels. "Her skin is exquisite. My goodness, what is that on her neck? Is that a scar?" one remarked. "Look at the back of her head." I sensed my hair being parted. Fortunately, it was not a significant scar, and my long hair concealed it well. "She can wear Dominic's childhood clothing. I shall inquire with the lady." I recall that Dominic Bolton was Lord Lusburton's sole legitimate offspring, rumored to have departed from the Terror Fortress to serve as a page for other nobles. I surmised this was part of noble education. Thus, I allowed myself to be handled, eventually gazing into the mirror at my reflection, my pale gray eyes devoid of life, my countenance vacant, with long black hair cascading around me. Dressed in a gray linen shirt and a brown leather vest, complemented by black velvet riding breeches. A pair of blue eyes was fixed upon me through the mirror. Sara and I exchanged glances, and I discerned the sorrow and melancholy within those eyes. Quite lovely, a charming little girl, she mused, but do not utter that name, Sara. Have you forgotten the name that bears your resemblance? My mother is not a harlot, I replied. Indeed, and you are not a Snow, do not be foolish. They styled my hair, and then their conversation shifted to the matter of Lya, discussing my affairs. On the first day following the harvest feast, Lord Lusburton returned to the Terror Fortress from Winterfell. Upon hearing someone claim Lya was his daughter, he hanged that individual. Henceforth, no one dared to speak thus. They referred to me as the daughter of the Terror Fortress, for all understood the truth. The castle would not produce human girls, nor would it allow maidens to conceive and bear illegitimate offspring. However, the master of the castle could. I felt as though I had been packaged like a mere commodity by them, only to be handed over to the guards outside, who then escorted me to the sacred cedar forest beyond the terrible fortress. I had once visited this place with Sara, my mother. Within the cedar forest stands the heart tree, a fishbeam wood carved with human faces. The people of the north worship and pray to the heart tree, making vows and promises, just as their ancestors did. All northerners are descendants of the forebears, myself included. Lord Roose Bolton permits commoners to pray only a few days each year. Ceremonies such as weddings or other rituals are exceptions, yet still require his approval. Sara once prayed to the heart tree for my safe growth. But the heart tree never responded. She told me that the rustling of the leaves in the wind was the old gods whispering. Yet the old gods ultimately did not answer her, and she passed away, a death so tragic. I beheld those blue eyes once more, nestled among the treetops, gazing at me as I gazed at her. After the guard saluted and departed, I found myself transfixed by the silent figure of Lord Roose Bolton, standing before me, my mind and vision consumed by Sara's eyes. Roose Bolton regarded me with a soft voice, calm as if fearing to disturb the slumber of the old gods. The old gods, nameless spirits, are ubiquitous, present in every mountain and stone. Near the heart tree in the cedar forest is a place of their watchful gaze. Follow me, Lord Roose Bolton instructed. Mechanically, I stepped forward, trailing behind him through the towering pines and cypress trees into the lush greenery of the forest. He turned his gaze to the left, prompting me to follow suit, revealing an ancient grove where every tree stood robust. Even the dead trees were tended to. He spoke again, his tone as ephemeral as smoke, dissipating into nothingness. Since the inception of the terrible fortress, every Roose Bolton has chosen to be cremated after death, their ashes buried in the earth, selecting saplings as gravestones. Should one perish during the long winter, they are interred in the spring. This area is known as the Red King's Grove. Do you know of the Red King? I remained silent as he paused to look at me. He is a king, my lord. Since the long night, the Red King has resided in the eastern part of the north. Lord Roose Bolton's icy gaze lingered on my face before shifting away to a towering fir tree. This was the grave of Royce Roose Bolton II. Royce Roose Bolton II burned Winterfell to the ground and abducted Lyanna Stark to be his wife, imprisoning her in a dungeon throughout her life. Lord Roose Bolton then directed his attention to another tree, that of the red-armed Royce Roose Bolton IV. Perhaps this day marked the most words spoken by Lord Roose Bolton. As I listened to him recount the tales of each king while strolling through the morning woods, the ancestral kings whispering in the breeze, their branches stirring, I heard red-armed Royce IV boast of how he plunged his hand into the chest of Stark, tearing out his heart. I listened as Roose Bolton I recounted how he allied with the Grey Starks to assault Winterfell, slaying the king of the north. I heard the even older Roose Bolton narrate how, during the long night, the Roose Boltons learned to create pale spiders, using volcanoes as barriers, as the others descended, instilling fear in the hearts of the forebears. The past is but a memory. They have long since joined the ancient gods, and she, too, is among them. We arrived at a younger grove, where the trees, though not as ancient as those before, stood with a vibrant yet sparse green. The Earl's Grove. There, I followed his words and gaze, noticing a dead tree, its blackened trunk twisted and grotesque, half buried in the earth. This was the remnant of Roga Bolton, the last Red King from a millennium ago, who endured a 2-year siege by the Northern King, Halon Stark, ultimately kneeling in submission. I remained silent, for there were no birds in the air, only the whispers of the wind recounting bygone tales. This is Bolton's land. I am not of Bolton's blood, and thus hold no right to interject, merely treading in step with the ancestors of Bolton. This is my place. He gazed at the clearing beyond the Earl's Grove, staring vacantly. I could not fathom his thoughts. Was he contemplating which tree might serve as his gravestone? I dared not speculate. Fear held me captive. We circled the heart tree, and there lay another grove, the most verdant within the sacred wood, a multitude of trees, both ancient and young. I suspected this area connected directly to the vast outer forest. This grove was the Children's Grove, home to my deceased son and daughter, my kin. He spoke briefly, leaving no further words. I am but a bastard, unworthy of this place. Did he expect me to plead? Such a notion was folly. I would prefer to perish in the wilderness, to crumble into dust. I would rise again in winter's grip, crawling toward him, and in his slumber. I would sever his head. I followed him to the central fishbone tree of the sacred wood, a white tree adorned with countless faces. Beneath the tightly shut eyes of each visage flowed crimson tears. I once prayed here with Sara, as did the other common folk, seeking communion with the heart tree. Now, Sara has departed this world, leaving only me and Luthe Bolton standing before the heart tree. Across the crystalline pool, I scrutinized each face upon the tree. Tears, blood-red, cascaded from the human faces. Since my union with Bethany, he recounted in a detached manner, there has been but one child. The others were stillborn. When that woman and her family came to trade here, I took notice of her. She sat upon a cart, her beauty striking, her form pleasing, with ample hips and bosom, clearly capable of bearing children. I claimed her. It was my right. King Jaehaerys of House Targaryen, in his desire to please his wife, abolished the Lord's right of the first night, yet I doubt many beyond the royal seat adhered to this decree. In the north, within the territory of the old gods, we follow ancient customs. Though the Amber family verbally denies it, they still retain the right of the first night, as do the mountain clans. I listened as he spoke of humiliating my mother, wielding his lordly power with merciless cruelty, gazing upon his heartless face and those cold, unfeeling eyes, as he continued unabated. As a result, her man abandoned her because she bore my child. Her brother, brazen and shameless, brought a group of ruffians to Terror Castle to raise a ruckus. At that time, Eddard Stark had just lost his father and brother, having recently become the Duke of Winterfell, and was brewing for war. His temper was already frayed. To prevent her relatives from spreading rumors and causing trouble in Winterfell, I hanged that group of ruffians, including her parents. Afterwards, she resorted to selling her charms in the town tavern, accompanied by her maid, a most unashamed woman. During my inspection that day, in a foul mood, I witnessed her engaging in indecent acts with a mercenary, which led me to sever her nose and execute her lover. She became subdued, and I allowed her to be. She gave birth to a daughter, and of course, she dared not approach for money and provisions. I pretended she did not exist, and it turned out well. Ramsay, the one you killed, was destined to grind grain for a lifetime and inherit the mill, but his mother incessantly instilled notions of rightful power into him. My progeny are few. All my illegitimate children were slain by Ramsay, and now you have taken my last one. If something were to happen to Domeric, who would inherit Terror Castle? Tell me, who shall it belong to, Bolton or Royce? He looked at me. Perhaps I must seek a woman to bear more offspring. I have sown many seeds, yet the results are scant, and it is all your fault and your mother's. You, who are not a man, and I, who do not slay my offspring. Thus she paid with her life for you. Southerners always speak of parricides meeting a grave without a resting place. Your life will never be easy. I gazed at him. Is this truly my father? This beast, this scoundrel, is my progenitor? Do not presume I will acknowledge you as my daughter, bastard. His tone remained monotonous. The people of the Seven Kingdoms say that the birth of a bastard arises from unchecked desires and deceitful flattery, that the blood spilled is as trivial as water, a breed of natural harlots and traitors. He approached me, and I looked up at him, accepting the truth. A bastard is a bastard. Do your utmost to mitigate my losses. You shall either aid me in forging alliances in bed, or help me control vassals or allies. There is but one rule. Without my consent, do not bear any illegitimate children. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. My principle is a harmonious land and a peaceful people. Do not let me hear of any disturbances or claims of being my daughter. Everything requires my permission. Do you comprehend? Yes, my lord. I remember everything. Ramsay's deeds, the actions of the vile, and the gaze of Sala. Whether it is the part of me that is native or the part that transcended time, I shall not forget. The old gods are listening, and Mother is watching. Everything shall find its answer, my answer. The North never forgets. Chapter 3, Terror Castle, Part 2. We tread upon the leaf-strewn path of the sacred wood, and I observe the man ahead. I can feel Sala's blue eyes upon me. I should strike this man, Lord Royce, for he has slain my mother. No, it was I who killed my mother. I felt as though my stomach had twisted into a knot, tears streaming down my cheeks as I silently wept under the gaze of the silent Bolton of the Red Keep. I dared not make a sound, for the individual before me cherished tranquility. Upon my return from the Weirwood Grove, I found myself back in the chambers of Lya Stark. Perhaps I would remain here indefinitely, akin to the Lya Stark of countless ages past, only able to glimpse the light of day when he required me to entertain his companions. He regarded me as a mere puppet to be manipulated at his whim, solely because I was his bastard. Enduring torment at his hands was my only fate. It mattered not. I reassured myself. I could endure, I could comply, yet I would not forget. As an unacknowledged Bolton, I vowed that one day I would tread the path of retribution he so relished, and I would strip the skin from his bones. Of course, I would not slay him, for a kinslayer finds no rest, and his existence would be far more agonizing than death, much like my own state at that moment. I lay upon the bed, the linens freshly replaced, still old but infinitely better than my home. I tossed and turned, unable to find solace, ultimately succumbing to a fitful slumber beneath the watchful gaze of sapphire-like eyes. Those eyes were strikingly clear and beautiful, imbued with sorrow and regret, like a whispering winter wind, bringing forth tears that soaked the wool beneath me. The following morning, after breakfast, I was grumpily summoned to the study of Lord Roose Bolton, though he was not present. Instead, I encountered Maester Uther, a balding old man whose skin resembled the most ancient trees of the Weirwood Grove, shriveled and heavily wrinkled, with eyelids perpetually drooping, immobile. I could almost see his form ensnared in cobwebs, so ancient and decrepit was he. Lya Stark, Lord Roose Bolton has instructed me to educate you, the maester began, his speech halting, leading me to ponder whether he might collapse at any moment. Grammar, lineage, heraldry, wines, food, cough. He sputtered through a multitude of terms, struggling to contain his cough, and went on to include matters of castle management, finances, and military affairs. What is the purpose of all this? Am I to govern this continent? I inquired, bewildered as to why a girl of little worth should be subjected to such an education. Maester Uther was remarkably forthright, stating, "The Lord commanded that." He paused for an extended moment, leading me to suspect he might have expired, nearly prompting me to check for his breath. "He requires you to become valuable. Let us begin." He extended a trembling hand, and I kindly handed him a cup, watching as he shakily drank, spilling a considerable amount in the process, an explanation for the musty odor that clung to him. Drawing upon my previous life's English education, I found myself adapting to the common tongue of this continent with relative ease, gradually familiarizing myself with this world. It was not Earth, but another realm entirely, Westeros. In this world, I found myself on the westernmost edge of human civilization on the continent of Westeros. I recited to Maester Uther, "I find myself in the eerie fortress, perched along the banks of the River of Tears in the north, a desolate expanse of Westeros, marked by its sparse population and simple folk, where the land is impoverished. Our lord is Lord Roose Bolton, whose governance is orderly, and his subjects live in comfort." This has been the most fictitious account I have penned across my past and present lives. Enough of that. You are a manuscript concerning history. The aged Maester Uther spoke in a languid manner. "Very well, Maester." I rummaged through the scroll I had written. The script was exquisite, far more elegant than the English I had inscribed in my previous life during primary school. "Would you care to review it?" "Recite it," he said slowly. "Then my handwriting may be a tad more careless. I truly am a mischievous girl." In the bygone era when the Bolton family reigned, countless kings vied for dominion over Westeros, ultimately coalescing into 7 kingdoms, such as the Stark family, vassals of Lord Roose Bolton, once the rulers of the north among the 7 kings. "Since you mention Westeros, you seem to have forgotten the lands beyond the wall, where there yet exists a king." "The king beyond the wall," he said in a dull, slow manner. "But never mind, continue." "Thereafter, Aegon Targaryen, the conqueror, along with his sisters Visenya and Rhaenys, crossed the sea on dragons, compelling the lords to kneel in submission through fire and death, forging the Iron Throne from the countless swords taken in battle, thereby establishing his unified kingdom." "Wait, Maester," he interjected, "not just sisters, but also wives." "Very well." I leaned upon the table, doodling absent-mindedly, then resumed. "That year is known as the first year of Aegon's reign, marking the inception of the current historical calendar of Westeros." "Continue, Snow," he instructed. "I, Lya Snow, was born in the year 281 of Aegon's reign, a year also referred to as the false spring, as the warming climate at winter's end misled the people into believing that spring had arrived. However, it was merely a jest played upon humanity by the erratic climate. 2 or 3 months later, winter returned with a vengeance, bringing heavy snowfall even to the south, subjecting the common folk to great suffering. Erratic climate? Since the dawn of history, the climate has always been unpredictable. This need not be emphasized. Caught out. I had forgotten. I unconsciously drew a comparison with Earth, a remnant of my past life. Ahem. I hastily continued. The climate in this world is far more capricious than mere weather. Winters and summers may last for years, with springs and autumns equally prone to such anomalies. In the year of my birth, the unusual climate and the folly of kings incited rebellion among the lords. Are you suggesting that the war of usurpers was related to the climate? The old man inquired. I did not teach you such, nor did the citadel convey this. You see, this war is also known as the false spring, is it not? Ahem, I pressed on. At that time, the North's guardian and vassal, Duke Eddard Stark, the East's guardian and Lord of the Vale, Duke John Arryn, the Lord of the Riverlands, Duke Hoster Tully, and the Lord of Storm's End, Duke Robert Baratheon, raised the banner of rebellion to avenge their kin, slain by the Mad King's indiscriminate bloodshed. Please revise the format. King Robert Baratheon was originally known as the Duke of Storm's End, just like the other lords. He smacked his lips against the cup, and I promptly offered it with both hands before continuing. Ultimately, the last king of the Targaryen dynasty, the Mad King Aerys, perished upon the Iron Throne, and the rebellious lords crowned Robert Baratheon, heralding the dawn of the Baratheon era. This conflict is referred to as the War of Usurpation. Presently, the rebels from that time still endure, their alliance is steadfast. Thus, in the year 288 of the age of Aegon, I am but 7 years old, with summer just beginning, and Westeros enjoys a period of peace. That is all, my bachelor. I closed my scroll. Maester Uther shook his head, declaring that I would be a noble or perhaps destined to become one, and instructed me to retrieve the second book from the third shelf of the bookcase. Obediently, I reached for the scholarly anthology from the Citadel, turning to page 250 to read the third paragraph. He spoke, and I complied, carefully cradling the hefty tome and opening the thick parchment pages. Robert Baratheon's claim to the throne was not solely due to the rebels' victory. He was indeed one of the rightful heirs to the throne, being the closest to it outside the Targaryen lineage. Yes, that is the passage, Maester Uther affirmed. I continued, noting that the Targaryen bloodline had dwindled, seemingly leaving no survivors, and even if there were, they remained far across the seas. The Baratheon lineage, tracing back to Aegon the Conqueror, included Robert's ancestor, Princess Rhaella Targaryen, daughter of Aegon V, which legitimized his claim to kingship. That is the crux of the matter, Snow. Mere warfare is insufficient. It instills only fear in the hearts of men. It is the law, rooted in bloodline, that provides the rightful foundation for ascending to the throne. Of nonsense. What lineage does Aegon the Conqueror possess, the Dragon King? No, even the earliest Valyrians were merely shepherd tribes. By midday, our morning lessons concluded, and I had begun to speculate on the reasons behind such education. Lord Roose Bolton requires me to penetrate the ranks of enemies or allies alike. This engagement must be multifaceted. I must embody the grace and knowledge of a noble lady, demonstrating refined taste in fine wines and meals, so that the lords may covet my presence. Concurrently, I must learn to evade poison and administer it to those who warrant it. I must also comprehend castle defenses and troop arrangements, master wealth and assets, and either lead an army or establish one. This preparation is essential should I need to replace my future lover, thereby providing substantial support to House Bolton. After all, mere seduction and mischief will not yield significant accomplishments. A pawn devoid of governance capabilities would only hinder Lord Roose Bolton. It seems I am to serve as a spy. I am doubtful that Lord Roose believes I have forgotten about Sara. Does he truly think that after acquiring such knowledge, I would not seek revenge? Or does he presume that by lifting me from the struggles and hardships of commoners, providing me with finer garments, sustenance, and noble education, I would consider it a rare blessing worthy of gratitude? No, all I desire is my mother. Perhaps he is utterly indifferent, unconcerned with my hatred, my suffering. To the Count of Terror Castle, I am nothing. He possesses the confidence that I shall never rise against him. I am oblivious to his thoughts. Yet from my limited acquaintance with him, one truth is irrefutable. He seeks to extract every ounce of value from me. My mother's striking blue eyes gaze upon me, and I vow not to disappoint her. In the afternoon, I was taken to the courtyard of Terror Castle, where Sir Rhagamar Sykes, an insufferably arrogant lord who had once led the capture of my mother and me from our home, awaited. He is the instructor of Terror Castle, destined to teach me horsemanship. You shall begin with riding the ponies, Snow, he declared, barely sparing me a glance. as if I were mere weeds growing beneath the stone walls rather than the daughter of Terror Castle. I will provide you with the special tack once used by Lord Dominic Bolton's legitimate son. He emphasized the term, but make sure to clean it thoroughly after use. The lady commands that if your scent remains, you shall be punished. Sir Ragomar conveyed this as if the tack were a rare treasure, while I felt as though I were coated in filth. In due course, I would learn to care for the horses, familiarizing myself with these magnificent creatures, as I would need to serve the lords of Terror Castle and their steeds when the occasion arose. Then there was the dog trainer, Old Bone, a grizzled man who taught me the art of skinning. Naturally, he could find no living creature for me to practice upon, so we skinned rabbits instead. Old Bone informed me that sometimes Lord Luke Bolton would indulge in hunting, and it was said that he had encountered Ramsay Snow's mother during one of these excursions, subsequently sowing the seeds of our lineage. When I was to meet the venerable Count of Terror Castle himself, I would need to prepare to skin wild boars, deer, foxes, and wolves, and occasionally bears. I could not comprehend why I was to learn such a gruesome skill. I could not bring myself to harm such adorable creatures as rabbits. I could only hope that I would merely be skinning the game, nothing more. After some time, Lord Luke Bolton summoned a nun from the south, and I overheard murmurs referring to her as a woman from the valley. Shortly thereafter, I was called to his private quarters, where he lay upon his bed, his chest and limbs covered in leeches. I had heard that these leeches came from the neck marshes, and that the collection of a single barrel of fresh ones often cost lives. "This is your charge, Lya Snow," Lord Luke Bolton intoned softly as ever. "Sister Kira, teach her etiquette, dance, and matters of dress." Sister Kira regarded me with a slight smile. Her face was broad, her lips full, her nose flat, draped in a gray robe that concealed all but her face and hands. I surmised that such a visage would certainly put Lord Luke Bolton's wife at ease. "Look, what a charming young lady," she exclaimed. "I assure you, Lord Bolton, she will be a delightful lady. And as for you, dear Lya, I shall instruct you in etiquette and dance, in attire, as well as embroidery and faith. In the name of the 7 gods, I pledge." She endeavored to be amiable, yet her employer was cold and unyielding. The Northerners are descendants of the first men, and in this land, there exists only the old gods, with no sanctuary for the 7. Do not attempt to erect a sept here. I learned from Maester Uther that in ancient times, the first men were widespread across Westeros until the Undulls crossed the sea, bringing with them their 7. In this present age, among the descendants of the first men, only the Northerners and a few from the south still revere the old gods. The Undulls, through war and marriage, gained dominion over regions beyond the north, with most of their progeny being adherents of the 7, who, to distinguish them from the old gods, are often referred to as the new gods. The new gods delight in extracting oaths from their followers, demanding total devotion to their faith. Thus, they possess churches, nuns, and monks, which the old gods lack. This was the explanation provided to me by Maester Uther. Returning to my current predicament, Lord Bolton calmly declared, "Do not apply southern customs here. I do not require a lady. What you must teach is etiquette, dance, and attire." Sister Kyra's lips parted, yet she ultimately refrained from protest, perhaps having heard of the horrors that haunt the Dreadfort. Later, Sister Kyra instructed me on the proper way to walk in the courtyard, seemingly averse to remaining in the dim confines of the Dreadfort. From the south to the north, Lya, every castle has been the site of countless deaths. Yet only this one instills a sense of dread within me. Sister Kyra lamented, then continued to bestow upon me a gentle smile. "I shall transform you into a maiden worthy of marrying into House Redwine, House Hightower, or House Rowan. Even the most fastidious of elders shall find no fault in you." These 3 families are the great nobles of the Reach, a region abundant in both population and wealth, while also upholding the most traditional chivalric values and codes of honor. Redwine. Maester Uther rubbed his wrinkled chin, gesturing toward the 4th shelf, 3rd volume of the Reach's lineage, page 150. Read it for yourself and summarize it. Keep it simple, cough. The House Redwine boasts a formidable navy that rivals the king's fleet, and their fief, the Arbor, produces the most exquisite wine in the world. I dutifully recited. House Hightower controls Old Town, the 2nd largest city in Westeros, amassing wealth through trade. Old Town is also home to the Citadel, and this family may possess undisclosed secrets. The lands of House Rowan encompass the northern part of the Reach, rich in resources and numerous vassals. In comparison, the ruling house of the Reach, House Tyrell, is somewhat unremarkable. In terms of lineage, they are merely the former stewards of the Reach's royal gardens. Thus, although House Tyrell nominally governs the entire Reach, they perpetually bear the burden of greater costs and time to consolidate their domain. In the course of our subsequent interactions, I came to realize that Sister Kayla, though a native of the valley, had once studied at the Cathedral of Our Lady in the old town of Riverbend. She endeavored to instill in me the faith of the seven gods and sought to probe my identity, yet I remained steadfastly reticent. I had cautioned her, but she disregarded my warning. I had to safeguard my own interests. Ultimately, I found myself fearful of Lord Roose Bolton and apprehensive that others might report my actions to him, for his gaze was ubiquitous. Thus, I preemptively disclosed Sister Kayla's situation to Lord Roose Bolton before anyone else could. Sister Kayla had her tongue severed and her eyes gouged out. She was exiled from the Terror Fortress. Perhaps she would henceforth be relegated to the life of a silent sister, a group tasked with collecting nameless corpses, a fate that seemed rather fitting for her drab gray robes. For the sake of her sapphire-like eyes, I felt compelled to procure them from Kayla. Lord Roose Bolton then summoned Sister Mia, a teacher with a horse-like visage, who spoke far less than her predecessor. 3 months later, Lord Roose Bolton called for me. The attendants quietly withdrew, and I took the bucket, gingerly placing the leeches upon Lord Roose Bolton's chest and limbs. My fingers were nimble and deft, which is why the clumsy attendant readily entrusted this task to me. You have studied for quite some time. They say books are the minds of the dead. Surely, you have consumed quite a bit of wisdom by now, he remarked languidly. Let us begin from the foundation, starting with the Bolton family. Yes, my lord, I acquiesced. The Bolton family of the Terror Fortress bears the sigil of a flayed man in crimson, with the family motto proclaiming my blade is sharp. Their liege is the Guardian of the North and Lord of Winterfell, Duke Eddard Stark. Presently, the Count of Terror Fortress is Lord Roose Bolton, and his wife is Lady Bethany Lyswell. Their sole legitimate son is Domeric Bolton, along with a multitude of deceased bastards. Thanks to Ramsay's deeds, the Stark family of Winterfell, I continued, is emblazoned with the sigil of a running wolf upon the snowfield. And their motto is Winter is coming. Their sovereign is Robert Baratheon, the king of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. This string of titles is rather lengthy. I paused to catch my breath. The current Duke of Winterfell is Lord Eddard Stark, and his wife is Lady Catelyn Tully. They have a son and a daughter, named Robb Stark and Sansa Stark, and it is said that Lady Catelyn is currently with child. It is likely that Lady Catelyn is expecting Arya Stark, while Brandon Stark, commonly referred to as Bran, and Rickon Stark, as mentioned in the original text and television series, have yet to be born. Lord Roose Bolton posed several inquiries, seemingly to gauge my intellect and the efficacy of my studies. Southerners often assert that men conquer with the sword in their hand and the sword between their legs, while women achieve their ambitions through their wits and charms. A sweet tongue can maximize one's utility, pleasing all whom one encounters and endearing oneself to everyone. It was indeed a preposterous notion. He, the most disquieting figure in this world, expected me to be the most amiable. After dinner, Bayshani wishes to see you. She once urged me to marry you off to her cousin, Rickard Lesweir. Rickard, however, has had a quarrel with his cousin, and he is known for his unsavory habits and has suffered from a disfiguring ailment. Moreover, he is both aged and lame, making him an undesirable match. It would be prudent to dissuade Bayshani from troubling me with such matters. My energies should not be wasted on a useless wretch. Bayshani Lesweir is his wife, and I surmise she is the first person I must seek to appease. As a wife, she likely harbors little fondness for bastards, which could explain why I have not encountered her until now. Naturally, I shall not dine with Lord and Lady Roose Bolton, who will indulge in rich gravies, white bread, and fresh fruits and vegetables. Instead, I am confined to Lyra's chamber, where my black bread is excessively hard and must be soaked to be palatable, containing bran, wood shavings, and pebbles. In one dreadful instance, I even fished out a mouse's head, still covered in fur. I suspect he is targeting me intentionally. No, it is clear he is doing so, and I must endure it for the sake of Sara. When I meet Lady Bayshani Lesweir, I shall don a simple gray shirt and a brown leather vest, accompanied by a linen skirt of pale green. Although my meals leave much to be desired, Lord Roose Bolton values cleanliness, thus my attire and chamber remain tidy. Lady Bayshani, I am Lya Snow, grateful for your care and protection, and I wish you well. I softly utter, attempting to embody the innocence and purity befitting a 7-year-old girl. Of course, thank you, little bastard Lya. Lady Bayshani, now over 40, bears a sickly pallor, her square face adorned with a somewhat stern expression. Save such flattery for the queen or king, it gives me goosebumps. You ought to have called yourself Alice Nora. She gestured for a goblet, and I caught a whiff of the fragrant and rich aroma. The wine surely far surpassed the sour concoction the guards consume. When the servants informed me, I was incensed. I told my husband it was unacceptable. Just listen to that name. It sounds like something a butcher's daughter in a fishing village would choose. Even if she bleeds filthy blood, it is still your filthy blood. He acquiesced and granted you this name from the mountains. Do you like it? Thank you, my lady. I do like this name, the name of a mountain clan. Initially, your cousin was reluctant to bear a child, but I persuaded her with a whip, then plied her with drink. She sobbed, confiding her troubles, and I warned her that next time, my husband would be the one visiting, and her misfortunes could multiply. She mustered a weak smile. You see, people only recognize fear when danger is imminent. I assumed you would be wild, given your mountain name, yet you are rather agreeable. Indeed, my lady, thanks to your influence, I will be well behaved. I donned a shy smile, concealing the anger that arose from her humiliation. Very well, adhere to the rules and maintain your silence. My husband prefers an atmosphere of harmony and a tranquil populace. She was likely quite satisfied, savoring her exquisite wine, her chin slightly raised as she instructed, my son, Domric Bolton, will return next week. I shall assign you a maid, the one they call Red Jenny, the red-haired daughter of the cook. And yes, there is also a velvet dress. The clever girl measured you during your last bath, although it will be a bit loose since you are still growing. I graciously expressed my gratitude and repeatedly vowed to adhere to the rules, striving to use my intellect to determine my actions rather than my emotions. This allowed me to cautiously gauge the lady's thoughts, ensuring that I made not a single misstep, rather than inadvertently shoving her wine cup into her nostrils. Yet, she still found it insufficient. I could discern the urgency in her gaze, how greedy she was. Thus, I knelt, overwhelmed with gratitude, my hands clenched into fists, my nails digging into my flesh, for in her eyes, I was deserving of kneeling. By the time Domric Bolton returned, the year was nearing its end. The following year would mark 289 in the age of Aegon, and I would be 8 years old. My naming day was in January. But Sara said it could not be determined to a specific date. Therefore, over the past few years, throughout January, my mother and I would whimsically choose a day to celebrate my naming, selecting a day when the mood was favorable. I stood among the welcoming party, clad in a red velvet frock, our silence so profound that it made me feel we were not there to greet someone, but rather to bid farewell, leading me to believe I should be donned in black attire and a mourning veil, if it were indeed a farewell. The most death-like figures present would be Lord and Lady Bolton. Do you know what Domric does in the Dustin family, bastard? Bolton's voice remained as monotonous as ever. He serves the widow of the Dustin family, the noble Lady Barbara Lisa, who, along with Lady Bethany, hails from the same lineage. In other words, 2 women from House Lisa married into the Boltons and Dustins, creating a subtle alliance between the Dustin family of the Haunted Mound, the Lisa family of the Stream, and the Bolton family of the Dread Fortress. You truly think of it as an alliance? Allow me to elucidate. Lord Bolton remarked nonchalantly. Lady Barbara Lisa had been married to Earl William Dustin for less than half a year when he heeded the call of Duke Ed Stark, journeying south to war, only to perish beneath the Tower of Joy in Dorne. When his liege, Ed Stark, returned to the north, he came back empty-handed. Do you perceive a problem here, bastard? Indeed, it was a matter of concern, my lord. Moreover, what of this liege, Duke Ed Stark? He returned from the south with a bastard named Jon Snow, while he himself sought merriment, forgetting the loyal warriors who fought for him. Indeed, he abandoned the remains and widows of his own soldiers for the sake of a bastard. I sensed the frigid gaze of Lord Roose Bolton as he uttered those words, and I comprehended his intent, a warning not to harbor any discontent due to the treatment of bastards from other houses. For he would show no mercy and would not hesitate to sacrifice me if necessary. Eddard Stark raised arms for vengeance on behalf of his family, forsaking the loyal subjects who wept for him. He was oblivious to the true essence of honor, which bred a deep-seated animosity within Lady Baelish towards the Stark lineage. The proximity of our 3 houses, rather than being rooted in the bonds of marriage, was instead born from a shared disdain for the Starks. Such words were terrifying. I felt my lips tremble. How dare he speak so candidly? The Stark family had promised to care for each and every subject, to protect every vassal. Yet all bore witness to Eddard Stark's failure to uphold this duty, leaving the neglected vassals with bitter resentment. Thus, when one intends to breach a vow, it is prudent to do so discreetly. Otherwise, one should not blame their subjects for their betrayal. Naturally, Roose Bolton nonchalantly asserted our loyalty and our commitment to fulfill all obligations. But what obligations? I recalled the future events from the original tale, where he personally eliminated Lord Robb Stark. Was he merely comforting himself with the notion that Robb had violated his marriage contract first? On the horizon appeared the banners of the 3 houses, with the Bolton sigil trailing behind. Domeric Bolton, though the sole legitimate son and heir, was reduced to the status of a mere squire, his position yet to be elevated. As the procession approached, I noticed the twin-axe crown banner of House Dustin predominating. followed by the golden-brown leopard-striped banner of House Stade, a vassal of House Dustin. They drew near, and the nobles dismounted, and we advanced to greet them. Lord Roose Bolton offered bread and salt to the guests, expressing gratitude for their guidance of Domeric Bolton. Under the witness of the old gods, the guests and host would disarm and hang their weapons upon the walls, partaking in a feast, a sacred rite of hospitality that none would dare violate. I felt a profound awkwardness and uncertainty. I was neither a Bolton daughter nor connected to the nobility. Yet here I stood in a gown of fine fabric instead of the garb of a servant, positioned among the ranks to welcome the guests. What identity could I invoke to speak? I sensed the eyes of the arriving guests appraising me. Was I to remain silent? Regardless, I managed to smile, albeit stiff and reminiscent of a carved visage upon a fish scale. I followed behind the lady, accompanied by my maid, Red Jenny, who, despite being my servant, towered over me and often cuddled me to sleep. Together we attended to the ladies among the guests. Who is she, Bissani? Lya Stark, Baelish, a bastard. Bissani replied with a smile that flushed my cheeks. I felt as though she wished to see me humiliated. No, she was also targeting Baelish. Baelish had no children. Did she intend to make Baelish aware that besides her son, there was also a bastard present? Is she a child of Roose? Baelish inquired promptly. No, not at all. She is a bastard, unwanted by anyone. Lady Barbara nodded in understanding. That may be true, but I would rather my husband leave me a few bastards than allow me to grow old beside a multitude of graves. The Dustin family boasts a rich heritage. In times long past, they called themselves the kings of the wild graves, and even further back, they were the guardians of ancient kings' tombs. Now, as vassals of House Stark, the Dustin family has remained loyal and valiant until the recent war of usurpation, which has bred animosity. The gazes upon me suddenly averted, and Lady Bethany's words left me feeling somewhat despondent. At that moment, I felt akin to a beautifully dressed savage, uncertain where to place my hands or which foot to advance first. I had once fancied myself one of them, believing I could laugh delicately and sing sweetly with the noblewomen, but I was mistaken. I was a wretched bastard. Wait, someone was still watching me. I could feel the heat of their gaze. I lowered my head, feeling unremarkable, feigning ignorance as I trailed behind the ladies. Suddenly, I felt someone grasp my arm. It was a young man, his hand calloused yet gentle. Strangely, his warmth matched my own, contrary to what I usually experienced with others, like Sara, who was exceptionally warm. I turned to see a pair of pale eyes mirroring mine, dark hair framing a smile at the corners of his lips. It was Domeric Bolton. I recognized his face immediately, so strikingly similar to my own, the legitimate son, the heir of Roose Bolton. What was he smiling about? Sister, he said with a smile, revealing a truth that his father had strictly forbidden anyone to speak of. Chapter 4, King's Road, Section 1. I had never encountered such gray eyes. Roose Bolton's gaze was as cold as ice, while my own were dull and lifeless. Domeric's pale gray eyes resembled melting snow, eager and sincere. As I took my seat at the banquet, I continued to ponder his eyes, feeling my mother's blue gaze and his gray one intertwining beautifully. The guests at the head table engaged in lively toasts. Seated at the servants' table outside the hall, I felt flustered and blushed, avoiding the gaze of my half-brother. I noticed Domeric Bolton appear, a harp resting against his shoulder as he bowed to every direction. His fingers were long and nimble, gliding over the wooden spine of the harp as he began to play, serenading the bygone days before the arrival of Conqueror Aegon. Tales of the Storm King Duran and Aenys, the dreams of sea and wind. He deftly plucked the strings, recounting the conflict between the Targaryen princess and queen from 150 years prior, lamenting the shadow of great wings, the clash of countless ships, the frenzy of blood dragons, and the mutual slaughter among kin, as the dragon's daughter wept over Blackwater, the lament of colossal beasts crashing into the ocean. I had once thought he would be another Roose Bolton, but it was well known that the Lord of the Dreadfort, Roose Bolton, never sang. He is far more terrifying than Bolton, instilling a sense of dread within me, for I harbor a deep-seated loathing for Roose Bolton and Baelish. Yet I cannot bring myself to hate him, Domeric Bolton. The following day, in the study, Maester Uther was instructing me on the noble houses and heraldry of Dorne when Domeric made his entrance. Lya, I procured this pen and parchment for you during my visit to White Harbor. I heard you have taken up your studies. To my surprise, I found no disdain in his addressing me as Lya, yet I remained cautious, maintaining my decorum and keeping him at arm's length. Thank you, my lord, I replied, bowing slightly. Such generosity overwhelms me. In the courtyard during the second week, as I wobbled atop a small horse, Sir Roga Baratheon led forth a magnificent steed. Come, Lya, let me take you for a ride. Dominic stroked the mane of the white horse, a faint smile gracing his lips. I understood that a bastard could not refuse the requests of a young lord. Gradually, I began to see him daily. He skillfully skinned hides, his knife dancing in his hands. Despite merely being 12, he was agile enough to spar with adults. He spoke little, preferring to express himself through the harp. I detested the Bolton family, yet I could not deny my jealousy of Dominic. Being a legitimate son in Westeros, he was afforded privileges, and within the walls of Harrenhal, everyone treated him with respect, an honor I would never attain. He possessed everything a common girl, a bastard, could desire, and this fueled my animosity. However, I noticed that my meals had transformed into delicacies reserved for the Lord. Red Jenny no longer regarded me as a mere doll, but would curtsy in my presence. I discovered that I began to relax in Dominic's company. I followed him clandestinely behind the castle at night, practicing swordplay with wooden sticks, which was little more than playful sparring. I realized I had given him a nickname, calling him Skinner, which irked him, as he jested about my mockery of his family's sigil, dubbing me a gloomy creature. I found myself growing fond of this brother. I recognized that I was beginning to accept him as my brother, accepting Dominic. Yet, Sara's blue eyes shone so brightly, illuminating my dreams each night. I nearly convinced myself to embrace this life, but I could not forget. I could not forget Sara's gaze. Alas, the North never forgets. On that fateful afternoon, I walked with my head bowed through the castle's corridors, returning to Lya's chamber from the courtyard, only to find him blocking my door. His pale gray eyes calm and gentle, warmth concealed beneath the surface. Gloomy creature, it's mealtime, he remarked with a hint of a smile. You shouldn't be here. You know I always dine in my room, I retorted, mimicking his posture by leaning against the wall with my hands behind my back. He scrutinized me, our pale gray eyes locking in a silent exchange. You're such a tiny thing, trying to imitate me. It's rather amusing. I raised my chin defiantly. I am far more clever than you, Skinner. They say you are well versed in history, but you have not read as many books as I have. Ah, a learned sister. A diminutive lady scholar, he teased. I am not your sister. I spoke candidly, and a moment of silence enveloped us. I turned my head away, deliberately allowing my dark hair to obscure my face, idly twisting the small leather boot upon my foot. I longed for siblings. Yet my mother could not conceive or failed to bring them to term. I had heard whispers of an illegitimate brother, but my father informed me that he had perished, along with others. They are not my mother, nor he my father, while your illegitimate brethren have been lost to Ramsay's hand. Your brothers have systematically eliminated one another, and your sisters have severed the heads of their own kin, inflicting harm and erasure upon one another, while you remain shielded by your parents' protection. You are so naive, so innocent, so foolish. I suspect that, had I not been present, Ramsay would have claimed you. Thoughts of Ramsay Snow resurfaced, alongside memories of the vile man, and the haunting gaze of my mother, Sala. She had once attempted to share with me the truths of my existence, but I had allowed Ramsay and the vile man to slip into oblivion. I did not wish for her to witness the brutality that marred my memories of growth. Mother, you might invite Lord Roose Bolton out to continue his sowing. There are plenty of women in the Dreadfort capable of bearing children. You would have siblings, countless siblings. I whispered softly. At that moment my voice echoed that of Roose Bolton. He seized my sleeve tightly, and I was taken aback, bewildered as I gazed at him before instinctively retracting my hand. What are you doing, flaying harp? His words startled me. Let us dine, sister, he insisted firmly. I struggled, lowly growling my protest, yet he resolutely lifted me into his arms, heading towards the dining hall. I was astounded, and overwhelming fear compelled tears to stream down my face. Please no, I do not call you flaying harp. Please, please no. I implored him in a hushed tone, but he remained unmoved. This is your due. You are a Bolton, my sister. You are meant to be Lya Bolton, not some Snow, he asserted. I wiped my tears away, aware that the guards and servants were observing, trembling with fear, disregarding my present appearance. What a fool he is to believe he can command me. He set me down at the threshold, and I turned back, pleading with my gaze, but Dominic Bolton merely smiled gently, wiping away the remnants of my tears, his palm resting on my back as he guided me into the dining hall. I had never entered this space before. I had attended feasts, yet at those times, servants would tidy the castle's great hall, with my place set beyond its confines. The dining hall was reserved for the Boltons. I beheld the candles upon the chandelier, the flames flickering brightly, illuminating the space in a manner I had never known within the Dreadfort. Bowing my head, I offered my regards to the murderer of my mother, to the woman who regarded me with disdain. The couple remained silent, and I too was rendered mute as Dominic pressed me into a chair. Lord Roose Bolton and Lady Bethany Lyswell fixated upon my face, igniting a flush upon my cheeks. my lips pressed tightly together in tension. I heard Demillion Bolton narrating in a calm manner, and I observed the couple commencing their meal in silence. I noticed Dominic placing cutlery before me. However, I was unaccustomed to using knives and forks, only adept at employing a spoon in my hands. Thankfully, I had some exposure in my past life, albeit clumsily fumbling. How foolish I felt, akin to a lump of mud intruding upon a lavish ball. It seemed I had overlooked the dining etiquette, and my ineptitude with cutlery barred me from the grand hall. In response, Lord Roose Bolton merely commented lightly, suggesting I inform Sister Mia not to forget to teach me the manners appropriate for the table. This hurdle was overcome, and I sighed in relief. Yet, not entirely. In the night, as I slept soundly, a sudden knock on the door roused me. Blinking away sleep, I looked up to find the door ajar. And there stood Lord Roose Bolton, his gaze chilling enough to induce panic within me, banishing all remnants of drowsiness. We proceeded to bathe, dress, and dine, and then we set off. I complied, albeit bewildered, and soon found myself in the courtyard, where the guards were busily attending to their duties. Alongside Sir Ragapur and Iron Leg Walton, the riders of the terrifying fortress brandished the flag of the Skinners. I was embraced by Lord Roose Bolton, his hands devoid of warmth, resembling a cold machine. He placed me atop a horse, taking position behind me, and with a flick of the reins, our gray cloaks billowed as the cavalry commenced its march. Under the glow of the full moon, we embarked, flanked by 10 cavalrymen on either side. I gripped the saddle tightly, fearful of being thrown off as we rode past the shadowy forest, a place that instilled great dread within me. I was convinced something lurked in those woods, trailing our procession, as I heard the haunting howls and whimpers of a wolf pack. I inched closer to Lord Roose Bolton, only to be reminded that he was my adversary, likely irate over my presence at his family's table. Would he punish me for my transgression? Would he take my life or abandon me in the wilderness? I felt as though I could see those sapphire-like eyes. Sara, mother, perhaps this would be for the best. Death would bring finality, and I would not resist eternal slumber, longing to return to my mother's embrace. I heard Lord Roose Bolton speak. His voice resonated within my chest, devoid of any superfluous tremor, barely perceptible. Even sitting so close, I needed to concentrate to discern his words. The Malister family, he declared. Instinctively, I began to recite. The Malister family of Hyjong City, their crest depicting a silver eagle soaring against an indigo backdrop, their motto being unattainable. Sworn to the Lord of the Riverlands, Duke Horst Tully of Bindi City. The current Count of Hyjong City is Jason Malister, his wife being Ethia Vance from Lyshe City. And their heir is Patrick Malister, their only son. Hyjong City, I promptly replied. Hyjong City is located on the western coast of the Riverlands, south of Eagle's Horn, with the source of the Blue Fork River to the east. In the past, it was constructed as a fortress to fend off invasions from the Iron Island denizens across the sea, boasting a formidable wall facing the ocean. While the inland side is more vulnerable to assault, you shall become the maidservant of Lady Evie Evans, and you are to serve her for 3 years. His tone remained as flat and unchanging as ever, as if he were merely instructing me to fetch new leeches from the courtyard, rather than sending me away from the north to the southern lands, to the Riverlands south of the Neck. A sense of confusion washed over me. I had overheard Sister Mia mention that the nobility of the south often engaged in such practices, sending their children to other noble households as attendants, foster children, or retainers to deepen familial ties, expand connections, and seek potential marriage prospects. If it were a duke's house, they would be sent to the royal family in the capital, King's Landing, for earls and lesser lords, to dukes or other earls. The specific destination and role were largely determined by the age and status of the minors involved. Eddard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell, and Robert Baratheon, the King of Westeros, had both been sent as foster sons to Lord Jon Arryn of the Vale during their youth. Of course, at that time, Robert was not yet a king, but merely the son of a duke. I suspected that their absence from the Targaryen court was due to the madness and cruelty of King Aerys II Targaryen, which would have posed a constant threat to their lives. I was uncertain of the circumstances back then. Who could say for sure? In any case, for a bastard like me, to serve as a maid in the household of an earl was already a significant elevation in status. I could comprehend Lord Roose Bolton's ambition. Naturally, he would seek to cultivate relationships with nobility beyond the north. Hence the decision to send his child to the Meryn family of the coastal town of the Riverlands was not surprising. What puzzled me was why it was I, an unacknowledged bastard, and why now, so abruptly? We traversed the river under the cover of night. It was evident that the Earl of the Dreadfort had dispatched his men ahead, preparing boats for our crossing. We crossed the river twice, the water dark and foreboding, and I clutched the edge of the swaying vessel. He continued to ride with me, and I could endure it no longer. I wrapped my arms around the horse's neck, still uncomfortable, and leaned back, gradually succumbing to slumber, resting against a cool piece of leather. As dawn broke, my legs felt weak and numb. Lord Roose Bolton was an adept rider, and our pace was brisk. I gazed at the plains sprawling beneath the hooves of the horse, with distant hills barely visible. In my dazed state, it was not until the sun rose higher that I regained my senses, realizing our location. We were on the King's Road, built by King Jaehaerys of the Targaryen dynasty, stretching from the desolate lands of the Wall in the far north to the stormlands of the south, bridging the realms. In the distance, I spotted a gathering of people and horses, and I recognized the silver trout banner of Riverrun and the silver eagle banner of the coastal town. Fluttering in the morning breeze, Lord Roose Bolton began to slow his horse, halting us at a distance of 40 yards. He lifted me down from the saddle, and as we walked together, he suddenly spoke. "Do not entice Domarillion, and do not let me discover that you carry his seed. Otherwise, I shall flay your skin." A chill coursed through my heart, my lungs and stomach twisting in turmoil. I gazed at him in disbelief. How dare he make such an accusation? How could he? That was my brother. Would I ever stoop to seducing him? Do you think I am like you? Do you believe I am capable of such base actions? My chest heaved with emotion, tears welling in my eyes as I halted my steps, and he mirrored my pause, our gazes locking in a tense standoff. I glared at him, on the brink of madness. What kind of beast would dare to suspect his own daughter? And pregnant, no less? That is your son. Your very own son, and I am his sister. Are you aware of the absurdity of your words? Scoundrel, to suggest that a close familial bond implies seduction? What madness resides in the mind of Lord Roose Bolton? Then, the leech of a man, this old skinflint, seized me and dragged me towards the riverbank. I will not. We have nothing of the sort. I protested, my voice tinged with indignation, but he ignored me, his expression as impassive as ever. Third segment. Good day, Lord Roose Bolton. The greeting came from a youthful nobleman, his chestnut hair lightly stubbled, perhaps in a bid to cultivate a beard, but neglecting his chin and jawline. I noticed the silver trout adorning his blue velvet tunic. He was a member of the Tully family, likely Edmure Tully, the sole son of Lord Hoster Tully. Lord Roose Bolton pressed down on my shoulder as we came to a standstill, my chest still rising and falling, tears accumulating once more. Good day, Lord Edmure Tully. And Sir Patrick Mallister. A knight. Much like Sir Roga Malsis, Sir Patrick Mallister must have sworn his knighthood to the Seven. A shield for the people and a sword for the lords. I knew few knights, only recognizing Sir Roga Malsis, as many northern families did not boast such figures. Most northern nobles were followers of the old gods, who required no oaths or swords offered in devotion. They spurned the night watches and the septs and refused to anoint themselves with holy oil, unwilling to become the heroes sung of by the people of the south. I had heard knights were not to be like Sir Roga. Every knight from the south was meant to be valiant, skilled, and steadfast in character. It is my honor. Lord Bolton, Sir Patrick replied, a proud man with brown hair and gray-blue eyes, his demeanor rigid and precise, exuding an air of honor. Winter has passed, Edmure remarked, his smile unwavering, while the Starks would mutter, winter is coming. It seemed the tides had turned. My sister was pregnant again, and I was bound for Winterfell to see her. It would be difficult to encounter you, Lord Roose Bolton. This marks our second meeting since Ned and Catelyn's marriage. May the Seven bless us, Sir Patrick sighed, fidgeting with a napkin, as if to shield his face. Their wedding had not been so cold. Summer had commenced. Yet the winds here were far harsher than those of Seagard. In my childhood, I had heard my nurse speak of the winds from the Iron Islands, sharp as blades against the skin. Little did I know, the northern winds were even more biting, even in the summer. Indeed, Lord Edmund Tully, it is a pleasure to meet you. The soft-spoken words of Lord Lusporton are more cutting than the northern winds. I shall extend an invitation for you to visit the Castle of Terror, where he presented me before you both, his gaze fixed upon Sir Patrick Mallister. Lady Lya Snow. I hope she may serve Lady Aphia Vance in Seaside City, and I seek your approval for this wish. Should you wish to understand the northern winds, I invite you to journey there in winter, to the fringes of the Wall of Despair, to Bear Island, to Widow's Watch, to Seal Bay. The winter gales of the north are particularly fierce, sweeping away eggs, stripping skin, and causing blood to freeze upon flesh. Sir Patrick Mallister, with his mouth half open, listened to Lord Lusporton's understated remarks. He glanced at my face, especially my eyes, and then seemed to comprehend. Of course, it is an honor for Mallister. And indeed for us, as I mean to say that Lyaera can assist in caring for my mother. Naturally, no one would interpret his words as an invitation to brave the elements and freeze to death. It is said that Mallister is proud, rigid, and adheres strictly to decorum. Had Lord Lusporton been more subtle in his request, it might have been politely declined. However, his candor left Sir Patrick at a loss to refuse outright. Yet, as far as I am aware, the Castle of Terror and Seaside City have no dealings with one another, nor any kinship. Their relationship not close enough to warrant assistance in child-rearing. Thus, this gesture is rather abrupt and exceedingly inappropriate. Therefore, I express my gratitude and wish both of you blessings from the old and new gods. Lord Roose Bolton spoke no more, his hand leaving my shoulder as he departed, leaving the anxious me with the two lords. He was born in winter, and after a moment, Edmund commented to his friend Patrick that he felt quite cold upon his arrival, mistaking the season's change. Sir Patrick Mallister ruffled my hair playfully, leaving it in disarray. I looked at him, my heart heavy with worry, yet I forced a smile upon my face, hoping he would not mistreat me. Perhaps he thought an additional child was of little consequence, considering I was not an enemy, or perhaps he might decide to strangle me in my sleep tonight. Dismissing the couple who had once passed through the Castle of Terror, I knew that even if I perished in the south, the Castle of Terror would feel no sorrow, at most demanding an explanation from Sir Patrick and a compensation. I had heard tales of young girls sent to other families, how wretchedly they fared, subjected to beatings and abuse, enduring unspeakable torments, their bodies ultimately devoured by rats, left to weep only in their parents' dreams. Mallister, known for his pride, might disdain such atrocities. Yet, who can truly know? I am delighted to accompany you, Sir Patrick Mallister. It is my honor to care for your mother, and I shall grow fond of Seaside City, ensuring her well-being. I commanded myself to forget the insults of my biological father, suppressing my own grievances and discomfort, refusing to dwell on the uncertain twists of my future. Sara was watching me. I must not appear too fragile. That is quite agreeable. My family and I all cherish children. My father has only me, and my wife has remained childless. He smiled, embracing me as we followed Edmure Tully, merging into the throng. You sit in the carriage. We have procured furs and brought gifts from House Stark. Be careful not to damage them, child. There are no handmaidens. You must tend to yourself. He settled me in the carriage, then turned to arrange the saddlery, saying, to be honest, I was quite taken aback when your father's men caught up with us. I responded decisively, no, my lord, he is not my father. Then I am not a silver trout, but a blue trout, Edmure interjected. There is no blue trout family in this world, clearly, girl. He is your father. His demeanor, hair color, and eyes are unmistakable. No, my lord, he did not acknowledge it. He will, Edmure Tully stated confidently, not looking at me as he mounted his horse. I dozed off in the carriage, awakening to gaze vacantly at the roadside. I sensed that this convoy from the Riverlands was decidedly slower than the one from Harrenhal. I understood that the previous haste was due to Lord Roose Bolton's eagerness to abandon me. I could empathize, for I too loathed him and did not wish to share a mount with him. We traveled by day, lighting fires by the roadside at night, sometimes joined by others. I encountered several from House Tarly and a few from House Amber. One evening, we shared our fire and provisions with travelers from the east, hailing from a free-trading city-state known as Pentos. We shared warmth and sustenance. Their accents were peculiar, their blades adorned with splendid handguards, and their rations included honeyed cakes. Delightfully sweet. We arrived at the ancestral mounds. Sir Patrick, he remarked, as I gazed into the distance, where the vast fields were dotted with small hills and mottled brown earth. This was the land of House Dustin, amidst which lay the mounds, and I could see in the distance the double-headed axe and black-crowned banner of House Dustin. In early 289 Aegon's year, I recalled the visit from House Dustin, who returned Domeric Bolton to Harrenhal. Domeric had once resided at the mounds and served for 4 years as a squire to Lady Dolores Valerion, the widow of Lord William Dustin. Now it was my turn, whether it be Lord Roose Bolton or Lady Bethany Valerion. One of them must be intent on sending me away, or perhaps both despised me, wishing for my demise. I felt despondent, as if I could see the eyes of Sara blinking. She too had become one of the ancestors, silently gazing upon me. Here lay the ancestral graves. I seemed to perceive my forebears, the winds whispering in my ears, recounting the hardships of the migrants, the curses of the forest children, and the nightmares of the long night. What are you gazing at? Edmure inquired. The ancestors, my lord, they are lamenting. Sir Patrick Melisandre tousled my hair, which surely was in disarray. Yes, little prophet, I comprehend. The ancestors are older than the Undulls, but I suspect your communion must come to an end. Time waits for no one, child. Another evening unfolded around the campfire, where a striking young man from Dorne captivated us with his tale. With thick lashes and a beguiling smile, he recounted his adventures. In the southernmost region of Westeros, Dorne, he made the acquaintance of the illegitimate daughter of Prince Oberyn Martell, and their passionate encounter was described with such vividness and charm devoid of any lewdness. Dornish folk, with their sun-kissed complexion and exuberant spirits, mirrored the ever-bright climate of their homeland. Their love was unrestrained, and even the vast expanse of the desert could not extinguish their fervor, leaving me blushing at the vividness of his recounting. "Do not tread carelessly in the north, lad," Sir Patrick Mallister cautioned, "should you dare to touch the maidens here. You may find yourself cloaked in black, sent to guard the wall, or worse, the northerners might take away your most prized possessions." Suddenly, I recalled that the husband of Lady Baelish of House Tully had met his demise in Dorne. The Tower of Joy lay so far away. I wondered if Baelish often gazed southward from the road, in solitude. We continued southward, traversing the treacherous terrain of the Neck. This was a narrow pass in the north, and as long as one held the fort here, it would be nearly impenetrable. Many southern armies had found themselves thwarted at the shores of the Neck, unable to advance. Sir Patrick Mallister addressed Lord Edmure Tully. "The original fortress now stands with only 3 towers, yet it remains a stronghold. The Neck has never fallen," Edmure replied. "Only a dragon could conquer the north. I dare say the Ironborn pirates could as well, though they have yet to succeed. Such concerns are excessive for those of you from the coastal cities," Edmure Tully remarked with a smile. "The north is barren, and the Ironborn have little desire to venture here." I beheld the vast expanse of the Neck, just west of the King's Road, and spotted the black crocodile banner veiled in the somber mist. It belonged to House Reed of Greywater Watch. Sir Patrick kindly explained, "I am well aware, for I have heard that aside from House Reed's vassals, the swamp dwellers, often referred to as the swamp demons, no one else can safely traverse the Neck without risking their lives. That night at the camp, we encountered a swamp hunter who introduced herself as Jenna, slight and diminutive. She appeared to be of age, yet stood only slightly taller than me, a woman of few words. Her deep green eyes scrutinized me before she chose to sit beside me. Perhaps it was because I was the only northerner present, and coincidentally, she was too. However, to be honest, the residents of the Neck were shrouded in mystery. Despite being a northerner, I feared I would find more common ground with the people of the Riverlands. "The horses are restless," she remarked. "They sense danger in the waters of the swamp." Her unique accent was melodic and bright, and I found it delightful. I also admired her stature. If all adults were of such small size, how wonderful it would be. "Lady Jenna, what kind of danger do you speak of?" I timidly inquired, my heart racing with fear, for the night concealed the mists of the Neck, yet the sounds of creatures stirred within, and I harbored a profound dread of insects. "It is the serpent lizard, whispering as it seeks its victims. Their venom is abundant, craving to be infused into soft, delicate bodies. Wicked woman, do not terrify me." In the end, she bestowed upon me a leaf, leaving me utterly astonished. It evoked thoughts of the ancient gods of the north and their connection with nature. Perhaps it harbored some latent magic or destiny, possibly holding a unique purpose. My life might be transformed from this moment forth. Who can say for certain? The denizens of the marsh are shrouded in mystery. They must possess some form of sorcery. Yet, upon awakening the next day, I discovered a most disheartening truth. I had crushed the leaf in my sleep. As we crossed the Neck, we bid farewell to the north and entered the Riverlands. "Lady Lyanna Stark, you have never been to the Riverlands, have you?" Sir Patrick lifted me onto the horse, teaching me to ride. The riverside was adorned with blossoming flora, windmills gently turning, and the fertile farmland stretched far and wide, filling my senses with the aroma of bustling life. I recalled the lessons imparted by Maester Uther and replied, "To the west of the Riverlands lies the Westerlands of House Lannister, to the north of House Stark, to the east, the Vale of House Arryn, and to the south, the lands of the River Lords, with King's Landing and the Crownlands occupying the southeast." "Very well, continue, child." "The land is flat and fertile, with ample transportation routes, and its population far exceeds that of the north. However, as the saying goes, when the 7 kingdoms are at war, the Riverlands bleed. During times of conflict, armies from other regions often traverse the Riverlands. In peace, it is prosperous and joyful. In war, it becomes a hell on earth, surrounded by friends and enemies alike." Edmure Tully spoke softly. "The lord of this land is my father. 3 centuries ago, we rose against the cruel King Harren, and thanks to the conqueror Aegon Targaryen's favor, we were rewarded. The Duke of Tully at that time became Hand of the King, aiding the conqueror in governing Westeros. My dear girl, what transpired subsequently?" I gazed at the Duke's son with innocence and replied gently, "During the War of the Usurper years ago, House Tully allied with Houses Stark, Arryn, and Baratheon to overthrow the last Targaryen Mad King, Aerys, and crowned Robert Baratheon, who ascended the Iron Throne. Ah, what a significant span of history. 300 years. And you leap straight to recent events." Edmure Tully chuckled. "Regardless, my dear, I assure you, here you shall be well fed and live comfortably. The grains from this land sustain both the North and King's Landing, and there is still plenty to spare. Indeed, there are also songs and tales. The Riverlands is abundant in legends. I harbored some skepticism, for it is said that the Riverlands are a land of poetry and song, while the Riverlands are often seen as home to upstarts. Yet, I dared not voice my doubts. They had treated me kindly, and I had no desire to provoke their ire. We departed from the King's Road, walking along the banks of the Green Fork. The Green Fork, Blue Fork, and Red Fork converge to form the Trident River, nourishing the farmlands and people of the Riverlands, further benefiting the land-scarce Westerlands and North. Along the way, we passed villages. The farmers, upon spotting our convoy, mostly bowed, though neither Tully nor Mary's was their lord. I heard them sing of the handsome and fair family, recounting tales of the eternally radiant maidens of the Rose City. I learned of the myriad-faced Isle of the Green Men, as well as the millennial entanglements of Brecon and Blywood. The brilliance of the riverside far surpasses the impoverished north, leaving one enchanted. The weather was splendid and warm. I removed my woolen cloak and nestled in the carriage, my spirits lifted. Departing from my melancholic homeland to embrace this fertile land, away from cruel men, I now find my companions gentle and courteous, providing me ample reason for great contentment. If only Lord Roose Bolton would never summon me back. My mother's eyes have also softened. The sun shines warmly, akin to her embrace. Under her gaze, I feel tranquil and at peace, my smile becoming genuine. The river widens, and a stone bridge appears. I raised my gaze to behold the azure twin-towered banner of House Fry. The castles lining both banks of the Green Fork encircle the bridge. This is the first castle we reach, Twins, the city of the Twin Rivers. Squinting, Edmure observed a group of weasels. Guess what they charge for the toll? 10 silver stags. The tardy phrase, Sir Patrick Mallister scoffed, collecting taxes. Spawning offspring, a family of upstarts. Do you know this clan, Lady Lya Stark? During the War of the Usurper, although House Tully had long been summoned, the Freys only entered the fray when victory was assured. Since then, the relationship between the Freys and their lord, House Tully, along with their loyal allies, has plummeted. Among the nobility and common folk of the Riverlands, no one holds the weasels in high regard. Reflecting on this, I immediately exclaimed, the crossing, the Freys of twins. With a mere 6 centuries of lineage, their sigil a blue twin tower on a grey field, sworn to the Lord of the Riverlands, Duke Hoster Tully of Riverrun. The current Lord of the Crossing is Marquis Walder Fry, aged 80, with countless former wives. Presently, he is wed to Lady Annalise Tully, hailing from the esteemed Tully family in the capital, King's Landing. His heir is Stevern Fry, and he has many other children. Walder Fry has married 7 wives. And in both the original text and the television series, upon the death of his 7th wife, Lady Annalise, he would take an 8th. Among them, only one wife bore him no offspring. They have many unmarried daughters, as well as unattached men, whether marrying into or marrying from this family. I believe one would gain no friendship. It would be better to wed a weasel instead, Sir Patrick remarked. I have heard they purchase wives, after all. Impoverished nobility is prevalent. Just look at King's Landing. The virtuous daughters of respectable families disdain the Freys' looks and prowess, let alone their dubious rise in recent years. Edmure lowered his voice. After all, Twins is but a stone's throw away. Sir Patrick continued his assessment. In conclusion, the Fry family holds the least matrimonial value. If anyone believes marrying a Fry girl would forge a solid alliance, their wits must have been befuddled by a giant's club. No, my dear friends. Lord Roose Bolton has educated me on the notion that marriage serves the purpose of progeny and inheritance, rather than affection and honor. The allure of physical beauty is of no consequence. Lord Fry possesses both wealth and an army. Should he fulfill his promises at the time of the wedding, he would be the most desirable of allies. He gently patted my hair, thus concluding the discussion. Throughout all of Westeros, many have sought to wed the daughters of House Fry, aligning themselves with whichever faction they choose. Continue your recitation, my dear. For the lineage of noble families is of vital knowledge. Women must manage guests and feasts, while men guard peace. And you, dear girl, are the architects of tranquility. I recited the genealogy of House Fry from this generation as our party entered the city, and the Fry guards dared not impede our passage. For this was the carriage of the heir Edmure. They watched as we traversed the bridge. It is a pleasure to see you, Lord Edmure Tully, and also Sir Patrick Mallister. Welcome. Do any of you noble lords require lodging? Our castle boasts excellent accommodations. The gentleman who spoke was clad in a finely woven linen shirt, his visage reminiscent of a portly weasel. As he spoke, I caught a faint whiff of an unpleasant odor. He had bad breath. And you, my lady, I am impressed that you can recall each member of my extensive family. He regarded me, causing me to momentarily cease my recitation. I anticipated his next inquiry would be my name, but Sir Patrick Mallister interjected without hesitation. Thank you, my Lord Lyman Fry, but we are in haste to return. Sir Patrick Mallister stated with restraint, it has been several months since I last saw little Wylis in Seaguard. Little Wylis, you refer to the daughter of Walder Fry, do you not? Lord Lyman Fry responded, there are many Wylis in House Fry. The daughters and the twins bear that name in abundance. I presumed so, though Sir Patrick Mallister seemed somewhat dismissive. I sensed he struggled to remember all the phrase. Indeed, she is a lovely young lady. The head of House Fry is absent. I wonder where Lord Walder Fry has gone to sow his seeds. We graciously declined Lord Lyman Fry's attentions and crossed the Green Fork, journeying southward. The following day, as we bid farewell to the Silver Trout and Silver Eagle, the heir of the Duke of Riverrun would head southwest towards his ancestral fortress, while I would accompany Sir Patrick Mallister, heir to the Earl of Seaguard, to his home to serve as a handmaiden for his mother. By afternoon, the distant brown castle came into view, the small town nestled below barely discernible. The Silver Eagle soared above the towers and gates, its silhouette stark against the brown stone, clearly outlining trees and waterside foliage. Isn't it fascinating? The scholar remarked. These stones were once trees and plants. My wet nurse claimed that within them, the children of the forest lie asleep. Sir Patrick Mallister stated. He would first visit my father, then proceed to your chamber. Rest this evening, for what you are to do shall be conveyed to you tomorrow. May you find happiness in Seaguard, Lya Snow, and may the seven be with you. Indeed, though I have yet to set foot within the castle gates, I find myself already filled with joy. The heavens bear witness. I cannot conceive of any place more distressing than the Dreadfort. No matter the circumstances, this place will always be a paradise, especially with my mother's eyes accompanying me, bluer than the vast sea. Chapter 5. The City of Haijiang, Part 1. In the realm of Haijian, the valor of Haijiang City is renowned far and wide. However, in comparison to the northern territories, it still exudes a gentle warmth. The past branches lie encased within the brown stones, while the blossoming new shoots whisper softly alongside them. Each day, I stroll along the brown corridors adorned with climbing vines, my silk gown swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze. And the delicate sandals upon my ankles produce a crisp sound as I tread lightly. My bare arms are revealed with elegance, basking in the true summer splendor, allowing me to fully enjoy the warmth of the sun. Lord Roose Bolton's educational approach proves to be remarkably effective. I am polite and sweet-tempered, soon gaining the acceptance of Lady Effiavanes, a frail and ailing middle-aged woman with hair that is dry and graying, her illness evident upon her visage. She remains confined to her bedroom, never stepping outside. Thus, the scholar Damon of Haijiang City administers medicine to Lady Effiavanes each morning and evening. I have heard that since she bore Sir Patrick Mallister, she has been in this state. Another noble maid, Lya Snow, discreetly informed me that during childbirth, the lady faced complications, nearly losing her life. Hence she could not bear more children afterward. In stark contrast to the cold and eerie atmosphere of horrific castle, where human warmth is absent and silence reigns under Lord Roose Bolton's watchful eye, Haijiang City reveals a vibrancy I had not anticipated. Here, I am surrounded by peers, and comfort and ease prevail, epitomizing the essence of a typical noble household. On the way, Patrick Mallister mentioned Veda Fry, the daughter of Walton Fry, whose great-grandfather is the Marquis of Wader Fry from Twin Rivers. She is known to be a rather carefree girl, and Lya Snow confided that before marriage, she would likely indulge in moon tea at least 6 times. Moon tea is a potion used by women in Westeros for abortion, and I suspect Kaelin also gossips about me behind my back. To be honest, I find Veda Fry to be a delightful girl. In my haste to leave, I brought no clothing or belongings, arriving in Haijiang City looking like a beggar, dirty and tattered. One cannot expect a group of grown men to care for an 8-year-old child like me. Therefore, it was Veda Fry who generously lent me one of her dresses, allowing me to don a silk gown for the first time. Yes, this very dress, light and airy, which I adore immensely. In conclusion, the Veda Fry I have come to know is a charming young lady, adorned with the finest jewelry and garments among us. Though still quite young, she enjoys dating handsome boys and occasionally sneaks out at night. Nevertheless, she is indeed a good girl. I do not judge others by their standards of chastity, for everyone possesses their own principles. She remains unengaged and seeks a suitable match. As I deftly organized Lady Effie's vanity, I remarked to the loquacious girl, unlike you, there are numerous daughters in the Flory family. If each were to be paired individually, their husbands would likely be far from ideal. If she does not take initiative, she might find herself wed to a wretched old man. Kaelin Smallwood, 3 years my senior, yet of a similar petite stature. Hails from the Smallwood family of Oak Hall in the Riverlands, the daughter of Lord Thomas Smallwood and Lady Lavina Swyn. She is betrothed to the son of Earl William Mutton. This girl, with her incessant chatter, possesses a kind heart, although wishing ill upon others is indeed excessive. Moreover, she takes pride in her fiancé, who is but a mere boy, yet she gazes dreamily at the prospects of her future marriage. She recounted tales of her fiancé's lineage. Speaking of the town of Maiden Spring, where the foolish Florian first laid eyes upon the maiden Jonquil, that imbecile who spied on the young lady and her sisters bathing, subsequently falling hopelessly in love with her. I surmised that our wedding night might unfold in Maiden Spring, envisioning myself bathing in Jonquil's pool before embracing him. Kaelin Smallwood giggled, claiming his hair was as soft as silk, and his smile reminiscent of Prince Aegon. The former royal Targaryens boasted several princes named Aegon, all of them strikingly handsome with their silver hair and violet eyes, leading me to question Kaelin's romantic fantasies. In response to her tales of the maiden's spring romance, I recounted to her that my brother plays the harp exquisitely and has sung of this very story. Are you truly certain you wish to wed a foolish knight like Jonquil? He is a great knight, Lya, she retorted. And the greatest fool, I added. Knowing Daemon, the scholar would concur. A knight who suspects dragons of stealing his women surely cannot be of sound mind. Even the simpleton Florian admits to his folly. As I lay on my bed at night, I listened to Kaelin Smallwood mumble in her sleep, while I continued to yearn for Sara's lovely eyes, now accompanied by the fervent gray gaze of my brother, Dominic Bolton. That reckless fool had brought me, a non-Bolton, directly into his family's dining hall. I had thought that a legitimate son of House Bolton would possess greater wisdom. I wonder what his reaction will be when he learns I have been sent away. In addition to these 2 noble maidens, I have also met other children who call me Lya. Among them is Horst Blywood, a bumbling lad serving as a squire. Fond of reading, with unkempt curls and a tall, slender frame, we call him Horst. Then there is the agile and robust squire, Hendry Bracken, whom I have seen wield a sword with commendable skill. Beyond these noble offspring, I have also acquainted myself with Jenny Hyde, a clever commoner maid whose father serves as a guard in Seaguard. Her incessant chatter rivals that of Kaelin Smallwood. I have observed that among the common folk, there are quite a few named Jenny. My former handmaiden, Red Jenny, bore the same name. Perhaps, when parents in Westeros are at a loss for a suitable name, they resort to using Jenny to appease their daughters. Jenny Hightower informed me of an alleged affair between the Septa and Sir Helver Flowers, the master-at-arms of Driftmark. However, I believe their connection is simply due to their shared origins from the southern lands of the Reach, fostering a stronger bond. Flowers is a surname given to bastards in the Reach, and Sir Helver Flowers, a seasoned knight with graying hair, excels in combat. Indeed, I consider him far superior to Sir Roga Baratheon, the master-at-arms of Harrenhal. An affair with a Septa? Let them indulge, for it is of little consequence. Sir Helver Flowers, battle-hardened and resilient, once confided in me through his squire, Hendry Bracken, and my whispers spiraled into the depths of oblivion. He was once a free rider, having participated in the War of the Ninepenny Kings, where he was knighted, subsequently pledging his loyalty to the Mad King Aerys. He witnessed the turmoil of the Vale and confronted the smiling knight of the Kingsguard, sustaining grave injuries yet emerging alive. Later, he nearly perished in service to Aerys in King's Landing, facing the might of the Lannister host, yet he survived. In any case, Lord Jason Meryn of Driftmark holds him in high esteem. Lord Jason is the husband of Lady Alysanne Velaryon, the Lord of Driftmark. As for the smiling knight, it is said he possesses the prowess of the Kingsguard, who in the Targaryen era donned white cloaks and were deemed invincible. I have encountered Lord Jason Meryn. He is a middle-aged lord with a robust head of brown hair, a sharply defined face, and eyes that sparkle with vigor. It is widely acknowledged that he is a valiant man. Upon our first meeting, he spoke of Lord Lucerys Velaryon, the Leech Lord. Yes, I am acquainted with him. We once joined forces with the northern armies, advancing towards the Trident. He reminisced about the War of the Usurper, recalling our encounter with the forces of the Reach and Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. I dispatched 3 of Rhaegar's knights with remarkable efficiency in my youth. As for Prince Rhaegar himself, he fell beneath the hammer of Robert Baratheon. Now he must be referred to as King Robert. I remember, in my days as a squire, Rhaegar was the knight I held in the highest regard. I witnessed him at the tournament, and he shared a commendable rapport with House Stark. In truth, had it not been for the events of that fateful day, he could have ascended to be a worthy king. We were discussing Lord Lucerys Velaryon. I recall on the battlefield, the banner of Harrenhal stood resolutely, his men advancing with ruthless precision, exhibiting meticulous discipline, perhaps lacking in valor, yet undeniably formidable. Is he your father? No, my lord, I must refute that. Lord Roose is a vassal of Duke Eddard Stark, naturally obliged to heed the call of the Northern Lord in the conflict that year aimed at overthrowing the Targaryen dynasty. Yet, he is not my father. A pity. Lord Jason Meryn succinctly concluded, sipping his ale. In this tranquil coastal city, every day I am immersed in tales spun by the locals. The Silver Eagle family, known for their martial prowess, is surrounded by boastful veterans and knights recounting legendary battles of yore. Noble maidens share their stories, as do the common girls, boys, and men, all narrating the exploits of heroes from both past and present, along with the duels of swords. Their songs invariably celebrate valiant knights and grand epics. The names of the gallant figures resonate: the Smiling Knight, the Mirrored Shield Savon, the noble Lyanne Redwyn, Prince Aemon Targaryen, the towering Duncan, the White Bull Jane Hightower, the Dawnblade Arthur Dayne, and the fearless Barristan Selmy. As a mere child, I too am enveloped by this enchanting atmosphere, envisioning dashing young knights in white attire mounted on majestic steeds, their flowing hair framing handsome faces, wielding unparalleled swordsmanship. They could possess the silver hair and violet eyes of House Targaryen, or the golden locks and blue gaze of House Lannister, brandishing blades forged from Valyrian steel or crafted from the mythical Starfall iron. They would raise their white shields, fashioned from fishbone wood, to shield me from the tempest. Nestled in their embrace, I would feel the strength of their steel and the solidity of their arms. They would be devoid of the foulness of Henry, instead exuding the sweet fragrance of hyacinths, their laughter akin to the dawning sun, or the gentle caress of a spring breeze, filling me with a delightful warmth that is utterly embarrassing. If only Sara had encountered such a chivalrous soul, he would have carved out a world for her, rescuing the maiden from the dreadful hellhole, and they would have lived together, raising children and growing old side by side. Should I be fortunate enough to have a husband like that in my future, I would face the terrors of the hellhole with fortitude, boldly meeting Lord Roose Bolton's gaze. What am I thinking? I must awaken to reality, Lya Snow. The North venerates the old gods. There are no knights here. Merely a dream warmed by the South. In this life, I am a child of the North, the daughter of the hellhole, bloodied by the skinning man. Born in the wrong spring, awakening to the grimness of winter, having taken the life of my mother, my half-brother, and the maggot that sought to inflict harm. What am I yearning for? A gallant young hero to rescue me. To witness my mother being flayed while a white-cloaked Kingsguard carves a bloody path for our escape? I slap my own cheek, the sound echoing loudly enough to rouse the slumbering Saralyn Smore, who murmurs as she turns over. I strive to regain my composure. Do not be foolish. Even if knights existed in the North, they would be as cold and haughty as the Hellhole instructor, Rhagamar Syn. I gaze at the ceiling, enveloped in silence, the sound of waves lapping against the fortress seeping into the room, and I widen my eyes. Drawing from my past life experiences, I resolve to learn the sword, to master the art of combat. Others are unreliable. Men are unreliable. Only I can rely on myself. The following day, I sought out Henry Bracken to express my desires. A daughter wishing to learn the ways of battle? Henry looked taken aback, his blunt sword swaying in his grip. I gazed at him with composure. You do not comprehend, young one. In the North, women possess strength equal to that of men. Have you heard of the wildlings? Are you referring to the wildlings beyond the wall? Indeed, among them are warriors more formidable than their male counterparts, known as spearwives. Have you heard of House Mormont? Let me think. Their fief is Bear Island, and their lord is Eddard Stark, a noble of the North. The noble lineage of House Bracken and its sigil cannot compare to my studies. House Mormont's ancestral language stands proud, their emblem depicting a black bear against a field of green. Yes, I replied, the women of Bear Island and those of House Mormont are fierce fighters. Lady Mormont and her daughter are valiant warriors, with the exception of the seemingly unborn Lyanna Mormont. Is there more I need to say? Conqueror Aegon could not best his sister, Visenya Targaryen. Visenya Targaryen was a formidable lady. During the Targaryen conquest of Westeros, she wielded the Valyrian steel sword Dark Sister, riding the dragon Vhagar to obliterate the naval forces of the Vale and the Knights of the Coalition, compelling the Arryns to kneel. Later, she saved her brother Aegon when he was assassinated, and she even established the Kingsguard. Do you aspire to be like Visenya? Henry Bracken raised his eyebrows in astonishment. Do not tell me you wish to be like Nymeria as well. Queen Nymeria was the leader of the Rhoynar, who once led her people across the seas to Dorne. But she did not embark on that journey for leisure. No, I replied, my lips pursed in a delicate smile. I merely wished to learn the art of combat. From that day forth, Henry Bracken and I secretly practiced in the courtyard during the evenings. Varda Fry informed me that Catelyn Stark had mentioned I was courting the sweaty, unwashed Henry Bracken. No, I am honing my martial skills, I confessed directly. This rendered me peculiar in the eyes of the other girls. These southern maidens aspired to marry brave men, yet were unwilling to embody such women themselves. I even overheard the northern barbarians referring to me as a bastard. Let them speak. My status ensured that I would be criticized regardless, and my nerves had long since become resilient. I endeavored to learn from Henry how to defend and attack, practicing slashing and thrusting. As fate would have it, perhaps due to being observed, Lord Jason Mallister learned of my endeavors. That's quite impressive, I must say, Lya Stark. I have heard that the women of House Stark possess the blood of the dire wolf. Perhaps all you northern ladies are like that, However, mere flailing will not suffice. Starting tomorrow, you shall train with Sir Helman Tallheart and his squire. Do not neglect your duties as a lady's maid, understood? I must have smiled brightly, for Lord Mallister ruffled my hair, deeming me a naughty child. To be candid, the duties of noble maidens are few. The arduous tasks fall to the common maids, who are also the ones harassed by guards and brutish men. Perhaps I have grown somewhat weary of my current existence, serving tea and water, tidying the bedchambers, and accompanying Lady Effia Vance on her rare outings or receiving guests. However, this particular Lady Effia seldom ventures beyond her abode and entertains few visitors, leaving our conversations as the primary source of companionship. Furthermore, I have the education imparted by Sister Megget, who, in contrast to my experiences at the dreaded fortress, adopts a gentler and more lenient approach here in Haijong City, thus allowing me to spend relatively little time on my studies. Through a combination of persuasion and gentle coaxing, I have managed to coordinate my schedule with Miss Veda Fry and Miss Carolyn Smallwood. Consequently, I am now able to receive instruction from the esteemed Sir Helvafa, the instructor of Haijong City, each morning, afternoon, and after dinner, alongside my fellow attendants. Do you wish to learn the arts of men, little one? Sir Helvafa, his hair and beard now entirely gray, clad in a suit of well-worn but immaculate plate armor, cautioned me. This is no mere pastime. I care not what you may have heard. This is a matter of life and death. I held my head high, for I am a child of the North, naturally adept at combat. By the time you reach my age, you shall find yourself at a disadvantage. I wish to learn, I declared. Very well. I shall not go easy on you. Your attire is ill-suited. Go and procure proper garments and weapons. I shall await you but a moment. The first lesson imparted by Sir Helvafa concerned footwork, T-step, alternating steps, grounding one's weight, evading attacks, or seizing the right moment to strike. Your feet are far more vital than your hands. The ability to maneuver correctly can save your life, particularly on the battlefield. As long as you can move, you may still fight even with a missing hand. I devoted myself to mastering the physicality of movement, the proper stances for wielding weapons, and the experience and techniques acquired by Sir Helvafa through his perilous journeys. I have studied swordsmanship, archery, polearms, and shields. I am convinced that I possess little aptitude for the longbow and various pole weapons. My proficiency with the longsword is reasonable, while my understanding of hammers and axes is virtually non-existent. My archery skills merely qualify me to release arrows. The strain of drawing the bow deforms my arms and broadens my shoulders, leading me to reconsider pursuing this path. In swordplay, my strikes often lack sufficient force, though my bursts of energy are commendable. However, I cannot compare to the brawny Henry Bracken. Yet, I have excelled in the defensive techniques that the Balins take pride in, mastering them more swiftly than Henry. When our blades entwine, it is invariably he who suffers from the dull blade's cold light. A fact that fills me with a measure of pride. I am more agile and possess a sharper mind than he. However, when the distance closes and grappling ensues, I find myself thrown to the ground by that brute. My aim with the crossbow is remarkably precise, prompting Sir Helvafa to teach me the art of maintaining and repairing the mechanism, for craftsmen are not readily available everywhere. I have become quite adept at using a shield, perhaps due to my timid nature and fear of injury. During sparring sessions, I excel at blocking and deflecting strikes, ensuring that my shield remains durable, unlike Henry's, which seems to require replacement after only a short period. I have repeatedly experimented with various shields, from those strapped to my arm to those held solely in my palm, including the small round shield, the knight's shield, the iron shield, and the kite shield, extending even to the towering, thin wooden super shield that dwarfs me, which can barely deflect arrows, let alone withstand slashing blows. There are also competitive shields that are utterly impractical for me, and the massive tower shields that I can hardly lift. Naturally, these are all diminutive shields, intended for practice for someone of my stature, crafted from light and soft wood. Among the normal-sized shields, aside from the small one that merely guards my wrist, I am unable to wield any others. Master your shield. Use it for offense and to dominate. Do not cower. Rise and charge. I heard Hell's exhortation as I attempted to use my shield to push the much taller Hendry Brecken into a corner, striking at his head, at his chest. Hendry, you little skinning pup, stand tall. You ought to be a warhorse, not a foolish goat. I struck several times, yet Hendry remained unfazed, towering out of my reach. He merely chuckled stupidly, effortlessly brushing aside my attempts. My strength is still lacking. I must consume more meat. As for the skills I find challenging, Sir Helforth has instructed me to comprehend the use of these weapons, so that I may discern the enemy's tactics in battle and respond accordingly. I have no choice but to comply. I am utterly exhausted. I would rather be embroidering with Sister Megate. I have acquired additional scars, a testament to the cost of learning. Fortunately, the boys refrained from striking my face, and I have not suffered any severe injuries that would impede my mobility. I am indeed learning rapidly, and my body is becoming increasingly agile and robust. During this period, my squire, Hendry Brecken, has endured a rather lamentable existence. During our sparring sessions, he dares not exert too much force against me for fear of being accused of bullying a lady. During meals, I would often snatch his share of meat, forcing him to request an extra portion from the kitchen. Nevertheless, throughout the year, our bond has strengthened, and I have come to learn about my squire friend Hendry Brecken's family, the Breckens, as well as the long-standing enmity with the household of Squire Horst Blywood. It is no wonder they exchange not a word when they meet. Hendry, being older than I, is beginning to undergo the changes of adolescence, soon to become quite the handsome young man. I can sense the envious glances from some young ladies. Pray, I am but 8 years old. Gradually, I find myself unable to best Hendry in our encounters, resorting instead to teasing Horst Blywood, the tall, endearing lad. In truth, both of them are quite amiable. However, being born into rival families precludes the possibility of friendship. Yet, despite my fervent dedication to mastering weaponry, I still hold a greater fondness for the myriad of dresses and adornments. I delight in necklaces, bracelets, and in staining my lips with petals, as well as engaging in discussions with my close friends about how to enhance our beauty and charm. Although my spirited nature often perplexes Wadaviari and Karen Smootwood, I do not shirk my duties when serving Lady Effie Vance, nor do I neglect to share secrets and engage in conversation with them, thereby deepening our bond. I find myself pondering, do I perceive everyone in Seaside City as inherently good? I extend my gratitude to Lus Bolton, Bishon N.I. Lisway, and that wretched pair of servants, Rams and Stink. My spirit has become more expansive and optimistic. Can there be anyone more deplorable on this continent than those few? Indeed, there are. But that is a matter for another time. Furthermore, the vistas of Haijiang City are vast and bountiful, replete with delectable seafood and bread. I still reminisce about the cerulean and gray eyes from my dreams, my mother and my brother. Yet, my disposition is gradually brightening, escaping the somber skies of the north. And there exists nothing more disheartening than the ominous Count of Terror Castle. My smile has taken on a genuine quality. As the year draws to a close, I reflect on my time spent in Haijiang City during the latter half of the year 289 of the Egan calendar. Throughout this year, I have diligently honed my skills with weaponry, preparing to defend myself in Westeros. It is imperative that I acquire these vital knowledge and techniques that may one day save my life. Thus I remain ever diligent. One morning, after completing my morning rituals, I ventured to the ladies' chamber, where Lady Effie Vance was fast asleep, while her husband had risen early, as per usual. I refrained from disturbing her slumber and quietly departed to commence my usual activities. After donning my practical riding trousers and shirt, I descended the stairs, intending to procure my weaponry from the armory and report to Sir Hell, when I fortuitously encountered Hendry Brecken. Noticing his unusual demeanor, I sensed his agitation and tension as he pulled me aside. "What troubles you, big horse?" I jested, extricating myself from his grasp. "Let me guess. Someone has pilfered your gravy onions?" Hendry, taller and sturdier than I, could easily hoist me onto his shoulder, a vantage point from which I would gladly tug at his hair. Given that the Bracken family crest features a red war horse, I affectionately refer to him as Big Horse. "Wild girl," he teased, pinching my cheek with his height advantage. I retaliated with a swift kick. "Oh, stop it. What is the ruckus? Yesterday, a raven delivered a letter to Haijiang City. War is upon us." "War?" A chill ran through me as I gazed at the oblivious boy, excitement written all over his face. My thoughts drifted to the ominous Terror Castle and the dire wall in the far north. The Seven Kingdoms currently bask in peace. Such an abrupt declaration of war could only signal an invasion from the wildlings beyond the wall. I harbor a deep disdain for Terror Castle. Yet having been born and raised there, I would be deeply saddened if calamity were to befall it. Not to mention, my brother, Lord Bolton, still resides there, along with the incessantly chattering young squire, the sluggish master Uther, Sister Mia, and Red Jenny, not to forget Sister Kayla, whom I inadvertently harmed. Upon my return, I must assist her alongside my mother, Sara, who is also there, and I have yet to uncover her remains. I clench my small fists. Indeed, wild girl, Hendry continued, his eyes alight with fervor. Do you know of Balon Greyjoy from the Iron Islands? He is the leader of the Ironborn, crowned with a wooden crown, bestowed upon him by a drowned god priest. As you are aware that the Ironborn worship the drowned god, correct? Balon Greyjoy, self-proclaimed son of the sea wind and renowned as the foremost raider, undoubtedly resumed his traditional titles. King of the Iron Islands, Iron King, Lord of Salt, and King of Stone. Such lengthy appellations. Hendry leaned closer to me, whispering as though he had uncovered that the Iron Throne was fashioned from chocolate. Then, the newly crowned king of the Iron Islands declared the island's secession from the Seven Kingdoms, proclaiming a return to the ancient ways of the Ironborn, raiding from the sea. This was information relayed by someone who had fled. They must have already begun their preparations. Wait, he referred to them as Ironborn. Does Hendry realize what that implies? I stared incredulously at the dim-witted giant, unable to comprehend his ignorance of the implications. So what now? I maintained a facade of calm while my heart raced, as his face flushed with excitement. Lord Jason Mallister had issued a call to arms across the realm, and Sir Helver was preoccupied. Our lessons were cancelled. I wished to enlist as a squire. He licked his lips. Big horse, Hendry Bracken, there is something you ought to know. What is it, wild girl? Seaguard is the front line for the Riverlands against the Iron Islands. I gestured for him to follow as I led him from the keep and up the battlements. I observed men gathering, several guards directing carts to the armory. Do you see over there? That is the Iron Islands. I pointed into the distance. Aside from the sea, there was nothing to impede the path between Seaguard and the Iron Islands. As for the sea, would a band of pirates lack vessels? Then I must join the fray. We will be attacked, won't we? I scrutinized the lad, confirming he was merely a foolhardy youth rather than a simpleton. Do not fret. There is a fleet along the coast, Hendry Bracken remarked, seemingly discerning my grave expression. He clapped my shoulder reassuringly, blithely stating, Fear not, I shall procure the real weaponry. I will protect you. Rest easy, wild girl. There is no place safer than the castle when battle commences. I watched him descend the wall, only to be ushered down by the guards as well. In the days that followed, the number of soldiers in Seaguard swelled. I observed men employing long idle wooden hoists to transport wooden and metal components to the walls and towers, assembling fearsome contraptions. In the courtyard, cauldrons were erected, piled high with firewood and stones, the pungent odor overwhelming me, reminiscent of a makeshift latrine. Numerous clay jars emitted acrid scents, dissuading me from venturing into the courtyard. Where once vibrant flora had been my delight, now chaos reigned. The stench of earth soon joined the fray, and I could hear the clamor of excavation beyond the castle walls. I noted an increase in dogs within the fortress, lazily panting in the afternoon heat. I realized that Seaguard was transforming into a warlike visage. The castle was preparing for a feast of conflict. It appeared that Hendry Bracken's words were more potent than the sigil of the Bracken enemies. The adversary of Bracken, Blywood, bears a coat of arms adorned with a multitude of black crows. Hendry Bracken resembles a steed with ebony wings, and his cries are an ominous caw. I find myself tempted to call him Crow Colt, yet that moniker seems too dignified, too melodious for my liking. The sable wings heralded grim tidings. Mere days later, the Raven of News brought word of calamity from the west. Lannisport had been besieged by the Ironborn fleet. The warships of House Lannister along the western coast were reduced to ashes and fiery ruin as the two armies clashed, leaving the renowned city of Lannisport in a state of devastation. The smaller fleets of other houses proved insufficient for reliance, while the forces of House Redwine from the southern bay were far too delayed to ascend northward. Another force, the Royal Fleet, was stationed at Dragonstone, guarding the capital of King's Landing. They would first have to venture south and then north, circumnavigating the entire continent to arrive. No formidable shield remained upon the seas to withstand the Iron Islands' onslaught. The coastal cities stood poised to confront the Ironmen's swords and axes. A week later, I was roused from slumber by a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Hurriedly, I exited, witnessing a tumultuous crowd in disarray, women still clad in their nightgowns, and men, be they elderly or youth, struggling to don mismatched armor and ill-fitting helmets. The metallic clamor continued to resonate, a sound I recognized from the great bell tower in the town outside the coastal city. The bronze bell had not tolled for 3 centuries, and its chimes signified but one thing: the clash of blades and the devastation of lives. The Iron Fleet was indeed on the horizon. Within the castle, chaos reigned supreme. I rushed to the window, peering out at the distant sea, where rows of oars moved in unison, the black sails obscuring the ocean like a gathering storm. Upon them, the emblem of the Greyjoy family, a black field adorned with a golden kraken, fluttered in the wind, its tentacles writhing in a frenzied dance. I was aware that the kraken symbolized the dominion of the Iron Islands, where they boasted of seizing wealth through plunder rather than toil. Iron coin was synonymous with pillage, forged through the clash of axe and sword, wrested from the vanquished. The bell continued to toll. The waters of the coastal city, once a brilliant blue and serene, now lay tarnished by the encroachment of the Ironborn, their dark forces eclipsing the beauty of the sea. Much like the pall of dread that consumed the hearts of men, the Iron Men were coming. Longships like a flood, quite a spectacle, are they not? A deep voice resonated in my ear. I turned to behold Jason Mallister, his helm transformed into a sturdy and unadorned piece. I recalled the flamboyant headgear I had first seen him wear, with grand wings unfurled. Lord Jason Mallister was now clad in armor, wielding a double-headed axe that dwarfed my own head, its silver eagle engravings glinting ominously, the blade shimmering with a chilling light, and his smile bore a savage, bloodthirsty gleam. He awaited the slaughter. These men had descended into madness. Enough gazing. Go fetch the other 2 maidens, escort my wife to the cellar, and summon Patrick. Come, settle this little one, then proceed to the battlements. I accompanied Sir Patrick as he helped his immobile mother to the cellar. Veda Fry and Carolyn Smallwood had already arrived. I inhaled the pungent scent of decaying vegetables and spoiled meat, and beheld Veda Fry's pallid, vacant expression as she sat there. Carolyn Smallwood clutched Fry's hand tightly, and when she spotted me, she rushed over and enveloped me in her arms. I felt her trembling and noticed the glistening in her eyes. They have come, Lya. They have come, she whispered urgently. I gently patted her back, smoothing her long hair. Fear not, dear Carolyn, I am here with you. No, no, you do not understand, she cried, resting her head against my shoulder, which was at the same height as hers. They call themselves Ironborn. They revel in violence. They will take ravaged women back to the Iron Islands. They delight in seizing salt wives. I, too, felt a surge of fear. Yet it was evident that hers surpassed mine. I embraced her, speaking softly. It is all right. It is all right. We shall be safe. I am but 8 years old. If anyone is to be taken, it should be a beauty like Veda Fry. You do not comprehend. You know nothing, Lya Lannister, she sobbed. Salt wives. That is what they are. Your hands and feet will be shackled, toiling by the sea year-round. Your spine will slowly stoop, your limbs will grow sluggish. Your skin will crack and wrinkle, and by 30, you will resemble a woman of 60. I continued to soothe her, recognizing that many sailors had recounted tales of the Ironborn's brutality. I understood her well. They merely require you to bear children, to labor. They do not regard women as human. Her voice trembled, this fragile little girl, while I, though still a child, felt a greater strength within me. Patrick departed swiftly. Though Veda Fry shivered as well, her resilience shone through as she continued to tend to Lady Effia Vance. I stepped forward to assist, helping to arrange her clothing. We heard a cacophony of footsteps, and I saw it was Hendry Bracken, Haas, and a soldier known as Seaweed Head, followed by townsfolk and maidservants. No youths or able-bodied men were among them, and soon the cellar was filled to capacity, punctuated by cries and gasps. Lock the door. The cabinets, the chairs, the tables, everything. Barricade it. Quickly. He was far more composed than I. I watched as they hastily moved furniture, and soon everyone was roused, lending a hand. Behind the cabinet was a passageway. No wonder Hendry had prioritized moving it. This was a secret tunnel. If the Ironborn breached this place, you must escape through the passage while we hold them back, Hendry stated calmly. For the first time, I perceived him as a man, rather than just a boy slightly older than myself. Gathering my courage, I said, "Give me a weapon, Hendry." He glanced at me, then drew a short sword used by soldiers for butchering meat, handing it to me. I examined the blade. It bore no intricate designs, but the material was of high quality and felt heavy in my grip. Does it have a name? None, Hendry replied, his voice low as he held the sword. I assumed you girls would possess something like a chastity protector. What is that? Upon hearing my inquiry, Hendry cast a glance at Veda Fry. It was used for self-destruction. To prevent defilement, Veda elucidated with a knowing look. We subsequently fell into a hush, for Lady Effia Vance was in a dire state. Her pallor was alarming. The poor woman must have been utterly terrified. No, that is not right. She hasn't taken her medicine. Wait, I exclaimed, Did Bachelor Damon send the medication this morning? Carolyn stared at me, mouth agape. I didn't go to fetch it. I heard the bell toll. Hendry, move the items aside. I must retrieve the medicine swiftly. But outside, there are no buts. This is the wife of Lord Jason Mallister, your mistress, Hendry. If she truly succumbs to illness, we shall all bear the consequences. Second section, I emerged from the cellar with Seaweed Head. We had established a secret signal. 3 knocks on the door, 2 quick, 1 slow. Initially, Hendry intended to accompany us, but 1 burden was sufficient. We did not require another half-grown child. I knew Hendry would barricade the door until our return. May the old and new gods bless him, and me as well. I faintly heard a series of thuds, followed by a resounding horn, echoing across the land. So loud that even the damp sea breeze trembled in response. It was the Ironborn, who had run their longship aground before the town. They were disembarking. Seaweed Head wielded a spear and shield. His teeth were in disarray, emitting quite a pungent aroma, and his hair was a deep brown, matted like seaweed. This is your first encounter. I assent it, lass. I once followed the gents to the Trident, and guess what? I saw Prince Rhaegar lying in the river mud. His chest shattered. They said a flower had bloomed, yet it resembled the state of that foul Clegane. Don't linger. Where's Bachelor Damon? The medicine? 3rd floor. This way. I replied hastily. The main castle was sparsely populated, and every man we encountered was preoccupied with his own affairs, leaving us to our own devices. We arrived at the study, and evidently, Bachelor Damon was absent. However, the ingredients remained, and I could prepare the concoction myself. Watch closely, brother, I urged. My hands moving swiftly as I prepared the medicinal brew. Bring forth the milk. Outside, we could hear the commotion and shouting. Jason Mallister was bellowing, presumably reprimanding someone. I chopped the herbs, extracting their juices, blending, and stirring. I had observed Bachelor Damon's technique, having learned during my time at the Dreadfort, though I had initially studied for the purpose of crafting poisons. Fetch a flask. Seaweed Head searched around, handing me a leather pouch that Damon had neglected to take. I opened it and sniffed. Ale. I promptly emptied its contents, rinsed it with milk, and finally poured in Lady Effia Vance's medicine. I took a moment to double-check the formula. All was well. It was not a slow-acting poison. As I stepped out of the study, I lifted my gaze and beheld the Ironborn disembarking in the distance. I could faintly discern the large, round shields in their hands, adorned with vibrant hues, likely representing the crests of various lords and leaders. There were numerous longships, and the vanguard of the Ironborn had already ignited a thick plume of smoke in the town, while those behind were gradually making landfall. They formed several phalanxes of hundreds, steadily advancing, filling the beach to capacity. I noticed a contingent of men from Melisandre arrayed in formation. I recalled that Lord Jason had intended to safeguard the castle. What foolish vassal would dare to defy him? The Ironborn clashed their shields together, creating an impenetrable wall, rendering the farmers' arrows ineffective. The pirates, in orderly ranks, advanced from both flanks and the front toward the Melisandre troops. A flurry of small, dark projectiles, akin to a swarm of bees, likely comprised of thrown weapons such as hatchets and javelins, swept over the hastily assembled Melisandre peasant soldiers, who scattered in disarray, leaving some fallen behind. I knew the Ironborn were seasoned marauders, eager for battle, and perhaps even willing to raid their own kin abroad. In contrast, the peaceful days had rendered the inhabitants of Seaguard unaccustomed to the rigors of war. Without the castle, it was impossible to confront such marauders. The Ironborn were traversing the small town, I surmised, to thwart any ambush by the cavalry of Seaguard, utilizing the town's buildings and streets, which could transform into a hell for horsemen. Who could say whether Lord Jason Melisandre had deployed cavalry outside the castle? I did not comprehend the intricacies, but I understood that Lord Jason would not be opening the gates of Seaguard at this moment. The peasant soldiers had no choice but to seek their own salvation. We must leave, warned Seaweed. Clutching my water pouch, we hurried towards the basement, and I turned my head for a fleeting glance. Wait, what of the guard at the Scallop Tower? The Scallop Tower, a bastion of Seaguard, faced the continent on the eastern side, and I recalled that there had been someone stationed there not long ago. What was amiss? It was still early. The Ironborn would cluster every 300, advancing with their shields from the town. We had ample arrows, along with crossbows and catapults, not to mention water and waste, pitch and fire. They could not breach our defenses, Seaweed remarked, his patience evidently wearing thin. I remember there should have been a guard at Scallop Tower, Seaweed. It was Roger, wasn't it? Where is he? I inquired. In the midst of battle, how could that sentinel dare to stray? The Scallop Tower stood at the wall of Seaguard, facing the continent. To the west lay the sea, with high and thick walls, while the eastern side, exposed to land, was far more vulnerable to assault. My heart began to race. You, go deliver the medicine to the lady, I ordered, my tongue stumbling over the words. I will seek out Lord Jason Melisandre. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, a projectile embedding itself in flesh. I saw the iron tip protrude from Seaweed's chest. As he turned to respond, his eyes glazed in confusion. He collapsed toward me. I swiftly evaded. Thud! He fell to the ground, a spear embedded in his back. A spear. The Ironborn. I gazed at the strands of seaweed on the ground, lifting my eyes to behold the armored thugs rushing towards me, the scent of salt wafting through the air. Ah! Help! I screamed, summoning every ounce of strength to sprint towards the cellar, clutching the pouch of medicine tightly, tears welling in my eyes. Someone please. Ironborn. No, I cannot flee to the cellar. I must run towards the courtyard. Help! It is the Ironborn. My voice trembled as I cried out with all my might. I spotted 2 guards from the coastal city, shields in hand, drawing their weapons, their expressions filled with astonishment. I heard the wind howling, and in a moment of terror, one of them, unhelmed, had an axe embedded in his forehead. I was paralyzed with fear, yet I continued to run heedlessly. Even as the sounds of clashing metal and anguished cries echoed behind me. In the distance, I saw Lord Jason Meryn, surrounded by a throng of people, the rhythmic thud of footsteps resonating all around. At that moment, even the roughest of men appeared as messengers of the old gods. The wind howled past me, and an axe grazed my upper arm, striking the wall with a resounding thud. A fiery pain shot through my shoulder as I turned, weaving around a stone pillar, hearing the cacophony of impacts and the shattering of debris. My lord, the Ironborn are here, I shouted. Suddenly, I felt a heavy blow to my head, and then I was lifted off the ground. The briny scent of the sea engulfed me, a fragrance reminiscent of fishermen. I felt the coarse, calloused hand that grasped me tightly. Someone shouted into my ear, their voice deafening. Shut up, you little wench. I saw Lord Meryn halt in his tracks, locking eyes with the man who held me in a bruising grip. Turning back, through a haze of tears, I beheld a young man with long, disheveled hair, flanked by only 2 subordinates, glaring darkly at the encroaching soldiers of Meryn. His gaze was as piercing and cold as salt in a wound, unbearable to endure. My head throbbed. I felt like a wretched fish destined for the grasp of the others. His helmet obscured half of his face, yet, setting aside his tattered armor, the white salt stains, the waterlogged robe, and his unkempt stubble, I surmised he might be considered handsome, though, to hell with such notions of beauty. Roderick Greyjoy. I heard Lord Jason Meryn's voice booming. Your father is a false king. Should I address you as Prince Roderick? What do the customs of the Reach have to do with the Ironborn? Roderick Greyjoy retorted. Go ask those widows, Jason Meryn, go inquire of those thralls. Your wife shall be my salt wife, and this girl shall be my salt wife as well. That is sufficient. A king is chosen by the Ironborn. A king who will not be weak. I trembled, my fingers fidgeting within my sleeve, listening intently to their exchange. I squirmed slightly, and he shook me mercilessly, nearly causing me to retch upon his sea-scented robe. She means nothing to me, Jason Meryn remarked, casting a glance in my direction. I have men to the east. Your Ironborn are outnumbered, and before you stand archers and 1,000 swords. There will be no grave for you. The departed do not truly perish. They shall rise again. There might even more formidable. Should I fall, my brothers and sisters will undoubtedly seek retribution for the blood spilled. Roderick Greyjoy remains unfazed. Enough. You are but an eagle, yet undeniably a man. Let us settle this once and for all. His gaze was akin to that of a colossal sea beast fixated on its prey, and Jason Mallister matched him in intensity. The eagle and the squid were on the brink of a duel. You kill me, and this castle is yours, Jason Mallister declared, twisting his wrist to release the axe he bore upon his shoulder. Should I take your life, I shall mount your head upon a spear. The guards had already crowded in, but now they parted to form a circle. Roderick Greyjoy cast me aside. If he lives, the coastal city shall fall, yet in death. He could find solace in the divine palace beneath the tumultuous waves. The Ironborn adjusted the straps of the shield on his arm, and his followers retreated, while Mallister's men did not impede their retreat. He overlooked me and my dagger, unaware of the numerous holes in his armor. With a flash of cold steel, I plunged my dagger into his side. This strike was for the seaweed head, and I withdrew it only to thrust again. This blow was for myself. Curse you, Ironborn. Curse your salt wives. Curse your ancient tortoise of a drowned god. The blade was slick with blood as I instinctively shielded my head, only to have it forcefully struck away by his shield, my arm seeming to fracture. No, I still felt sensation. I could still move. As I lay on the ground, I saw him clutching his waist, kneeling and letting out a furious roar. I witnessed his 2 followers move, only to be impaled by a spear. Turning back, my fingers trembled as I wiped away tears, my lips quivering as I staggered to my feet. The duel was no longer a duel. The Mallisters held Roderick Greyjoy's arm. "The coward!" he shouted. "Jason Mallister, what of your honor? With this girl, you have disrupted our duel. It was you who ambushed me first, a tit for a tat." I cried back. "You were the one who first attacked the seaweed head. You shameless wretch. Wait for it, little harlot. I shall use your skull as a bowl. No. I will pin you on the deck, lock you in my great hall, hang you from the sails, using your mouth, your hands." A guard swung his spear like a club, striking back the venomous curse into his gut and bending him like a soft-bodied shrimp. "Muzzle him, staunch his bleeding, and carry him to the battlements for the Ironborn to witness. Divide into 3 parties and head east. There are surely more than just these few. Hurry." Jason Mallister cast a deep, piercing glance in my direction. "You should not have done this, lass. A duel between men should not be so interrupted. He should not have ambushed me." I retorted swiftly, "And what of your wife's potion?" I am pressed for time. I was uncertain whether it was the overwhelming presence of the Ironborn or their thorough preparation that led Jason Mallister to adopt a strategy of martial prowess. Or perhaps this lord simply relished the clash of sword and axe. Nevertheless, he was indeed prepared for a fight. The entire town, everyone in the coastal city, are they truly placing their hopes upon his axe? Even if, after his demise, none would genuinely capitulate, the morale would undoubtedly suffer. He, however, meets his end and is liberated to join his 7 gods and ancestors, while I am left to languish in the Iron Islands, dreaming of nothing. The outcome is quite impeccable. A mere 8-year-old child, devoid of understanding, has inadvertently thrust us into this predicament, and yet he has an alibi. No, he is Lord Jason Mallister. "I apologize, my lord. I shall not repeat this mistake." I bowed in response, pitifully, while the seaweed head lay there, struck by their spears. Spears, throwing axes, and daggers. These cephalopods relish such antics. He glanced back and lamented, "I fear your friend, seaweed head, is beyond salvation." They finished him off, severing his head. "Quickly, fetch the medicine. Do not emerge. Fire. Aim at the flag, swiftly." I heard Sir Patrick's voice from the battlements, accompanied by the metallic clashing from the direction of Scallop Bay and the ensuing cries of agony. A heavy crashing sound reverberated, likely the result of someone employing a massive hammer to activate the catapult. I gazed skyward and beheld dark projectiles ascending, one after another, soaring outward toward the Ironborn. They had commenced, I thought, my heart quaking as I dashed towards the cellar. Undoubtedly, the self-crowned Iron King Balon Greyjoy would never have anticipated losing a son here. The capture of Balon's son, Roderick Greyjoy, would greatly dishearten the Ironborn. I could not discern Roderick Greyjoy's purpose for entering the city. Perhaps he aimed to open the gates. Perhaps he sought to ambush the sentinels behind the eastern wall, allowing the Ironborn to enter with ropes and then open the gates, only to be discovered by me. Realizing too late that their spears and axes could not reach my diminutive form, their skills lacking, or perhaps he entered the city to relieve himself atop the watchtower, mocking Lord Jason Mallister as he commanded the troops upon the walls, followed by a hearty laugh. In any case, Roderick Greyjoy was cunning, audacious, and truly deserving of his title, yet he fell to the blade of a mere girl. Upon my return, my limbs weakened. I nearly collapsed onto the soft form of Carolyn Smallwood. It was painful. My head was struck, my hands bruised, and perhaps my legs were scraped as well. There were too many people here, and I felt a twinge of fear. It was unwise to expose my skin, for I suspected I bore a multitude of bruises. After consuming some medicine, Vance appeared considerably better, yet the crowd in the cellar made me doubt whether we might suffocate. With the old lady likely being the first to succumb, the Ironborn continued their assault. Their current leaders were Godric Coble and Sir Horace Harlaw, their offensive relentless. Sir Patrick informed me that each day, at dawn, a priest of the drowned god would sever the throat of a captive and cast them into the sea, perhaps to feed the squids, who can say? They claimed the Ironborn beseeched the drowned god for the blessing of their swords, praying for the tide and sturdy shields to be with them. That glory may be bestowed upon the archipelago. Ah, the land belongs to the 7. They are utterly foolish. I was sharing bread and sausage with Hendry, who had just returned, drenched in sweat, unbathed, and reeking terribly. We stumbled upon a jug of somewhat spoiled apple cider, grimacing as we consumed it. It signified their inevitable defeat, a despair that enveloped them. I firmly asserted their possession of a knight, to which the reply was affirmative. It seemed the Iron Islands also held faith in the 7, and the numbers were growing, albeit still exhibiting their inherent nature. Hendry forcefully downed the foul brew. Subsequently, I too had to lend my assistance. Each day I encountered the wounded. The once beautiful brown walls had become obscured, the flora embedded in the stone blurred by a perpetual stain of blood and grime. This splendid castle was tarnished by blood and sweat, desperately in need of a cleansing. The stench was particularly unbearable, as the entire castle, both inside and out, succumbed to a revolting filth. The garrison was insufficient for the battlefield, yet excessive for peacetime, leaving sanitation neglected, with no one outside to tend to the mess. Coughing had already begun to echo within the fortress. Occasionally, items were tossed over the walls. I once retrieved a severed hand, thrown from outside, the stench making me retch. A guard swiftly seized it and cast it into the firewood. I began to comprehend why plagues often followed great battles. I learned the art of bandaging wounds and the classification of the injured, discerning between those who could be saved and those who could not. I grew numb, acclimating to death, using a small dagger to end the suffering of grievously wounded captives and dragging their bodies to the flames. Eventually, clean linen became a luxury, and medicine was perpetually inadequate, reserved for the lords. The most repugnant task was clearing the spiked wooden planks, which bore all manner of detritus. It was said that swinging them from a hoist, like a pendulum, could sweep away an entire wall of foes. Some unfortunate souls would plummet, and one could only imagine the gruesome, sticky nature of those planks. It was not a duty that should have fallen to me, yet there were already civilian women donning armor upon the walls. You see, no one could remain hidden forever. The silver lining was that the tides of war became increasingly clear. By the 5th day, the Ironborn no longer embraced death with fervor. Hendry reported that they had begun to quarrel amongst themselves, even casting their own into the sea. I could hear the chaos of the Ironborn camp outside. The clamor of combat, sometimes so loud it felt as though they were embroiled in a civil war, with us as mere spectators. Lord Jason Mallister's vassals and knights began to converge, accompanied by heavily armored retainers forming a formidable cavalry. The sound of hooves echoed like thunder as the cavalry of the Riverlands surged forth in a wedge formation, forcing the Ironborn marauders into the water to confront the wrath of the drowning god. We sheltered behind the castle walls, hearing the roars of warriors invoking the Seven. It was utter pandemonium outside. Hendry was discontent, expressing his desire to join, but no one paid him heed. I understood the reason. The Bracken family had but this one boy, and should he perish at Sea Stone, the Mallisters would suffer greatly. On the same day, the Riverlands army arrived belatedly. I listened to the shouts outside and the jubilant songs of those around me, finally exhaling in relief. It was over, the Ironborn set sail, and Sea Stone had narrowly escaped calamity, welcoming the Tully family and other noble lords of the Riverlands into its embrace. I have heard that Roderick Greyjoy, the man I stabbed, has not perished. Perhaps I have not been ruthless enough. As for his future, Ser Patrick has conveyed that House Melisandre will heed the king's wishes. Should the traitor Greyjoy family be obliterated, it would be a swift execution by the executioner. Conversely, if they are granted a reprieve, the Sea Castle will demand a substantial ransom from the Iron Islands, for Balon Greyjoy, who audaciously claims the title of the Iron King, has a son, Roderick, who is both the firstborn and heir, and thus quite valuable. I seem to recall that in the original text, Eddard Stark had a hostage named Theon Greyjoy. This suggests that the family has somehow survived. Though I have heard of many misfortunes occurring beyond the walls, not all managed to seek refuge within the castle in time. However, within Sea Castle, the atmosphere is becoming more temperate, yet there is one troubling aspect. The people of the Riverlands exhibit no gratitude. They say you have stabbed Balon Greyjoy's son, Roderick Greyjoy. Hendry Bracken chuckles foolishly, and they have bestowed upon you a nickname. I sense an ominous premonition. What is it? Tentacle Cutter. What nonsense is this? You have broken the rules of the duel, and such a title would hardly be flattering. If you were to sever all of Greyjoy's squid's tentacles, perhaps you would be dubbed the Squid Cutter. After all, you are merely 8 years old, wild child. Perhaps a song will be sung about you by a bard. What shall it be called? How to Devour a Squid. Chapter 7. The silver eagle hole my right hand is firmly grasped by Janie Hyde. My father has died, she sobs. They have brought back the body and laid it in the shrine. I assist her in wiping away her tears. An axe is embedded in his forehead. They say it took considerable effort to remove it, and fluids are spilling everywhere. I clasp the hand of this poor girl in return. Take heart, dear, I murmur softly. He rests in eternal slumber, alongside the old and new gods, having sacrificed himself to guard you and me. I know I should weep. Her tears continue to fall. He said we would soon move, she recalls. We hear the captain of the guards calling for her, and Janie Hyde hurriedly prepares herself, while I help her dry off. I realize my sorrow is not overwhelming. Perhaps a part of my previous life has accustomed me to death. Seaweed Head, Janie Hyde's father. The grotesque corpses I have encountered these past days have left me numb. As long as my mother's eyes are upon me, all is well. The horn sounds, and the populace of Sea Castle begins to scatter, making way for the approaching armies of the Riverlands. In truth, the reinforcements are not many. It is said that when Sea Castle was besieged, House Tully was mustering their forces and had not yet gathered a significant number of soldiers before hastily arriving. Fortunately, we are in the midst of a long summer, and even if the houses are ruined, the common folk can rest outdoors. Common maidens like Janie Hyde have gone to the front lines to collect the fallen. The Iron Men have attacked for 5 days, leaving behind no trace. I had initially intended to venture beyond the walls to assist those grievously wounded who cannot survive, as I casually gathered some weapons for myself. Much like those town merchants who resell the remnants of the battlefield, I found myself bound by duty within the confines of Seaside City, standing beside the esteemed Lady Ephia Vance, playing the role of a charming, ornamental figure. In defeating the eldest son of the Squid, Roderick Greyjoy, I simultaneously transgressed the code of dueling. Considering my tender age, the adults chose to overlook this matter, neither punishing nor rewarding me. Perhaps they believed that the mere act of fostering a reputation served as a reward in itself. I found the brooch of the lovely maiden, Veda Vance, to be exquisite, a creation of blue crystals meticulously assembled. I had hoped to receive a similar small red brooch when questioned by the adults, yet no one inquired. A couple of diminutive sapphires would suffice, even gray ones would do. Nevertheless, I decided to embrace my current state. In truth, I have a fondness for silver ornaments. But due to the abundance of silverware in the north, stemming from White Harbor, my fascination shifted to gemstones upon my arrival in the south. I endeavored to try all of Veda Vance's trinkets, yet that miserly woman did not bestow upon me even a few. Ultimately, my only acquisition was a short sword, previously wielded by Hendry Blaken, intended for cutting meat. I had no intention of returning it. I find myself consuming a fair amount of meat now and require a means to slice it, though, truth be told, this blade is more suited for dispatching foes than for culinary purposes. As a form of compensation, I had previously skinned 5 or 6 minks. Perhaps I could fashion a fur scarf for him. The townsfolk had dispersed, and the servants busily sprinkled water and tidied up, eradicating the lingering odors of confinement that had accumulated over the days. I trailed behind Lady Ephia Vance in my blue dress, dutifully accompanying her to greet the esteemed guests. However, the short sword at my waist belied my outwardly obedient demeanor. I truly am a hypocrite. Lord Jason Melisandre, the ruler of Seaside City, would host a banquet for various lords in the Hall of Silver Eagles, a place that had previously served as a refuge for the wounded during the siege. I hoped they would not leave too many stains behind. The sound of horns resounded once more, and I beheld the trout banner of Duke Horst Tully of Riverlands leading the procession. I had previously encountered his son, Edmure Tully, who was likely stationed at home. Since sustaining grave injuries during the Battle of the Bells in the War of the Usurper, Duke Horst Tully seldom ventured out. With the king assembling an army, young Edmure must assume the responsibilities of Lord of Riverrun. Following was the banner of the Vance family's dragon and eye, ostentatious in its display, representing the family of the venerable Lady Ephia Vance. The banner of the Smallwood family of Acorn Hall was present amongst the Vance entourage, for they are vassals of the Vance family, adorned with 6 acorns. This explains why Saralyn Smallwood finds herself in Seaside City, hailing from the small Acorn family. Next came the Mouton family of Springwell, bearing the red salmon banner, their armor among the finest of the realm. This family is home to Saralyn Smallwood's betrothed, a frequent figure in poetry circles. Following them was the Blaken family of Stonefence, their red warhorse banner displaying valor and fervor. I noted the arrival of Lord Genos Blaken, whose hair showed signs of thinning. He is the uncle of the great Hendry Blaken. Subsequently, there came the Vance family from Arlen, yet another branch of the Vance lineage. I beheld the banner of the Dancing Maiden, a symbol of the Pabe family from the Red Dust City, renowned for their multitude of beauties across the 7 kingdoms. The Farmer's Plough banner, representing the Derry family, once formidable, now languished after aligning with the wrong side during the Usurper's War, leading to their decline and dwindling lineage. Next came a group of Freys, their twin towers banners soaring high, with a throng of shrewd faces akin to weasels. Among them, I spotted Lyman Fry. While the venerable Marquis Walder Fry, having surpassed the age of 80, was evidently not accompanying the troops into battle. Lastly, there was another illustrious warrior from Riverrun. Aside from Jason Mallister, hailing from the Blackwood family of Raventree Hall, Count Tytos Blackwood. He was a noble of considerable refinement, tall and slender, with long dark hair cascading over his shoulders, a prominent hooked nose, and a meticulously trimmed beard. His attire was exceedingly stylish, his cloak woven from resplendent raven-black feathers. It was said that he was a close ally of House Stark and maintained connections with many northern nobles, being one of the few descendants of the first men in Riverrun, a devotee of the old gods. Moreover, he was the father of the squire, Horst Blackwood. The soldiers of Blackwood donned somber black garb, reflective of their heraldry, withered trees and cawing crows, an evocation of Twilight's gentle song. Yet, these details seemed trifling. For the war at Seaguard had concluded, and I dutifully observed the banners converge, my thoughts drifting elsewhere. In the second segment, Lord Jason Mallister graciously welcomed the noble guests, presenting bread and salt, thereby honoring the sacred custom of hospitality. During this time, a dispute arose between Lord Genos Bracken and Lord Tytos Blackwood regarding their respective precedents. Before they could agree on the terms of a duel, Lord Patrick Mallister, with keen insight, prompted me to present a second offering of bread and salt. It is well known that whenever the Blackwoods and Brackens encounter one another, tensions inevitably rise. This was likely the reason for the somber silence that enveloped the Riverrun army upon their arrival, as they feared an altercation. Their animosity, it is said, traces back 8 millennia, with one being a king and the other a vassal who betrayed his sovereign. Which family is which depends on whom you ask. Both sides firmly believe themselves to be the rightful rulers. Allegedly, their disputes have led to incidents ranging from the abduction of men by women of either house to romantic entanglements and heartbreaks across the ages. In essence, at this juncture, even the old and new gods could scarcely untangle the web of their enmity. I recall vividly from the lectures of Maester Uther the deep impression these two families left upon me. Though not the foremost in nobility, they are undoubtedly the most tenacious. 8 millennia have not sufficed to eradicate each other. Even after the conqueror Aegon crossed the seas, they fought countless battles, engaged in numerous reconciliations and unions, with their lords often mediating disputes year after year. Lord Tytos Blackwood tore a piece of bread from the plate, symbolically dipping it in salt. He cast a glance in my direction. A northerner, a child of Lord Lothston? Indeed, my lord, I replied, Lya Snow, yet Lord Lothston is not my father. It seems your mother has not spoken the truth to you. I recognize those eyes. Sara spoke honestly, but whether she acknowledges it is not her concern. No, my lord, Lord Roose Bolton is not my father. Call it as you will, young lady. I have 6 sons. Each marriage has troubled my heart, and there are still 3 remaining. I have a fondness for northern girls, and you are quite appealing. Let us not forget that bookish fellow, Horst Blackwood. Thank you for your kind words. I am a bastard, unworthy of your noble son. My voice is as faint as a mosquito. It is wise to refuse. Some nobles are not to be trusted. Lord Genos Bracken interjected suddenly. I have 5 daughters and no sons. Stonefence and the Bracken family will one day belong to Hendry Bracken. You are aware of him, are you not? I noticed he glanced at you earlier. You seem well matched. He looked at me because he wishes to reclaim his short sword. And how could I possibly be a match for that oaf? You mean mother and son, do you not? Indeed, my lord, I replied gently. He is a brave squire. Tytos Blackwood elongated his words, enunciating carefully. They worship the 7. You are a daughter of the north, Lya. The old gods are watching over you. The Bracken family, descendants of the ancients, converted to the 7 early on, while the Blywoods remained steadfast, loyal followers of the old gods. Upon hearing the term watching, I am reminded of those blue eyes. I ponder that my mother must now be with the old gods, watching over me as well. All right, you too, Lord Jason Mallister, usually proud and polite, raised his voice considerably. Come, Tytos, let us engage in a match. Genos, please keep Lord Edmund Tully company. I shall join you shortly. It appears that aside from separating the two, Lord Jason Mallister has little else to offer. I breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to them, Horst Blackwood and Hendry Bracken are truly mild-mannered youths. What? A union? Do not be foolish. These two are not serious. The Blackwood family may have numerous sons, and thus may be somewhat casual, but the Bracken family has this one nephew. Marrying a bastard? Competing with me, a base-born child. These two hulks. Section 3. I escaped from the centuries-old feud between these families, trailing behind Lady Effie of Vance, wearing a smile, standing tall and proud, like a fine representation of the perfect demeanor of Seaside City, eager to send forth our children and showcase our upbringing. I could almost hear the message my posture conveyed on behalf of Seaside City. This did not require much contemplation, whether it be Lord Jason Mallister or Sir Patrick Mallister. Both strive to instill such notions, proud and polite, skilled with the sword, eloquent in discourse, exemplifying knighthood. They take great pleasure in displaying this facet of their character, and they excel in nurturing children. I surmise they believe that helping others raise children is not without merit as a strategy to enhance their influence. especially in times of peace. Currently, the Seven Kingdoms remain united. The false king of the Iron Islands is doomed to failure, and rebellion is but a ripple in an otherwise tranquil era. Currently, the Iron Throne remains a matter of great significance to all, should indifference ever take hold. Westeros would undoubtedly descend into chaos. The Hall of Silver Eagle has been newly adorned, and I find myself serving wine and dishes for the esteemed lords. Interestingly, in the north, noble maidens do not partake in such endeavors. During grand ceremonies in Winterfell, they even recruit women from the winter market to assist. Only the southerners, basking in the warmth of midsummer, exhibit such customs and rituals to foster connections. Truly a well-structured affair. I caught sight of Roderick Greyjoy. Why did I not strike him down? This octopus, currently a prisoner in the Riverlands, is indeed a member of the nobility. The Greyjoy lineage is steeped in history, with ancestors who have ascended to kingship. As the eldest son, Roderick Greyjoy stands as the primary heir, and thus, it would be inappropriate for the courteous Melisandre to slight him. Despite the enmity the Ironborn harbor for the Iron Men, courtesy remains paramount. I noticed two guards seated at a nearby table, their gazes fixed upon his back. I served this shackled guest his drink and meal. He sat alone at the far end of the table, now appearing far more dignified than when he resembled a filthy sailor marooned in the sea for a millennium. I tread carefully, uncertain of his temper, but fortunately, it seems his earlier frenzy dedicated to the drowned god has subsided, and he remains silent. As I finished arranging the table, eager to depart, he suddenly grasped my hand tightly. I met his gaze, and in his brown irises swirled the tempestuous gray of the Iron Island seas, cold and merciless. You have pierced me twice. Little dolphin, Roderick Greyjoy exclaimed with a radiant smile, a rarity for one whose livelihood depends on the sea, signifying that I must bear his offspring, twice. I forcefully wrenched my hand away, and the two guards lunged, pinning him to the table. Twice. They demand I don the black garb. I shall venture to the wall. In your north, I know, he growled, struggling. Wait for it. Release me, I wish to dine. The guard's grip slackened slightly, and fear crept in as I noticed him watching me retreat. He muttered, I will seize you in your slumber. I will slay your father, your brothers. The women of your house shall become my salt wives, and your entire family shall serve as my slaves. My family? My father? Are you referring to Lord Roose Bolton? I steadied myself. Come then, you have no understanding of terror. If you and my Lord Bolton were to perish together, it would be most fortuitous. Then come forth. I whispered softly, as if a mere breeze could carry my words away. The Bolton family, the Dreadfort. I await you, ready to strip the skin from your cowardly back. The Night's Watch at the wall, clad in black, vow to guard this realm until death. For a deserter in the north equates to execution. The south may turn a blind eye, provided he can escape the vast, frigid expanse of the north. Once, the Night's Watch was comprised of honorable warriors. However, in this age, it has become a sanctuary for outlaws and failures. Occasionally, a noble or knight may join their ranks, seeking purpose beyond the wall. He glared at me, and I returned the stare. Had it not been for Vadel Fry pulling me to meet her family, we would have continued our silent confrontation. I wished he would venture into the Terror Castle. He had no comprehension of what a Bolton truly was. The weasels of House Fry had extricated me from my predicament this time, allowing me to remain unscathed by the influences of Patrick Melisandre and Edmure Tully, which led me to treat them with kindness. As a consequence, they grew rather audacious. Layla, with the stench of wine on his breath, was accompanied by Black Walder, the infamous scoundrel of House Fry, known for his volatile temperament and miserly nature. Do you know who that slender girl is? He pointed at Janie Hyde. My son wishes to bed her. Go fetch her. His son was indeed Black Walder. By this time, the feast had descended into chaos, with certain unruly nobles from the Riverlands brazenly embracing common serving girls. I noticed a trembling girl huddled beneath Black Walder's cloak, her petite face the only part visible, while the sinister man stirred his hand within the folds of the cloak. The girl was unclothed, inadvertently revealing her smooth skin. What a despicable wretch! He dared to carry out such acts in the presence of Lady Ephra Vance and other noble women, exhibiting not an ounce of decorum. I scarcely had the capacity to concern myself with the plight of the serving girl. From the north to the Riverlands, I had witnessed far too much. Noble girls held little status, merely receiving preferential treatment due to the transactional nature of marriage. One moment, I said with a smile. I promptly turned and pulled Janie Hyde away from a knight of House Vance, who was tugging at her. Thank you, Layla, Janie gasped, her forehead glistening with sweat. That lord wants me to accompany him tonight. I've never done such a thing. I would rather be with Pobby than that balding fat lord. Forget about that cowardly lord who is too portly to mount a horse, I whispered urgently. Black Walder intends to claim you, and his father has just instructed me to bring you to him. Quickly gather your belongings. If they speak to Lord Jason Melisandre, you may find yourself bound for Twin Rivers come morning." Janie Hyde was taken aback. "Do you have a place to go? If so, hurry and prepare. Those monsters are truly revolting. I cannot remain at this feast any longer. I will request to escort the lady back to her chamber. You must hurry. I can go to the crossroads Inn. My Aunt Martha is the innkeeper there. Then be swift. I will take you out shortly. Wait for me in the courtyard. Keep hidden and avoid the Silver Eagle Hall." I needed to find a few taller individuals and soon approached Henry Bracken, seizing his hand as we departed. "Big Ma, wait for me in the courtyard. I will be right there." He would certainly comply. I moved quickly, ignoring those who beckoned for me to pour more wine. Making my way to where Jason Melisandre was conversing with Sir Case Vance. "My lord, the lady is unwell. It is too noisy here. Shall we escort her upstairs?" Jason Mallister permitted me to assist Lady Alicia Vance alongside Catelyn Stark, while Wyman Manderly's son lingered nearby. Observing her radiant excitement, I resolved not to intrude. The subsequent events unfolded simply. Jenny Hyde took possession of a sword left behind by a fallen warrior. May the old and new gods bless her. The length of her legs was remarkable, and as I watched her graceful retreat, I felt a pang of jealousy for the 8-year-old child that I was. I did not dwell on this matter, for the next day, Jason Mallister gathered his bannermen and set forth alongside Lord Edmure Tully for battle. The war was far from over, as the Iron Islands continued their rebellion across the sea. What I did not anticipate was that Blackwood remembered me and the fact that I had failed to meet his expectations. The Greyjoy Rebellion, which commenced at the end of the year 289 AC, persisted until mid-290 AC, concluding in my 9th year. The pretender King Balon Greyjoy's brother, Victarion Greyjoy, launched a surprise attack on Lannisport, incinerating the Lannister fleet. However, during the subsequent Battle of Sea Dragon Point, Roderick Greyjoy was captured due to injury, and the Ironborn forces could not breach the well-prepared defenses of Sea Dragon Point, resulting in a disastrous setback for Balon's ambitions. Maester Daemon lectured over a spread map, while I heard the foolish chuckle of young Henry Bracken. I turned and shot him a glare. What did it matter that I had ambushed Roderick Greyjoy? King Robert Baratheon summoned his bannermen from all corners to assemble their armies, much to Balon's astonishment, as the king on the Iron Throne now possessed the full support of the Seven Kingdoms. The Maester, in the prime of his life, was stern and meticulous. We dared not fidget. I perused the atlas, turning to the page depicting King's Landing, and beneath the table, I pinched Hendry's thigh fiercely. "Hendry, can you enlighten me as to why everyone supports the king?" "Ouch. Huh. Oh, it is their loyalty, Maester." A foolish answer indeed. Horst, Balon Greyjoy had underestimated the disdain the lords and nobles of Westeros held for him and his organized band of pirates. The bookish Horst Blythewood replied, prompting a dismissive smirk from Hendry. "Lina, what is your perspective?" I concur with Horst's opinion. "Maester," I endeavored to disregard Hendry's loud cough. "Could you elaborate?" The Lannisters of the Westerlands and the Tyrells of the Reach directly faced the fleet of the Iron Islands. They would certainly not wish to see further maritime plundering by the Ironborn. The Lannisters had the imp, Tyrion Lannister, rumored to possess a tail, horns upon his brow, and a mouth full of 1,000 fangs. I would wager the Ironborn would be devoured whole by the imp. This interruption, with its insufferably grating tone, undoubtedly came from Amber, a loathsome child who had wet himself in the cellar during the Ironborn siege. A low laughter rippled through the gathering of children. I find it quite irksome to be interrupted. How insatiable his appetite is. Alas, he would rather consume the foul-smelling Ironborn than even touch your unseemly flesh, Amber. Bang. What of the other families? Maester Daemon pounded the table, commanding silence once more. I continued, stating that the more distant regions, or those less affluent and thus less prone to piracy disputes, such as the North, the Vale, and Stormlands, are steadfast supporters of King Robert. Maester, their alliance forms the foundation of royal power, and royal power is the fruit of that alliance, a fruit that the Ironborn must not be allowed to pluck. The Rivellins are no different. Indeed, the Maester remarked, the Iron Islands, both claiming kingship and reviving the ancient ways of plunder, have nearly alienated everyone, save Dorne. Thus, the outcome of this war seems predetermined, further weakening the Iron Islands while solidifying the Iron Throne, which holds little significance for the Ironborn. Maester Daemon spoke with a nonchalant air, yet the war raged on. Have you heard? The King's brother Stannis, that valiant hero who once held Windspire against the siege of countless Riverlanders, has led the royal fleet to the western coast. Oh, after the tournament concluded, I engaged in idle chatter with Hendry, primarily listening as he spoke of war. I lacked the energy to engage, for few hold any affection for Stannis. He is far too rigid, yet I was surprised to discover a devotee here. On the Isle of Ladies in the west, they ambushed the Ironborn fleet, routing them. A significant number of Greyjoy's squids perished or were captured. I heard they planned to refer to Stannis as the Squid Eater, but he was most displeased, and this notion was swiftly abandoned. He remained animated, entirely oblivious to my lack of interest in the discourse on battle. Although Ser Helverflower was absent, the training regimen had intensified, and I was nearing exhaustion. They must have sent Amber to the Isle of Ladies, assuming command among the Ironborn. Would you care for some water, Hendry? He licked his parched lips, that foolishly straightforward man. No, thank you. Presently. The Greyjoy forces have been compelled to retreat back to the Iron Islands. He may need to summon his marauding crews from afar, as that is their stronghold. How I long to partake in the fray. Occasionally, I would encounter Roderick Greyjoy, confined in the dungeon, where there are cells designated for noble prisoners of war. I had no intention of mocking him, though my presence there was not entirely voluntary. I was tasked with delivering food to him, as the jailer was a cruel man. Delighting in witnessing Roderick's expression upon my arrival, this seemed to be one of his few pleasures. A considerable crowd was eager to witness the spectacle. Yet I lacked the courage to offend a throng of adults, even though, in theory, I held a higher status. They relished the misfortunes of the pretender Balon Greyjoy's son, finding humor in the day's events. Bang! Curse his oatcakes and his seed porridge. He banged on the cell door with fervor, demanding meat, demanding fish. This is all you have for me, Squid? Do you think this is a feast? I offered no politeness whatsoever, coldly shutting the small window of the prison door. The city of Haijiang has a fondness for the Ironborn. For centuries, our families have cherished one another, kissing each other's swords, almost unearthing our ancestors from the earth. Does he not realize this? Ah, you again, salt concubine. I shall emerge, I shall find you. Listen closely, I will teach you the ways of women. His voice was low and agitated, filled with unrest. I paused, hearing a low chuckle from the shadows. Someone was enjoying the spectacle. I sighed. This simple-minded wretch was merely performing his own misfortune for others to see. I truly wished not to demean anyone. It was best to let it go. As I turned to leave, his loud shout halted my steps. Wait, the longship will come again. You shall beg me. You will lick my salt cloak. You will submit like a dog. How infuriating, he asked for this. I kicked the prison door. Be silent, fool. I abruptly opened the small window of the cell, staring into his wide eyes, listening to his heavy breaths. Countless Ironborn have been imprisoned here throughout the ages. I shouted, your ancestors, your forebears, and you yourself. You deserve to drown here. How dare you threaten a girl as young as myself, yet to experience her first moon? You lack courage. Your manhood has already been bitten off by fish. Bang! I kicked the door once more. Listen, you heard me right. Your Ironborn are finished. They are losing. I tell you, Roderick Greyjoy, everyone speaks of your failures. You are doomed. The Greyjoy lineage is at an end. You will bow to the Iron Throne, groveling before the people of the Greenlands. He gazed intently at me. Let my honor drown me. Tell them, bring me a cup of poison. The deceased do not perish, but will rise again, stronger than before. I slammed the window shut and departed, leaving him in silence. Perhaps the dead may rise again. But that bears no connection to Roderick Greyjoy. He must go to the wall to catch the winds. His honor will be of another kind. May he accept this truth sooner rather than later. 2 months later, I had largely abandoned my efforts to reform Hendry. He would never cleanse himself, nor would he initiate conversation. The old and new gods show no mercy. This attendant, who often lingered by my side, was nothing more than a foul and stubborn stone. I shall no longer call him the Great Horse, but instead, the Great Stone. Hendry, with his protruding belly, resembled the increasingly corpulent King Robert. In recent days, Lya, the armies of the Seven Kingdoms have been conquering the Iron Islands one by one. I dare say, in the end, Balon Greyjoy's reign shall inevitably falter, and he will be forced to surrender. His voice rose, drawing glances, as if he had petrified Balon Greyjoy himself. Lower your voice. This marks the second time since Aegon the Conqueror that the Ironborn have submitted to the Iron Throne in King's Landing. This time, there are no dragons. They cannot defeat us and will no longer reach Haijiang. I know, I do not wish to hear it. I exclaimed. Analyzing this in Master Damon's class is already tedious enough. Section 6. The war seems to have drawn to a close, and Caroline Smallwood and I are clandestinely perched on the balcony, observing the procession entering the city of Haijiang below. These are the newly appointed Kingsguard, Caroline explained. Sir Alice Ockert, quite dashing, isn't he? Sir Alice Ockert possessed a head of light brown hair, perfectly embodying the youthful fantasies of the maidens regarding the gallant Kingsguard. At the very least, His countenance was pleasing. Is he more handsome than your fiancé? I teased. That's different. He is a Kingsguard. Caroline insisted. Look, a knight as pure as snow. Sir Alice Ockhart donned a white cloak, wielded a white shield, and was clad in gleaming white scale armor and a cotton robe. Did you notice the white scarf around his neck? I whispered. I wonder which maiden tied it on him. That is impossible. The Kingsguard take vows of celibacy. The entire kingdom knows this, Caroline argued stubbornly. Then I must say, if this white knight is indeed a genuine legend of Westeros, it is truly a case of unrequited affection. I sighed dramatically. Are you smitten with him? Absolutely not. I vehemently denied. Then there is Roderick Greyjoy. His eyes sparkle whenever he looks at you. He despises me, my dear. You do not comprehend. His gaze is meaningless. This Prince Roderick Greyjoy is doomed to choose between execution and donning black garb. Oh, the Night's Watch must also take vows. He is rather handsome. What a pity. Caroline lamented. You have a fiancé, you mischievous girl. How can you be so reckless? My words incited Caroline to playfully strike at me, this fragile little creature. We frolicked for a while, pinching and tickling one another until her strength waned, and she begged for mercy. Tell me, Lya, will he survive? She gasped, continuing the conversation. I naturally recalled what Roderick had confided to me, though it seemed he was seeking death once more. I could not fathom that man. Perhaps he believed that drinking poison would, at least, grant him a modicum of glory associated with drowning. He might not choose death. I feared he certainly would not. Thus, it would be to the wall, guarding the realm's borders, where the sworn brothers of the Night's Watch must take oaths, forsaking any lands or the joys of marriage and progeny. I coldly remarked, if he were to perish, it would be for the best, in any case. It appears that the ruler of the Iron Islands, that Balon Greyjoy, shall have no mature heirs henceforth, and the Iron Islands will be left to the whims of fate, unable to bask in the glory of drowning. How tragic. This sympathy is of no value, Caroline Smallwood mused, being one of the people of the Riverlands, whose enmity with the Iron Islands has endured for centuries. I had heard that their youngest son, Theon Greyjoy, had been sent to the north to be fostered by House Stark. Fostered? More like a hostage. Surely not. Caroline exclaimed in alarm. I have heard that Lord Eddard Stark is quite honorable. He would never harm him. A promise is a promise, and the law is the law. A sword will indeed hover over the heads of hostages. Should Balon refuse, he may choose self-immolation, thereby erasing the Greyjoy lineage from existence. I spoke casually. However, on another note, Caitlin, I adhere to the old gods and have always found the oaths of the Seven rather terrifying, coercing individuals to renounce the mundane, to forego land, marriage, and progeny. I disregarded her desire to speak and continued to enumerate. The Night's Watch, the maesters, the monks and nuns, the Kingsguard. Many are compelled to vow their lives to a cause. It seems the Night's Watch is obliged to pledge their oaths quite early. Caitlin solemnly tapped my forehead. Ouch. And she added, one must not show disrespect to the old and new gods. I grasped her fingers, declaring, all right, in the name of the gods. I shall torment you. Help. This young lady, seemingly soft, dared to resist. As for oaths, do not be foolish. When men speak, they often utter nonsense. And women are inherently deceitful. I believe few of those who take oaths can truly uphold them. The Kingsguard departed with the prisoner Roderick Greyjoy, accompanied by another individual, Will, who had been caught poaching in the woods of Melisandre. Commoners are forbidden from hunting large beasts. They were to be sent to the Night's Watch for conscription in the south. A month later, further news regarding the war reached the shores of the Iron Islands. It was said that a red priest named Thuras was the first to ascend the walls of Pike, the last stronghold of House Greyjoy. This red priest hailed from the far east, wielding the flaming sword, invincible in his endeavors. King Robert granted him permission to propagate the teachings of Lawler in Westeros, allowing for the establishment of a modest temple dedicated to the Lord of Light. Lawler, I had not heard of this deity. Vardis, with curiosity, perused the maester's collection. And this time the subject pertained to the Lord of Light. Listen, the eternal adversary of the Light Lord is the Ancient Others. Ancient Others? I lifted my gaze from the tome. Ancient is synonymous with old. Oh my gods, we dwell on this side of the sea while they linger on the other. What grievance could the old gods have against this Lord of Light? Crossing a sea is no formidable task. Perhaps his arrival is due to the fact that the old gods are trees, while the Lord of Light embodies fire. You see, fire requires wood. Are trees to be hated as well? That is unjust. Trees are wonderful. If Dorne were filled with trees, it would not be a desert. A splendid notion. And I have heard that Dorne is home to handsome men. Vardis' eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, have you taken a liking to them? If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly explore, refined and well-built. I will take you along. No, you can ride horses with the handsome men. I shall remain on the sidelines planting trees, providing you shade from the wind. A horse? Isn't that Henry's? Would you truly be so heartless? I am determined to strip away the pretenses of that loquacious girl. Having made up my mind, I lunged at her, and her pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. After all, we were in our shared quarters, far removed from any male presence. It was said that in celebration of Balon Greyjoy's defeat, King Robert once again summoned a tournament. Jorah Mormont from Bear Island emerged victorious, bestowing the crown of the Queen of Love and Beauty upon Lynesse Hightower, proposing to her before a multitude of spectators. Bear Island, impoverished and beset by harsh sea winds, suffers through relentless winters, while the Hightower family resides in the south amidst verdant fields and flourishing trees, basking in the wealth of Old Town. This is indeed a tale of a poor boy pursuing a wealthy girl, and it seems they truly wed. If I were given the chance to partake in the tournament, Lyanna, I would undoubtedly offer you the crown of the Queen of Love and Beauty, for others would not bestow it upon you. Henry arrogantly adopted a tone of condescension that infuriated me. There is no need. I shall best all competitors and ultimately crown you as the reigning queen. Oh, must I don a gown like you, all bashful and coy? What a foolish notion. Apart from wearing a wreath, what else could your head be good for? Prepare yourself. I raised my voice, catching Henry Bracken off guard. These were mere rumors. What truly concerned me was the return of the forces from the coastal city. Sir Helver Flowers had acquired a patch of land, yet he remained the instructor of the coastal city's army. Thus Henry Bracken and I underwent rigorous scrutiny of our weaponry skills, enduring intense training over the final months. As time progressed, we entered the year 291 of the Age of Aegon. Lady Ephia Vance had been bedridden since the Ironmen's siege, passing away early this year. We kept vigil for 7 nights in the chapel, observing the Silent Sisters as they cleansed her of her innards and blood, filling her with salt and herbs. Yet, as summer arrived, she began to decay inexplicably. Initially, she was dressed neatly and her skin was pale, but gradually, a foul odor emanated from her, one that no spices or flowers could mask. I had heard tales of Lady Ephia's beauty in her youth. She was renowned for her charm and captivating gaze. A Shire beauty celebrated far and wide. Knights brought her water from the wellspring of maidens, gemstones from the Isle of Beauties, foliage from the Thousand Faces Isle, and swans from the Lake of the Gods, praying to the noble spirits for her favor. She chose the most robust and handsome Lord Jason Mallister, whose tale was sung by bards. For her, he traversed every corner of the Riverlands, brushing his fingers through her tresses, and they kissed amidst cheers. Yet, this is of little consequence now. Lord Jason Mallister, though never openly harsh, remained indifferent, and as her maid, I perceived the truth. Their bond was not one of mutual support. Rather, they had long since run out of words. The love of a middle-aged man pales in comparison to his ambitions and accolades. He could easily forget his wife for the sake of a duel. On the night of vigil for this mother, I seemed to glimpse my own mother's eyes, and an unsettling sense of panic and emptiness washed over me. The life of a woman is fraught with dread. Even the most delicate beauty and the most romantic love ultimately bear a striking resemblance to my desolate mother. I close my eyes, continuing to await the eternal slumber of Ephia Evans. Each day, a silent nun sings hymns, while we 3 noble maidens are tasked with drawing lots to chant the songs of the 7 gods, offering prayers for the departed. Veda Fleury drew the maiden and the crone, Caroline Smallwood drew the mother, the warrior, and the smith, while I drew the father and the stranger, each representing a facet of the singular deity, embodying the 7 manifestations of the 7 gods. On the first day, I extolled the righteousness of the Father, beseeching that the deceased's life be judged and then find peace. By the 7th day, I murmured the stranger's hymn, the solitary miracle of existence being death, as the solitary traveler guides the departed toward the unknown path. My voice grew hoarse. The esteemed citizens of Haijiang City seemed relentless in their desire to hear the innocence of youth. As for Caroline Smallwood, she drew 3 deities. May the 3 venerable elders bless her, for I am powerless to assist. Drink plenty of water, dear Caroline. Thanks to the leniency of my past faith, I, a believer in the old gods, bore no grievances while singing for the 7 gods. In any case, Haijiang City is devoid of noble ladies, and the Mallister family has little reason to retain my presence, signifying the imminent end of my life as a noble maiden. Chapter 8. The Secret Chamber, Section 1. Caroline Smallwood returned home, and Sir Patrick Mallister turned to me with a smile, likely contemplating how to arrange my future. We stood upon the balcony, gazing at the boundless sea, and I had to rise on my tiptoes to see the tranquil azure ocean. It was a rare invitation to converse. I had assumed it was due to the matter of Janey Hyde. We had agreed to maintain contact, my lord. But only the old gods know when that might occur. It seems extravagant to rely on the carrier pigeons for the sake of two girls' friendship. The worry upon my face was quite fitting. I felt a tinge of loneliness as companions, who had only just become dear, were suddenly taken away. And let us not forget the new gods. Lya, the 7 gods, and Horst Braywood will also be leaving. After 3 years of service as a page, he is returning home to become engaged. Sir Patrick continued, stating that the next time he ventures forth, he will be a squire, destined to become a knight. I replied, perhaps I now know what I must do, as everyone has departed. Perhaps I was mistaken, indeed. Many children in Hyjong City may have been brought forth to bring joy to the late Lady Iphia Evans, for she can no longer bear children. With the old matron gone, it is time for me to leave as well, and I turned to gather my belongings. Not merely a knight, but perhaps a lord. The last time I visited Hyjong City was to accompany Edmund north to visit relatives. I shall not return again, as the journey is too arduous, the time too lengthy. And the affairs of Hyjong City are bustling in the aftermath of war. He twirled the ring on his finger, and I surmised he felt a twinge of guilt. After all, I hailed from the Tower of Terror, and the city of Seaguard bore the responsibility of ensuring my safe return to my homeland. Now, as you prepare to journey back to the north from Seaguard, companionship may elude you. At your tender age, it is certainly impractical to send you home alone. This realization dawned upon me. Without companions, I would find myself at a standstill. Even as I mature, I remain a woman, and in this era of Westeros, it is perilous for daughters. Ultimately, the Melisandre family resolved to dispatch Sara Helvethflower to escort me home. Should I encounter any misfortune, it would tarnish the honor of the Melisandres, a matter of great import to the Silver Eagle family. I bid farewell to all in Seaguard, especially to the bumbling giant, Hendry Bracken. I had no inkling of when we might meet again. I gifted him a fur collar, and he did not request a dagger, perhaps recognizing that this lifetime would only afford us the chance to reminisce through tokens. No, the North and the Riverlands are allies. Once war breaks out, there will be opportunities for reunion. Yet, I would rather avoid such meetings. War is far too brutal. And the War of the Five Kings depicted in the books and series pales in comparison to the trivialities of the Greyjoy Rebellion. We escorted Wada Fry home, passing through Twins. I had long forgotten the grievances with Blackwood, and the memory of a wretched Ironborn whom I had banished to the wall was lost to time. Fortunately, when traversing the Fry lands, no one hindered my passage. We traveled along the King's Road to the north, leaving behind the blooming fields of the Riverlands. The long-absent northern winds caressed my face. Now, I had grown sufficiently to ride, and gazing upon the verdant yet monotonous expanse of the north, I pondered what awaited me at the Tower of Terror. A sense of trepidation enveloped me. I feared that upon my return, my father would flay me alive, for I had lost myself in the south. As we departed the King's Road en route to the Tower of Terror, we nearly lost our way, but fortuitously encountered members of House Hwood, allowing us to finally tread the correct path. The familiar red walls of the Tower of Terror loomed ahead, and Lord Lucan Bolton himself awaited our arrival, not for my sake, but in honor of Sara Helvethflower, who had journeyed a great distance and deserved the rights of a sacred guest. I could not discern my brother's whereabouts. Domeric Bolton was absent. "What are you looking at?" murmured Doodle, who dared to inquire. "Ah, indeed, welcome home." "Home? You jest. This is my prison." We lingered at the rear of the procession, beyond the hearing of Lord Lucan Bolton. At least that is how Doodle, the audacious lad, perceived it. "Have you seen Domeric?" "Domeric? Ah, Lord Domeric Bolton is in the Vale, serving at the Red Fort of the Vale. The Redfort family is among the prominent nobility of the Vale, clearly befitting the title of the firstborn of the Tower of Terror. Yet, I harbored doubts. Could this truly be mere coincidence? No, this was a deliberate act by Lord Lucan Bolton to separate us. He did not wish to see his cherished legitimate son mingling with me, his illegitimate offspring. Wildborn, yes, Wildborn. I felt that pair of blue eyes watching me turn sorrowful and regretful once more. The Terrible Keep is indeed a place that tugs at the heartstrings. Wildborn. This castle constantly reminds me of my existence, the daughter of the Terrible Keep, an orphan without mother or father. The following day, Sir Helvethflower bid us farewell. How I longed to express my desire to leave this place, yet Lord Roosebottom was at my side, and I feared that this merciless man would not hesitate to harm even his guests. Melister was far away in the Riverlands, while Sir Helvethflower stood solitary before me. "Oh, Lyra." Sir Helvethflower offered me a smile. He is a stern instructor, rarely showing amusement. "I have spoken to Lord Roosebottom regarding your situation. You possess remarkable talent, and I hope you continue your studies without idleness, for you are an excellent pupil." He handed me a crossbow, and after years of practice, I could tell at a mere touch that it hailed from the distant eastern city of Riss, with its simple structure, easy maintenance, and user-friendly design. "Thank you." I suppressed the yearning to return to Haijong City and merely accepted his gift, cradling it in my arms. I adored this crossbow. Its engravings of birds and vines were exquisite, reminiscent of Haijong City itself. He hung the quiver on my horse. I discerned that it was crafted from finely tanned cowhide, elegantly embossed and beautifully made, with a subtle scent. We bid each other farewell, and then he rode away in a flash. "Return the short sword and bolts to the armory. She is not permitted to use them without my consent," Lord Roose whispered. I knew it. I knew it. I unfastened the leather strap of the short sword sheath, allowing Sir Ragamar to take it from me. He snatched the quiver from my saddle. "And the crossbow?" Sir Ragamar complied immediately, and I stood there, forlorn, as he whisked my belongings away. Aside from my horse, a small white mare I named Little Wheat. And the horse, that scoundrel. As a wildborn, I felt tears welling in my eyes. When Dominic returned home, he had a harp, a sword, armor, and a horse. Could I not keep even these few possessions? More content loading, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please close your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, and disable ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. Capture the Murmurer. He continued to struggle at the edge of my vision. The Murmurer knocked to the ground, several guards pressing him into the dirt. I dared not look at the Murmurer, nor could I shift my gaze. Pull out his tongue. Woe is me. The Murmurer looked at me, wailing. They were pinching his cheeks, drawing out a dagger. "My lord, please," it was I who spoke to him. I pleaded softly, my voice laced with sorrow, recalling Sister Kyra, who had been cast out after having her eyes and tongue cut out. Could he not allow even a hint of compassion? I beheld the wildling. I could see and hear it. Mumble? "That, I fear, is not permissible. Your dear friend shall henceforth be known as Gulu," Lord Roose Bolton remarked succinctly, with a casual tone, accompanied by the sound of cutting and the hiss of murmurs, while my face was awash with tears. Second section, I slowly made my way back to the terrifying castle, to Lyra's chamber, only to find Roose Bolton standing there, at the threshold of my bedroom, in the corridor of the basement, utterly alone. If only my dagger were still at hand, I would sever his throat, yet fear gripped me, and I felt myself trembling once more. He opened the door leading to the subterranean depths, to Bolton's secret chamber, the skinning room. Was it my turn? My hands quivered, my eyes widened. I longed to turn and flee, but realized I was utterly incapable of doing so. "Come with me, wildling." His gaze was as merciless as winter, his pale eyes cold as ice, and my legs weakened, dragging me before him. "Go down, quickly." He uttered those words. I walked ahead, with him trailing behind, the monotonous sound of footsteps echoing in the stairwell. "You seduced my son. Dominic is enchanted by you. Thus I have sent him to the valley." His voice was calm. I was terrified, paralyzed with fear. My calves spasmed, my shoulders trembled, and my lips could utter not a single word. Yet I felt compelled to speak, even if it meant my skin would be flayed from me. "He is my brother. We are fine. I am not. He is not, truly not." The timbre of my voice was so feeble and frail, like a sparrow caught in Roose Bolton's grasp, shivering and pleading for his mercy, awaiting his verdict. A part of me from a past life urged me to let him doubt. That was his nature, lurking, silent. We returned to that place. I did not encounter the sightless elder. I saw Roose Bolton open a door, the door to a room with a wooden bed. I recalled Sara, that day, those azure eyes. The tears that fell in streams, the anguish, the sorrow. It was a nightmare, I pleaded. It was merely a dream. I wished to implore him for mercy. I did not wish to partake in such deeds. I did not wish to see. I would not. "Wildling, what do you believe you can achieve? He is not your brother. You are not Bolton. You are merely a plaything for some future family. Lord Roose Bolton is not human at all." His words bore no inflection. "Enter." I complied and stepped inside, knowing that the pair of blue eyes watching me wept. "Sara, Sara," I could not stem the tide of tears in my own eyes, weeping alongside her. In the room stood a woman, scarred yet with taut, youthful skin, gazing at us in terror, her mouth muffled, emitting muffled sounds. The naked have few secrets. Those who are flayed possess even fewer. She was a wildling spearwife. Do not harm her. Bone has taught you well. The blades lie nearby. If you cannot complete your task before she next releases water, you shall find yourself flayed instead. I am aware that this woman, marred by scars, cannot provide Lord Lustport with a suitable hide. I understand this, hence it is left to me. Tears obscured my vision, and I hurriedly wiped them away. I felt an overwhelming sense of anguish, questioning why he did not instruct Dominic Poton to undertake this task. Why was it I, a mere plaything, who had to bear such a burden? The pain was unbearable. Even the offspring of others did not endure such torment. I was engulfed in despair, wishing fervently for a life of tranquility. As the tears flowed more abundantly, the air fell silent. I sensed two pairs of eyes upon me, his cold gaze looming behind, while the spearwoman before me was filled with pleading. Perhaps she too had borne children for him. Perhaps she too was a mother. My thoughts spiraled. I felt I was on the brink of madness. How could I possibly skin another Sara? How could I inflict such a fate upon anyone? I was incapable of such an act. I grasped a skinning knife. Lord Lusport possessed a sword. Perhaps I could look into the eyes of the spearwoman and discern if there was any hope for us. Yet I hesitated. Perhaps unknown to you, I once chased the title of champion in group combat during my youth. Lord Lusport spoke with a dispassionate tone. My despair deepened. This was a fortress of terror. In my suffering, I cried out, "Skin me alive. I cannot do this. I beg you, put an end to my agony." I collapsed, refusing to contemplate anything further. Crumpling to the ground, my face buried in my hands, my sobs escalating. "Please, have mercy and end my life." Lord Lusport departed, the door shutting firmly behind him. Indifferent to my plight. Yes, the door closed, plunging me into darkness. I understood his implication. When the task was completed, I would find release. In my despair, I pounded against the locked door, repeatedly colliding with it until I drew my own blood. I leaned against the door and fell asleep, only to awaken, inhaling deeply before succumbing to slumber once more, weeping and murmuring for my mother. "Sara, Sara, save me." My mother's eyes, filled with sorrow and despair. At last, I approached the woman on the wooden bed, the unclothed spearwoman. Only then did I notice her blue eyes and dark brown hair. Just like Sara, just like my mother. Her translucent blue gaze was breathtaking. I climbed onto the wooden bed and embraced this woman, weeping against her soft bosom, as if returning to Sara's embrace. I lay there, utterly drained. "Mother, save me." No, that was not right. This was no mere cruel coincidence. Lord Lusport. My hands trembled. Why could I not be spared? Why must I confront a woman like this? I was incapable, utterly incapable. She emitted a soft whimper, and I took a deep breath, my tears nearly spent, my tumultuous emotions finally settling slightly. I removed the obstruction from her mouth. "I am Lya Snow. What is your name?" I inquired, my voice trembling, knowing I must appear a wretched sight. "Hair," which translates to maple leaf. The language spoken by the wildlings is an ancient tongue of the forebears, rather than a common tongue, rendering her accent quite heavy. "Do you speak the common tongue?" One must comprehend the whereabouts of the kneeling man's wealth, his daughter, and the raven. How could one not understand the tongue of submission? The raven? The raven upon the great wall, fixated on the lands of the free folk, preying upon their men, abducting their women, and slaying them. Are you referring to the Night's Watch? They eternally dwell at the desolate wall, vigilantly watching until their last breath. Respected by the North, they are base and filthy, fearful of death. Hare remarked that the kneeling man had yet to reveal his name. I am not the kneeling man. Then who am I? I am a wildling, daughter of Terror's Keep, Lya Snow. You kneel before the throne, you kneel before the crown, you kneel before steel and fear. Indeed, you are a kneeling person. A wildling, what does that signify? It refers to illegitimate offspring. I am a bastard. Marriage? How foolish of me. She is a wildling, and I have resolved not to enlighten her on such common knowledge. Let us not dwell on this, Hare. We must find a way out. You wish to escape, Lya. Release me, and we shall venture forth together. The door is locked. They must have a vantage point to see or hear us. We are undoubtedly under surveillance. He desires me, wishes for me to flay your skin, though I have no desire to do so. Does he wish for my pleas for mercy? To bed me? If so, I shall plead for mercy and submit. I can kneel. Hare replied, then you too are a kneeling person. Once I am free, I shall sever his throat. I have already informed you, we are being watched. She decisively silenced herself and shifted the topic. Is this your first time flaying skin? It is my first time flaying a human. This topic is as dire as my current predicament, and we fell into silence. I am quite hungry, she stated. So am I. I have lost track of how long I have been here. I am thirsty and famished. He is coercing me. I must either flay your skin and escape or perish here with you, I replied. Hare gazed at me. How old are you? I am 8, perhaps 9. I do not recall, for no one has celebrated my naming day. Outside, there are many kneeling individuals wielding swords of iron, along with bows and arrows. Indeed, wildlings. You are correct, I admitted, recognizing Hare's grim prospects. I am not a wildling. I am a free folk. This is inconsequential. You are so young. You merely need to pass through this door. I am a free folk. I must escape this stone fortress. I presume the stone fortress you speak of is Terror's Keep, I affirmed. Hare must find a way to break free from this place. She must eliminate any guard she encounters along the way and outrun a horse. Yet the fundamental issue remains. She cannot exit through this door. You despise him. He torments you and perhaps even strikes you. No. Roose Bolton does not deign to strike me. I silently regarded her, and she discerned the meaning in my eyes. I find myself unable to open the door. Nor can you. We are trapped behind this barrier, and death looms over us. Therefore, if you untie my bonds, our fate remains unchanged. Yes, I uttered with difficulty. I should have acted sooner, but cowardice held me back from confronting Roose Bolton. She gazed at me intently. If you free me, we are both starving. I might resort to consuming you, ultimately leading to my demise. Is the skin of a corpse acceptable? She pondered, wishing for an end. No, I implored. Do not speak thus, I beg you. My voice trembled, tears welled in my eyes as I clutched my knees tightly, burying my head in my embrace, seeking refuge in her warmth. Her breath came in quick gasps, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Those azure eyes, reminiscent of a mother-esque gaze, pierced through me. I felt it deeply. No, I beseech you. I implore you, I do not wish for this. Remember me, Lya Snow, fulfill my wishes. I looked into her eyes, which mirrored Sara's, her visage weathered yet youthful, her smile radiating tranquility. Come now, her blue gaze remained fixed on me. I picked up the skinning knife, only to cast it aside once more, tears cascading down. I did not want this. I would not. No. Conserve your tears, she said. I am doomed, remember me. I cannot do it. My voice cracked with sorrow. Why must it be me? I am Snow, not Bolton. You are the one who kneels, obedient and compliant, she declared. Bastard, bastard, cornered and forsaken, bastard, bastard. Subservience is your only path. I could not recall. I remembered nothing. I refused to remember anything. No, the North never forgets. It does not forget. It does not forget. I clung to her tightly, weeping openly, disregarding the wetness that stained my garments. Fourth section, the door creaked open. It was the old man without eyes, and I beheld him standing in the dim corridor, his face etched with rigid, pallid wrinkles, the hollows of his eye sockets marred by gruesome blood clots. He spoke not a word, perhaps long rendered mute, as he passed by me. I understood he was retrieving something. Initially, Ray could still converse with me. She recounted her 5 past lovers, spoke of her 3 pregnancies, her struggle to sustain her children during winter, and the loss of an ailing child in summer. She narrated tales of abandoning companions and being forsaken in turn, mentioning several names, none of which I could recall. She described a group stealthily traversing the Great Wall, slaying a farmer's family to procure a horse, which they could not ride, rendering the horse mere flesh. She spoke of having encountered giants, witnessed ice wolves, and observed beasts kissing in the snow. For she understood that one beast possessed a human soul, the very man she yearned for. She claimed to have once ridden atop a mammoth, perched on the shoulders of giants, gazed upon the ancestral peaks overlooking the forest sea, and taken countless lives south of the Great Wall. She expressed her profound pain, urging me to feed her a concoction of muddled spirits, which I surmised was the infamous milk liquor. Gradually, her speech became incoherent, her thoughts disordered, and her body trembled as she shook her head in desperate entreaty. As I completed a portion of the task, Rue could no longer vocalize. Her cries were chilling to the core. When I turned the mechanism to suspend her, she implored me to wipe away her tears and to silence her mouth. I moved with a mechanical numbness, acquiescing to her requests. I completed the grim endeavor, bloodied and unwilling to recall the horror. Yet I vowed to remember her. This was my solemn promise. I noticed at the narrow corridor's end that the halo of light had vanished. The sun had likely set, plunging the space into darkness. The skinned-hide dungeon was desolate and silent, save for myself and the elderly figure tidying up the aftermath. This old man resembled a decayed marionette, methodically performing his work, much like the monsters of legend that appeared in the interminable night, walking corpses and pallid spiders. Devoid of any superfluous movements, his actions were meticulously organized. I stood in quiet contemplation as the old man opened a door that exuded a faint fragrance. I recognized it as the storeroom, speculating that the perpetually burning spices were intended to mask the brutal odors within. I watched as he ascended the stairs, his footsteps fading away, leaving me alone. Behind me loomed 3 black iron doors, the 3 doors I could never forget. Each bore the emblem of the Skinner, instilling fear within me. One door led to the workroom, another to the storeroom, where I knew countless souls lay lifeless. The last, I presumed, was the old man's chamber, where he resided perpetually, an accomplice to Lord Roose Bolton. I heard the monotonous sound of footsteps approaching, and I beheld Lord Roose Bolton emerging in the stairwell. his gaze fixed upon me. The old man stood aside behind him, bearing food and drink. The meal contained meat, stewed, crimson flesh. Repulsive. I had no appetite. My complexion must have been ashen, my voice barely above a whisper. Lord Roose Bolton's cold, gray eyes met mine, and suddenly, I found that I was no longer afraid of him. His actions were but trivial, like a gentle breeze caressing the hillside, fleeting and ephemeral. I stood proudly, perceiving the shallowness of his character. Why had I ever been so intimidated? I detected a faint metallic scent of blood emanating from him. He must have recently bled some of his life essence through leeches. "Follow me," he commanded. My footsteps now mirrored his monotony as I watched him open the storeroom door, the previously subtle fragrance intensifying. He entered first, and I followed suit, instinctively closing the door behind us. The atmosphere became stifling. The storeroom lacked fire, illuminated instead by glowing stones, their radiance dim and nearly imperceptible. A malicious thought crossed my mind. Perhaps I could ignite this place, reducing the millennia-old stock of human skin to ashes. This location was worthy of flames. I was certain I would be the one to set the fire. Before me stood a colossal tent crafted from 1,000 skins, a pink canvas made by the ancestors of Lord Roose Bolton, Count Balthasar Roose Bolton. Utilized during the War of the Three Sisters, when the Stark family of the North summoned their vassals to engage in battle against the Vale. Count Balthasar Bolton unfurled this banner within the military encampment, causing palpable dread among the lords of the North. This is precisely why the Stark family has strictly forbidden the Boltons from traversing the ancient roads. Even the direwolves of the snow were rendered fearful. I beheld the most recent batch, unaware that beneath this basement, in the Bolton family's flaying dungeon, so many skins had recently been processed. Was not the Lord of the Boltons under strict orders? A thunderous realization struck my mind. I recognized Sara, my mother, soft and delicate. Even after the passage of several years, I did not wish to look. Her blue eyes were so despondent. I could not bear to gaze upon her. She spoke to me, her gentle voice resonating, accompanied by countless others, young and old, male and female, crowding my ears, lamenting their suffering and questioning why I would partake in such malevolence. I felt an overwhelming sadness. "What are you looking at?" Bolton's calm voice dispelled my hallucinations. "They are speaking to me, my lord." "What do they say, to make you itch for their attention?" "Bastard, do you wonder why everything here is preserved so well?" I was not surprised. Nothing nefarious was beyond the Bolton family. My mind was consumed with thoughts of my mother, her smile, and now she was merely a hollow, lifeless trophy to this man. He cared not for my curiosity. He merely wished to speak. "I shall set this place ablaze." I stifled my tears and managed to respond. "Yes, my lord, but why?" "Magic." What sort of answer was that? Yet, I had no inclination to delve deeper. He could say whatever he wished. Faint, yet undeniably present. He remarked, "From this day forward, you shall become a skinning knife. Remember the words the Boltons often utter." The words of the Bolton tongue echoed. "My blade is sharp. I shall be a keen knife." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 5. He was about to depart, and I knew this was my final opportunity. I yearned to escape the Dreadfort, to flee this place. I did not wish to be a knife, nor an instrument of his skinning. I am a person with a heart. I shall remember. I shall not forget, and I must free myself from his grasp. The shadow of Bolton loomed everywhere within the Dreadfort's domain, leaving me with no refuge, necessitating careful deliberation. "My lord, I have a proposal," I ventured, then fell silent, awaiting the judgment of Roose Bolton. "You have not been granted permission to speak. Do you aspire to be a female golem? Go kiss your friends and marry them." His tone remained calm, a contemptible wretch. "If you seek to inquire about swordsmanship, Sara Grassfield shall instruct you." Sara Grassfield, the master at the Dreadfort, is the very one who captured my mother and me. If you wish to discuss anything else, I would be intrigued to hear. You have offended House Fry in the Riverlands, causing me to part with a warhorse I cherished. How do you intend to explain that? My lord, it was my fault. It is undeniable that the Freys control vital traffic routes and possess substantial wealth, with thousands of able-bodied men at their disposal. I find it utterly perplexing how an illegitimate child could so brazenly offend the elite. The envoy from Blackwood will not return to the South alive, and you still owe me 2 debts. Debts must be repaid. I have come to realize that Blackwood has indeed approached House Bolton directly, and I surmise that his correspondence or verbal message must have been quite harsh, prompting Bolton not only to order a killing, but also to come here to torment me in retaliation. It is not that I wish to see my friends suffer at his hands, nor do I desire to act on his behalf. That is all there is to it. How can Blackwood be so repugnant? I can envision that the Freys have undoubtedly informed both House Meryn and House Bolton of this matter. House Meryn would either instruct the Freys to seek out Harrenhal or offer mere verbal reprimands, ultimately dismissing the issue. The Marins harbor a deep-seated disdain for the phrase, and the people of the Riverlands share this sentiment. As for Harrenhal, it is true that I emerged from its shadow, and this is well acknowledged by Lord Roose Bolton, who has sent a warhorse as a gesture of apology to the phrase. Once the phrase venture beyond Harrenhal's domain and relinquish their rights as guests, we shall see what transpires. He will swiftly eliminate both the Frey envoy and the horse he brought with him. This act will serve as a demonstration to his subordinates and the residents of Harrenhal, who will undoubtedly discern the true orchestrator behind it. I pressed my lips together, aware that the cunning phrase cannot outmaneuver the Boltons in the north. Lord Roose Bolton embodies fear. His principle is to maintain harmonious lands and tranquil people, and he will not allow such trifles from the phrase to diminish the dread his subjects hold for him. Indeed, Lord Bolton has captured a band of wildlings, specifically those from the group led by Hodder. The phrase could count their heads, yet they would still owe gratitude to Bolton for his sense of justice. Not at all. My lord, I interjected, I wish to discuss White Harbor. I aspire to engage in commerce there, and I possess ample justification. He remained silent, which I interpreted as his desire to hear my reasoning. I continued. The Manderley family of White Harbor is the sole house in the north that venerates the Seven and disregards the old gods. The Manderleys hail from the Bay of Crabs, bearing the mermaid as their sigil, setting them apart from the other noble families of the north. Speak of the Manderleys, and let us see if you have retained knowledge of their lineage, he commanded. Yes, my lord. After the ancestors of the Manderley family were exiled from the Bay of Crabs, they traversed the realms until they were taken in by the Stark family of that time. The Starks granted them the lands of White Knife and the Wolf's Den, entrusting them with the defense of the river mouth. The Manderleys were profoundly grateful, and with generations of savings, they established White Harbor, the fifth largest city of Westeros, serving as protectors of the White Knife River for House Stark while continuing to amass wealth. As nobles from the Bay of Crabs, the Manderleys adhere to the chivalric code and hold deep gratitude for their generous liege lords. Moreover, being solitary figures, they are an anomaly in the north. Thus they must steadfastly follow House Stark, which has earned them a reputation as loyal vassals. They possess the most fertile lands and cities of the north, with a formidable army at their disposal. Currently, the Earl of White Harbor, Lord Waymon Mandler, is a figure of gentleness and wisdom. Should we form an alliance with them? Though they may harbor reservations, they would not outright refuse our overtures. The Bolton family does not engage in commerce, as Lord Roose Bolton elaborated. They rely on taxation, sword, and fear. I am not a Bolton, my lord. I am a bastard. Let us proceed. We are in dire need of gold and silver, I attempted to subtly persuade. We require more weapons and provisions, for we must prepare for war and winter. The greater your populace, the more powerful you shall become. Perhaps, you continue. Let us see how astute a bastard's mind can be. Concurrently, our geopolitical circumstances necessitate our engagement with the Mandlers. To the east of House Bolton lies the city of Carhold, to the south is the town of Hornwood, and to the north is Last Hearth. Carhold belongs to House Karstark, kin to the Starks, who have steadfastly supported Winterfell. Hornwood, situated between the Boltons and Mandlers, has allied itself with the Mandlers, heeding their words and those of their lord. Last Hearth, to the north, is the domain of House Umber, whose lands are harsher and more savage. Yet they too are unwavering supporters of the Starks. My lord, it can be said that we are surrounded by loyal vassals of House Stark. Given the current situation, should the Lord grow dissatisfied with us, we would find ourselves in a precarious position. We must break free from this encirclement. We need amiable neighbors. I regarded his impassive countenance, fearing he might storm off or silence me. I have surmised that Roose Bolton's ambitions are evident. He diligently trains his army, relishes control, and is obsessed with power. How could he willingly allow himself to be constrained by the Stark Lord? Your words are perilous. The Bolton family is unwaveringly loyal to the Starks. He spoke softly. Such sentiments I would not dare voice elsewhere, lest a third party overhear. Though here, I suspect only that blind, tongueless old man intrudes. Indeed, my lord, simultaneously, we must ensure our own security. I responded, regarding the friendship of nobles. Is your intention to engage in commerce in White Harbor? Domeric is yet unbetrothed, and so are you. The Mandlers have children aplenty. I am well aware of Lord Roose Bolton's character. He possesses emotions as well as the haughtiness of nobility. However, he is shrewd and practical. If it necessitates my marriage to secure Bolton's allies, Lord Roose would not hesitate to acknowledge me as his bastard daughter, even endeavoring to legitimize my status, making me his daughter and a Bolton. I have seen through him. He is a man devoid of sentimentality, and I share no affections with him. Furthermore, he is adept at wielding his available leverage. His remarks regarding mistresses, playthings, and bastards are merely an outlet for Lord Roose's frustrations, a means to assert control over me. The fate of my mother, Sara, was similarly sealed due to her defiance, rendering her a blemish in the eyes of Lord Bolton. From the moment Lord Luston resolved to include me in his designs, he was compelled to ensure that I would strive for the utmost benefit of the Broughton family. My mother, whom he has mistreated, is likely to harbor resentment towards him. No, it is not merely a possibility, but a certainty that he fears. He is apprehensive that Sara might instill in me a sense of dissatisfaction towards the Broughton family, potentially hindering their progress. This, evidently, contradicts his ambitions, thus leading to my current predicament. The North never forgets, and Lord Luston could never fathom that I am more than a malleable, impressionable girl. I possess the experiences, memories, and essence of a past life. Perhaps, I am pitiable in my reliance on the notion of not forgetting to comfort myself. Yet this is the only path I can tread as I endeavor to persuade him further. I gazed steadily into his eyes, no longer gripped by fear. Terror Castle remains a place of dread, and I shall be an integral part of that fear. I am not merely a bastard. I am the daughter of Terror Castle. In this season, the Stark family is generous and honorable, commanding the respect of all, with the exception of our friends, Lyswell and Dustin. The people of the North hold the Starks in high esteem. Thus, our aim should not be to undermine the loyalty of other vassals, which is unrealistic. Instead, we ought to fortify the bonds among vassals, fostering unity rather than division. Once an opportunity arises, or we create one, we shall be able to act. There are numerous ways to unite. Marriage is but one. While such unions may provide stability, they are merely a guise for communication, procreation, and the scheming of inheritance, binding two families together through shared interests. Moreover, my lord, our relationship with the Manderley family has not yet progressed to the point of potential marriage. They fear us, and the foundation for unity between our houses is lacking. Should an opportunity present itself, an alliance with the Manderleys could prove advantageous, as they have daughters. As for our other neighboring families, they may be united, yet the benefits appear insufficient. Lord Luston regarded me with an impassive expression. He is eternally unyielding. To exclude an alliance with the Stark family would incite their suspicion. No, my lord, wealth and the loyalty of the people constitute a formidable foundation. Though they do not equate to armies and weaponry, and lords are not overly sensitive to such matters. My voice grew slightly hoarse. I had not sipped water for quite some time, yet I persisted in my discourse. In essence, our most favorable allies are White Harbor and the Manderley family. The Manderleys' loyalty to the Starks is not solely due to Stark's grace, but also because they lack allies in the north. They are an anomaly, hailing from the Riverlands, and the only family in the north that worships the Seven. Absent the Starks, they stand alone and vulnerable. Such circumstances compel the Manderleys to be loyal, forever loyal. However, the presence of the Broughton family alters the dynamics. The Broughton family is sufficiently formidable, being the most powerful house outside of the Starks. If we strengthen our ties with the Manderleys, Stark's influence over them will wane. The Manderleys may feel gratitude. Yet gratitude is not the most solid foundation for loyalty. Loneliness and isolation are. Thus, we have the opportunity to win them over. Currently, to seek to align the entire Manderley family would be unwise. However, we can indeed cultivate relationships with certain members of the Manderley household. Behold, from this perspective, the significance of White Port in Mandalay becomes abundantly clear, an epicenter of trade, wealth, and formidable power. Engaging with White Port presents lucrative opportunities in terms of resources, geopolitics, strategy, and familial connections, all conducive to our expansion. We require a presence in White Port, a network of relationships that will serve our interests. Once we establish ourselves there, we shall employ, procure, and even resort to bribery through trade, enabling us to forge connections with a multitude of individuals. In White Port, we shall secure our own allies, their loyalty not being paramount. Rather, their timely actions, even if at times they may betray us, will suffice. In light of our encirclement by the loyalists of Stark, dear Lord, we must gradually assimilate our surroundings, transforming them into constituents of our cause, or ensuring they labor without exerting undue effort. This strategy will allow us to transcend our current confines, with Whiteport and Mandalay representing our crucial first step. Presently, the slow and relentless tone of his voice instills a sense of unease, yet perhaps it serves a purpose. How curious it is that a bastard harbors such thoughts. How old are you, and does your tainted lineage render you more malevolent? I wonder, are you also contemplating how to deal with me? Proceed as you wish, people, resources, yet you shall receive not a single copper from me. Perhaps it is because of your own impoverished state? As he retreated, I observed him disappear into the dark stairwell. If you desire to be clever, then remain clever. Do not act foolishly, Lya Snow. This further solidified my interpretation of him. I once perceived him as a demon, a harbinger of terror, yet that was merely the facade he wished me to believe. By seizing upon his needs, I can gradually emerge from the shadows of the fortress of terror. Indeed, my lord, I humbly acknowledged, I am the daughter of that fortress, a mere bastard. Chapter 9. Whiteport. I returned to Lya's chamber to rest, reclining on the bed while pondering my earlier words, thoughts that perhaps Lord Roose Bolton had already considered. Whiteport's distinct allure in the north is undeniable. He has likely already infiltrated it. Thus, I must steel my mind. He will not be particularly supportive of my endeavors. The following day, I encountered the once mumbling, now grumbling young guard. His pallor was alarming, and he gestured and muttered incoherently. It appeared he had yet to master silence. I offered him a pork pie, but he shook his head, indicating his throat. I suggested he lie down. With such a grievous injury, he should not be out and about. His survival was in jeopardy. Recalling our conversation from yesterday, I prepared for what lay ahead. Clad in loose linen trousers and a shirt, I added a fur cloak against the chill of the north as I made my way to the courtyard. There, I beheld a carriage and a group awaiting my arrival. "Good morning," I greeted, facing a man adorned with a goatee and a round helmet that shielded his nose. His woolen sweater and gray robe were impeccably clean, and I discerned chainmail subtly concealed beneath his cloak. "How shall I address you, my lady?" he inquired. "Miss, that title does not befit me. My little lady. I am Locke, at your service." "The Locke family of the Old Town? What instructions did the adults impart to you?" "The Old Town is a castle in the north." "Indeed, young lady, the Old Town. However, I am currently in the service of Lord Bolton. Lord Roose Bolton has commanded us to heed your direction. I have 4 individuals here, and with Gollum, that makes 5. What of the others?" "I have dispatched him to attend to other matters. Please continue." "I took from him my short sword, my crossbow, and my quiver. Ah, they also have my horse Wheat. I am acutely aware that this is merely temporary, for Bolton will not permit me to bear arms within Terror Fortress. You see, once I am armed, I seldom encounter him. We venture to sell furs, minerals, and various antlers, all stored within the town's depot. These are surplus, infrequently available, young lady," he reported. "Therefore, if one wishes to engage regularly with White Harbor, a stable and valuable source is required. Rather than an abundance of hunted game and excess minerals and food, I must reassess the holdings of the Bolton family. Whence do these items originate? From the common folk, my lady. Occasionally, the Earl Roose Bolton grants permission for certain hunters to pursue larger game, and there are sporadic finds of small gems from the mines, though they are rare." "Granted?" "Yes, my lady, for generations. The Bolton family has only permitted commoners to hunt birds, rabbits, and other small creatures, perhaps even fish from the Tears River. Only the nobility may partake in larger beasts. I recalled the lessons imparted to me long ago by Bachelor Uther. Thus, only perch, pike, and bream are permitted from the Tears River, while other fish are reserved for the nobility." "Indeed, you are correct. In truth, most commoners cannot partake in the fish of the Tears River, yet rules are one matter. And there are always those who act in secrecy. What are the mines? They are part of the Lonely Mountain, primarily yielding iron, my lady. And the north is not lacking in iron. Thus, Terror Fortress possesses the iron found in every noble household in the north, along with the furs and game produced by each noble family in the region. I concluded that these items are indeed too commonplace in the north. What of timber? It cannot compare to the Wolfwood and the northern reaches. Fortunately, Terror Fortress is closer to White Harbor than Wolfwood is. I tapped my forehead, dispelling the sudden vision of the secret chamber. That scene is best left undisturbed. By the way, tell me about the volcano. I recall that Terror Fortress is near a volcanic crater, likely possessing volcanic rock. If I am not mistaken, there are 2 craters, one large and one small. The larger situated near Winterstown, close to my former home, where the buildings are constructed around the crater, and the smaller one lies within the basement of Terror Fortress. Artificially excavated, quite diminutive yet sufficiently warm, serving as the smith's quarters. The basement of Terror Fortress is a labyrinth, with portions heated by flowing magma, rendering it a place I have yet to visit. Yes, my lady, the volcanic crater has been dormant for millennia, thus providing warmth to both Terror Fortress and Winterstown. As for the volcanic rock, that dark substance serves little purpose. Indeed, I have yet to witness the records of a volcanic eruption. However, if such an event were to transpire, Terror Fortress would have long since met its demise. From both the original work and the television adaptation, it is evident that while a volcano lies in proximity to Terror Fortress, the ensuing decades promise no calamity, at least not until the conclusion of both narratives. Perhaps the skinning ceremony is indeed a tribute to the volcano, reminiscent of the legends. One might conjecture that the vicinity of the volcano is rich in gemstones. As many precious stones are indeed birthed from volcanic activity, I shall make a note of this. The mineral wealth of Terror Fortress likely surpasses what Lord Roose Bolton himself can fathom. Allow me to introduce your companions. Locke, that individual is the dancer Damon, is it not? Locke, reluctant to disclose names, merely offered his surname, and I refrained from probing further, respecting his reasons. Aciderlin, with a sharp tongue, pointed at a boy whose hair resembled untamed weeds, declaring him Luton, a rather foolish lad, a soldier with a face dotted with freckles. Dancer Damon, you know him. As does all of Terror Fortress. He is perpetually in motion, unable to remain still. A golden-haired youth, he bears a radiant smile. And then there is Gollum, whom you have long been acquainted with. Ah, Gollum uttered. Return and lie down. I exclaimed, should my eyes not deceive me. The 5 individuals bestowed upon me by Lord Roose Bolton are armed with 2 bows, a sword, 2 axes, 3 spears, and a shield. I shall not enumerate the daggers. Locke himself is equipped with sword, shield, and bow, clad in armor, suggesting he may be of noble lineage, an unsurprising notion. The others, however, are garbed in rags, with Damon and Luton's uniforms barely displaying the skinning emblem, a testament to their impoverished status, much like my own. We are not merely conducting trade. We represent the House of Bolton. Attend to your appearances, and then we shall embark. Section 2. We retrieved furs and gemstones from the warehouse. Yet the quantity was woefully scant. I surmise this is not due to any thievery by the guards, given that Lord Roose Bolton currently reigns, not Dominic Bolton. I have heard that Lord Bolton has executed dozens of guards and clerks, leaving no one daring enough to transgress. This bear pelt is damaged. I discarded a thoroughly infested hide to the ground, from which a severed hand tumbled out. The method of obtaining such a pelt was likely rather brutal. Who among you shall take it back, Locke? It is manageable, my lady, Aciderlin remarked, wrapping it up. Just a few holes. Many infants would fare better in winter with such a covering, rather than succumbing to the cold. Aside from this, all else appeared satisfactory. I inspected the items being loaded onto the cart, and based on my limited experience, I discerned no issues. I chose not to raise the matter of the bear pelt, as the guards trembled, acutely aware that I would undoubtedly inform Lord Bolton. After all, Locke's retinue surely includes his spies. However, their execution is not my concern. In the summer, the north is sparsely populated. I recall that during my initial journey to the coastal city, only along the King's Road south of Winterfell did I encounter a few passers-by. On this occasion, the sole group of living souls we encountered was the patrol of the Hwood family. With the Bolton banner billowing in the breeze, they did not trouble us unduly. Indeed, despite my analysis of Luthe Bolton in the chamber last night, the relationships among the lords of the north are rather amicable, unlike the south, which is rife with vendettas and animosities. The cold weather renders us northerners somewhat lethargic. As we journey southward into the realm of House Manderley, our pace is leisurely due to the carriage. The company from the Dreadfort starkly contrasts with the people of the Riverlands, and unlike other northern factions, they are not particularly hospitable. Upon displaying the flayed man's banner, none dare join our ranks. During our encampment, I engage in practice drills with the guards. Locke is a commendable swordsman and his archery skills are also commendable, yet he pales in comparison to the most illustrious knights. He is merely competent. His guards, lacking formal training, possess skills inferior to those of a mere girl such as I. The dancer Damon, agile and perceptive, is a skilled archer. While the likes of Aelin and Luton are rather unimpressive, it seems for them, being a guard is likely the pinnacle of their aspirations. Gur is likely resting. I recall his swiftness and accuracy with a spear. I concede that I am not a proficient spear wielder. After I bested Aelin, surrendering in defeat, I jested. My dear lady, why not jab Luton with your spear? He resembles a donkey, while I, a foolish mouse. What do you see in my eyes, Aelin? I tossed the spear back to Gur. Gray, I see, he remarked. Ah, enchanting indeed. Oh, old gods, have you some dust in your eyes? Flayed, Aelin, I replied. The color of flaying. He promptly fell silent, and the remainder of our journey was marked by fewer words. My mother's blue eyes accompanied me throughout, as we traversed the foreboding wolf's den beyond the city. It was here that Stark once bestowed this land upon the Manderleys. However, the Manderleys from the south evidently hold little regard for that antiquated and dilapidated place. After acquiring the wolf's den, the Manderley family established White Harbor, repurposing the former den into a prison. I glimpsed the pristine city walls adorned with the white mermaid banner of House Manderley, heard the clamorous voices beyond the walls, and observed seagulls circling in the air. We proceeded directly into White Harbor, the fifth largest city of Westeros and the sole city of the north, a region of unparalleled prosperity. The gray cloaks of the city guard saluted us as we presented our documents, and they went to inform the lords of House Manderley. Locke, well acquainted with the process, gazed into the distance. This city is constructed of countless white stones, my lady, the tax collector, a distant relative of the Manderleys, remarked with courtesy. Behold how broad and straight the entrance street is, paved with large gray and white cobblestones that do not raise dust. Most roofs are dark gray stone, yet the walls are white. My lady, I have held my post at the entrance for many years, and I cherish this scene most of all. The heavy scent of fish wafted through the air, only to be whisked away by the wind. It is no surprise, for the Manderley family boasts expansive harbors and plentiful fishing grounds. The faint sound of knocking served as a reminder that this place was home to numerous silversmiths. Indeed, much of the silver jewelry from the three regions, including Hudgian and the valleys, originated from White Harbor. One cannot help but admire the commercial acumen of the Manderley family from the south. Before Stark bequeathed this land to them, it was worth nothing. Yet, once it fell into the hands of these riverbank folk, it flourished immediately. White Harbor is colloquially referred to as the mouth of the north, never freezing, where white fish and silverware flow forth, exchanging for boundless wealth. It is a splendid place, my good sir. Thank you. The tax official's face contorted in a broad grin. I raised my gaze and offered a sweet smile before returning to the carriage, whispering, I shall speak shortly, Locke. But, my lady, this is your first time. Might I say I represent Bolton, can you? He fell silent, and we shared an awkward silence, while the gray-robed guards paced restlessly. I observed a procession, and at the forefront was a girl strikingly similar to myself. I admired her hairstyle. Her long brown hair was intricately braided into numerous plaits, fastened into delightful loops. Exquisite indeed. Her features were gentle, with a hint of baby fat that made me wish to pinch her cheeks. Her velvet attire was far more dazzling than my simple linen and leather garments, and I felt a twinge of jealousy. However, this was the retinue of the Bolton family, proudly displayed. A girl for a girl, rather than a family for a family. Had Lord Wyman Manderley sent a mere child to dismiss me? Very well. Let us indulge in this playful banter. Thus, I raised my hand and pinched her cheek just before she could speak. I knew the Manderley guards and attendants would be unable to intervene. They were unaware of my identity, although they had not heard of a daughter in the Bolton lineage. Who could truly say? Moreover, observing her demeanor alongside the other Manderley family members, I discerned her gentle nature. Had it been another girl, I surely would not have been so audacious. You're so adorable. May I embrace you, dear? I inquired. She froze, allowing me to pinch her soft cheeks, before I gathered her into my arms. The cherubic girl was delightful to hold. All right, enough. Her voice was high and soft, reminiscent of an infant's cooing. My lady, we are not yet acquainted. You are simply too precious. I nuzzled her tender face, having always yearned to cradle such a girl, imagining how comforting it would be to fall asleep nestled in her embrace. That is something for couples to do. Are you not afraid of making me upset? She complained. If every person who found me adorable were to embrace me, I would spend my life being held. How wonderfully self-absorbed. Soon after, we walked hand in hand. Introducing ourselves, she resigned to her fate. She was the granddaughter of Lord Wyman Manderley, her father, Wylas Wyman, being the eldest son, and she the eldest daughter of the firstborn. Should her father be no more, White Harbor would belong to her. I had misjudged the Manderley family. Her status indeed elevated her above me, and I found no grounds for complaint. Weirfield is imparting the ways of navigating life's complexities to me. We are but strangers, Lya. Consider this. If I were to embrace you upon our first meeting, you would likely be irked. Thus I shall refrain from such actions in the future. No, that is not the case. My instincts may often outpace my intellect, and I might unsheath my short sword and pierce you through. Indeed, moreover, I am a year your senior, so do not address me in such a manner. She whispered. If you were to embrace me, I would not be offended, dear sister. My gray eyes narrowed in delight, radiating warmth. I have seldom had any close female companions, so I would only be thrilled. Your braid is truly lovely. Oh, this necklace, upon it is a mermaid, is it not? Just as beautiful as you are. The mermaid depicted is indeed exquisite. Her slightly round face, already brightened with joy, now beamed even more radiantly. Subsequently, she instructed me on the art of braiding hair, and we engaged in an extensive discourse on hairstyles, followed by discussions on what should adorn our necks and what could be woven into our hair, until the weary island leaned against the wall and began to doze off. The Mandlers possess unwavering confidence in the security of White Harbor. Soon, only the peeling guards remained, perhaps due to a lack of patience. We swayed our feet at the harbor, watching the sun descend. She treated me to some scallops, grilled to perfection, and I gifted her a delicate green gemstone. Wow, this must be quite valuable, she exclaimed, admiring its hue, reminiscent of emerald eyes. I could embed it in a hairpin. I had been contemplating acquiring 2 sapphires, identical to the striking blue of a pair of eyes etched in my memory. Unlike the distant east, where women adorn their hair with numerous pins, the women of Westeros tend to gather their hair in a more modest fashion. To be candid, we stumbled upon these in the mountains. You see, it required little effort. As they are inedible, I chuckled lightly. Found in the mountains? She gazed into my eyes. This is a gemstone. It holds immense value, Lya. Indeed, I replied nonchalantly. At least it is not more challenging to procure than finding them. Perhaps we could collaborate. You possess a port, my dear. By the way, I noticed a considerable number of vagrants in the city. Are they without work? They are outsiders, Lya. You know, the 7 gods prohibit slavery. During the Greyjoy Rebellion, the king's men liberated many slaves on the Iron Islands. I suspect this serves as a form of retribution against the Ironborn. As a result, look at the aftermath. The slaves are free yet homeless. Many have congregated in King's Landing. Our king despises them. So he has sent them off on ships to various locales, East, Old Town, and White Harbor. I doubt this was King Robert's intention. Rather, it was the notorious Gold Cloaks, the guards of King's Landing. Frankly, there is no shortage of beggars in King's Landing. Half the city is impoverished, rendering such measures utterly unnecessary. As for King Robert himself, he could not possibly be aware of these circumstances. He merely needs to do good deeds. He cannot be expected to manage the aftermath himself. But let that be. I imagine it is no easy task to sustain them. We still have land. May I take some with me? Of course, she replied, her mouth full of grease as she licked her little finger. I offered her what I had invited her to enjoy. Indeed. How many skilled miners do you have at your disposal? I seek some assistance in this endeavor. Should we truly develop the volcano's crater, it is unequivocally essential to enlist professionals. As for myself, having studied the humanities in my previous life, I floundered in advanced mathematics and possess scant understanding of such matters. Furthermore, there may indeed be some minerals in the terrifying fortress. Gemstones, perhaps? You assert they hold great value. Certainly, I concur, smiled Valefield, whispering in my ear. Your quick wit reveals your awareness of their worth. Later, my grandfather shall draft a document for you to take back. Let the adults deliberate on the remaining matters. Very well, you possess much knowledge. May we correspond? I seek guidance on how to braid hair. I fear my grandfather may not permit the use of carrier pigeons. Yet should you require anything, pen a letter to me, and I shall respond. That suffices. Locke has gone to contact merchants. We each have pressing concerns. To prevent others from speculating about the food reserves at the terrifying fortress or misjudging my influence, I intend to take around 10 refugees with me. I instructed the guards to scour the streets and bring forth those who appeared sufficiently robust. What is your name? I inquired of the first individual, who did not seem to be a local. Axblade, he replied. This tall fellow's accent was also unfamiliar, and his name seemed far from that of a Westerosi, possibly an alias. His hair and beard were entwined, suggesting he had not tended to his appearance in quite some time. Where do you hail from? I scrutinized him, stepping back a few paces, wary of potential malefactors. Beyond the sea, from Norvos, he stated, a city of free trade. Remove your shirt. I regarded him coldly, and the guards complied. Upon his chest was a long axe tattoo. He was a slave soldier from Norvos, inexplicably reduced to this plight. His words were simple, clearly reluctant to divulge more, perhaps due to unfamiliarity with the language. In any case, I opted not to press further. Next, what is your name? The following individual appeared to be nearing 30, looking exceedingly haggard. Edwis Stonegrinder. Miss, I am from the stronghold of the Riverlands, born beside the stone mill, and my lord bestowed this surname upon me. Do not call me miss. Can you wield a weapon? I have served in the military, my lady, having fought alongside my lords and the current king. Eventually, I returned to farming, but recently, the squids came and conscripted me to mine. The king liberated me. Yet upon my return, I discovered my entire family had perished. In those days, the Riverlands stood with the Tyrells by the Targaryen royal family. Did you partake in the War of Usurpers? I am uncertain, my lady, he replied with a bewildered expression. After careful consideration, I selected 6 sturdy men, all in good health and possessing straight backs. I shall take them with me. Of course, Roose Bolton will not trust them, nor will my cadre of Northman guards. And I cannot rely on the locals of the terrifying fortress. They are my only option. In the ensuing days, we prepared to offload the goods. Locke found a merchant willing to take the deal, pricing it at over 400 gold dragons, which aligns with the figures of previous years. This price has remained consistent. I believe it would be prudent to explore other locales, as the current pricing lacks allure. My share is rather insignificant. Thus I have resolved to take a risk and summon the captain, Locke. Alternatively, I shall venture forth to seek the mandarins. I accompanied Locke in discussions with the merchants, having engaged with numerous captains. Frankly, the moment a sail is hoisted, they can abscond. The cost of breaching agreements is exceedingly low, and finding a suitable shipmaster is a daunting task. Ultimately, I made my selection. Your name is Arthur Hahn, is it not? I scrutinized his port certificate before returning it to the impeccably attired gentleman before me, clad in a silk shirt and purple-fitted trousers, which raised my suspicions regarding his preferences, but that was of little concern. He made a favorable impression on me, as many captains appeared more akin to pirates or fishermen paddling canoes, while others exuded the cheap scent of street girls' cosmetics or the poor-quality libations from the local tavern. It is said that where there are ports, there too shall be unsavory dealings. As such, it is true that many girls in White Harbor earn their livelihood in this trade. My choice was primarily influenced by his evident capital and the effort he expended on his appearance, which led me to believe he was less likely to deceive or betray. It is not to say that well-dressed individuals are incapable of deceit, but rather that those in disheveled attire find it harder to gain trust. Indeed, madam, my father hailed from the Redwyne family. He revered the Dawn-S sword, Arthur Dane, and thus bestowed upon me a knightly name. Quite peculiar, is it not? A Baylander idolizing a Dornishman, known for their long-standing animosity and blood feuds. Yet, I resemble a true Redwyne. I revel in sailing and fine wine. Indeed, the terrible fortress has a plethora of goods in need of sale, though I fear that depends on the season, ocean currents, monsoons, and myriad other factors. You see, operating a vessel is no simple endeavor. Then do visit White Harbor more frequently, I remarked. Might I take a look aboard your ship? Of course. The Dawn's Wind is exquisite, my dear lady. Right this way. The Dawn's Wind? It seems Arthur Hahn yearns for Sir Arthur Dane more than he realizes. I beheld the ship, caressing its mast and railings, inspecting it thoroughly. Gradually, the skinning guard stood too far behind, leaving only Arthur Hahn by my side. Procure me a bottle of Tears of Lys, and ask no questions. The expenditure shall be on my account. I have heard of that. Arthur Hahn's gaze upon me was intricate. Very well, just refrain from consuming that particular concoction. The Tears of Lys. The poison that claimed John Arryn in the original tale. The furs from northern beasts ought to be sold in the south, while jewels are best traded on affluent islands. Or so Arthur claimed. I hope he does not intend to harm the dancer, Damon, who I insisted be brought aboard as a form of surveillance. For Damon is quite astute. I also hope that Arthur Hahn does not fall prey to the pirates of the Stepstone Islands, though it has been relatively quiet there since the War of the Ninepenny Kings. Captain Arthur Hahn set sail, destined for King's Landing, as well as the free cities of Bravos and Pentos. They will sell furs and jewelry, and if fortune smiles upon them, it will not be long before they do so. Thus, I await directly in White Harbor, indulging in free meals, sustained by the reputation of Terror Fortress. To be frank, I harbor a certain trepidation about returning home. I find myself more enamored with the world beyond Terror Fortress. No, that is not my home. Chapter 5. White Harbor is picturesque, the sea breeze dissipating the fishy aroma and the smoke from the silversmith's forge. In the morning and afternoon, the bells of the snow sanctuary of the seven gods resonate, echoing throughout the ancient northern lands, which serve as the frontier of the seven gods in the north. I engage in heartfelt conversations with everyone, including Lord Wyman Mandler and Lord Wylis Mandler. I encountered them in the Mermaid Hall, likely having lingered too long, compelling them to meet me. The Mandler warriors on either side wielded silver-trimmed tridents. I stood beside Veilfied, our hands clasped, discussing the banners of victory, shields, and long swords that adorned our surroundings. I beheld several crests from the Riverbend region, with Veilfied emphasizing the Peak family, the historical adversaries of the Mandler family. They had even brought the figurehead from their ship, depicting deities from the sea god to the drowning god, from maidens to mermaids, each having sunk countless vessels. Before the Mermaid Hall stood two grand marble statues, naturally of mermaids. With a resounding thud, a robed master of ceremonies struck a long-handled scepter, announcing the arrival of Lya Snow, the illegitimate daughter of the Bolton family from Terror Fortress. The voice was thunderous and formal, though the hat of the announcer tilted at an unexpected angle, likely due to the force with which he struck the scepter. I stepped into the Mermaid Hall, where the wooden floor was adorned with vibrant paintings. The entire hall was a spectacle, showcasing drowned sailors gazing vacantly, interspersed with fish, shrimp, and crabs. Alongside warships and merchant vessels, octopuses and sea monsters, the grandeur of the artwork rivaling the ocean itself. The walls and ceiling, constructed from joined wooden planks, were interwoven with tattered fishing nets, giving the hall the semblance of a drifting vessel upon the sea. Many individuals filled the space, predominantly women, with fewer men. And priests and nuns were present as well. I realized I was merely an interlude. I was not the only one awaiting an audience. In the center of the hall stood Lord Wyman, quite portly, beside him his son Lya Snow, their physique resembling stones used for ballast in a ship. I approached first. Veilfied Mandler winked at me, bouncing over to a plump noblewoman who held an even smaller girl in her arms. This family certainly revels in vibrant colors. I noted their dazzling attire, with some of the portly Mandlers sporting equally striking hair, clearly dyed. Presently, Lord Wyman Mandler was addressing a dispute over fishing grounds, likely concerning two fishers who believed the other's wooden markers had been blown into their territory by the sea breeze. Following that were discussions regarding losses from shipwrecks, dealing with smugglers, resolving a rogue's two marital entanglements, and announcing the profit distribution from a newly opened silver mine. The Mermaid Hall was filled with hushed whispers. However, the imposing presence of the rotund Lord Wyman Mandler commanded respect, and even the most irate among them dared not raise their voices, much less resort to open conflict. At last, it was my turn. Lya Snow, the illegitimate daughter of the Bolton family from Terror Fortress, presented myself. I stepped forward, the short sword at my waist swaying gently, my little leather boots tapping as I cast a timid glance at Lord Wyman Manderly upon his throne. Before you stands the Earl of White Harbor, a title of genuine significance, the guardian of the White Knife, who ensures that the Stark family oversees the river and prevents pirates from encroaching. The shield of the faith, for in the north, White Harbor is the sole bastion of the Seven, with the faith having no other choice but to align with the exile's protector, himself an exile, the Lord Commander of the Manderly forces, and a member of the Green Hand Knights, whose name hails from the roguish hero, Garlon Greenhand, a figure known for sowing wild oats. I surmised that the descendants of this illustrious figure who lingered in the bay would certainly envy Lord Wyman Manderly. This epitomizes the style of the southern lords, contrasting starkly with the northern gentry, akin to a quail's call against a bear's growl. Suddenly, I grasped the sentiment of Jon Stark when he first encountered Daenerys in the series, and I understood why the North so vehemently resists the Iron Throne. We are bears, unfazed by the coos of doves. My thoughts buzzed, yet my trepidation was undeniably genuine. The Hall of Mermaids itself was a grand epic of surging waves and tempests. Moreover, Lord Manderly appeared immensely corpulent, spilling over from his seat like a mound of dough. As was customary, those subjects and willing individuals who entered the Hall of Mermaids were expected to kneel in reverence. I puffed out my small chest, intentionally displaying the sigil of the flaying man, a bitter irony as my current backing stemmed from the loathed Lord Roose Bolton. Terrible Castle sends its regards, Lord Wyman. This is indeed a greeting from Lord Roose Bolton, I declared, striving to project my voice, the tremor within it absurdly evident, eliciting hushed laughter that tinged my cheeks with crimson. You are but a bastard girl, a sudden voice interjected, belonging to a woman. Let the adults discuss matters. You should be serving Lady Lya as a maid. Lady Lya Manderly, the wife of Wyman Manderly, and thus the daughter-in-law of the Earl. So you are his envoy, yet merely a bastard girl. Since when has the flayer favored the company of bastards? Is the breeze of White Harbor too gentle for your kind? Lord Wyman's pale blue eyes descended upon me, peering through his double chin and rotund belly. The breeze of White Harbor is indeed gentle, my lord. It is well known that messages are sent via ravens from the citadel, and though the blood of a bastard may be tainted, it is still superior to that of a crow. Crows cannot articulate human speech, yet a bastard can. I am a messenger, tasked solely with conveying my words. Bearing more respect than those dark wings, I replied. Thus, you cannot ascertain anything, nor can you validate any agreements concerning the Boltons and the Manderlys on behalf of your father. You are merely relaying words. You are but a little girl, and you cannot make decisions for Lord Roose, he countered. I know you get along well with my granddaughter, and I am pleased she has found a good friend, but communications between families should not be handled by you. Lya, you are still quite young. I had no intention of intervening, my lord, yet the lineage of Lord Roose Bolton is sparse, with only one son residing far in the valley. A pang of sorrow struck my heart. I would rather this not be my fate, but rather that I were his only, singular, illegitimate daughter, serving by his side as the closest blood relative. Thus, my sentiments are profoundly sincere, my lord. What matters is not my age, but the significance of my presence, which holds more respect than that of a vassal sent as an envoy, and more sincerity than that of a silver-tongued negotiator. After all, should Demiric cease to exist, Roose Bolton may have no choice but to entrust the terrible fortress to me, despite his reluctance. However, I would never harm Demiric. You are but a little silver tongue. My young friend. Speak now. He retracted his strained, forward-leaning posture and raised his voice. Lya, the illegitimate daughter of the Potons. What does your biological father require of you to declare here? The primary matter at hand is that the terrible fortress is situated beside a volcano, concealing treasures within, yet possessing gold and silver necessitates those capable of discovering it. We need to join forces with you to exploit these resources. Mandler's exploration techniques are renowned, while the silver stones of White Harbor are abundant throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Furthermore, we wish to acquire the assets of the skinning artisans, hoping to utilize the land of White Harbor to market the products of the mountains and forests. The northern hunters abound, and the art of skinning is best exemplified by the Potons. We can collaborate with Mandler based on a shared investment distribution or pay taxes without relying on noble privileges. I intend to leverage the reputation of the skinners for profit, as skinning prey is also a form of stripping. As for whether to collaborate or pay taxes, Mandler is likely to prefer involvement in management over placing trust in the Potons. Lastly, the North has never been accustomed to commerce. We engage in warfare. We cultivate the land, and we trade sparingly, as has been the tradition since time immemorial. The knowledge of the North is not well versed in such affairs. But visitors from the River Bay have a notable reputation, wielding the principle of mutual benefit, known as the soft sword and golden shield, to fortify themselves beyond the realm of war. Therefore, the Poton family aspires to ally with the Mandler family to form a guild and promote development. This is the crux of the matter, binding interests. Naturally, Luspaton has never broached these topics, yet he consents to broader agreements regarding trade and collaboration. His intellect surpasses mine. He will affirm rather than refute my proposals. We are also subjects of the North now, no longer merely of the River Bay. Lya, he reminded me. Indeed, my lord. You are our kin, and thus the minds of the descendants of the River Bay should also belong to the North. Every family ought to learn. I responded. She articulated this point more eloquently than Amber. Father, do you recall the time we sought to purchase timber from Amber for shipbuilding? At that moment, I gestured with my plump hand to Wyman, indicating he should refrain from speaking. If I am not mistaken, there were conflicts between Mandler, Howd, and Poton at the border last year, resulting in a brawl between two villages over a windmill, leading to 5 fatalities. Can you address this matter regarding your biological father? Land issues are paramount. I cannot provide a definitive answer from Luspaton. I must navigate this delicately and articulate it beautifully. The prolonged summer has been excessively warm, my lord, causing some men to forget the necessity of unity, which is indeed a great pity. However, as I mentioned, a smile far surpasses a long sword, and a woolen garment is far more comfortable than wearing armor. Our people need roofs over their heads and sustenance. If trade can resolve these matters, then why resort to dueling over wooden houses? If our neighbors are amicable, friends rather than foes, disputes would naturally diminish. We must cultivate mutual trust and support to establish this trust. A hunter will not trust a fox, yet hunters can trust one another. We are all hunters. We are hunters of sea monsters, while you hunt stags. This is our distinction. He replied, we coexist in the North, and while we have differences, we should not let these distinctions divide us. Unity is paramount in the North. He did not impose undue difficulty, so the subsequent events unfolded naturally. Yet I would not go out of my way to consider Bolton's interests, for I was unwilling to see Roose Bolton grow too powerful. Chapter 6. I truly possessed a thick skin, and later, I found myself kneeling willingly, causing Lord Wyman to blush slightly. Ultimately, they consented to allow me to reside long-term in the new castle of White Harbor, enjoying the same privileges as the likes of Wylesfeld. Lord Wyman is truly a kind-hearted man, and during this festive season, no lord of the North would be particularly aloof, except for us skinning folk. As for returning to report, I had previously discussed the timing with Roose Bolton. To achieve my intended goals, I would need to remain for an extended period, of which he was aware. I knew how Roose Bolton would respond after receiving Lord Wyman's letter. I was confident in his wisdom, yet it irked me nonetheless. The days slipped into the rhythm of the coastal city. I understood that winning over subordinates required more than mere hierarchy, authority, and obligation. It also necessitated personal connections and reciprocal support. One must not only grant favors, but also be willing to accept assistance, for this is how true friendships are forged. Perhaps some subordinates are suited to keep their distance and bow before you, and while that is true, it is insufficient. I undoubtedly required another type of subordinate, steadfast and mutually supportive, who would be not only a colleague but also a close friend. I placed a sheet of paper before the axe blade and personally taught him the common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms, spelling out land. He stumbled through it, and I remained extraordinarily patient. The scene must have been quite amusing. A large man and a little girl, the man clumsy, the girl exceptionally clever. Very well. We will address grammar later. You must memorize the vocabulary yourself. I perused the bookshelf. Mandrick's collection was far richer than Bolton's. I pondered and sought a classic textbook on the Valyrian language. I suspected he meant he could teach me Valyrian, which caused me to smile with intrigue. I yearned for distant lands, and knowledge of Valyrian was undoubtedly essential. Excellent. I shall find a dictionary and seek out Ser Omer the scholar. The axeblade was skilled, and his physique was robust. He seemed to bear an unspoken history from the east, across the narrow sea. He was unfamiliar with the language, implying he arrived here unprepared. And unless absolutely necessary, I could not fathom why such a conservative and sincere man would come to Westeros. Disguise? In unfamiliar lands, should one require disguise, possess the art of subterfuge, or be in the midst of such masquerade, the acquisition of language and the agile skill of concealment become imperative. Yet, devoid of both, one can engage in heartfelt communication with ease. Pray tell, Edwy, what was the circumstance when you were summoned? We shall commence with logging, my lady. Logging? Indeed. The Lord has decreed that we must first serve and labor, logging. Typically, the term of service lasts 40 days, does it not? According to the traditional laws of the River Bay, labor and military service can indeed offset one another. Am I correct? He has provisions, my lady. For our family is numerous, the land insufficient, and my elder brothers are all wed, thus I must toil. The second son, along with other siblings, finds that commoners and nobles share a resemblance. Those with land are reluctant to see their offspring divide it further, resulting in ever-diminishing parcels, while those without land are at the mercy of fate, striving against the odds. The matters of real estate and inheritance are burdensome for all. Is there more than mere service involved? Are there wages to be earned? Yes, my lady, but I opt for sustenance, as the coin is scant and must be exchanged for food. In a year, I typically require only 1 or 2 silver bucks, which suffices. Perhaps, then, the countryside trade of the River Bay flourishes more than that of the north, as a northern farmer spends but a single silver buck annually. They aid one another, self-sustaining, and oftentimes find no place for gold or silver in their lives. Now, returning to the logging. Logging? Yes, to forge spears. We possess no spears. And with talk of impending battles, the Lord commands us to labor day and night. What did you carry to the battlefield in the end? A bar of ironbound wood, and a wooden spear. No iron spearhead? I inquired. Correct, merely a wooden spear. What of other weapons, such as long swords, hammerheads, or axes? The spear is all I possess, my lady. Those you mentioned are wielded by the Lord's guards or seasoned soldiers, along with veteran captains. Suddenly, I comprehend why the northern armies exhibit such formidable combat prowess. It is well known that the northern folks' forging skills do not rival those of the south, and their population does not surpass that of the River Bay or the Riverlands, despite rich iron deposits, though not comparable to the Iron Islands. It is often said that the northern victories stem from valor and honor. Yet, I perceive the overall attire and weaponry of the north surpass that of the River Bay's forces. The River Bay is densely populated, and not renowned for its mineral wealth. Superior craftsmanship is accessible only to landholding knights and lords or mercenaries. The conscripted peasant soldiers are less well-equipped than their northern counterparts. Furthermore, the conscripted farmers of the River Bay typically lack training regimens and the fierce spirit of the populace, falling short of the northern conscripts. It is known that the north is infamous for its instability, vast in land yet sparse in populace. Thus beasts, wild men, and bandits may pose threats at any moment. While they may lack the title of militia, every village and town harbors a semblance of local defense. Correspondingly, the lords and professional guards of the north are fewer in number, and their armor and weaponry do not match those of the south. While the knights of the River Bay are universally acknowledged and renowned. At last, the dawn wind has returned, and I find myself pleasantly surprised by the fruits of this journey, which leads me to ponder that perhaps fortune has finally smiled upon me. With the backing of House Redwine's fleet, dear lady, trust in my resolve. He bestowed upon me a radiant smile. I dare not flee, for my legitimate brother would pursue me across vast distances or send me to White Harbor for your merciless judgment. Without credibility, there can be no transactions, believe me. Young lady, I harbor doubts regarding his sincerity. I would rather place my faith in the binding contract, which has the support of Redwine. If he were to abscond, the Redwine family would be summoned, and legal matters could escalate all the way to the Iron Throne. Should he prove to be a fraud, Redwine would undoubtedly not tolerate the tarnishing of his reputation, nor would he wish for the matter to be handed over to Stark, which could incite a dispute between the North and the Riverlands, a truly calamitous outcome. In any case, compared to foreign vagabonds and dubious vessels, he remains the superior option, and the evidence supports this assertion. After accounting for the fleet share and taxes, the remaining sum exceeds several hundred golden dragons, indicating that transactions within the realm of 1,000 golden dragons can be deemed trustworthy. Nevertheless, some individuals delight in deceiving regular patrons. Thus, contracts and witnesses are indispensable, and the transaction process must remain stringent. Our prior agreement stipulated payment upon sale, which kept me awake for several nights, anxious and apprehensive. I resolved to either acquire my own vessel or conduct business directly at the port in the future. The dancer Damon has acquired a wealth of nautical knowledge, regaling me with tales of the tempestuous seas and breathtaking vistas. The lighthouse of the Sisters Islands witnessed the dawn wind as it bravely navigated the waves. Damon spoke of the city of Bravos, built upon the water, where a colossal Titan statue looms. Alas, in Bravos, the prices of pelts and gemstones are currently at a low ebb. He also recounted the opulent merchants of Gulltown and the dark cliffs of Dragonstone, where Stannis, a man of integrity, never extends credit. They transported a shipment of supplies to Dragonstone, yielding a modest profit. I find joy in hearing of distant lands. And considering my homeland resembles a purgatory, I may one day embark upon the open seas. Upon the completion of the transaction, it was time to divide the spoils. I allocated 10 golden dragons, each to several guards. This sum suffices to establish property in the north, leaving me with a mere 10 golden dragons after deducting the portion owed to Lord Roose Bolton. He demands a considerable amount. This money, rather than being a share, resembles a fee for services rendered. Locke exchanged the majority of the funds destined for Lord Bolton into goods from the south, a quintessential northern mindset. I shall need to propose suggestions upon my return. Upon arriving back at the Dreadfort, I honestly surrendered the funds, and Lord Bolton promptly hanged the vassal and steward responsible for trade. I remain uncertain whether the fellow engaged in embezzlement or simply lacked competence. Yet it appears that the trade in previous years surpassed my current venture by more than half. As for the vagabonds, the North lacks people, not land, and should true mineral deposits be discovered, a significant number of miners will be required. This marks my first fortune and my initial group of followers. I have deftly grasped the demands of Roose Bolton, and while I serve him under the banner of the terrifying fortress, I shall also seek my own interests. My ambition is to gradually expand my influence, with utmost caution, lurking in the shadows. I harbor no fear of Roose Bolton attempting to suppress me. While he will undoubtedly impose restrictions, he will also offer me benefits that do not threaten either the terrifying fortress or his own position. For the sake of ensuring my full assistance, my mother watches over me, and I suddenly perceive the increasing resolve in her gaze. Chapter 10. The Wild Seed Estate, Section 1. How many are there? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Around me lay the men, crouched silently, each seasoned and experienced. 18 in total, for wild men, one black-clad deserter, and the rest are locals, bandits, horse thieves, poachers, and drifters, Locke replied, his breath evident as he readied himself for the confrontation. We were situated in the woodlands near Long Lake, to the northwest of the terrifying fortress, territory that actually belonged to the Amber family, not far from our destination. The air felt dry, taut against my skin. Perhaps a pre-battle sensation? The cold wind howled. Despite donning a padded robe and woolen sweater beneath my chainmail, accustomed as I was to tucking my hair into my helmet, I still felt the chill. This is the summer of the north, my summer, fraught with peril. Bandits? I mused, my voice low. Steel should not be in the hands of mere brigands. As I oiled my crossbow, I was certain they had attacked soldiers, leaving Damon to climb a tree and count their bows and swords. Damon's keen eyes were trustworthy. The night by Long Lake was eerily quiet, accompanied only by the faint sound of breaths. I fixated on the distant glow of firelight, awaiting news. Soon, information arrived. I glanced at Locke, who had stealthily approached me. Madam, they possess 4 bows, extremely crude, 3 swords, and the rest are axes or clubs, along with 4 shields. We, on the other hand, have 10 shields, for swords, and 6 bows, 3 of which are longbows, the remainder being spears or hammer axes, totaling 20 souls. The night ambush illuminated the bandits with the firelight, unarmored. They were mere targets. This battle would not be particularly arduous. 7 men with axes to the north, distribute 4 shields among them, and assign 2 archers. Damon will lead the other archers to the west. Let him strike first, and upon his arrow's flight, we shall charge. Prepare your bows. I positioned myself to the east of the enemy camp. Very well, madam, Locke nodded solemnly, crouching as he moved, the clinking of his sword against his armor creating a soft sound. I heard the archers drawing their bows, akin to the sparse northern drizzle, faint and chilling. I could sense the eagerness and yearning of these northern men. The old gods observe, life is like a flower, blooming and withering, living and dying. In this desolate expanse, existence is so fragile, with life and death separated by mere moments. To die in battle is but one way to depart, far swifter than many other forms of demise. Thus, we embrace death, warriors of the north, living only to die. I gaze at the distant flames, crouching low with my shield and longsword in hand, stealthily advancing through the shadows of the night and the trees and stones. I am well accustomed to the scent of the earth. The grass stirs uneasily beneath my weight as we silently proceed. Pray, dear lady, why do you always wear a mask? Because Lord Roose Bolton warned me that if I dared mar my face, he would flame my skin. I know my visage is the most precious thing to him. It allows me to narrow my vision, so I need not behold your countenance, Sour Island, which is truly unseemly, I replied quietly. Yet they say you are a witch, possessing magic, and that your mask bears enchantments, whispered Sour Island. Indeed, I am a witch, capable of transforming those who vex me into toads, to be fed to wolves. I continued, advancing, my long sword held in reverse grip, inhaling the scent of the soil. The air was tranquil, filled only with the melodies of birds and the hum of insects. Night deepened, growing colder, causing me to shiver slightly. The distance was sufficient, and I heard sounds nearby. My men lay close to me, quietly awaiting. The ground was level, and to the north of the camp, there was a dirt slope, where I surmised this group sought refuge from the wind. The campfire crackled, embers scattering, most of them asleep, faint snores echoing. There were 2 sentries, one dozing while the other roamed. I retrieved my crossbow, placing it before me, slowly adjusting the grip on the mechanism. This crossbow was still young, and with a touch of oil, my movements were silent. Finally, I positioned the bolt, securing it in place. The old gods whispered in the wind. Watching silently over the impending slaughter, the spirits of my fallen comrades were numerous, rendering me sufficiently indifferent. In Westeros, taking a life is not a matter of regret. Whoosh! I saw an arrow pierce the chest of the roaming sentry. I knew that my archers to the west had commenced their assault, and I could afford to wait a moment longer. It's an arrow. I heard a cry, an ancient tongue, wildlings. This band of ruffians instantly grasped their weapons and rose, clutching their shields. There aren't many of them. Charge. This was the common tongue, accented with the northern dialect. Hold your ground. They had few arrows left. Surround them, move. This ragtag group. I gently tapped the ground with my longsword, one after another, my men following suit with their weapons. We were poised to join the fray. Some of the assailed crouched on the ground, while others attempted to reach the position of Daemon, their shields facing westward. They were dispersing, and it would be best if they scattered further. I observed the enemy dividing into smaller factions, each distrustful of the other, each with their own agenda, just as it should be. Onward. I rose quietly, pulling the trigger of my crossbow. The stoutest foe let out a wail, the recoil causing me to miss his chest, instead striking his eye socket. Immediately, I discarded the crossbow and charged forward with my sword. Behind, a voice among the enemy shouted. With blades in hand and the old gods watching, we surged forth. Huzzah! My voice rose from the ground. Behind me, I heard the enemy's shrieks as our axes pierced their chests. I relished the throwing tricks of the Iron Men, and the northern mountain folk were equally skilled. Marvelous. Bang! My shield, propelled by my frantic charge, struck a face with tremendous force, immediately followed by my long sword plunging forward. Most bandits are merely brutes. They are not difficult to handle. The shield is not merely a tool for defense, but a weapon for attack. In my grasp, this iron shield becomes a hammer, relentlessly pounding the fragile heads and torsos of my adversaries, while my sword slashes and thrusts, soon staining the ground with blood. The scent of blood and leather fills my nostrils, nearly overshadowing the fragrance of my mask. The oak face. I can hear the roar, adorned with an oak mask. Intricately carved in the likeness of a human visage, I have garnered such a moniker, a nickname that is perpetually blunt and simplistic. My longsword tapped against the shield, ready to accept his challenge. He was the one I had struck, and I noted that one of his eyes was missing. Grasping a long-bladed cleaver with both hands, its edge rusted and stained with blood, he towered over me, a wild giant clad in layers of fur, devoid of any semblance of clothing. The others had abandoned us, leaving us to engage in a duel. After this ambush, few of them could still stand. Roar! His beard trembled as I readied myself. He charged forward, swinging his blade horizontally. The moment his hand moved, I propelled myself forward. In an instant, the cold gleam of his knife flashed. I ducked, the blade's whistle piercing my ears, sharper than the biting wind. My feet halted, and my longsword descended towards his legs, the chill of the blade caressing his skin, penetrating his joints, cleaving through his knee, blood splattering as he fell backward. A cripple cannot survive even in summer, especially for those of the lower class. Here in the north, I wasted no words. I stepped on his hand and the hilt of his blade, driving my sword through his heart, watching as his eyes dulled and breath ceased. Clean up, as per our usual practice. I sheathed my sword. We lost 2 men and suffered 8 injuries. None critical or debilitating, though they required tending. I noticed wounds on the axe-wielder's hands and feet. I had once donned armor, extremely hard and heavy. He spoke with a thick accent, as I learned Valyrian from him while he practiced the common tongue. Now, the axe-wielder had tied his hair back, though his beard remained unshaven. I recalled how, at the outset, he spoke only a few simple words. "So you are not accustomed to fighting this way?" I inquired, thrusting my blade into a groaning fallen foe, a wretched soul who had long been disemboweled. "Yes, it does not cut through," he replied, likely referring to how, in his previous armor, such a weapon would not have penetrated his flesh. "Adaptation is essential. We are quite impoverished, you know." I nodded to him. His thoughts were straightforward, and his faith unwavering. As long as he was provided with ample funds to seek companionship, his loyalty would suffice. I turned to examine the captives. Casting a brief glance at our hull, 7 individuals captured, 2 fled, and 9 slain, madam. I took stock of the spoils. Perched upon a relatively flat stone, I gently wiped the blood and grime from my body with a towel, being careful not to remove my helm. One by one, the captives were brought forth. The subdued man was pressed before me. He appeared to be a northerner. "Plow, sword, or noose," he pleaded. "I am a hunter. I can shoot arrows. Spare my life." He cried out in desperation. "What is your origin?" I inquired. "I grew up in the Wolfwood, oak-faced elder. I can strike distant rabbits." "Then it shall be the sword," I declared, moving on to the next. The kneeling figure proclaimed, "Free men do not yield." He was a roaring savage, his situation dire, yet his voice rang high. "Are you certain? The oak-faced elder, the wolf-kissed Barroso, has set his sights upon you. He can track you through wolves and birds. You are doomed. He will seize your wife and daughters, and you will beg for mercy at his feet, just as you would before the crown." He could not even discern my gender. The wolf-kissed Barroso was a marauding savage, rumored to have nearly been snatched by wolves in his childhood. He boasted that the wolves spared him, miraculously nurturing him with their milk. In truth, it was said that his visage bore the kiss of a wild wolf, half his cheek missing, revealing his jagged, hideous teeth even in silence. I severed the throat of this braggart with a single stroke of my sword. "Next, I can fight for you, but I will not kneel." The next was a female savage, a spear wielder. "Very well, I have a band of men at my disposal. You may choose your preference, plow or sword. I can tend sheep and till the land. Truthfully, I am not well versed in combat. You must first assist the captives in their tasks. In 5 years, you shall possess your own land. However, you will need to relearn. The ways of tilling beyond the wall have grown antiquated. Next, I am from King's Landing. You are a night's watchman." "No, I am not. I have served for many years. I demand." I silenced this deserter by slicing his throat. Night's watchmen are meant to guard the borders, standing firm upon the wall, lest the North suffer calamities and warfare abound. Such a fate is intolerable. Furthermore, many among these black-clad soldiers are criminals who have sworn their lives to the black, thus leaving no room for negotiation with deserters. Execution is the only option. Having dealt with the captives, I allocated the spoils. Those who struck the killing blows claimed their due, while helpers received a fair share. And I would heed their opinions and perspectives. My warriors would bicker, each asserting their claims, squabbling over a mere water skin or a mouse pelt. This was the most troublesome aspect following a battle. Yet, I am the leader, the arbiter. I would distribute the spoils. A duty that must be fulfilled, no matter the fatigue it brings. Chapter 3. It is now the year 296 of the Aegon calendar, and I am 15 years of age. This summer feels interminably long, stretching nearly 8 years since my journey began, during which I have matured amidst the endless summer of Westeros. At times, I dream of a pair of cerulean eyes that I recognize as belonging to my mother, Sara. I have meticulously transcribed the narratives from the original texts and television adaptations in Chinese characters. I endeavored to concoct gunpowder, aware that it comprises sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal, in a ratio of 1 to 2 to 3. However, my efforts were in vain. The individual components remain volatile, yet when combined, they render a lethargy that resists ignition. I am uncertain of the reason, yet one can surmise that if gunpowder were indeed feasible to create, I would not be the one to discover it. Considering they can even conjure wildfire, I maintain correspondence with Domeric, keeping abreast of his circumstances. Domeric Bolton continues to serve as a squire for the Redwine family at the Vale's Red Keep. He is increasingly resembling a knight, excelling in jousting and lance competitions, earning renown across the Vale, on par with Michel Redwine, the son of the Redwine family. I frequently meet with Wild, and our joint trade guild flourishes, yielding thousands of golden dragons annually for both the Bolton and Manderley families, providing me with ample security as I cultivate my own lands. The plains between the tiers of Lys and the Blades River constitute a crucial agricultural region in the north, a vital source of sustenance. Here, the south is held by the Manderley family, while the north and east belong to the Boltons, with the impoverished house Hood sandwiched between them. Presently, the Manderley and Hood families have allied through marriage, managing to rival the strength of the Boltons. I find this adversarial stance ill-suited to my disposition and detrimental to the Boltons of the Dreadfort. It is prudent to suppress hostile sentiments and contain disputes within reasonable bounds. Unity invariably triumphs over contention. The essence of war lies in gathering all who can communicate to vanquish those who cannot. If we can successfully unite these three houses, we shall become a formidable force that the North cannot overlook, compelling even House Stark to treat us with caution. Thus, rather than engaging in a battle of wits, I believe it wiser to seek harmony with them, especially since their military is no match for that of the Dreadfort. Consequently, Wild and I have grown increasingly close, sharing our thoughts unreservedly. She laments that her father incessantly wishes to betroth her to Lord Robb Stark, son of Duke Eddard Stark, yet Robb seems indifferent to her. In truth, she is quite charming, possessing an alluring figure and gentle features. I am perplexed by Lord Robb Stark's perspective, or perhaps the intentions of his parents, political aspirations. To be candid, House Stark's influence extends across the Riverlands, the Vale, the Crownlands, and Stormlands, allowing Lord Robb ample time to choose. I dare say it is because Wild has yet to encounter my friend Domeric, who is exceedingly popular. Winning her affections would be effortlessly accomplished. Nevertheless, I stand in support of Wild Manderley. She is akin to a sister to me, although she has not explicitly expressed her affection for Robb, given their connection. He ought to provide her with some clarity. As for my friend in the Riverlands, I have exchanged letters with Dama Henley Bracken twice. He has since become a knight, and should now be addressed as Sir Henley. He has become engaged to the heir of the Bracken family. This is the nature of aristocratic politics and life, regardless of whether Hendry approves or my own desires. In truth, he possesses commendable qualities, and I cannot deny that I have fantasized about being with him. However, the vague emotions of youthful innocence pale in comparison to reality. Moreover, what remnants of youthful affection endure into old age? Who can say for certain? Duke Horst Tully of Streamflow City lies bedridden, while his son Edmund Tully assumes increasing responsibilities. As for Seaguard City, Lord Jason Mallister, despite his advancing years, remains unmarried, and his heir, Sir Patrick Mallister, has no offspring, placing the Mallister family at risk of extinction. I suddenly wonder if I have misjudged Lord Jason Mallister, choosing not to remarry even at the cost of having no heirs. Perhaps he truly harbors feelings for his deceased wife. After all, the bond of marriage is complex, and they wed out of love in their youth. Lord Roose Bolton fares little better than the Mallisters. I have not heard of any other children he may have. In the Dread Fortress, I am the sole bearer of the Stark name. He has no other lineage, or rather, the Stark name is nearly extinct here, thanks to Ramsay's ruthless actions. Saralyn Smallwood remains unmarried, while it is rumored that Wada Fori has become entangled with Black Ward. Wada is quite open-minded, yet I question whether she is truly willing. Considering Black Ward's unpleasant disposition, while Wada is a girl with an appreciation for beauty, Horst Blythewood ran away from home, only to be caught and beaten by his father. He aspires to attend the academy in Old Town and become a scholar, but his father, Tithas Blythewood, forbids it. Time passes swiftly, and soon, we all approach adulthood, beginning to shoulder our responsibilities. I have acquired a manor, the fruit of 2 years of saved funds, cultivated with the help of a vagabond and 5 soldiers bestowed upon me by Lord Roose Bolton. Every inch of land in the north has an owner, yet not every inch is populated. Roose Bolton is unwilling to allocate more men to me, and I have not requested them. Instead, I seek out laborers from various sources, from the battles, the clans of the mountains, from White Harbor, and lords unable to support their vassals. I search for men without inherited estates, for refugees, for bandits, and for wildlings. Gradually, I breathe life into the estate. Now I command a force of 300. As they are tools I have gathered, and I have led them in the cultivation of the land. Roose Bolton generously acknowledges that this land temporarily belongs to me. Once you are married, it will revert to Bolton. I made a promise to the residents of the estate. Should they labor for 5 years, they would earn their share. at least 70% of the harvest, with rewards based on effort. Thus far, this simple distribution method seems effective. I often lead my men to hunt down wildling raiders or bandits, yielding modest results. However, my primary aim is to hone my skills and those of my subordinates rather than to amass wealth through plunder. Although my ranks include many able-bodied men, only about 40 have seen battle and shed blood, and these men must also tend to the fields, necessitating a rotation in the harsh expanse of the north. To ensure that my subordinates remain steadfast and free from concerns, rallying around me with undivided resolve, impervious to bribery, I must sustain their fighting spirit and loyalty. This necessitates providing ample provisions and secure shelter to guarantee their well-being. These are the most fundamental requirements. Despite the manor housing over 100 souls, dispatching even 20 to battle is already a considerable challenge. The denizens of the Bolton family refer to this place as the Bastard's Manor or Maiden's Village. Should Lucius Bolton learn of the latter designation, the unfortunate soul uttering it would face dire consequences. The populace beyond the manor harbors significant apprehension towards the Bastard's Manor. I, being a bastard, command little respect, and among my ranks are vagrants, refugees, savages, and thieves, engendering a distrust towards my followers. I comprehend the rationale behind this skepticism. Were I in their position, I too would maintain my distance, for the composition of those within the manor is indeed intricate. However, this also reveals a minor flaw in the northern folk. They are exceedingly hospitable to solitary outsiders, yet exhibit severe caution towards established communities like the Bastard's Manor. I understand their wariness. Food is scarce in the north, and the brutal winters make every additional mouth a burden. Fortunately, Lucius Bolton does not turn away from cultivating and welcoming settlers, allowing me to advance under the banner of the Bolton family, cultivating the land. Ordinary farmers tend not to provoke us, and should anyone dare to act violently, so be it. Life has been relatively pleasant, and I have acclimated to Lucius Bolton's ways. However, a small issue persists. My first menstruation has yet to arrive. Lady Bethany Lyswell has informed me that once I transition from girlhood to maidenhood, she will arrange a marriage for me, which fills me with a sense of conflict. The absence of my first period leads me to wonder if something is amiss. My bosom has begun to swell, and I stand at 5.5 feet tall, with other attributes developing satisfactorily. My legs are long and my waist slender, which pleases me. Yet, the onset of my first monthly cycle remains elusive. If it were to arrive, who knows what sort of marriage Lady Bethany would orchestrate. Thus, though I find it peculiar, I do not dwell on it excessively nor feel any urgency. Section 4. Half of the men escort the captives back to the manor, while the others accompany me on horseback, heading southeast along the Weeping River. Few among us possess the skill to fight on horseback. Thus this contingent must serve as mounted infantry. Upon arrival, we must corral the horses and manage them diligently. I have encountered horse thieves during hunts on more than one occasion, which serves as a form of entertainment, given that our steeds bear our heraldry and cannot easily escape. My encounters with horse thieves have introduced me to several northern nobles. I need not mention Manderley, but I have also crossed paths with the Reed family. Those fools cannot traverse Necks and nor reach White Harbor. To whom would they sell stolen horses? I was meant to return to the manor. Yet a thought crossed my mind, one I had previously hesitated to act upon. I instructed my men to seek out information, as the cold disdain and prejudice of the outside world pose considerable challenges for my people. Nevertheless, after several months, news finally emerged, compelling me to come forth. The manor is now stable and flourishing, allowing me the luxury of this brief respite. Even in the morning, a damp chill lingers here, as sunlight filters through the mist, casting a shimmering glow upon the banks of the Tear River, reminiscent of the crystalline tears upon a maiden's visage. I recall the tale of the Tear River vividly. The ancestral king, Flint, faced a dismal defeat, pursued relentlessly by Stark and Bolton. It was here, by the riverbank, that Flint's princess chose to surrender her life to the waters, leaving behind a curse that would flood the river. As winter yields to spring, the heavy snow melts into the river, and sometimes, torrential spring rains follow, leading to overwhelming floods. Most often, the spring deluge nourishes the farmlands, rendering the lands of Terror Castle fertile. Yet, at times, it can become quite fearsome. Right here, my lord, Luton nodded towards the distant mill, where an ancient locust tree stood sentinel before the stone structure, a brook meandering past the mill and into the Tear River. Yet, from the sounds, the mule grinding the grain seemed rather feeble. As we approached the mill, I dismounted, and a tall, slender woman appeared, strikingly beautiful despite the unwholesome diet often associated with common folk. I hear you have a woman, devoid of eyes and tongue? She seemed too frightened to utter a word. I scrutinized her features, sensing a strange familiarity, and then stepped into her dwelling. Fear not, madam. I seek an individual, not trouble. However, upon witnessing the scene before me, I felt a stir of indignation. The sister Kyra I sought was toiling at the mill, clad in tattered trousers, merely trousers, her shoulders marred with scabs, some old, some fresh, along with blisters. How dare you treat Kyra like a beast of burden? I turned to glare at the woman. You make a human grind weak. Locke, go free her and tend to her. The woman's lips quivered as she pitifully pleaded, sinking to her knees. Please, do not harm me, my lady. My mule has perished, my cattle have been stolen, and this is all I have left. My son is dead, my husband is gone, and even my brother-in-law has met his end. I beg you, have mercy. Mercy from the others? Why do you not extend a modicum of compassion to her? I felt a pang of sympathy, yet remained resolute in my words. You can rent or borrow. You need not exploit a person for labor. Please. No one will lend to me. They loathe me. I am but the woman of Lord Roose Bolton, his mistress. I implore you, for the sake of Terror Castle. Have mercy. Is that so? My voice softened, as if plunged into the tear river, a chill seeping through me. Is this yet another sin wrought by Roose Bolton? Tell me more. I commanded, while adjusting my hair before the mirror in the room. My helmet and chainmail had long been removed, revealing my dark tresses cascading down. In the tarnished mirror, I beheld a rather pallid young woman, her skin still delicate, suggesting that my daily concoction of petals and milk had some merit, though I could not carry much of it when venturing out. Fetch some water, I shall wash my hair. Once you have drawn the water, begin recounting your tale. I heard her by the creek, drawing water, and gazed into the mirror at my pale gray eyes, blinking softly. The bloodline that ought to descend into the depths of hell bore no trace of my lineage, but rather was a mere shadow of that person. She returned with the water bucket. I observed her somewhat withered hair, a clear indication of neglect in washing, and it was evident that nothing much would change. She poured the water for me. I crouched down. The chainmail upon me emitted a faint clatter as I extended my neck, the icy creek water cascading over my head, while I directed her to fetch more, in steady intervals. On that day, while I was washing clothes by the creek, that lord appeared, accompanied by his attendants. Much like yourself, he bore a bow and a long sword, halted his horse to gaze at me, and then commanded his men to seize me. My husband attempted to intervene, pleading fervently, but Lord Bolton merely tightened a noose around his neck and hung him from the locust tree. I massaged my scalp through my dark locks, untangling my long hair in silence, realizing at last who she was. Then, he swayed unsteadily as he looked at me, and I found myself beneath my husband, beneath that tree. Following that, I bore a child, a progeny of Lord Bolton. My brother-in-law struck me violently and cast me out. I sought out the father of that child at the dread fortress, and he, upon turning, severed my brother-in-law's tongue. Not long after, my husband's brother succumbed to a fever, his head burning like the fires of hell, and soon he was lost as well. Lord Bolton granted me the mill, providing sustenance and coin each year, and he named the child Ramsay Snow. My hand trembled momentarily, and I paused. You all go out, bring Kyra along, and wait for me outside, I commanded, and my men obeyed, continuing their tasks, for I had not yet finished my story. I inhaled deeply, taking a clean linen strip to dry my hair, as it was lengthy and difficult to dry. She complied, and I resumed listening to her tale. Afterward, I raised the child, yet he grew increasingly unruly, and I could no longer manage him. Thus, I returned to the dread fortress, where the Lord provided me with a scoundrel, an arrangement that sparked hope within me. Perhaps my son could rise to become a landowner. I confided in him that he was the son of Roose Bolton and that he had a stake in the dread fortress, deserving of his father's legacy. The scoundrel became aware of my son's status, and they engaged in hushed discussions, returning home late each night, sometimes bearing the scent of blood. I advised them against their ways, yet they struck me, compelling my silence. I refrained from interjecting, listening intently, my eyes closed. I sensed the stirring of my tear ducts, wiping my face with the linen cloth, until one day, they did not return, prompting my search. Upon reaching the village, I was informed that they had followed a young girl into the woods. I searched relentlessly. I encountered a woman, a noseless harlot from the tavern, accessible to all, who entered the woods at night. I followed her, but as she carried a torch and I did not, I stumbled. Soon, I beheld my son's clothing draped over a corpse, and recognized it at once. Enough, I cried, my fingers trembling uncontrollably. Madam, she lay down on the ground once more. My chest heaved with the rhythm of my breath, tears streaming down my face, and I was commanded not to lift my head, to remain still. I endeavored to suppress the tremor in my voice. After a prolonged moment of contemplation on how to address the situation, I steadied my emotions and continued to speak, my tone somber as I repeated the order not to raise her head. I recognized her. It was my son I saw, and that woman, she had buried him. Her voice trembled as well, and I noticed the tears that fell to the ground. Panic gripped me, and I rushed to the terrible fortress to inform them that Lord Bolton's illegitimate son was lost, the work of that noseless wretch. My hair hung damp and disheveled, obscuring my face, which I attempted to arrange as I approached the campfire, fidgeting with the embers. Do you know who did this? I asked in a low voice. It was that noseless woman. She and her offspring entered the terrible fortress, and I knew they would not emerge. I had heard enough. Sara bore the wrath of Lucius Bolton for me. However, my lady, her daughter still lives. I know it. That little wretch must have inherited her mother's vile blood. I heard she too is of Lord Bolton's lineage, and that incapable noseless creature ended my son's life. I have heard whispers of a bastard's estate to the north, where she mingles with a band of savages, robbers, and poachers. It is said those are the men of the wretches. What is this world coming to? Why must virtuous women encounter such misfortune while those promiscuous wretches, the progeny of criminals, possess estates? They earn it themselves, through sword, intellect, words, and endurance. Silence, I commanded. I felt pity for her, as I did for my mother, as I did for myself, and thus I hesitated to lay a hand upon her. All of this was Lucius Bolton's fault. I did not linger any longer. We took Kayla and departed, dismissing the notion of livestock. What good would that do? I had not even slaughtered her. Chapter 5. When we arrived at my estate, several days had passed. I quickly emerged from the depths of despair. Without this ability to regulate my emotions, I would have long since gone mad. We constructed a wall of mud and wood, towering as high as 2 men. While I alone possessed a 2-story house, the others resided mostly in single-story wooden structures, many of which were thatched cottages. Fortunately, the rains here were not particularly ferocious. Over the years, I had intermittently discovered 4 veins of ore, yet none were entirely gemstone deposits. Most were difficult to smelt iron. I did find some garnets, but their quality was generally subpar, and the terrible fortress served more as a supplier of raw materials than a processor or seller. I lacked skilled artisans, which ultimately diminished the profits. It was understandable. Who would wish to come to the terrible fortress? The atmosphere was grim, and the winters were harsh. Our few artisans were all in White Harbor. Nevertheless, in terms of the estate standing, few places in the north could rival the profitability of my bastard's estate. However, to speak candidly, the north is barren. In comparison to the entirety of Westeros, it would be more accurate to refer to me as a village head rather than a lord of a manor. This contradiction stems from the disparity between my current circumstances and my ever-growing desires. I have ventured south and spent considerable time in White Harbor, where I am acutely aware of how splendidly the maidens of this age can adorn themselves. I yearn for an abundance of perfumes, garments, and jewels. I wish to paint my lips crimson, to enhance the allure of my eyes and lashes, and to don a magnificent crown. My aspirations are vast. If I must wear armor, I desire it to be exquisitely adorned, meticulously crafted for ceremonial occasions. I long for a well-tailored cloak and battle attire, dyed to retain their vibrant hues. I crave a garden and the companionship of pets. I wish to hear bards sing praises of my beauty and attire, to have a retinue of knights and handsome suitors vying for my affection, and to bask in the envious glances of other maidens. Yet, such desires either require status or wealth, of which I possess neither. I am vain, and not to mention I also seek revenge against Roose Bolton. With determination, I returned to my abode, shedding my chainmail and woolen garments. As for that hideous mask, it was promptly discarded. I tossed my helmet to Rosie and made my way directly to the bath. The chill outside was unbearable. I would not subject myself to a cold bath in the mountains. At most, I would wipe myself down. Upon my return, I could hardly tolerate my own scent. Rosie had prepared warm water. I stripped down and immersed myself, letting out a contented sigh. Do you require anything, milady? She inquired. Bring me some ale, I commanded. Warm ale would suffice. I could feel a flush creeping across my cheeks. Ah, this is the essence of life. When Rosie returned, she not only brought the ale, but also savory lamb pies and a bowl of mustard porridge. Prepare some barley bread. My stomach has been unsettled of late, and I require my toothbrush. Brushing and rinsing after a meal is a fundamental need for any civilized person. The toothbrush, the one you use to clean your teeth? Indeed. Rosie had previously been quite unkind to me, relishing in cradling me and teasing me until I cried. But now she seemed much more considerate, albeit still lacking in respect. It appears that the next time I seek to intimidate her, I could simply present the head of an enemy and display it on her windowsill. As these thoughts occupied my mind, I leaned against the edge of the tub. Chapter 6. Recently, there have been whispers of women being touched and accosted outside. Oh, we have a multitude of bachelors among us. I fear there may be some instability. What else have you heard? It has been said that Huang Dick violated a woman in the town. Some heard struggles and cries during the night, accompanied by sounds of violence. He threatened her to keep it a secret. I saw Yona, her eyes swollen, limping, as if her hand was injured as well. Huang Dick is a guard assigned to me by Roose Bolton, and he is exceedingly sleazy. Please investigate this village, as it will soon be under your jurisdiction. Be patient with it. Very well, madam, but are you certain the Lord will not retract his decision? I shall do my best. Assist me in organizing my desk. And learn to read and count. Janie, it will not be in vain. I watched as Red Janie emerged from the bathroom, my long legs extended, my calf resting against the wall of the bathtub. Who is it? I heard someone shouting outside. It was Rock, accompanied by the sound of a drawn sword. I immediately withdrew my legs, crouching against the wall of the large wooden tub, causing it to wobble dangerously and tilt. Hot water spilled out, and without a thought to cover myself, I drew the long sword hidden beneath the stone basin in the bathroom as chaos erupted outside, accompanied by shouts. Madam, what is happening? I inquired. He was spying on you. I caught him. Well done. Who is it? Huang Dick. Go wait in the hall. I shall be there shortly. I dressed quickly and made my way to my wooden hall, taking my seat at the head, observing Huang Dick, whose head was pinned to the ground. How did you discover him? Lord Roose Bolton summoned you, madam. I came to find you. I led my horse to the shed behind the house and saw him peering through the small window of the bathroom. I thought he was an assassin, you know. That wolf kiss. This is my estate. Does he seek death? Very well, Huang Dick. Have you coerced the women of the estate to bed with you? I wiped my damp hair, scrutinizing him. The puddle of muck on the ground revealed a short, stout figure with an unattractive face. I generally do not judge people on appearance, especially in such cold weather, where one's looks are of little consequence. Rather, character is what truly matters. I heard him struggle to speak beneath his booted feet. We all do this. Madam, every guard behaves this way. So, you admit it. In truth, in this era, there are few scruples. The common women here do not place great importance on such matters. However, whether or not there exists a notion of chastity is of little concern to me. A young woman's happiness is an entirely different affair. I respect people as choices. If they willingly engage in business, so be it, but violence is utterly unacceptable. Not in my presence. You have harmed Yona, struck her so that she could scarcely walk. Have you not? She is a harlot. She has slept with Damon, and she insulted me as a rodent. You were also spying on me. I thought it was Red Janie. I assumed Red Janie would be permissible to watch. He struggled fiercely, attempting to escape, shouting that lords and women sleep together. Soldiers and women sleep together. Men sleep with women. Men love to watch bathing. Isn't it the same in that town of women as springs in the south? Silence. Is it acceptable to you, Red Janie, that he watches? No, he is utterly repugnant, my lady. The foolish Florian, when he was spying on Jonky. Little did he know that she was quite pleased after her bath. That was her affair, her joy. However, I found no delight in it, nor did Red Janie. And thus, consequences shall ensue. Remarkably, Lord Roose Bolton has summoned me back, and I have just encountered that miller's wife, who is quite bothersome. Indeed, I am timid, reluctant to confront that dreadful count of terror, but a yellow dick? A mere man. I concluded that the foolish Florian told Jonky, before a woman. Every man is a knight. Every man is a fool. Can you utter such words? No, it is said you speak the most vulgar of phrases, which is utterly nauseating. Bind them. Let us proceed to the Castle of Terror. Yellow Dick appeared quite unwell. He was reluctant to return to the Castle of Terror, and I understand why. For everyone here is aware of its legends. I know the legends to be true. Chapter 7, my lady, I must admit, I too have erred. I should not have involved myself with Yona. This is not my concern. As long as you and she are willing, I am indifferent to your games of love, marriage, or procreation. I responded to Damon. It matters not to you, so be it. I changed into a new attire, donning a waistcoat and breeches beneath my cloak. Allowing my hair to flow freely, I rode forth with my head held high, the distance from my estate to the Castle of Terror neither too far nor too near. As the sun dipped below the horizon, we arrived at the castle, unchanged from a few years prior, perhaps even more crowded. Those I personally recruited were not permitted near the Castle of Terror, so I brought only the 5 guards allocated to me by Lord Roose Bolton. Before entering the fortress, I had to divest myself of all weapons, for Roose Bolton was wary of me. Upon my audience with Roose Bolton, he was in the process of bloodletting. His attendant had changed, yet still clumsy, and upon seeing my arrival, he promptly bowed and withdrew. I calmly took my seat, skillfully assisting Lord Lustburton with the leeches, a task I rather enjoyed. Hoping his condition would weaken further, ultimately leading to his demise. A woman came forth to complain, stating that you had taken her horse for grinding. Lustburton replied with composure. She was a personal acquaintance, a nun, and if word got out, it would bring trouble to the Castle of Terror, hence I dealt with it. I remained tranquil before Lustburton, for I am a bastard. Before I can exact my revenge, I am merely a bastard. Let us be swift, she will spread gossip. Remember, ensure the subjects remain quiet and obedient. Bastard, summon Walden to me. Very well, my lord. My son, Dominic Potton, is returning. His voice remains soft and unassuming. He shall arrive at the Castle of Terror accompanied by Bronze Yorn, Count Yorn Royce, and Yorn's younger son, Wymar Royce. I have extended an invitation to Lady Maggie Mormont, who has several daughters joining her. You must placate the Mormont ladies, ever since Jorah Mormont fled. Their tempers have been foul. You are responsible for ensuring they do not trouble me. I shall not waste my time on Bear Island. Remember that. Yes, my lord. Indeed. Lord Roose Bolton harbors a profound aversion to engaging with outsiders and prefers to remain indoors. For the moment, he steps outside. He is confronted with the realm of House Stark, out of sight, out of mind. He would certainly not take a liking to the Mormont family of Bear Island, a place marked by hardship and poverty, devoid of an army or provisions, let alone gold and silver. It could almost be deemed worthless. Let there be no misunderstanding. Lord Yorn Royce wishes for someone to dissuade his son from swearing an oath at the wall. For once he becomes a member of the Night's Watch, he shall be bound to that life for eternity. Thus, he seeks a meeting with Lady Meage Mormont, perhaps believing that approaching the sister of the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch might yield some influence. In any case, I did not refuse his request. The Mormont family perceives joining the Night's Watch as a mark of honor. I replied softly, and Lord Wyman Royce is also a fool consumed by notions of glory. It seems we have a convergence of foolishness. Bolton cannot dissuade people from joining the Night's Watch, as it would tarnish our reputation in the north, would it not? Is Bolton's reputation not already tarnished enough? Therefore, it suffices to let the Royce family believe that we have exerted our utmost efforts. Can his offspring still expect me to discipline them? Furthermore, Domeric may attempt to orchestrate a union between you and Wyman Royce, but since Wyman holds no claim to inheritance, you are not permitted to indulge him. Yes, my lord. Roose Bolton remains a cad, does he not? Have you experienced your first moonblood? His gaze was icy, darting to my legs, prompting me to shift in my seat. No, my lord. Seek out Sister Mia and Maester Uther for medicine. Yes, my lord. What of Hound Dick? How did he end up bound? He spied on me while I bathed. When they caught him, his belt was loose. I refrained from mentioning Hound Dick's transgressions against women. In Roose Bolton's eyes, common girls are merely the rightful spoils of the guards, yet he would not appreciate anyone coveting his valuable possessions. What do you intend to do? He inquired softly. Go to the root, strip away the skin, my lord. During the time it takes to cleanse him, seek out Bethany and present yourself as a woman. There remains much to be done before the skinning. Fear induces incontinence, which is most unfortunate, and there are far too many unhygienic individuals in this era, necessitating a thorough cleansing, which will consume a considerable amount of time. Yes, my lord. By now, I have become quite experienced in the art of skinning, though I still detest the practice. However, time and habit can render one numb. While outside, I strive to banish thoughts of the grisly and sanguine nature of it all. You haven't skinned anyone outside, have you? No, my lord. No one knows I adhere to the ancient ways. He jested, suggesting that I would find pleasure in skinning? Never. I am not his daughter. I am not of House Bolton. The blood must flow, bastard, he stated. Chapter 11. The Daughter's Tower, Part 1. I arrived at the chamber of Bethany Layswell, her health deteriorating, and I observed the dark circles under her eyes and her weary countenance. The number of noble women I am acquainted with is few. Only the late Effie of Vance and the present Beccani Leswell come to mind. Both have borne little progeny and are frail and ailing. This is not surprising, as men perish on the battlefield while women succumb in childbirth. You have arrived, and she gazes out at the evening sky, where the stars begin to emerge. I find myself reflecting on the past, my origins as a wildling, growing up by a stream where herds of horses galloped across the meadows, and the coast was perpetually shrouded in mist. At your age, I too was a lovesick maiden, longing to gaze into the distance, pondering tales of the sea, imagining that the offspring of the Mare King would fall in love at first sight with a maiden on the shore. I am a wildling, dear lady, untouched by the onset of womanhood, still unacquainted with the pangs of desire. It is but a matter of time, she asserts with unwavering conviction. You shall have a husband to attend to, and a brood of children to nurture. Such is life. It is the path trodden by all. Yes, my lady, I concede, though I hold this notion in disdain. I yearn for the world beyond the confines of the Terror Fortress, rather than the suitable suitor chosen by this couple. I have always wished for a daughter, yet a son is my responsibility. You are a daughter, but not mine. I possess numerous garments and perfumes, as well as cosmetics. My husband does not allow me to venture out, thus I am confined to the castle, spending his money in excess. These possessions shall eventually belong to you or the next lady, and he will make good use of what I leave behind. I know my husband all too well. My lady, I hope you still appreciate the items I procured from White Harbor. The selections you made are quite commendable. I feel unworthy of such spices and silks. Gentle and resplendent, do they not belong to the delicate flowers of Riverbend rather than to a plain woman like myself? Your features are exquisite, akin to those of a youthful maiden, my lady. Enough of this. I appear as a weary mule. I cannot engage further in this discourse. No, your skin invokes my envy. Then you must enjoy embracing tree bark. Let us not dwell on such topics any longer. I have chosen a few suitors for you. This matter cannot proceed without your input. Take a look and see if any of them pique your interest. I suspect I may have overly sought to please Bekhani. She now appears so relaxed in my presence, often uttering words I find difficult to respond to. Marriage. That subject once more. However, as I have yet to experience my first cycle and remain childless, marrying would be akin to simply warming a bed, which is not a necessity for Bolton. Fear not. Even if your health is indeed compromised, you may still have prospects. I have a relative, somewhat older and slightly lame, yet of good character, named Rickard Leswell. Rickard Leswell? I have encountered him. The Leswell from the stream visited Terror Fortress as a kin. Rickard Leswell has brawled with his cousins, slept with horses, and has suffered from scaly disease, leaving his visage marred, much of his face covered in gray, scaly scars. I have witnessed this firsthand. No one cares for wildlings. Nor does anyone guard against them, which is why I truly saw him seeking his spotted mare in the stable. A wave of revulsion washes over me. How could I possibly marry such a man? His reputation is beyond tarnished, dear Lady Bekhani. He may not possess striking features, yet he bears no association with the act of sleeping with horses. The numerous relatives of the Lacewell family inevitably lead to some disputes. I fail to comprehend why. If you truly cannot bear children, you would settle for such a man, rather than indulge in reckless behavior within the confines of your estate. At least Rickard hails from noble lineage. One should be content, even if he is a bastard. Her words were blunt and laced with venom. I stumbled out of Bethany's chamber, feeling the weight of my mother Sarah's sorrowful gaze upon me. The thought of marrying such a man filled me with dread. I could scarcely imagine the life that awaited me. My agitation was palpable. And then there was the prisoner named Dick Huang. Section 2. The old man awaited me at the entrance of the basement. Lord Roose Bolton suggested I might refer to him as a white, a fitting moniker for the most. His actions are indistinguishable from those of such creatures. I descended into the hidden chamber beneath the basement, a place unchanged for a millennium, where I had grown accustomed to both the Bolton and the atmosphere here. The air was somewhat murky, and upon entering, I transformed into a person devoid of warmth. Swift in my movements, indifferent to the carnage around me, I closed the door behind me with practiced ease. Dick Huang was already bound, a gag in his mouth. I observed the grotesque, squat figure of the prisoner, his belly quivering, thighs shaking, and hands trembling. As I entered, his eyes widened in terror, desperately rattling the chains binding him, emitting muffled cries. Unlike Roose Bolton, I adhered to my own method when skinning, my first victim being a woman named Sherry. Since then, I had grown accustomed to listening to the final words of the flayed. I endeavored to regard them as humans, rather than adopting Roose Bolton's callous detachment. I constantly reminded myself that they were living beings, and I must not lose myself in the pleasure of cruelty. I removed the linen from Dick Huang's mouth, adjusted my grip, and propped the wooden bed upright for his last words. He gasped, speaking rapidly. "Spare me. I beg you, grant me mercy. I know someone wishes to harm you. I am aware of Red Jenny's schemes. Spare me." Red Jenny? My heart sank, as if a bound iron man had been cast into the depths of a sea of despair. Yet, I must not succumb to frustration. The priority was to hear what he had to say. "Continue," I urged decisively, tying my hair back. "I may grant you a reprieve from suffering, but death is inescapable. I assure you, your fate can be altered. Speak, and ensure your claims are substantiated." I desired her, yet bound by the rules. I sought her affection. But she rebuffed me. "You did not allow me to engage in battle. I truly feared facing the wild men. You instructed me to remain at the estate." So I tracked her movements, observing her in the restroom, during meals, and visiting the terrible fortress to see her father. I gasped. "Get to the point," I demanded. For I was not here to endure the musings of a delusional stalker, sharing his trivial amusements. "Madam, I shall get straight to the point. Upon your return, I observed her adding something to your meal, which I suspected was poison. Noticing her peculiar demeanor, I confronted her, accusing her of plotting against her master. She merely smiled at me, seemingly unfazed. Do you not know how to spell the word key point? Huang Dike immediately unleashed all he intended to say. She claimed that it was Lady Bassani who had commanded her, asserting that she feared neither your inquiry nor Lord Roose Bolton's. I warned her that her intended victim was the daughter of Terror Fortress, and that Lord Roose Bolton would surely take action against her. Yet she retorted that she did not wish to kill you. Rather, she aimed to render you incapable of menstruating, for Lady Bassani demanded nothing more. What did she add to my food? I do not know. Madam, I implore your mercy. I beg you, have compassion. For the sake of the old gods and the seven, I am merely, be silent. I admonished sharply. Bassani Lyswell once threatened to marry me off to her cousin, a temperamental man, deformed and disfigured by scales. I recall her mentioning this during my childhood. Would she truly resort to such a measure? It is quite plausible. Rickard Lyswell remains unmarried, reputedly lacking in wealth and slothful, having inherited little property, thereby often clashing with other Lyswell relatives. And Bassani, being his kin, might seek to resolve matrimonial matters by eliminating me in the process. However, Lord Roose Bolton would never acquiesce. For I ought to marry a more advantageous suitor or engage in conversations with his friends. Yet this hinges on my ability to bear children. If I were to cease menstruating, Bassani's claim might gain Lord Roose Bolton's support, for a woman unable to conceive bears little value in terms of noble lineage. Her worth in the marital bed is likewise limited. In this era, such a situation renders a woman utterly useless, and Roose Bolton would likely disregard me, easily arranging for one of his own relatives to take my place. My estate would be seized by the Roose Bolton family, possibly even handed over to another of Bassani's relatives, such as Dominic Roose Bolton, her son. Indeed, everything belongs to him, and my ability to assert any claim upon marrying Rickard Lyswell would be utterly futile. I find it incomprehensible how the scoundrels Bassani Lyswell and Roose Bolton could produce a son like Dominic Roose Bolton. I had thought to curry favor with her, that wretched woman. Red Janey was assigned to me by Lady Bassani, and I suddenly recalled how much her demeanor toward me had changed over these past years. If this potion truly exists, it must have been in use all along, as my menstruation should have arrived by now. I scarcely had time to process my anger, shame, and myriad discomforts, for I needed to devise a strategy. Revealing this to Roose Bolton was not an option. I had no inkling of how he would respond to such a matter. I harbor no animosity towards Rickard Lyswell, nor do I discriminate against those afflicted with grayscale, should they possess true charm and capture my heart. I would not shy away from a lasting companionship. Am I not yet aware of the virtues of a person and their appearance? While one may lament the shortcomings of an unseemly visage, if genuine emotions are involved, does it truly matter with whom one shares their life? After all, appearance cannot sustain one's existence. However, this has little to do with Rickard Lyswell, and even less with superficial aesthetics. Beatrice Lyswell regards me as an illegitimate offspring. Resenting my status as a bastard, she also holds Rickard in contempt, deeming him a waste of space. Her intention is to ruin me, rendering me incapable of bearing children, forcing me to wed a man she scorns. She has even resorted to administering poison. Who knows what I have ingested? What if it were a lethal toxin? While I am adept at recognizing common poisons, there are always those I cannot identify, are there not? At 15, I do not perceive the inability to bear children as a grave matter, yet I cannot condone her actions. That vile woman will meet her demise. And then there is Red Jenny, in whom I place my trust. I have allowed her to select a husband and have been amassing a dowry for her. I swiftly severed the throat of Hound Dick. His skin was tough and foul, hardly worthy of preservation. Spirits, clean this mess. I uttered these words and departed hastily. Third segment. I returned to my chamber within the Terror Keep. Lya's bedroom? I have long since vacated that space, now residing in the Daughter-S Tower. Locke recounts the tale of the last Red King, Rhaegar Bolton, besieged by King Harry Stark of the North at Terror Keep, who imprisoned his 2 daughters within this tower, leaving ample provisions and water. In his waning days, Rhaegar believed his end was near, yet to his surprise, the siege persisted for over 2 years, his valiant warriors providing him solace. However, in the chaos of war, he forgot his daughters, and 2 years later, leading his sons against Stark's formidable army. Depleted of resources, he remembered the tower still contained his daughters and supplies. Upon unlocking the tightly sealed door of the tower, he discovered the food had spoiled, the water fouled, and his daughters embraced in death, their bodies reduced to mere bones. Rhaegar beheld the thick oak door, the locked windowsill, and the moss-covered stone walls, all marked with long, despairing nail imprints. He could not fathom how his daughters had perished, yet the evidence of their despair was unmistakable. Ultimately, Rhaegar succumbed to despair, surrendering the castle, and soon thereafter, he departed from this world. His grave lies between the Red King's Wood and the Earl's Wood, beneath a withered old tree. Sprawled upon the ground, its sorrow palpable. Thus, the tower was renamed from the Princess Tower to the Daughter's Tower. I surmise there exists a deeper significance. Without the Red King, there are no princesses, lest Stark cause a stir. I cannot help but ponder, how is it that, despite sharing the same lineage and name, two fathers can be so profoundly different? The dark crimson spiral staircase is adorned with a gray carpet, torches flickering quietly. My guards reside at the base of the tower while I occupy the upper levels. Compared to Lya's chamber and the guards' quarters, my elevated abode is drier and carries a lesser scent, affording a more scholarly atmosphere. I tread upon the carpeted stairs as I ascend toward my chamber. Upon my initial arrival, I had envisioned myself as the princess of the tower and the clandestine meetings with knights under the moonlight. In my naivety, I prepared lengths of rope and concealed garments, yearning for the day a dashing young man would whisk me away, lost in fanciful thoughts. You may leave now, Dolly. Dolly, the daughter of a fisherman, possesses a robust figure, claiming to be an excellent swimmer, though I suspect her buoyancy is merely due to her size. She is my second handmaiden, whom I selected from the banks of the Weeping River. My room is impeccably tidy, a commendation for the servants of Bolton. For those who failed to maintain order have already been dealt with. I opened the wardrobe, a walnut piece I procured from White Harbor, and pried open the innermost drawer. Feeling the dust that had accumulated within, untouched by human hands, I retrieved a couple of bottles. Items I had once requested Arthur Raven to procure for me during our first meeting years ago. Initially, he could not obtain them, but later he sent them my way. I had tested one on a horse, and it proved remarkably effective, leaving me with but a single bottle now. The tears of Rhys, soluble in water or wine, colorless and tasteless, induce a slow, agonizing demise akin to a severe gastrointestinal affliction. Just a small vial, which I once contemplated using to eliminate Bolton. However, with Dominic Bolton still absent, I feared that Bolton's death would incite inheritance disputes among his relatives while Dominic remained in the valley. I was unwilling to burden him further. Moreover, Bolton is ever watchful of me. The risk of plotting his demise is substantial. I have even considered whether to end the lives of the couple, for I possess the resolve to do so, yet the opportunity has eluded me. Bolton's paranoia is profound, and I am well aware of the stringent surveillance over the dining hall's provisions. He exercises remarkable self-discipline, never indulging in spontaneous morsels. Likely a precaution against my potential poisoning, having taught me the art of toxins himself. Bolton torments my psyche, while Bechamel Lacewell assails my corporeal form, even in her innocence. She seeks to orchestrate my fate. I harbor no doubts regarding Houndick's veracity. In any case, Bechamel will arrange my marriage, an arrangement I vehemently oppose. Ultimately, in comparison, Bechamel poses a far greater threat, and I must devise a plan to utilize this vial of poison against her, ensuring I do not fall into the clutches of capture. I made my way downstairs to my guard's post, where Locke awaited. Madam, I am present. My guards were gathered, roasting onions, the aroma quite potent. Inquire when the guests from the valley shall arrive. Very well, madam. Locke scratched his beard, wiping his hands on a stained linen cloth. It appears this place requires tidying. Take heed. Should the Lord arrive unexpectedly, you shall face repercussions. Furthermore, our next caravan to White Harbor is scheduled to depart in 2 months, correct? Indeed, madam, if needed. You may dispatch a raven, as I believe the lords of Mandrell would be pleased to assist you with procurement. Then I have an inkling of how much of Lady Bechamel Lysewell's favored wine remains. 1 barrel. Ah, by the way, what is tonight's night watch slogan? You haven't forgotten, have you? Leeches, my lady. How audacious, somewhat reminiscent of the controversial Lord Broughton. Are you not afraid of having your tongue severed? In these dreary days, one must seek some amusement, provided you are not angered. Gollum, despite having his tongue cut, is still thriving. Gollum let out a couple of cries. Furthermore, this is not a thought of mine, my lady. I never anticipated you would inquire about it, Locke remarked. I returned to my chamber and secured the door tightly. I shed my rather acceptable dress and blouse, donning a spiked leather armor, draping myself in the mantle and trousers of the terrifying fortress, completing the ensemble with sturdy boots. Resembling a guard, having taken weapons lessons from Rogamarsh in the past, I possessed such attire. My physique closely mirrored that of my guard dancer, Damon. Though our hair colors differed slightly, the twilight cast shadows, and with my ears and chin bound in cloth and wearing a helmet, I was unrecognizable. I did not descend from the tower's base, as that would risk discovery by my own guards. I tied one end of a rope to the leg of my bed and secured the other around my waist, then flung the window wide open and climbed out. The night was tranquil, with the only sentinels stationed high and at the entrance. I stealthily glided to the junction of the daughter's tower and the inner wall. Relieved that my physique was agile and delicate, the rope held firm, allowing me to step onto solid ground. I left the rope there, intending to return the same way, carefully concealing the dangling line among the vines, letting it sway amidst the green leaves, rendering it less discernible. Then, I ascended the staircase along the city wall to the courtyard, smearing mud across my face en route, making my way towards the kitchen within the main fortress. Upon reaching the entrance, the guard noticed me and succinctly intoned the password, leeches. I bore no weapon and deliberately avoided the graceful, elegant gait of a lady, opting instead for the robust steps of a laborer, imbued with a rustic air. Having often mingled with farmers, this disguise was not difficult to maintain. Thus I evaded recognition and suspicion. I could not allow anyone to discover my intention to poison, for although the toxin acted slowly and was hard to identify, it was wise to be cautious. Wait, who are you? I heard a coarse voice approach. It was Ironleg Wotton, drawing near. I am Bran, my lord, I stammered. My gaze timid, my lowered voice resembling that of a tall boy whose voice had yet to break, a tone I had crafted to frighten Jenny. A new guard. Hailing from Mud Village north of Tyr River, I arrived last month with the tax collector, my lord. My family is no more. The tax collector took our land and home, sending me to report. Who provided you with that attire? He inquired, scrutinizing my appearance. Red Nose, my lord. And your weapon? None. My lord, I am unaware. Damn that Red Nose, back again. What business do you have? To the kitchen, my lord. I have not eaten all day. I inquired with an elder outside and learned that the kitchen is where one finds food. It is inside, correct? Curses wine. Why does the White Walkers not seize that Red Nose? Iron-legged Walton possesses a rather foul temper, and that foolish, clumsy armored pig. Go on. Tonight you shall attend to your duties. And remember to seek out the apple pie. The apple pie serves as a sentinel. As you wish, my lord. I deliberately distorted the phrase as you wish, a term seldom uttered by common folk, into something rather peculiar. Section 4. The wine is likely stored in the cellar, and it shall be another 2 months before new supplies arrive. Thus, we are left with but the final barrel. I shudder to contemplate whether those in the kitchen might pilfer a taste after it has been poisoned. Nor do I wish to ponder if Bekhani will share her favorite with her maid. I have visited this place before. However, if I were to approach the cellar as a bastard, the clues would become alarmingly evident when Bekhani succumbs to the poison. Therefore, I now assume the guise of the sentinel, Barley. I am incapable of bribing Bekhani's associates, who would accept a bribe from a bastard girl. Hence, I am left with no choice but to take matters into my own hands, acting with a certain brutality. I lack the skill to precisely orchestrate Bekhani's demise without incurring significant risk, and should others become entangled in the aftermath, I can only offer prayers for them before the old gods. I stepped into the kitchen, deliberately trailing mud from my boots, the sound echoing as I walked. At this hour, Roose Bolton is likely engrossed in reading in his study. Thus I need not fear that his obsession with cleanliness will erupt into fury. He is not in the secret chamber, for the skinning duties fall to me. My demeanor shifts when I enter the chamber compared to when I am outside, to the point where I feel on the verge of a personality split. With boldness, I traversed the shadows and entered the kitchen, where the clattering of items signaled the presence of others, sentinels, perhaps. I had not encountered you before. The speaker glanced my way before resuming his endeavors. I recognized him as Dith, the father of Red Jenny, a rotund man maneuvering his bulk to reach for a ceramic jar in the cupboard. I stood slightly taller than him and offered assistance by tiptoeing to hand him the jar. I am the new Barley, my lord, I replied earnestly, extending the jar towards him. Thanks, he replied with little sincerity, scooping honey directly with his hand. What brings you here? This fellow has little regard for hygiene. Ugh. I recalled that my dinner had included honey cakes. My imagination runs wild. How revolting. To have dinner, my lord, and then to commence my duties, I answered, rather foolishly. Then hurry along. There is dark bread in the cellar, but do not dare to pilfer anything else. The latter was superfluous. Only the old gods know how much these servants sneak away each day. It is an unavoidable aspect of life here, as Roose Bolton's wages are meager. Thus, the meager offerings of food are one of the scant benefits of laboring in the Tower of Terror. I surmise the Duke of the Tower can only turn a blind eye, for everyone struggles to make ends meet. After bowing and scraping, I made my way toward the cellar. Wait a moment. I heard Dith call out, what is all this muck? I stood outside all day, my lord. Are you an eel? Clean yourself up, then return the jar, or you shall face the whip or a severed nose." He huffed and puffed, and I nodded submissively before proceeding into the cellar. "Hold on," Dith exclaimed loudly. "Yes, my lord, the bran awaits. There are remnants of fish in the cupboard." I bowed in gratitude, waiting for him to depart before proceeding. The wine cellar was cool and stocked with a considerable supply. Lord Bolton had no taste for such indulgences. Yet it remained an essential collection for a noble household. I noticed a wine jug nestled among the barrels, the very one often used by Lady Bethany. Hailing from King's Landing, adorned with a gilded dragon motif. Perhaps utilizing this would evoke in her a longing for the vibrant world of the capital, the gatherings of noble women, and the invitations from queens. I poured the tears of Lys into the jug, sufficient enough to incapacitate a horse, though in truth, a mere drop sufficed. Then, I filled the jug to the brim, grasped it in my hand, and gave it a gentle shake. I entered the hall and removed my mud-caked boots before ascending the stairs. "Mrs. Jez, my lord calls for you," I heard. I humbly bowed to every man I encountered, addressing them as my lord, and every woman as madam. Jez, the maidservant to Lady Bethany, was the daughter of the blacksmith from across the stream, her face bearing the imprint of a shield as if pressed upon it since birth. They say she is unmarriageable, thus she accompanies us, yet during our baths. I heard Jez mention she had known a man. As I stepped into the corridor of the ladies, I chanced upon a voice. "Who are you? And what is your purpose here?" It was Jez, peering from her room, her gaze suspicious. I knew that any sudden movement on my part would provoke her to raise an alarm, so I remained still. "The jug, madam." "Lord Diff has sent it up," I stammered. "Hand it over." She scrutinized me closely, noting my lack of boots. "Where are your shoes?" "Too filthy, madam." Your feet are quite pale," she snorted. Accepting the jug. "It's heavy, isn't it? Why is it full?" "I know not, madam." "Jez, consider it my last drink. Wine left overnight must be poured away." It was Lady Bethany's voice, and I exhaled in relief. "You haven't tasted it, have you?" Jez fixed her gaze on me. I shook my head. "I dare not, madam." For a fleeting moment, I contemplated whether to verify this matter, to inquire subtly. She quietly took a sip of the wine, then entered Lady Bethany's chamber. I waited in silence, hearing the pour of wine, followed by the barely perceptible sounds of sipping. They began to converse, one sip following another. My next target was Master Uther, the one who had enlightened me about the tears of Lys. I could not afford to grant him the opportunity to discover the antidote, nor could I allow him to unearth that Lady Bethany had been poisoned. I reassured myself that Bethany was unversed in pharmacology and knew little of plants. I had never heard of her possessing such knowledge. In contrast, Master Uther was well versed in the subject, and given Bethany's frail constitution, he often kept her company, casting a significant shadow of suspicion upon their interactions. I reminded myself that Master Uther was in his twilight years. His demise was all but assured. I endeavored to persuade myself that Lys Bolton had directed me to seek a remedy from Uther, a notion that Lady Bethany, less well, had likely anticipated long ago. If she had indeed orchestrated everything meticulously, she would not have overlooked this detail. She would have surely ensnared Uther himself. Otherwise, should Uther diagnose the root of my ailment, her machinations would be laid bare. He must perish, I admonished myself. Be resolute. Every mortal must eventually face death, for it is the sole miracle. Be strong, be strong. Act decisively. I entered Uther's study. The door was locked. I rapped upon it and waited an eternity until murmurs emanated from within. I was acutely aware of the door's mechanism, and I drew forth a dagger, not the one gifted to me by Hendry Blacon, which had been confiscated upon my entry to the castle, but a blade I had secreted away. I inserted the dagger into the crack of the door and felt for the latch, maneuvering the blade beneath it and gradually lifting it. Higher, higher. I felt my hand tremble. It was indeed heavy. As my hand reached its zenith, the door yielded, and I pushed open the oak portal, stepping inside. He had a servant present. Otherwise, Uther himself would not have been able to secure the door, for he lacked the strength. I was well acquainted with his quarters. I recalled an object beneath the table. Yes. The bronze spearhead, a relic from the wild folk of Saran, still utilized by them. This was a treasured item sent to Uther by the learned Iman from the Wall of Despair. A scent of wine wafted through the air. For those of this era often drank to avoid the impurities of stagnant water. However, some preferred broth or boiled water. I surmised the aroma belonged to the servant, a bald man who presently slumbered deeply, having indulged rather excessively. Uther had previously complained about the man's snoring, hence he was relegated to sleep outside the chamber. I ventured into the inner room. The door was unlatched, for the old man lacked the strength to secure it. I beheld Uther nestled within his blankets, his breaths barely perceptible. As I approached, I plunged the spearhead into his throat, and he fell silent, dark blood seeping from the wound, so grim. Rest now. May the old and new gods grant you peace. Forgive me, I am truly sorry. I repeated to myself that Pisani possessed little knowledge of medicinal arts. Perhaps it was Uther who had divulged information to her, and perchance I had no evidence to substantiate my claims. My feudal guilt gnawed at me, threatening to burst forth from my chest and scream into my ears. I withdrew the spearhead and approached the servant, placing the weapon down beside him. On my return, I encountered no one, lurking in the shadows of the castle walls, waiting for the patrol to recede before discarding my boots and garments over the battlements, where they fell into the uncaring underbrush. Clad only in my helmet and cotton bindings, wearing a fitted cotton shirt and trousers, I shivered against the cold. I first surveyed the sentry post. No guards were present. The area behind the Daughter's Tower was typically more desolate. Here lay the inner walls, and as a wildling, I noted that guards would occasionally linger for a few moments by the tower, though most of the time it was deserted, for the guards were sycophants. I observed the rope still in place, obscured by the vines on the stone wall, and I climbed back along its length. There is also Red Jenny, I remind myself. Chapter 12. The Parlor, Section 1. I donned my dress once more, attempting to expel the image of Master Uther from my thoughts. I was acutely aware that his faintly blue eyes were likely filled with sorrow. However, I found myself powerless to act. It is a challenge to demand loyalty from others, and even more difficult to manipulate or coerce them. I am not the heir to the Terror Fortress, nor am I a male. Hope eludes me within its walls. I am merely a bast child, born of deception and desire, wed to someone of little nobility. Moreover, I am perpetually under scrutiny. I know that the guard Lord Lusburton assigned to me reports my every action. I feel more like a hostage than a master, and given the circumstances, who would dare approach me? My connection with Dominic? That holds little weight, especially considering his prolonged absence. Who can ascertain the heir's intentions? I can firmly believe in the purity of our familial bond, trusting that we could support one another, yet others may not share this perspective. Lord Lusburton certainly would not be my ally. Thus, when faced with Bishanali's well, I found myself unable to resolve matters peacefully according to law and custom, lacking the leverage for negotiation. The illegitimate child and the lady are natural adversaries. She could use her status and identity to corner me at every turn, leaving me with little choice but to end her life. I arrived at the first floor where my guard resided, forcing these thoughts from my mind as I knocked on the door. It swung open to reveal a rather disheveled Rock. Oh, my lady, at such a late hour. They must have already retired for the night. Rock's hair was tousled as he rubbed his eyes. I thought you would come to inform me of the valley folks' arrival. It is 3 weeks hence, my lady. The itinerary includes hunting and a banquet. The Valley's party has already arrived at King's Avenue, and the Mormont family will arrive in 2 weeks. I knocked on your door, but you seemed too weary to awaken, though I have a faint recollection of it. Dolly has gone on a date. I took a brief nap. Has anyone come to visit? No, my lady. Rock's thick brows furrowed in deep thought, his expression quite comical. We shall return to the estate tomorrow. Indeed, my lady. The following day, Master Uther's body was discovered, blood splattered everywhere, dripping through the floorboards, sending the servants cleaning the corridor into a state of panic. Uther's servant had been bound while still in slumber, destined for cruel interrogation. I had not conspired with that servant, so I felt no remorse. I returned to the Wildman estate with poise, casually inviting Red Jenny to join me. She was, as always, busy fetching water and sweeping the hall on the first floor. Good day, Jenny. Is there something afoot today? Much like yesterday, my lady. You leave only to return so swiftly. I wish to return home for a while, my lady. It has been quite some time since I last visited. She looked up as she spoke, and I found myself curious whether she intended to return home or to the Terror Fortress to retrieve something. I paused for a moment, surveying the decor adorned with a stag's head and a bear pelt. She had taken great care of the perishable furs. Come, dear, let us take a stroll, I suggested with a playful smile. You won't frighten me again, will you, my lady? That last incident with the entrails was merely pig intestines. Just wait. Don't rush me. Allow me to don my armor, for danger may lurk ahead. Fear not, I shall protect you. I know, but please, no more scares. The stench was overwhelming. Is it truly necessary for you to wear a helmet? Is this your first time in the north? It can be perilous here, I remarked, urging her to assist me in putting on my chainmail. As we wandered through the fields surrounding the estate, I observed the farmers, some crouching, others bowing. I welcomed the wild men from beyond the Great Wall, who do not bow easily. Their differing customs created tensions among the peasants of the estate. This was beneficial, for I did not require them to be uniformly obedient. Mediating their disputes would aid in establishing rules and enhancing my stature. We entered the woods where I beheld a stream glistening amidst the dappled sunlight, cascading down from the solitary mountain. This stream would eventually merge with a small river, flowing into the expansive lake of the north. It served as the irrigation source for my fields, and my subordinates possessed a rudimentary yet sufficient map of the surroundings, granting me a clear understanding of the land. We crossed a shallow brook and ventured deeper into the forest. Sunlight filtered through the trees as I navigated with agility, leaping over stones and roots. Slow down, Janie. After all, you are in a skirt, which is quite the challenge. How far are we straying, my lady? Am I treating you well, Janie? I retorted without providing a direct answer. You are very generous, my lady, she replied. Indeed, I concur. I turned to gaze at her, my hands clasped behind my back, as a hawk circled overhead. Despite the canopy of trees, we could still catch glimpses of one another. Soon, the bird disappeared into the vast sky. Look, that bird flies north. Could its nest lie in that direction? Janie tilted her head, squinting in the direction I indicated. Seizing her scalp, I pulled her head back sharply while delivering a swift kick to the back of her knee, causing her to kneel. I pressed her face into the mud. Her strength was no match for mine, and she helplessly lay there, tasting the damp earth and insects. Then, I mounted her, subduing her struggles and forcing her head back down when she attempted to raise it. I would not allow her to cry for help. Frankly, I could easily dismiss the life of a maid. The daughter of Terror Castle had reached an age where she was no longer defenseless. But such a course of action would require an explanation to Bolton. Moreover, I needed to extract information from her. I had no desire to interrogate her in public. Nor did I want Bolton and others to learn of my disposal of his wife. Even less did I wish for the Leswell family, by the stream's edge, to demand answers. Better for her to perish in the wilderness, allowing me to concoct a plausible, yet fabricated tale. Chapter 2. I removed the belt that secured my short sword and bound her hands. Withdrawing the blade, I pressed its cold steel against her throat, the glint of metal contrasting with her pale, flushed skin. I observed her shiver from the chill of the sharp edge. If you wish to perish, scream loudly. I will question you, and you shall respond, but do keep your voice down. She whimpered, likely having swallowed a fair amount of dirt. I released my grip on her hair. She gasped for breath, trembling incessantly, blood trickling from her nose. As she lifted her head, clumps of mud flew away. What did Bayshani give you? I inquired. I don't know. I'm sorry, she replied. She only said it was a medicine to prevent your menstruation. Enough. When did this begin? 4 years ago. I was dating Tall John at the time, Mercy. She instructed me to take it continuously until I married into Lyswell. By the old gods. I don't know. I'm sorry. How often did you take it? At best, every 2 weeks, and the longest was 2 months. Please. Don't let it exceed 3 months. I recalled the day I returned to the manor for a bath. When was the last time you took it? 2.5 months ago. You were gone for quite a while. I'm sorry, truly sorry. I didn't mean to. I returned to the estate just yesterday. What did you put in my food? Yes, I did, Mercy, my lady. I added it to the ale, but you didn't drink it and spilled it instead. I never had enough potion, so I intended to return to the terrible keep today to fetch more, but I didn't expect you to come back. Spare my life. My lady, is there anything else you wish to say, Janie? I have treated you well. This is betrayal. I'm sorry, please, I beg you. Spare me. You are a bastard child. I don't know what your future holds. She is a lady. She promised to grant me some property. She assured me that the Wildseed Manor would be mine. When I was a child, farewell. I said softly, I have known Red Janie for a long time. Since I was but a girl. She would kiss my forehead, pinch my cheeks, hold me as we slept, calling me soft and small. I frightened her, cared for her, provided her with a dowry, gifted her jewelry, and even contemplated leaving the Wildseed Manor to her. I swiftly severed her throat, clean and decisive, pinning her down. I watched her collapse to the ground, her hands instinctively clutching her throat, veins protruding on the backs of her hands. Once, her hands were exquisite, long and fair, a feature I had always envied. I too possessed beautiful hands, but as a swordsman, my calloused palms served as my gloves. Each time I stroked the back of my hand with my fingertips, I felt as though I were my own master, my palms rough, yet the back smooth. Why did I toil to master weaponry? It was to eliminate such individuals and to protect myself. Suddenly, I recalled the original tale and the series. I drew my sword and severed her feet, again and again, for after all, a long sword was not designed to cleave bone. The others would take her, turning her into a wight, and I eagerly anticipated the day I would witness her crawling toward me. The distant cry of the eagle pierced the air as I turned to see it returning, wishing fervently for its hearty meal. As I gritted my teeth in silent anguish, I turned away, my gray eyes brimming with tears, my lips trembling like a faltering soldier in defeat. Her words echoed in my mind. You are an illegitimate child. I know not where your future lies. She was the lady of the house, promising me a share of her estate, assuring me that the Wildbourne manor would be mine. An illegitimate child has no future. I am unacknowledged, merely a bastard, my path shrouded in darkness, my future overcast with despair. Those I once trusted would betray me one by one, all for their own futures, their thirst for power. They would become the eyes of Luspatin, the filthy hands of Bayshani. How many Lus and Bayshanis must I encounter in this lifetime? How many betrayals await? I did not wipe away the tears that streamed down my cheeks, nor did I heed my blurred vision. I sensed my mother watching over me, her long absence palpable, her gaze imbued with profound sorrow. Mother, what am I to do? Third section. In the afternoon, I took my seat at the head of the hall in Wildbourne Manor, the crackling fire illuminating the rugged stone walls. I first summoned the axe blade, needing to ensure something vital. My heart felt hollow, as once. Red Jenny would have served me tea in such moments. Yet her tea had been laced with poison. The man from Novos, clad in leather and linen, stood robustly before me. His gaze swept over my pallid face, my expression too somber. He stood rigidly, like a sentinel. How fares Kira? The silent nun of the seven gods. She presides over the funeral. I nodded, momentarily speechless. Whom do you serve? Lya Snow, he replied succinctly. I swear. By the name of that god of Novos. I know your faith in him is unwavering. His gaze held mine, the air thick with tension. I had once been a slave soldier of Novos, obeying the whims of the bearded monk. You shall not be my slave. I will give you orders. Specify the requirements for their execution, yet I shall not constrain you beyond that. I shall treat you with kindness, and I will not offer you an excuse for betrayal. Should your loyalty waver, tell me immediately, and together we shall resolve the issues surrounding me, shall we? He regarded me, and I hesitated, feeling utterly helpless. I yearned for certainty in this fragile state. My hands covered my face. No, I desire to trust someone. Just moments ago, I was betrayed by one I considered a friend. She poisoned me. You are not of the Terror Fortress. You profess your faith devoutly, so prove it to me. The leader should not be weak. The bearded monk was never weak. The guiding hand must not tremble. The axe blade intoned, its voice resonating like an ancient stone, and the man exuded a stony demeanor. I strive to suppress my uncertainty, to hold my head high. Your counsel is indeed sound, yet I lower my gaze. Reflecting on the past. A leader? Me? I hesitate. I am a wildling, the daughter of the Terror Fortress. What abilities or qualifications do I possess? Yet I find myself with no path left to tread. Alone, I am incapable of numerous endeavors. I lack a sense of security. I am engulfed by fear. I seek assistance, I yearn for support, and I long to be a pillar for others. Thus, I resolve to proceed. I lift my eyes to him. I shall honor your pride, respect your dignity, and protect you to the best of my ability. The axeblade nodded. Our gazes locked, and then he knelt, swearing in Valyrian. I solemnly vow to protect Lya Snow, to remain forever loyal to Lya Snow, to safeguard the weak and the wise, to respect women. May he bless us. What is the name of your god? I am unworthy to utter his name. Very well. How shall I articulate this? I regard you as my hand, my dearest friend, my subordinate. In the name of the old gods, in the name of Lya Snow, I command you to be my guardian, to remain brave, steadfast, loyal, to honor the gods, to defend your lord, to protect the weak, to resist the strong, and by declaring this oath, from henceforth, fear shall not touch you. I swear, I declare this oath, and from now on, I shall know no fear. He gazed into my eyes and spoke, rising to his feet. Perhaps this will prove useful? I ponder anxiously, uncertain of my next steps. I should now offer him comfort. Thank you. I smiled. A leader requires no thanks. It is but an obligation. He replied sternly. I rubbed my nose, feeling a bit awkward. My apologies. A monarch need not apologize. All is as it should be. I suppose the last Targaryen, that mad King Aerys, thought the same. Let us summon everyone. The hall was teeming with people. I certainly would not permit all to enter. Before me stood primarily those who wielded swords, including Ed Ware from the stone mill, several surrendered brigands, as well as Axeblade and the guards bestowed upon me by Lord Roose Bolton. There is a matter I must discuss with you. I surveyed each face. Many years ago, I had ventured to the coastal city and angered Blackwood, who then sent a letter to the Count of Terror Fortress, resulting in punishment from Lord Roose Bolton. Many are aware of this, correct? I nodded to Rock, Rutton, Sour Ellen, the dancer Damon, and Gulu among others. They are the guards provided by Roose Bolton. Among them, I trust Gulu the most. He has no family, has suffered at the hands of the guards, and he has shown me kindness, to which I have responded generously. The obligations and duties of the law are not always reliable, and combined with some personal feelings, they may prove even more solidified to my advantage. The other guards, however, may not be so reliable. At least within the confines of Terror Fortress, they will heed Lord Roose Bolton's words. I had yet to experience my first menstruation when I discovered that it was the handiwork of Red Jenny. Under duress, she confessed that it was Black Vard's machinations. For many years ago, the envoy of Black Vard perished in the north. We provided him with an explanation, yet he was unwilling to relent. The origins of this calamity lie with me, hence he seeks to render me infertile, bringing disgrace upon the Fortress of Terror. This matter must be conveyed to Lord Roose Bolton. Her body lies outside, so kindly attend to it afterward. I sensed Red Jenny weeping behind me, her voice gradually fading as she descended into darkness. With a sigh, I pressed my forehead, apologizing to my friends. I have been weary of late. Master Uther has surmised that my peculiar condition is due to the ingestion of a potion. He has already informed me, and when I received his conjecture, I never anticipated that those from Twin Rivers would also turn against him. This matter must remain confidential. For the Stark and Tully families will take measures. Vassals are victimized, and lords bear the responsibility to seek justice. For now, we require tranquility. Let us observe how Lord Roose Bolton decides. You may depart now, but Gollum shall remain. They appeared perplexed and bewildered. I suspected that Roose Bolton would discover this news. I had no choice but to provide an explanation. Red Jenny is indeed gone, and I have been under Roose Bolton's watchful eye, gazing at Gollum's face. I conceived a small plan, one I previously deemed unnecessary, yet now I find myself with no alternative. Do you recall the sign language I taught you? I certainly do not possess it myself. It was a rudimentary skill learned alongside him from Sister Kayla, albeit simple enough for practical use. Now, I shall impart another language to you, Gollum. I fixed my gaze upon him. There is no need to learn written characters, for we can communicate through drawings. You must report to me daily regarding the other guard's conditions. Handsy, he appeared somewhat dazed, and I spoke earnestly, remember? You are the first person I came to know. It is I who have caused you to become this way, poisoned by Roose Bolton's hand. I whispered, we can fight side by side. Fourth section, when I next encountered Lord Roose Bolton, he was impeccably attired, no longer requiring my assistance with leeches. He no longer trusted me, which left me somewhat bewildered. Is the body in the secret chamber unskinned? Roose Bolton inquired, looking at me. No, my lord, the skin is not in good condition. Lady Bassani is ill, he stated coldly, his tone devoid of emotion. After Uther's death, I sent a letter to Old Town. They will dispatch a new scholar. If she can endure a few more months, there may still be hope. The tears of Lys will not afford her that time. What ails Lady Bassani less well? I asked with concern. She is unable to relieve herself, sitting on the privy for an entire afternoon, then refusing to eat. I can tell this time it will claim her life. She is wasting away rapidly, growing increasingly frail. He said calmly, may the old gods bless her. Even after she has administered poison to you, this illness has afflicted both her and her maid. A poison of your making. I gazed vacantly at Roose Bolton, my legs weakened, collapsing to the ground, my dark crimson gown resembling a wounded blossom in full bloom. You see, he had divulged the secrets of the chamber to me. The masquerade I had donned was no secret to others. Was it, McFlower? I am aware of all that transpires in this realm. Anyone could serve as my informant. His cold gaze shifted toward me, the dread fortress resting in my grasp. I am but a fool, having forgotten the old man in the chamber, that eerie creature, blind and mute, yet not deaf, and capable of writing. Perhaps his quarters were filled with records of my conduct, commencing from the dialogue of that fateful day with Seaweed. Outside the chamber, whether it be Ironleg Wooten or another, perhaps even my own guards, there were always hidden eyes watching me. I knew I had been recognized, which was hardly surprising, truly. Those guards were seasoned, having served the master of the dread fortress for many years. They dared not expose me on the spot, for I was the illegitimate daughter of Roose Bolton. They did not comprehend the reasons behind my disguise and dared not inquire. Who could ascertain whether it pertained to some special endeavor or training by the adults? Thus, they could only report back to Roose Bolton in silence. They guessed correctly. Observing Lord Waterleach, it was evident he was indeed toying with me. I suddenly felt so naive, attempting to learn the art of infiltration and assassination without prior experience, surely a source of amusement for others. You do not stop her, you do not stop me. I uttered with difficulty. I had said, if you choose to be clever, then remain so, remember? On the day you expressed your desire to journey to White Harbor. I fell into silence. How sorrowful this family, how lamentable Roose Bolton, how pitiful I. She is your wife, my lord. She bears few children, and their marital endeavors are muted and devoid of flavor, Roose Bolton remarked. I have long desired to take a new bride, to gain an ally, to bear several offspring. and you simply watch your illegitimate daughter and your wife harm one another? Are you incapable of taking action yourself? Wishing you longevity, I sighed deeply. A wave of exhaustion washing over my heart. I felt akin to a venomous serpent raised by him, emerging from the deserts of Dorne, enduring the biting cold while devouring his adversaries. Everything remained under his dominion. I was no match for him. I once pondered how Roose Bolton had ascended to become the Earl of the Dread Fortress, for he never spoke of his father or siblings. I had often wondered what manner of person could so adeptly seize opportunity in the narratives of the past. What had forged him? I surmised that the journey must have been brutal. He had long since acclimated to such trials, far beyond my own capabilities. Regardless, whether you intend to flay me or to find amusement in my ludicrous schemes, I merely wish to live in peace for a few days. If you do not slay me now, I wish to take my leave. In despair, I must have appeared like a weary little dove. The funeral shall be conducted by you on my behalf, Lord Wootton declared. During my period without a wife, you shall bear the responsibilities of the lady of the house. What must I do? I could scarcely believe my ears. He gazed at me. He was not one to repeat himself. Among those closest to me by blood or relationship, there exists only you within the confines of terrible fortress, a solitary female, a wildling. Am I to summon vassals or distant kin for assistance? Is this the reward for my act of removing your wife? My voice is as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Indeed, I am aware that the symptoms of the poison known as tears of Riss resemble those of illness. Should it be evident that he is poisoned, he would need to contend with Lyswell, and I might find my head severed and delivered to the Lyswell family by the streamlets. Consequently, to navigate the aftermath of such a deadly toxin, I have chosen the exceedingly deceptive tears of Riss. May I bring my people inside? I ventured to inquire. No. Use your intellect. The old gods may be trees, but that does not mean you are made of wood. The day I permit them to enter the castle signifies that your subordinates have been entirely compromised by me. Ponder this carefully. Think, wildling, he remarked softly. What am I to do? He regarded me in silence. Very well, I have learned this, yet what can I do? You have studied for a long time. Murder does not necessarily yield power. It is through politeness and conversation that power is truly manifested. This time you have acquired more power. But that does not guarantee the same outcome in the future, he stated, and furthermore, you are henceforth forbidden from approaching the kitchen. Are these the words of one who orchestrated the Red Wedding in both the original text and the series? Am I merely vying for Bethany's power? What manner of heart does he possess? What ghastly form does his soul take? Yes, my lord. Clearly, Bethany Lyswell still draws breath. Yet her husband has already deemed her dead. If you possess the capability to deal with me, Lya Snow, it would imply that terrible fortress is destined to be yours. Even if I were to survive, I would willingly retreat to the hidden chamber to become the next White Walker, for you would be more deserving. However, you remain too clumsy. You will succumb to fear. Your decisiveness is commendable, yet you rely on swords and slaughter. Your planning and arrangement are far from meticulous. You are reckless, and your current prowess falls considerably short. You lack the requisite ability. I found myself at a loss for words. Utilize your fear, wildling, and the fear of others. The malevolent Hurin instilled fear in Riverrun, and thus Hurin claimed Riverrun. The dragons of Targaryen instilled fear across the Seven Kingdoms, and thus Targaryen claimed the Seven Kingdoms. The first men instilled fear within the forests to claim their domain, and kings instilled fear in their subjects to affirm their reign. Fear is the art of governance, the path to ascendance. It reveals your adversaries, encourages calm contemplation, deters your foes, and aligns your allies. What more can I say regarding terrible fortress or Roose Bolton? He scrutinized me, awaiting my comprehension of his words. Your excuse is commendable, Blackwood. I shall chastise you and accuse you of defaming the nobility, yet this reasoning is indeed sound. The location of Twin Rivers is of great significance. One day, I may find this excuse to be quite useful. Spread word of this matter, and I shall instruct Walton to handle the execution with a gentle touch. I comprehend that Lord Roose Bolton exploits everything, including his own wife, to seize my estate and to win over the Lyswell family. He manipulates me to eliminate his barren spouse. In essence, regardless of which side ultimately survives, he emerges unscathed. He even capitalizes on the false pretenses I fabricate. Should a declaration of war against the Freys serve his interests one day, he might readily present my lies and even acknowledge me as his legitimate daughter, thereby justifying his actions against the Freys. He has never treated Dominic in such a manner. Dominic is but a naive fool. I am utterly fatigued. I have no desire to partake in this game of power, even as a mere pawn of House Bolton. This game exhausts me, and I yearn for familial bonds. For loved ones, for smiles, and for joy. The more I delve into the depths of Lustburton's character, the more I despise the blood and traits he has bequeathed to me. For the tainted blood of Lustburton within me whispers that I should learn from him, exploit everything, so that I might thrive. Non-heroine perspective. The land of eternal winter. The realm of awakening is a desolate expanse of pale snow under the eternal winter. And as I rise, it is an obscured and lightless dawn. The stag hand traverses this silence, torch held aloft, enveloped by the icy winds, while the surroundings remain mute. This is a sea of despair, untouched by any soul, where only the indifferent frost awaits. The stag hand has journeyed through mountains and waters, drawn by the call of a dream mist. He is a spirit of the wolf, and it beckons him, whispering the sorrow of kin lost to winter, extolling the bountiful harvest of the kneeling earth. It is an irresistible temptation, and thus he comes. He travels northward, beset by walrus folk and bear hunters wielding spears. He causes their fangs to shatter, stained in blood. The benefactors greet him with bronze short swords, meeting their demise at his hands. The ghostly shadows of the forest murmur their pleas, but he responds only in silence. The howling wolves of the icy plains roar, yet his cold gaze instills fear within them. His leather boots have been cast aside, worn through several pairs, and his furs have been exchanged layer upon layer. Now, with time slipping away, enlightenment approaches. The dreamland is within reach. The biting wind carries snow, slicing across his visage like a keen blade. Even though the stag hand has grown accustomed to the frigid northern freedom from a young age, the bone-chilling pain still makes him shudder. As foretold in dreams, he encounters others, free men akin to himself, summoned by the spirit of winter. He sees the corpses upon the ground, one a raven lying in eternal slumber, along with some free folk. Who are they? The stag hand inquires, using the ancient tongue passed down by his ancestors, a language understood by all beyond the walls. Why is there a raven here? A raven, a man speaks, bearing a single eye and a face marred by scars. We encountered it on our journey and dispatched it. The others came to thwart us. The stag hand nods. Though cloaked in furs, his face remains numbed by the frost. What is the current status? What must be done? Wait, another man, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, spoke. The wolves had descended, the tree scars and the grinning teeth had journeyed south, targeting 3 individuals, a woman of the kneeling folk, known as Oak Face, a man of the thens, who had fled to the wall, a place referred to in the ancient tongue of the wildlings as the Wall of Despair. The wall, akin to a prison, shackled the trembling supplicants behind it, serving as the fetters of the crowned ones, rendering the warm-blooded kneelers oblivious to the essence of freedom. The third was a red-haired individual residing within the wall. Yet, the wall was also a curse. It had stripped the stag of his kin and left the free folk to grapple with the bitter winds of winter. He yearned to end it all, dreaming of liberation. Thus, in the haunted woods, the spirit of winter enlightened him in a dream, beckoning the long night and unleashing the cold upon the southerners. Every soul here had heard the tales of the long night, where elders once terrified the young stag with stories of ice spiders hunting the living. However, those were mere fables. The painful reality of the world was far more heart-wrenching. The stag had endured immeasurable loss. His child, Mongard, perished in the winter. His beloved, Harry, crossed the wall and never returned. His father lay in a slumber within a fur tent, wounded by the tusks of a mammoth, emitting cries of agony until the stag ended his suffering. Lacking the strength of giants and the courage to breach the wall, he, like many of his comrades, succumbed to the whispers of winter in his dreams, calling for the long night, to obliterate the wall and awaken the Night King. What is so special about those 3? He inquired. Their blood could resurrect the Night King. They each possess unique traits, either having returned from death or bearing the blood of dragons, as the cruel winter foretells. The respondent, youthful yet appearing aged, was thus dubbed Wrinkled Face. This was the price paid for arcane power, a power that instilled both awe and dread. They had gathered some infants, half of whom had perished due to the harsh winter. Among these children, the strongest would become the Night King's arms. The Night King? That crow who claims dominion. Enamored with the others? The stag replied, unable to fathom his beloved Harry transformed into one of the others, perhaps crystalline and beautiful as a winter landscape. Perhaps you too will wed one of them, came a harsh voice from a diminutive man, revealing his yellowed teeth. We all shall, wrapped in our icy cat blankets. No, not that one. He is the king of night, not the Night King, Wrinkled Face impatiently elucidated. I have roamed far and wide, tracking the children of the forest, visiting the sites of the long night rituals. I am confident in my ability to heed winter's call, to ultimately shatter the wall and enter the south. The stag felt unease creeping in, recalling the tales of his youth. You must be certain that these others will truly accompany us and not regard us as prey or sustenance, as the stories suggest. They will, came the assurance. They seek guides, provisions, allies, and soldiers. The free folk are the natural allies of the Long Night, while the true enemies dwell south of the wall. With a furrowed brow, he cautioned against being deceived by those tales, for they were merely the fabrications of Southerners conspiring together. Indeed, a war had occurred many years ago, but it was the victors who penned the narrative, while the vanquished, those of the forest and night, have faded into obscurity, much like Ser Euros Magnar, who incessantly boasted of his every triumph. Yet everyone knew he lacked the courage even to slay a rat, relying instead on his subordinates for such tasks. Those lost souls, however, remain unable to expose his deceit. Yes, he spoke the truth. The children of the forest have vanished without a trace. And all that is known comes from the lips of mankind. Who among them knows the veracity of the tales? Stories originate from the victors, naturally casting aspersions upon the defeated. The Long Night did indeed nearly annihilate humanity at that time. Perhaps the children of the forest were on the cusp of victory. Now, it is the free folk's turn, enduring suffering and cold, akin to the persecuted children of the forest. Therefore, shall we awaken miracles, dismantle the wall, and reside in the warmth of the summerlands? The dear hand asked anxiously, still in need of encouragement to bolster his confidence, for the doubts within stirred incessantly. Indeed, there is no turning back, he remarked, casting a glance at the corpses strewn upon the ground, some of whom had once joined us with unwavering conviction, now rendered as cold as ice. The dear hand fell silent. The free folk inhabit vast expanses, yet also face a merciless winter. He understood that the winter following the long summer would be particularly brutal, with countless souls perishing from hunger and despair. The already arduous days would become an unrelenting punishment for women and children. They had no choice but to summon the ominous and mysterious Long Night, migrating southward in accordance with the legends. Otherwise, life for the free folk would descend into tragedy. He wished to avoid such a fate. Having lost his child to the harsh winter and his wife to an unknown fate, he did not require others to relive his sorrow. He would dwell in the south, among women as fluid as water and strong, healthy children. Since they could not combat the cruelty, they would become part of it. The Long Night serves as the winter's trumpet for the free folk, and thus the wall must inevitably crumble. Sound the call. Chapter 13. The Lonely Mountain, Section 1. Just outside the fortress, on the gallows, my lady, the servant of that usher scholar appeared utterly terrifying, and the bodies of the diffs swayed precariously. The wind was fierce, and it was said that maggots descended from the sky, a most repulsive sight. They must be taken down. Lord Roose Bolton acted decisively and efficiently, as the task at hand involved merely a group of commoners, and he had no need for excessive consideration. I endured 30 lashes, and under the threat of my gaze, Iron Leg Wharton summoned the maid Sara to administer punishment. She pondered for a moment before finally selecting a twig. I found myself oddly fond of it, as it felt no different than the twigs used in bathing to invigorate the blood. I took residence in Daughter Tower, confronting a mountain of bills and correspondence from other ladies, coupled with managing the affairs of the Wildling estate and trade from distant White Harbor, leaving me no time even for leisurely strolls in the sacred woods. Even my years of continuous transcription came to an abrupt halt, as I recorded what I could recall of A Song of Ice and Fire in the television series Game of Thrones. To prevent forgetfulness, I began inscribing the stories from my memory in Chinese characters at the tender age of 11. Indeed, I murmured a prayer for the repose of the old gods as I diligently pinned my thoughts with a quill. Dolly, kindly deliver this contract to Lord Bolton and bring back the signed copy. Lady Bechenil Leswell had always been in frail health, and now her condition deteriorated day by day, her tears flowing incessantly. I visited her. Mrs. Bechenil was emaciated, her flesh clinging to her bones, her eyes barely able to open. The learned ruined scholar brought from Winterfell was at a loss, and her fate was all too predictable. I cannot deny a sense of satisfaction. After all, she had wronged me first. In truth, I felt quite relieved regarding this matter. Yet, this is a life at stake, and I find myself hypocritical. It seems that Lord Roose Bolton has employed every means to save his wife, while the Leswell family remains silent. Only I am aware of his true intentions. It appears my hypocrisy has been learned from him. I am diligent and have long been involved in the external trade of the Terra Fortress. Thus I manage affairs with ease. Whether it be provisions, sanitation, winter reserves, or the defense of the guards, I arrange everything meticulously, never forgetting to bestow small favors upon the inhabitants of the fortress. Naturally, all this occurs under the watchful gaze of Roose Bolton. However, I require their gratitude without them perceiving me as overly lenient. Therefore, While I do not relish causing harm, I do not shy away from corporal punishment. Allison, the evidence of your dereliction is irrefutable, and you even allowed a pigeon to feast upon fresh berries. Do you have anything to say? I inquired calmly. Could such trivial matters truly warrant a stern demeanor? The girl before me trembled, yet remained silent. I tapped the table. Sara, how have such matters typically been dealt with in the past? Madam, depending on Lord Roose Bolton's mood, she could either lose her eyes, or perhaps just one, or be buried to nourish the fruit trees. For someone so incapable of tending to fruit, she does not deserve her sight. It could instead enrich the soil, compensating for the Lord's losses. Surely not. I understood then that someone had reported her clandestine rendezvous. Young Belle, perhaps? Allison, 30 lashes with the whip. I permit you to spend 2 evenings a week with your man, but you must not conceive until Lord Bolton grants permission for marriage. Should any further incidents arise, it would be a matter of your eyesight. Do you have any questions? Day by day, I conditioned the inhabitants of the Terror Fortress to bow before me. I am not a magnanimous person, yet I am decidedly more temperate than Roose Bolton, which seems to have eased the atmosphere within the fortress considerably. The cunning individuals report to me the trivialities both within and outside the keep, while the diligent ones smile at me with genuine sincerity. Roose Bolton has said nothing. For all my actions are above board. I have not covertly interfered with his cherished Terror Fortress. It seems that letting her perish is indeed the right course of action. Roose Bolton remarked, his tone perpetually flat. I surmised that should the corpse speak, it would surely echo his sentiments. Do you face any difficulties? Our grain storage, I responded, has suffered greatly this summer. The earliest batch of grains and meats stored in the warehouse has begun to spoil. We must enhance our preservation methods, my lord. A prolonged summer is inevitably followed by an extended winter. The Academy has informed us that the newly appointed Bachelor Tybalt is en route. He will travel overland from Old Town to King's Landing, then take to the sea towards White Harbor. Let us await his arrival to address these matters. Regarding correspondence, since the demise of the Bachelor and his servant, we have struggled to care for the ravens, thus hindering our ability to send letters. Should you wish to respond to those women, you must go to Horwood. I am well aware that I could dispatch letters from other noble houses, but such actions cannot proceed without his sanction. Indeed, my lord, the Mormont family has arrived at Deepwood Mott, leaving behind Daisy Mormont and Lina Mormont. The former is occupied with affairs, while the latter is still quite young. Our guest from Bear Island will be Lady Meage Mormont and her daughters, Alysanne, Lila, and Jarell. Lady Meage has 5 daughters. Among them, Daisy and Alysanne are already wed, while Lina is still too young, and Lila and Jarell are yet to be betrothed. Is Lila of similar age to you? Yes, my lord, and Jarell has just recently begun her first menstruation. I remarked, Jarell Mormont is merely 12, while you are already 15. If you are unable to conceive, then perhaps you should go to the Streamlands. Rickard's Landing is also a fine choice. He regarded me, not as if he intended to sell me to an unworthy suitor, but as though he were sending me off to a holiday on Greenstone Island. Very well, my lord. At that moment, I resolved to flee, taking my axe and venturing across the sea to become a mercenary. Second section, for now, I need not run. On the eve of the valley folks' arrival, I sensed a disturbance in my body where matters had been delayed. Initially, it was a tingling sensation that plagued my sleep, causing me to toss and turn restlessly. Soon, the tingling escalated, compelling me to clutch at myself, and then, a sudden wave of agony surged forth. My body arched, hands gripping tightly as I bit down with clenched teeth, the pain crashing over me like relentless tides. How it hurt! It felt as though someone were mercilessly kicking me, targeting that very place with all their might. Tears streamed down my face involuntarily as I exerted every ounce of strength to endure it. My whole being trembled, feeling as if my lower half were on the verge of being torn asunder, and I could no longer hold back. The suppressed torment erupted like a volcano, and I cried out, "Ah!" Gasping, my body curled inward. I felt liquid upon my hands, and upon sniffing, recognized the metallic scent of blood. This defied all reason. In my previous life, I had experienced menstruation and menstrual cramps, but never to this extent. I bit into the pillow, feeling as if a knife were scraping me, a spike piercing me, a hammer relentlessly pounding, tearing me apart, gnawing at me. It felt as though 2 armies were clashing within me, blood spilling profusely, cries echoing all around. I could not endure it any longer. Truly, I could not withstand it. Oh, the depths of hell. I struck the bed with great force, utterly exhausted, my muscles aching intensely. Why had I not been taken by the whites? I fainted. When I awoke the next day, I opened my bleary eyes to find it was already afternoon. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding, and I despised sunny days. Dominic Bolton, it had been such a long time since we last met. He had matured, his long black hair neatly groomed, and his handsome features bore no resemblance to the offspring of Luth and Bethany. "You are awake," the servant informed me. "You bled profusely." I felt Dominic's hand brush through my hair, warm as the winter sun, and his smile was soothing as water, granting me a semblance of peace. "Do you still feel unwell, my melancholic friend? Have you visited your mother?" I replied wearily, "What happened?" "Upon my return, you all fell ill. They say my mother does not have long to live." His expression darkened instantly, fatigue evident upon his face. I surmised that during our journey to the Dreadfort, Dominic must have been brimming with joy. I could imagine the fervor in his eyes, eager to ride forth. A twinge of guilt tugged at me, for I was the one who sought to end his mother's life. Yet, despite my remorse, I felt powerless. His mother wished to see me extinguished, to cast me into the mire, marrying me off to a man of no prospects, leading a life devoid of hope. I could not yield to such a fate. "Go see Lady Bethany," I suggested, my voice hoarse, as if a stone were lodged in my throat. "Bring me a cup of water. Your lips are devoid of color. You appear quite unwell, Lya." "Ahem. I mean, you are quite lovely now, though you do not seem in good health." He complied with my request. "I know. I've grown accustomed to it." I mustered a smile, though the pain lingered. "Where does it hurt?" "It's nothing to do with the boys. I am 20. I am no longer a child. After all this time apart, you still refer to me as a boy?" I remained unmoved. "It has nothing to do with men. Have you become a knight?" "Indeed, I was personally dubbed by the Blackfish. Lord Brynlin Tully, brother of the Duke of Riverrun, is a renowned general, currently bestowed the title of Knight of the Blood and tasked with guarding the Vale. He exemplifies the solid alliance between the North, the Riverlands, and the Vale. Congratulations. I have a pendant in my cabinet that I intended to present to you upon your arrival. Please take it." He moved as I slowly sipped my water. No, the left cabinet. The one above? Yes, the black pouch." Initially, I had been filled with delight at his return, eager to present myself beautifully. Yet a series of events shattered my rhythm. "It looks splendid. How do I appear wearing it?" "A bit small. I did not expect you to have grown so tall and robust. You ought to marry, Dominic." He paused momentarily, and I found myself in the valley. "You know, brother. You are a Bolton, bound by your duties," I interjected decisively, suppressing the pain as I straightened my posture. "I do not care how many bastards you have in the valley. My preferred choices are Wilda Feldmanler, Alika Stark, or Sansa Stark of House Stark. However, I suspect Caitlin Tully might have other intentions, given the Stark family's current widespread influence. It seems that traditional marriages within the North may not be a consideration for the women of House Tully." He gazed at me for a long moment. "Are you feeling better?" "I am enduring," I replied. "Your father insists I fulfill the duties of the Lady of the Dreadfort. What are your thoughts on my options? Or do you favor the noble maidens of the Westerlands, the Riverlands, or the Vale instead? Please do not tell me you've already pledged your troth to any noble girl." He scrutinized my eyes earnestly. "Answer me, Domeric. I would prefer to see you wed first, Lyalah." I chuckled, lying on the bed, my laughter gradually fading into a sigh. "You rascal, your marriage is far more important than mine." "That cannot be," he countered. "A sister is more significant than a brother, Lyalah. If you have a betrothal, regardless of who comes knocking, I shall challenge him to see what sort of man he is, what merits he possesses, and how sharp his sword is. Should he wish to claim the flower of the Dreadfort." I sighed again. "It is rather odd for you to speak of such things, brother. When no suitors are at the door, I merely wish to see you happy, sister." "I understand, you are just deceiving me." Part 3. Now that I was awake, I had to immediately fulfill my responsibilities. Even if I yearned to remain in bed, Lord Roose Bolton would not permit it. I pushed Domeric Bolton out of my room and began my preparations. My complexion was far from merely poor. It resembled that of someone who had endured 3 days and nights atop the wall, buffeted by the northern winds. I retrieved my dark white velvet gown and a deep green shawl, along with the mermaid earrings given to me by Wilda Feldmanler. No, I could not wear white. I was in a delicate condition, and it would be quite amusing if I stained the gown, wouldn't it? Cursed moon cycle. Why must it be so excruciating, worse than straddling a spear? I truly wished to rid myself of this affliction once more. I made my appearance at the afternoon feast, clad in a rather inexpensive deep green linen dress. In Westeros, there were no little wings to assist, so I had to temporarily support myself with a white cloth ribbon. I measured the fit, concerned I might bleed to death. Lady Mormont and her 3 daughters were present, though the Mormonts were not wealthy. Thus they were not Roose Bolton's focus. The emphasis lay on the Royce sons, Bronze Yohn and Wyman Royce, and since they were of significance, it was only fitting that Lord Leech would take the lead. "The child possesses her own convictions," remarked Bronze Yohn, his hair now a salt and pepper hue. adorned with prominent brows and deep gray eyes that might lead one to mistakenly assume he could be the sibling of Lord Roose Bolton. My daughter, Ysina, is a delightful young lady. I inquired of her, do you prefer Mikhail Redwine or Domeric Bolton? Can you guess her response? My son, Lord Roose Bolton, stated calmly. You are mistaken. Euron chuckled, a spray of wine escaping his lips. Both. Ha ha ha. Naturally, Lord Roose did not share in the laughter. He had never laughed. The scene was utterly amusing. While Bronze Euron continued to chuckle heartily, Lord Roose maintained his stoic demeanor. I turned my head away to conceal my own suppressed mirth from the two gentlemen and happened upon Lady Mormont, who was observing me. I smiled at her. Come, my lady, do try the roast goose. It is perfectly cooked. Thank you, she replied, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, for she was a woman of modest stature, notably clad in red armor, which rendered her particularly conspicuous amidst the elegantly attired company. Her daughter, in stark contrast, was tall, slender, and graceful. I surmised her choice of armor stemmed from a fear of being trapped within the terrifying fortress. Lady Mormont disregarded the roast goose, taking my hand instead to examine my palm before releasing it. My dear, you wield a sword or some such weapon, she assessed, which left me feeling quite awkward. Oh, child, do not present yourself in such a manner, she chided gently, patting my hand. Listen to me. I know this demeanor may attract young men, but I must be frank with you, my dear. She took a sip of ale. Men, they can be quite admirable or utterly disappointing, just as I can attest to regarding my brother and his son. Lady Mormont's brother is Jeor Mormont, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, and her nephew is Ser Jorah Mormont. My brother values honor and cherishes the North. He entrusted his son with the care of Bear Island and willingly became a Night's Watchman, an undeniably noble act. After all, the strong bear must bear the heaviest burdens. My brother is a paragon, she stated. However, Ser Jorah Mormont is a different story altogether, a violator of laws, a desecrator of duty, abandoning all of Bear Island for the sake of his pampered lady. I find it hard to describe him. He is a knight among Southerners, a lord who has been raised on the finest provisions of Bear Island, while his subjects trade their lives for venison and bear meat, braving the waves to fish for him. And what has he done? He has fled. Lady Mormont squeezed my hand, declaring, he is a scoundrel, a lost soul, chasing after love while being unworthy of it. The strong woman concluded, thus, do not be deceived by the notion of love spoken by men. The man himself is of greater significance than his affection. Thank you, I replied, carefully considering my words, for she was indeed related to him. And while she could speak freely, I could not comment. I am unacquainted with Ser Jorah Mormont, yet it is true that such behavior is not worthy of approval. Maggie nodded, her gaze fixed upon me. What were we just discussing? You seem troubled by my skill with the sword. With a decisive clap of her hands against the table, she sighed deeply. I previously mentioned to my daughter, Layla, and Jojo, that Alysanne has wed, and she remains indifferent to it. At that time, they were quite concerned, fearing they might offend. To be candid, Bear Island is indeed somewhat more desolate in comparison to this place. It is a fact that we rely on the bears for midwifery. However, I reassured them that the southern girls are delicate blooms, beautiful but incapable of defending their homes. Yet here you are. Observe your attire, your visage, and then your hands. Truthfully, I consider myself a northerner, although from Bear Island's perspective, I might also be deemed southern. Clap. Maggie struck her palm, exclaiming, I can no longer comfort my girls. You are both formidable and appealing. She is inebriated, Layla remarked softly, akin to a playful kitten, her eyes glinting with mischief. I noticed her gaze frequently lingered on Domeric. Oh, little she-bear, the acting mistress of Castle Terror plans to betroth Domeric to Wilfeet. Alas, we seldom visit Castle Terror. There are many tales, yet they are hardly pleasant. Which is why she appeared somewhat anxious at the outset. This elucidated why Lady Maggie donned armor. Indeed, it was so. Fear not, the rights of guests, Layla. I offered her a reassuring smile, substituting Lady Maggie's wine with milk. She remained oblivious to her melancholy. It appeared that the repercussions of Jorah Mormont's departure were far more severe than she had conveyed. Her disappointment was palpable. In the end, Lady Maggie Mormont leaned against my shoulder, swiftly succumbing to slumber, nearly overwhelming my weakened form. Domeric presented his harp ballads, the first being about a bear and a maiden, and playfully altered the lyrics to feature a bear maiden, eliciting laughter from Layla and Jojo. Subsequently, they took turns dancing with Weimar Royce, who also wished to invite me to dance. Regrettably, my physical condition rendered me unable, a statement of fact, as I had scarcely eaten. Section 4. On the following morning, it was time for the hunt, though I yearned to lie in bed the entire day or leap from the tower. The pain I felt was akin to being laid upon a butcher's block. It made me think that no injury in life could ever compare. Yet, I was compelled to make an appearance. Otherwise, someone might perceive my absence as a dampening of spirits. Roose Bolton's insistence that I partake in the hunt was undoubtedly ill-intentioned. I harbored disdain for him. In Bolton's forest, I struggled to keep pace with the foremost gentleman. Roose Bolton likely intended to lead the guests deeper into the woods, even to the lonely mountain, where more feral and fierce beasts awaited, promising a more exhilarating hunt. However, I could barely remain seated atop my steed, rendering any thrill of the hunt irrelevant to me. Fortunately, my white horse, Wheat, was well acquainted with me and gentle in nature, preventing me from being jostled into the underbrush. I had no desire to don my armor, feeling too feeble even to draw a crossbow. Clad merely in riding trousers and a vest, layered beneath a shirt and woolen sweater, I enveloped myself in my cloak, content to simply follow along. My lady, the news has taken a turn for the worse. Along the way, the sour Ellen murmured to me. Gulu voiced his agreement. They say warhorses are not known for providing a comfortable ride. I felt I might vomit. They claimed you suffered a miscarriage, servants. Mentioned you had been lingering in the Fortress of Terror for days, along with many men. What a bother. I truly regretted extending kindness to these ungrateful wretches. A moment of silence ensued, and I noticed the men and women gazing at me, which was peculiar, for had my visage not been rather ghastly today? Why was it that I could not uphold my vow of chastity? So what if I had miscarried? The sole advantage of this ordeal was that it had restored a modicum of my vitality, albeit in anger. Allow me to say, Madam, Locke handed me a water skin, which I declined. If you were to focus your efforts on garnering admiration, you might find yourself experiencing 1,000 miscarriages in their eyes throughout your lifetime. Very well. I knew I was weak, impatient, and surrounded by ignorant people, where fear was the only path to elevation. No matter how I articulated it, this matter truly revolted me. They branded me a bastard, mocked my estate, rejected those I chose to shelter, criticized my demeanor, and derided my identity and fate, all while I treated them with kindness. To hell with them. The pain was already unbearable, and now I had even less inclination to maintain a cheerful disposition. I must report to Lord Bolton. This was my first encounter with such matters, and I could not afford to show leniency. He would deal with such rumors. For my sake, we had progressed too slowly, prompting Lila Mormont to return. Are you well? She asked, concern etched on her face. I forced myself to look up and saw her genuine care. It seemed there were still kind souls. Lila possessed deep brown hair, nearly black, cascading just below her shoulders in a casual manner. I observed the armor she wore, where metal plates were linked at vital points, revealing fur beneath. It appeared robust, yet still accentuated her waist's curves. She donned fitted trousers and long boots, exuding a striking presence. I understood that Bear Island lacked the means for particularly delicate armor, such as my chainmail, typically reserved for the lords of the north and south. What troubles you, Miss Lila? I inquired, attempting to mask my pain. I'm fine, I replied, struggling to manipulate my facial muscles into a semblance of a smile, which resembled a grimace more than anything else, akin to greeting a pale spider. I shall accompany you, she insisted, her resolve apparent as she rode alongside me, gently stroking my back. Thank you, I replied tersely, for I found myself increasingly reluctant to speak. I had never realized how exhausting pain could be. You know, every woman encounters such things, she whispered, drawing near, and I caught the faint scent of the delicate bluebells, the only flowers that could bloom on Bear Island. Resilient against the cold, I offered no response, merely placed my hand upon her soft one resting on my shoulder. My mother often remarked that such pain is a gift from the old gods, and surely Lady Mormont must be mad, for it makes one more resilient to suffering and imbues one with a fiercer fighting spirit. Is it to say that I have become numb? To unleash a wrath upon foes, particularly male adversaries, that they cannot fathom is when one can be most destructive, Lyanna. She is truly formidable. What more can I say? I am rendered incapable of even drawing my sword. A hawk descends from the heavens, circling above us, and in this moment, my discomfort compels me to shoot it down. Its cries are utterly grating, yet thankfully, it departs of its own accord. Lady, I hear a voice drawing near from a distance, announced Lord Roose Bolton, inquiring about your well-being, for you have fallen behind. The tone of Lord Bolton's words was so unpleasant that it surely could not have been conveyed in such a manner. It must have been embellished. I then realized how far we had lagged behind. I looked up to see that the approaching figure was a sworn knight of Roose Bolton, Sir Benjen, who had pledged fealty 3 years prior. He is a distant relative of House Mormont, still bearing the white and blue colors of his family crest, with a conspicuous orange sash. Sir Benjen was once a mercenary, wandering from place to place. He had courted Daisy of House Mormont and several other ladies. And after joining House Bolton, he had confessed his feelings to me, all for the sake of the lands of Wildling. I could comprehend such sentiments, yet they were painfully apparent. In short, his courtship strategy was a complete disaster. His appearance was equally disheveled. To be frank, he was not unattractive, embodying the typical visage of our ancestors with dark hair and a chiseled profile, tall and lean. Yet, his expression was perpetually somber, his brows furrowed. And at not quite 35, he already bore the marks of age. I had exerted all my strength to keep pace. I replied, my tone exceedingly poor. If Lord Bolton was displeased, he could impale me on a spear and take me home as his trophy, if that brought him joy. Sir Benjen's countenance darkened further. Clearly deterred from expressing his true thoughts, I observed him guiding his horse to join the ranks of my guards, accompanied by his sole soldier, a lad named Norsewind. Trailing behind him, your brother, Domeric, has tasked me with your protection, my lady, declared the sworn knight Benjen. Thank you, I replied, slumped over my mount, devoid of energy, yet managed to offer him a smile. It is my honor, my lady, he responded, though I lacked the strength for pleasantries and merely waved dismissively at his words. Chapter 5. As dusk fell, we had become separated from the hunting party, finding ourselves at the foot of the lonely mountain, surrounded by underbrush and trees. Fear not, I reassured the anxious Sir Benjen as I surveyed our surroundings. I have traversed this place before. If we do not encounter those lords by midday tomorrow, we shall return. In the distance, the howling of wolves pierced the stillness, and an unsettling feeling washed over me. My instincts whispered that this place was perilous, too quiet for comfort. In the midst of the forest, upon a hillside, we found ourselves mounted, a predicament not favorable. The constraints of horseback riding rendered us somewhat immobile, making us easy targets. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I donned my oak mask and dismounted, nearly stumbling to the ground. I grasped Layla's hand for support. Do any of you possess spare armor? And a shield, if you please. Each of us was equipped with a bow, mine was a crossbow, which at this juncture felt somewhat sluggish. We had 5 long swords at our disposal. Layla's was particularly large, along with 4 shields. Arm yourselves. Hand me my helmet, and let us move swiftly, I urged. Is there danger, my lady? Perhaps we must act quickly. I surmised that cavalry would not be a concern given the terrain. As for ambushes, no one on this planet could successfully ambush the forces of the Northmen. I secured the shield to my arm, inhaling the familiar scent of oak, dismounting and leading my horse. Perhaps due to the tension, the pain became more bearable. I had no right to indulge in my suffering. With the shield facing outward and both hands wielding weapons and a spear resting upon my shoulder, the weather was clear. The moon illuminating our path sufficiently, we would refrain from lighting torches and camp nearby. You are quite skilled, Layla exclaimed. You are the oak face. She unsheathed her dual swords from her mount. Your reputation precedes you. I expected you to be a savage or something of the sort. They say you possess sorcery. Indeed, I can even glimpse into past lives. That much is true, as well as this life, before the age of 15. Do not jest, Layla. Hide behind the shield and the horse. She had already assumed that position, resting her hand on my back. I do have a shield, and I shall be the first to charge forth, she proclaimed with great conviction. If our enemies are fewer than we, I replied. The trees swayed, the wind unable to mask the rustling of the underbrush. Who goes there? Called Damon, the dancer, as he knocked an arrow to his bowstring. Flint, loyal to Stark. Came a voice, clear and resolute, belonging to a maiden. After the long night, Flint was the king of the first men, now with numerous branches, including the Flint Mountain clan of Crackstone Mountain, Flint's Finger, and the Widow's Watch Flint family, the latter 2 being lords. In any case, they did not seem to be foes. The bows were lowered, and the tension dissipated. Bolton, loyal to Stark, I responded. Which branch of Flint do you represent? I then spoke in a serious whisper. Be vigilant. This is Bolton's territory. They should not be here. Who knows what their true intentions are? The mountains belong to the hill clans. We are in pursuit of Wolf-Kiss Barroso and his band of savages. He has slaughtered the people of one of our villages. Is he here? Come forth. Perhaps we can join forces. I had indeed heard of Wolf-Kiss's pursuit of me, and he could very well appear on Bolton's land. We have lost our way amidst the chase, and the sound of footsteps heralded the arrival of 3 fur-clad figures before me. We pursued and clashed with them. Our group numbering 70 against their 50, yet now only 3 of us remain. Have those 50 scaled the Great Wall? I had heard whispers of the Night's Watch being diminished, their strength waning and skills uneven, yet I never anticipated such a dire state. And what of them? At least 30 still remain. I must confess, this outcome is quite disheartening. I replied, returning my sword to its sheath. though my shield remained at the ready. He is a skin changer, able to perceive through the eyes of birds and beasts, leaving us in a precarious position. Skin changers, or wolf bloods, are said to invade the consciousness of animals and even humans, manipulating their actions. It is merely a legend, is it not? I questioned, fully aware of what a wolf blood entails, as the Stark family in the original tale were all too familiar with it. Yet, I should not place my faith in such lore, for I am the daughter of the Dreadfort, and I must not betray my knowledge. With guards watching me for Roose Bolton, I do trust her, Lyra insisted. Skin changers do indeed exist, for I have witnessed one. I may not believe the mountain folk, yet I can feign belief in Lyra, a Mormont from Bear Island, who has encountered wildlings far more than I have. Bear Island faces the wildlings directly, not far removed like the wall. The notion of skin changers seems far-fetched, thus I shall pretend to accept their existence. The mountain woman's gaze shifted from Lyra to me, and I noted she wielded a steel axe, a rarity among plains folk, glinting in the waning sunlight, with a round shield wrapped in black iron upon her back, and a fishbone bow, items not commonly possessed by mere mountain clan members. He killed my husband, a man of the plains. I swear to the old gods that I shall avenge him. I have likely repeated this vow countless times, though the fury in the woman's tone was scarcely palpable. Is he here? The eagle that has frequently circled above me in recent days came to mind, stirring a sense of foreboding. He must be tracking me. The wildling I dispatched that day had spoken of the wolf-kissed barrow, seeking me. Indeed, we have lost track many times, and I have grown all too familiar with him. Lya Snow, and you are? I asked. Cliff Lynn, she replied, standing shorter yet exuding strength and wildness, likely a formidable character. Some mountain folk adorn themselves with green leaves and tree sap, as she did with vibrant makeup on her face, striking in its boldness. More pronounced were the scars upon her visage, one crossing her eye so prominently that even her rough, dark green war paint could not conceal it. I have heard of you, Oakface. I thought you a wildling spearwife. I am indeed a wild girl, she retorted, as Henry had aptly noted. Each one of them perceives me as a wildling spearwife. Perhaps next time I shall brandish a bone spear, and those who speak thus shall feel its prick. Do you know where he is? My hand rested upon the hilt of my sword, unwavering, for a wolf blood was watching me, and I suddenly recalled the eagle that occasionally appeared in the sky above. In this very moment, I find myself uncertain of the precise location. Yet it is somewhere in this vicinity. He is exceedingly cunning. Together with the individuals from Amber's household, we attempted to encircle him, but he managed to elude our grasp. How many men are stationed with Lord Roose Bolton? I inquired of Sir Baramos. Over 100, my lady, and they are remarkably disciplined. Lord Bolton's soldiers are the most orderly I have ever encountered. Indeed, they are likely intimidated. It seems rather evident that my group shall become the target. We are vastly outnumbered, with only 12 members, which includes 3 mountaineers. I had previously heard whispers that the wolf kiss would come seeking me, though I did not anticipate that it would be at this very moment, while I am still in pain. I am aware of a nearby cave. Let us proceed there to gather horse manure, which we can dry during the day to create smoke signals for summoning reinforcements. We shall not fear a siege, I declared. However, during the night, when they launch their nocturnal assault, we would be exceedingly vulnerable. We must not grant them this opportunity. A night raid, particularly one led by the wolf spirit, would pose a significant threat. Were I fortified within a castle, I might have a chance, though their equipment may be lacking. Their numerical superiority would exert immense psychological pressure on my men, compounded by the presence of the wolf spirit. My outlook was not particularly optimistic. I recollected the location of the cave as we traversed through the encroaching darkness, silence enveloping us. The shapeshifter could utilize the eyes of wild beasts to surveil my movements. Thus he is likely already aware of my whereabouts, perhaps even hastening toward this place. We must hasten. Bring the horses inside. We shall use them as shields when the moment is critical, I commanded, urging those gathering branches to abandon their task and move quickly. Our entrance into the cave was of utmost importance. It represented our lifeline. If they were to attack us at this juncture, none would fight with fervor, and we would be easily overwhelmed. Therefore, I must remain at the rear, hoping to withstand the initial wave of their assault. Shields, gather around me. Is the cave spacious? I inquired loudly, for the pain I felt at this moment was inconsequential. This was a matter of life and death. It is adequate, my lady. It can accommodate the horses. Indeed, it can house many, replied Acid Ellen. Then let us expedite our actions. My temper was far from pleasant. I demanded urgency. The commotion of neighing horses and shouting men was deafening, and my gaze roamed the shadowy surroundings. 2 horses stumbled, and Rudin was struggling with one of their reins. They were large enough to serve as a barrier for the cave entrance. Suddenly, a spear flew forth. My eyes widened as it grazed Rudin's ear, eliciting a sharp cry from him. Thud! I ducked, feeling the arrowhead collide with my wooden shield before clattering to the ground. They have arrived. I caught a glimpse of the ground, where I discerned the faint outline of bone-tipped arrows. I heard the howls of wolves and the cries of eagles. A pack is approaching. Into the cave. I shouted, light it and throw it out. I could not tell who was striking flint behind me as I crouched behind my shield, slowly retreating. There was no light yet. Their aim was not particularly accurate. We commenced our counteroffensive. That Cleffalinth was evidently a master archer, with each arrow released eliciting a cry of anguish. Shields up here, I commanded, as several shield bearers joined me to guard the entrance, positioning the horse's carcass before me as a barrier. Bang! I lowered my head, feeling the impact of a spear against my shield. The torch ignited, casting a halo behind me that elongated my shadow, flinging it into the woods. A cry of despair erupted beside me. The torch fell to the ground, startling the horses. I heard someone tumble, but there was no time to react. I swiftly retrieved the torch and hurled it into the darkness. A visage, nay, merely half a visage, emerged, revealing its jawbone and teeth in the wind, an image most grotesque. Archer! I nearly shouted, faster than I could perceive, as I witnessed 2 arrows strike down others instead. The half-destroyed figure retreated into the shadows. A scream pierced the air. It was Daemon, my marksman. Lady, wolves. I turned to see Daemon pinned to the ground. Several wolves leaping from the shadows. It's a trap. Kill the one possessing him. Slay that one, and he shall descend into madness. Layla bellowed, engaging the wolf that was gnawing at Daemon. I glanced over to see Daemon's back drenched in blood, particularly near his nape. Lock with me, the rest of you. Go forth and slay the wolves. Quickly. They can control the wolves. We are doomed. Doomed. Ludden screamed hysterically, casting aside his weapon. I could scarcely contain the despair his foolishness instigated among my men. A flash of cold light surged. I struck him down with my sword. Listen to me. Use the torches and move swiftly. There are at least 30 outside, and only a handful of wolves within. Anyone not in a panic knows what to do. The group hesitated, and I knew then that I must rally my people from the estate. I cast aside my sword, using my shield to batter through those obstructing my way. The horse neighed, kicking aside the obstacle in its path. Seizing Locke's torch, I brandished it, demanding both man and beast clear a narrow passage. My pupils dilated. The wolf pack shrank back, save for one undeterred by the flames. Indeed, it was he, the wolf possessed by the spirit. Kill it. An axe flew, striking the head of a wolf, not the one possessed. I charged forward. It was exceedingly agile, retreating swiftly. I was determined to slay it. If their leader succumbed to madness, we might gain the upper hand. I harbored but one thought. Rustin claimed I was overly reliant on violence. So what? Violence grants me a sense of security. I could hear footsteps trailing behind me, accompanied by the lamentations of wolves and their strides. I ventured deeper into the cavern, sensing something amiss. We had not detected the scent of beasts upon our entrance. How had these wolves appeared within? I held the torch aloft. After several turns, the wolves vanished from sight. As I turned back, I saw Gollum supporting Daemon. We were still 10 people strong, and it seemed that Ludden had likely met his demise, with one guard failing to keep up. They haven't come? I inquired. It appears not, came the reply. Locke was at the rear, an arrow precariously lodged in his shoulder. His chainmail was robust enough that he did not appear gravely injured. It was peculiar. Had they not seized the opportunity to charge in? Surely. They must be unaware of the events transpiring here, given the darkness that enveloped us. I steadied my mind, faintly sensing the unsettling presence of being observed. Venturing forward with a torch to illuminate the path, I noted the ample air around us, allowing for a sense of security. Layla, stay close behind me. Gollum, you possess the shield. You lead the way, followed by me, and the rest behind us, with Locke bringing up the rear. The cavern was expansive, with moonlight filtering down from above, illuminating the motes of dust dancing in the air. I discerned numerous dark openings along the stone walls, each leading to unknown depths. I had never entered this place, nor had I ever heard of it. Such a location should not exist here. Typically, this cave was frequented by hunters and marked on maps, yet I was oblivious to its profound interior. As I approached, I noticed the stone walls carved with shallow recesses, each containing remnants of something. Upon closer inspection, I discovered they were corpses, ancient and desiccated, their muscles shriveled, and some reduced entirely to skeletal remains. They were draped in tattered shrouds, likely remnants of once decent garments now long decayed. Some bones had been disturbed by animals, ribs exposed, and the dried skin resembling worn leather. This place had long been forgotten. I rummaged through the weapons scattered amongst the remains, inhaling deeply. By the flickering torchlight, I discerned a dagger with a scent of decay, crafted from obsidian, alongside a spearhead, presumably of bronze. "This is a burial site," Lya gasped, her voice trembling. So many. So many. "Fear not. These corpses shall not rise," I reassured her. "Indeed, they will not. This is an ancient burial ground," I asserted, speculating that it could belong to the ancestors of the Bolton family, given its proximity to the Fortress of Terror. However, we typically practice cremation. Judging by the obsidian, this site should not exist. Those wielding obsidian as weapons should have turned to ash long ago. "It could also belong to the ancestors of the Amber family," Cleeflin interjected. "But no insignia has been found. That is of little consequence. What has become of those wolves?" I queried aloud, securing the obsidian dagger to my belt. "They are dead. Save for the one you pursued," Lya replied, her great sword emitting a soft chime as blood trickled down its blade. "Have you not heard the tale of the Lonely Mountain?" Cleef questioned as he surveyed the burial chamber. "What tale?" I inquired. "Before the construction of the Wall of Despair, this was a battlefield, a clash of summer and winter. Legend has it that before the Wall of Despair was erected, the entire world was a battleground." I responded, "There is nothing particularly remarkable about this place. We have pursuers behind us. Let us proceed. This is the land of the old gods. Fortune shall favor us." Lya wiped the blood from her sword with her handkerchief, remarking that she truly lacked the demeanor of a lady. "Does anyone have an extra weapon they could lend me?" I inquired loudly, then took hold of a flail, which was more a lump of iron affixed to a wooden handle than a true flail, attempting to wield it as such. "The savages, too, believe in the old gods, and they are pursuing us. I fear our fortune may not be particularly favorable." "This cave is quite expansive," Lya whispered. "Indeed, what of it?" I replied, somewhat perplexed. "Typically, wolf spirits do not engage in reckless danger. They send their birds and beasts to scout ahead. This place is intricate enough for us to ambush them. However, a wolf has already ventured within. That of the wolf spirit. Not that wolf spirit. The one known as Wolf Kiss Barroso is not controlling any animals." When the torch struck, I noticed a glimmer of life in his eyes. Clay insisted. "True enough, he stands at the entrance. No wolf spirit of such cunning would be manipulating beasts from there. It cannot be. Then, there must be two wolf spirits." We all grasped this possibility. If Lya was correct, one wolf spirit lurked within the cave, while another remained outside, entrapping us from both sides. "By the way, my lady, are you no longer in pain?" Acid Aaron remarked. "Has the arrival of the savages awakened your wild side?" I truly longed to test my flail. Could he not remain silent? Chapter 14. The Ancestor's Tomb, Section 1. The moonlight was ethereal, and the atmosphere was quiet. Everyone was prepared. I had lost my crossbow, rendering me of little utility in this ambush. Both birds and wolves would be exceedingly agile, fleeing far beyond our expectations. Capturing them was impossible, and we needed a decisive strike. Locke had once been a skilled hunter, and Lya had demonstrated her prowess on Bear Island. They had set traps. Damon was injured, and now we relied upon another archer, Clay, who held a fishbone bow and had just proven her marksmanship, able to strike the enemy by the light of the moon. As Acid Aaron remarked, I indeed suffered greatly. I even suspected that the wolf pack had been drawn by the scent of my blood, for there could be no better bait than I. Thus, I lay in the center of the cave, shielding myself with my shield. I felt my limbs grow weak. Perhaps I truly needed to rest. To be honest, I harbored significant doubts about the efficacy of this ambush. As wolves possess keen olfactory senses, they would undoubtedly discern the presence of several individuals within. I must have been in such pain that I had lost my wits. In hindsight, I would surely question whether I had been drugged. I closed my eyes and tapped my head lightly, and in the surrounding stillness, I heard the sound of water dripping. After a considerable time, I found myself tossing and turning in agony. Suddenly, I heard the sound of sharp claws piercing flesh. Someone was approaching. No, it must be a beast, a wolf. I looked up to see 3 wolves, the leader of which had been struck by an arrow. The other 2 wolves were retreating. I observed a spear slicing through the air, albeit misguided, prompting 2 creatures to turn and flee. The wolf spirit be damned. Only the ancient gods could discern which one was possessed. What shall we do? Lya inquired, her eyes strikingly beautiful, her shoulder-length hair fashioned into a bun. She possessed the characteristic wild gaze of House Mormont, yet exuded a tender demeanor in the presence of friends, this little bear of mine. I brushed off the millennia of dust that had accumulated here, which clung to my garments. Lya's question shattered the faint remnants of my fleeting joy. Who could ascertain which wolf bore the kiss of the wolf spirit? Who could predict what those marauders might do if the wolf spirit went mad? Never mind. At least we have slain one wolf, Let us press on. This place is ill-suited for combat. We would be at a disadvantage. There are many paths, my lady, Sir Baramos remarked. Which shall we take? I pondered. The wind howled, and I sensed the whispers of the ancient gods, though surely a figment of my imagination. My instincts guided me toward the path illuminated by the moonlight, directly opposite the entrance through which we had come. We proceeded onward. This was not a sealed cavern. I beheld vines stretching out, and a gentle breeze wafted through in several spots, granting me some reassurance that we would not suffocate. The torches could still burn brightly without fear of depleting the air. We walked for quite some time, and the last of our torches extinguished, leaving us to navigate by the mottled moonlight. This chamber, I realized, was crafted with ancient and rudimentary skill, yet it was indeed hewn from the stone. I encountered more corpses, which filled me with foreboding. Given the wars of winter, a fire was necessary to prevent the dead from rising. The withered roots of trees resembled dark claws, quietly gripping the rock walls. As I traversed the darkness, I felt compelled to touch the ground first to avoid falling into any traps. Even so, I stumbled, my body aching in protest. Say something, Clay. I do not yet know you. I heard Layla chatting behind me. Me? I hail from the original Flint of the mountain clans. My uncle is Torjen Henflint. Your uncle is a count, Layla asserted decisively. Thus, we have another lady accompanying us, Acid Ellen remarked. One who, like me, heeds the commands of a lady. Do you have a problem with that? I retorted brusquely. No, of course not, my lady. At times, I truly wonder if my leniency invites such jests from Acid Ellen. Perhaps I ought to sever his tongue and let him accompany Gollum. Count. My uncle is not accustomed to such a title. That is a term of the plains folk. We simply refer to him as Chieftain, Clay Flint stated. I swore to the fish-leaf tree that I would take the life of the wolf spirit. If I fail, I shall surely offer my own life to the ancient gods. And what then, after vengeance? I inquired, would you join me? Join you where? I yearned to traverse the globe, to lead a band of companions in carving out a domain of our own. You may join us, Layla. Perhaps it is not necessarily about conquering land, but rather, escaping this nightmarish realm. No, I mean to say, I have responsibilities on Bear Island. Must the daughters of House Mormont remain tethered to that place as well? Certainly not. Then consider yourself wed to me. I heard someone stumble over the roots of trees below. No, not just one. Is there an issue? Sisters, yes, and brothers too. The impact of that remark has considerably lifted my spirits, making the pain of my mischievous little darling feel less acute. Clay steadied Layla, addressing her. You, my lady. What is your name? Lya Snow, I replied. I can. She adjusted the longbow on her back, and said, You have a name of the woods. I am without husband or progeny. My clan will only point me towards the next man. I wish to change that. I may accompany you. What a splendid reason. It seems my name's purpose is revealed here. Is your family amenable to this? I inquired. The mountain folk are born free. Clay's battle attire shimmered faintly in the moonlight. Do not inquire of me. I am uncertain. I could nearly see Layla's face flush, her voice barely a whisper. I noticed you were covertly observing Domeric. Do you require assistance, little bear? Mormonts are quite adorable, little bear indeed. I did not. She weakly countered. I merely wished to learn the harp, to gain a deeper understanding of southern tales. And little bear? That is Lyanna, my sister. That is a commendable rationale. I have acquiesced on behalf of Domeric. Lyanna Mormont, still just a wee little one. The long stone passage came to an end, and we entered yet another cavern. This too served as a graveyard, but it was entirely distinct from the ancestral burial grounds previously encountered. The bones lay haphazardly strewn about. I observed diminutive corpses, likely belonging to swamp dwellers, though they bore little resemblance to humans. Their skeletal structures were dissimilar. I also beheld immense bones, far larger than my own, reminiscent of the giants of legend, alongside animals, elephants, and lesser beasts. It appeared to be a mass grave. It seems this is not solely an ancestral tomb. I even spotted a fish beam at the cave's end, long since dead, yet colossal. A foul odor wafted through the air, akin to that of a living being who had not bathed in ages. So, it is you who have trespassed here. I heard an aged voice, somewhat asthmatic. Sharp in tone. Grasping my hammer, I turned towards the source of the voice. There lay a shadow. Second section, who are you? I inquired, adjusting the hammer in my hand. I was unaccustomed to wielding such a weapon, yet I understood the basic principle of striking. Hit a Greenmarsh, Snow. You are aware of me. I have overheard your discourse. I discerned the glint of a beast's eyes in the darkness. It was a wolf. You are a wolf spirit, Layla spoke first. Yet your name belongs to the swamp dwellers. Indeed, Mormont. I hail from the Neck, where it is not unusual to encounter wolf spirits. Baramos approached with his sword drawn. While the wolves of the Green Marsh bared their teeth, and bristled in readiness. I am not a mindless brute who slaughters indiscriminately, yet you have attacked us, I declared. Thus I had no choice but to deliver swift justice. Wait, he interjected. I merely struck at that golden-haired lad. He pointed at Daemon. And the one who perished was felled by your own hand. I could not allow Luton to undermine our morale, given the circumstances. I had but one sword to resolve the matter. Yet you still harbor hostility towards us. I believed you were allied with the free folk outside. They should not have entered. Why not? Wolf-Kiss Barroso is both my enemy and yours. And so? The old gods bear witness. I have seen him dead before. You killed his wolf when he was driven mad, and one of his spear women struck him down for having wronged her during the night. How do you know this? Because I was watching. The raven fears not the falcon, and my gaze cannot be evaded. Very well, give me a reason not to slay you. I harbor no ill will. I can guide you to the exit. There are still wildlings in the cave from which you entered. They have not departed. That is acceptable. I can honor my promise not to kill him. But why do you remain here? Due to my leg. I have been here for over a decade. My companions and I were explorers, traversing the remnants of the past, until I shattered my ankle and became unable to leave. Where's this place? It is a burial chamber of the ancients, a sepulchre for the children of the forest and giants, who once roamed northward. The southern folk have multiplied, leaving them no refuge, especially with the arrival of the Undulls, who will slay any abomination they encounter. I thought they should be consumed by fire. They ought to be cremated. You intend to set a fire? Yes, to prevent the dead from rising again. The Green Marsh fell silent, then spoke again. You are aware the dead may indeed rise. It is their tradition. Cremation is also the custom of the Bolton clan, regardless of the veracity of the legends. This place deserves to be reduced to ashes. Then let me join in, for I see little purpose in venturing outside. I know you wish to persuade me to leave, but I cannot. I have become one with this place. What exactly is this place? He fixed his gaze upon me, and a profound silence enveloped us for what felt like an eternity. I listened to the wind whisper through the withered fishbone trees. The bones of giants and forest children stared blankly, their lifeless gaze murmuring the wonders of this land, wonders of the past, now mere relics. At long last he spoke. This is the burial site of the Night's Watch. I have dreamt of this. I wish to conclude my journey here. Had you not arrived, I would have met my end here in a few months. Wolf-Kiss betrayed me. He departed before me. I was once his mentor. Now, the time has come. The Night's Watch shall be cremated, I retorted simply. Before they realize the need for cremation, you should go and inspect the bodies, uncover the inscription. Lock, I commanded, and Locke complied. I heard the sounds of him rummaging and dragging, while some soldiers came to assist him. The wolves of the Sheeta Green Marsh finally fell silent. They struck flint and gathered dry branches, and I faintly discerned inscriptions. It was an ancient tongue, incomprehensible to those present. I looked at him, and he provided the answer. The body has been shattered, yet the covenant endures. His voice was much more somber than before. It appeared that every self-proclaimed sorcerer was familiar with such tricks. What covenant? I inquired. Is it the pact between the ancestors and the children of the forest? He shook his head, moving closer to the wall, where inscriptions were visible. Layla approached the stone wall, nodding at me, her fingers tracing the surface. The wind destroys the noble, the coward lives forever. The Sheeta Green Marsh offered me explanations, urging me to observe the dead fish-leaf tree, which bore inscriptions as well. What does it say? Just tell me. The trees whisper in silence. The barrier endures. The barrier? Is it the Great Wall? He shook his head once more. This is a long-forgotten poem. You must go. Leave this place. Rebirth will guide you away. Rebirth? My wolf friend, the smallest of them all. I gazed at him in silence. Under the moonlight, I could vaguely see the frail Sheeta Green Marsh, wrapped in blankets and tattered cloth, so weak. Finally, I spoke again. You lie. You wish to face the Wolf-Kiss Barroso alone. He is not dead. He comes this way. Third section. I articulated my deductions with unwavering certainty. I did not believe that Barroso's wolf would dare to be the first to step into the cave. He was cunning. I had heard of his exploits. The wolf spirit that even amber and flint could not vanquish. I did not believe he would be so foolish. You cannot take such risks here, Sheeta Green Marsh stated. You are one who has died and yet lives. You bear greater significance. One who has died and yet lives? You have perished and then been revived. Each resurrection carries its own mission, and until that mission is fulfilled, life does not cease. Regardless of whose name this resurrection is invoked in. Can you not sense the presence of the deceased? Are you suggesting I am a medium? He shook his head. No, it is a feeling, not a conversation. There is no magic in this world that allows for dialogue with the dead, only magic that compels the dead to speak. I could feel the presence of the spirits. I had sensed it before, blue eyes watching me. I had once felt the gaze of gray eyes upon me, eyes as fervent as those of Dominic. If the blue eyes belonged to Sara, then what of the gray? In the East, in Asia, in the land of shadows, I had heard tales in my youth. When one traverses beneath the shadows and suddenly arrives at the heart of darkness, one encounters warlocks, sorcerers, fire mages, moon singers, and blood sorcerers. You will witness the blasphemers who worship the black goat and the night lion. Behold the magic that binds shadows, for there are no children there. Those born are mere shadows. You will meet the necromancer who instills fear in the mundane, showcasing astonishing feats. He came back to himself, continuing to gaze at me, liberated from the longing in his eyes. A truly remarkable place, though ultimately inconsequential. Nevertheless, you would be regarded there as possessing a talent for necromancy. However, you are nearing adulthood and have outgrown that phase, much like a fish-leaping tree that has grown too large to be transplanted. Do not lament this. It is indeed a blessing. Necromancy. My thoughts drift to the original texts in the television series, recalling Cobain and his creation, the Mountain of the Dead, which belonged to Cersei Lannister. Cobain was expelled from the Citadel due to his studies in necromancy, stripped of his scholarly title. Is that Mountain of the Dead not reminiscent of a ghoul, albeit a more formidable one that defies the commands of the White Walkers? What is the essence of necromancy? If it were not for the unorthodox path taken by individuals like Cobain, what might it ultimately bestow upon me? I have always harbored the belief that the skinning executed in the Horror Keep is not merely an act of intimidation against the populace. In an age of magic, it must hold some deeper significance. As I mentioned, warrior maiden, you must depart. Your talents, while not overwhelmingly potent, are sufficient to attract the attention of those with ill intent. When the children of the forest first employed necromancy, they summoned the long night, during which frost blossomed and living beings trembled in fear. Such a phenomenon is hardly benign. You must leave at once. Do not fall into the clutches of the wolf's kiss. He possesses knowledge of rituals that could cost you your life. Hidda Greenmarsh spoke swiftly. I suspect that necromancy bears a resemblance to the relationship between White Walkers and ghouls, which fills me with a sense of foreboding. No, I cannot flee. We must confront him here. Otherwise, he will pursue me relentlessly. I stated with conviction. By the way, what did those previous remarks signify? Hidda Greenmarsh smiled. This indeed is the tomb of the Night's Watch. I did not deceive you. It dates back to the time before the wall was erected. I am uncertain of the specifics, but perhaps after defeating the Long Night, the Night's Watch believed they would never return. Beneath the largest giantess skull lies an obsidian axe. I see you have an affinity for such artifacts, he said, glancing at my waist. Consider it a gift from the Night's Watch. Section 4. I cannot ascertain the veracity of the old man's words. Yet one thing is certain. I must eliminate that wolf's kiss, Beloros, and barricade these bones at the entrance. I lifted the giantess toe bone, which protested painfully, urging me not to tug at him. I wished for him to be silent, yet I knew he could not hear me, for he had been dead for an eternity. The path to grant them entry is more arduous than crossing the neck. Come lend a hand, Layla. The ground was strewn with skeletons and obsidian. Though this material holds little value for the living, we piled the bones at the cave's mouth, with the keen-eyed archer, Clay, keeping watch. How many arrows remain? Many have been scattered along the way. We now possess only 40 or so, my lady, along with 5 bows. Locke's response sufficed. And what of the spears and throwing axes? I inquired of Locke. There are but a few spears, too lengthy and cumbersome for running, and the throwing axes are heavy. I suspect many have discarded them to keep pace with you. This is unfortunate news. What is not in our possession must surely be in the hands of the enemy. What about shields? There are 3 remaining, one with me, one with Gulu, and one with you. The flint still remains, does it not? With branches and withered leaves. I observed that aside from the fishbeam tree, the roots of other trees were not particularly robust. We attempted to ignite them. If they wouldn't catch fire, we could at least use them to frighten or illuminate our surroundings. We lacked rockets, tinder, oil, nothing at all. We severed the arrowheads and ignited the arrow shafts directly, seeking to start a fire for roasting. There might be obsidian arrows on the ground. We could use those. No, I was being foolish again. Those obsidian arrows were far too ancient, likely reduced to mere arrowheads. The stony path we traversed was uneven, and not every wildling possessed sturdy footwear. Layla was busy setting traps with broken bones and obsidian tips. Dried grass and mud could provide cover and create illusions. I observed her employing a massive sword as a spade, certainly not the conventional use. The blacksmith who forged that sword would weep, I remarked. He would not, Layla replied succinctly, her hands never ceasing their work. He would commend my ingenuity. As the fire blazed within the cave, Cly had returned. I heard the commotion, certain they were approaching swiftly. It did not take long. Wolfkiss was cunning, and the shrewd tend to be suspicious. I had expected him to linger outside a bit longer. He arrived, prepared, focusing the arrow shafts. The archers ascended. Everyone gathered at the cave's entrance, while I approached the old wolf spirit. There was still a moment to spare. With my strength diminished by the moon's phase, I whispered, "Hitta of the Green Marsh, send your wolf away, or I shall strike it down. Can you enlighten me on Wolfkiss's true intentions?" I was indeed perplexed. This was utterly bewildering. I was the sole individual adorned in an oak mask set to confront bandits, yet many sought to do the same. Flint, Amber, Glover. Each clan would not permit wildling marauders or brigands to roam freely. Why specifically me? Furthermore, the words of that old swamp dweller echoed in my mind. Ah yes, he appeared here, and not a whisper had reached the dread fortress nearby. I glanced back. Grillu cast aside a burning branch, illuminating the stony path to aid our aim. Our fire, concealed within the cave, rendered the enemy's approach unclear, shrouded in sufficient darkness. Someone has foreseen your arrival. He hesitated, communicating with his wolf, urging the beast named Newborn to depart. I noticed his eyes shifting within their sockets before he finally spoke. In truth, I await you as well. To prevent the awakening of Everwinter. Everwinter? Indeed, there are those who wish to summon the long night once more. The wildlings have endured the bitter cold for far too long, yearning for the warmth of the south. Why me? Not solely you. There are 3 individuals, and you are but one among them. Listen, many wildlings have succumbed to madness, believing themselves to be part of a legend, a fragment of winter itself. They have been barred from crossing the wall for too long, neglecting or disregarding the fact that the winter of the tales offers no space for the living. They have gone mad. Wait, so it all began with a band of wildlings losing their minds? How do you know this? They cannot breach the wall, thus. They cannot reach the south. 80 years ago, the king beyond the wall, Redbeard Raymond, unified the wildling clans, directing his forces toward Winterfell. What was the outcome? They faltered at Long Lake. I have heard of this war, during which William Stark, the Duke of Winterfell, perished at the hands of the enemy. The Night's Watch remained blissfully unaware, for the commander at that time was quite foolish. I had a dream, foreseeing the events to unfold, where I beheld you in the land of eternal winter. They possess a horn of winter, do they not? It could be used to breach the wall. I asked, somewhat dazed, as the revelation was utterly astonishing. Although I faintly heard the twang of bowstrings and my companions began to loose arrows. The gravity of his words was too terrifying. The wildlings could not yet advance, so I chose to listen further. If they knew how to wield that horn, or if it truly existed, they would not attempt to awaken the long night. You do not understand. You are a noble of the land, residing in a castle, oblivious to the plight of the wildlings, who suffer from hunger and deprivation. Weak women strangle their own children in the bitter cold, and men and women alike perish at the foot of the wall or within the north. If they could obliterate everything in one fell swoop and venture south to warmth, many among the wildlings would do anything. As long as they knew how to awaken the relentless long night, they would pursue it. He gasped, attempting to calm his excitement. The long night has always been summoned by living beings. I am unclear about the specifics, but it was so in the past, it is so now, and it shall be so in the future. I believe this. The obsession of the living creates everything. Hitta Greenbowl forced a wrinkled smile. Perhaps they would regret it later. But by then it would be too late. Once the true cold winds are awakened, only a tremendous price can halt them. I suspect that by that time, it would matter little to the wildlings. For the wildlings would have become walking corpses. Is that the implication? Countless souls dwell beyond the wall. Surely more than Mance's mere 100,000, and certainly not just the few thousand who surrendered in the television series. This sounds dreadfully harsh. I still cannot believe it. After all, those who have seen the series remember that the Night King was conjured by the children of the forest, who drove obsidian into the chests of the living. But humanity? They lack such formidable magic. Do they truly know how to awaken the long night? How could they resurrect the Night King? It seems impossible. Could it be that the Frost God has imparted this knowledge to them? Furthermore, I pondered one point. According to his account, when the long night descends, the first to perish are the wildlings. Therefore, in the past, would the first to die not have been the children of the forest? For it was the children who summoned the first long night. Perhaps, in desperation, they too were beguiled by that frost god. Never mind, that is inconsequential. Also, what of my significant meaning? What does alive yet dead signify? The meaning is to avoid becoming a sacrifice. The further from the north, the better. They are coming, hurry. Part 5. Indeed, it was not the time for discussion. I heard the wildlings' screams and war cries. They were upon us. Flames illuminated the stone path. Arrows traced beautiful arcs through the air. Clay shot not swiftly, for it was a longbow that required immense strength, yet she was remarkably accurate. To my left was Grull. To my right was Locke, and I stood in the middle. Do not tread upon the bones. Brace yourselves. Regardless of what you hear soon, it is merely nonsensical chatter. Do you understand? If what Hitta states holds any truth, then I may negotiate with the savage across from me, rather than engaging in a lethal contest. As the savage approaches, he will hurl his weapon. I must bide my time and avoid becoming a living target, concealed behind a colossal elephant skull. They have previously left behind 2 bodies, contorted upon the ground, their fates unknown. I surmise that they attempted a charge, only to be met with the wrath of our archers. It is no simple feat to be struck down by an arrow. This is not a tale of fiction where arrows effortlessly pierce skulls and puncture throats. Being shot is akin to enduring a torturous demise, sapping one's will to fight, leading one to a slow death, unless clad in sufficiently dense and sturdy armor, or possessing the robust physique akin to that of a mountain of muscle and fat. I observed as Layla's trap proved effective. The savage charged with fervor, unable to focus on the ground beneath him. Those in leather boots could ignore the terrain, yet those barefoot or clad in mere fabric and leather were met with suffering. The wolf's kiss, Barroso, wisely refrained from sending forth his wolves. I witnessed the wounded halt or collapse, subsequently engulfed by their own comrades. The arrows were loosed, though lacking incendiary effect, they merely illuminated the scene. In this moment, I longed for my crossbow. Bang! Someone had stepped upon the bones barricading the entrance. Some were hammering, others moving, while a few attempted to climb over. I heard the shouts in an ancient tongue. Was there a unified command? I paid it no mind, for the arrows did not cease. Bang! I listened as the savages struck the colossal skulls used as obstacles. I swung my hammer at the foot of one who had climbed atop the bones, followed by the sickening sound of an arrow embedding itself in flesh. This heap of obstacles compelled the attackers to endure the onslaught, costing them dearly in lives. If Hitta of the Green Marsh did not err, then the wolf's kiss, Barroso, sought to capture me. I am the finest bait, and here I stand. I called out, though wounded, you shall not seize me, wolf's kiss. Stop. I heard a voice, weathered by time, accompanied by labored breaths. After all, the mouth of the wolf's kiss can never truly close, possessing a second orifice. In any case, they halted, as did we. Pray. I glanced back at the female archer. Nodding slightly, no elaborate words were necessary. Crayflint held a grudge against the wolf's kiss, and she knew precisely what to do. Why do you seek me? I shouted, Barroso. You have followed me here, losing so many lives in the process, and now your numbers dwindle further. This is hardly worth it during the long summer. Why? I shall crown you as king, Oakface. Have you not heard? I am aware that another wolf spirit resides within. This place is concealed, and I know that only a wolf spirit could guide you in. I suspect he may also know that the spirit of winter has inspired many. The biting winds have amassed sufficient strength, poised to dismantle the Great Wall, to devastate the southern lands. Those who kneel shall be made kings. You could compel others to kneel. This is precisely what the southerners covet most. Why me? I whispered. The wolf's kiss remained cautious, lurking behind the throng. While I feigned weakness in my speech, rendering my words unclear to him. Why not someone else? Because you are a being caught between life and death. Having perished once, yet still existing. Only the deceased may don the mantle of winter's chill, the living cannot. This is rather peculiar. Perhaps, I mused. Lya was indeed dead long ago, succumbing to the hands of Ramsay and that loathsome creature. This notion is not unfathomable, as neither the original text nor the television adaptation features this girl. Ramsay eliminated all of Roose Bolton's illegitimate progeny. Perhaps I was destined to be among the dead. Nevertheless, while the House of Black and White posits that death is the sole deity, or according to the beliefs of certain followers of the Seven, that death is the singular miracle in this world, all else mere sorcery, it is not at all strange in this realm to die and return. Just observe how the Red Priest of the Lord of Light operates. I am not alone in my desire for resurrection, I declared. Such occurrences are hardly rare in this world. Wow, my lady, you truly have died. What was it like? Did you encounter the 72 acorns? I have heard that the children of the old gods witnessed them upon their demise, exclaimed Sour Ellen. Did I not instruct you otherwise? This is all mere nonsense. And as for death, I felt nothing. After crossing over, I perused Lya's memories. There was no imagery, which makes sense. The mind is an organ. When it ceases, how could it recall the afterlife? No, that is not the crux of the matter. Silence. I shot a glare at Sour Ellen. Moreover, how have I not heard of such malevolent talk regarding the 72 acorns? Upon dying, do we all become Smawoods? Dear Carolyn Smawood, their family crest bears 6 acorns. Indeed. Oak-faced one, you may be correct, but what we can obtain is merely 3. Have you comprehended what your long night and the Night King truly are? Surely you have heard of it. The long night stretches endlessly, fraught with peril, where the dead pursue the living. And the White Walkers ride upon the frozen wolves of the deceased, commanding icy spiders to harvest lives and consume human blood. These are but legends. Some tales suggest that the Night King is the leader of the 13th Raven, likely referring to the 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, who fell in love with a woman as pale as ice and moonlight, her eyes a deep blue akin to the stars. He crowned this frigid maiden as his queen in the castle of the Long Night. The wolf-kissed remarked, but the true Night King must be that woman. It appears that the Night King he describes possesses a corpse queen, which is quite macabre. Could it be that the cold has warped his perception? Which planet is blue? Earth, perhaps? I am the one with gray eyes. You have mistaken your target, I interjected. I could offer a means to transform your eyes to blue. Zombies? No. Thank you. I wish to live a few more years. You could become a true monarch, coexisting with winter, eternally beautiful, and ruling over an entire kingdom of those who kneel. And your method of inviting your king is to invade? If I recall correctly, I have received not a single invitation, nor have I encountered a messenger. I gazed through my eyes towards the stony path, where I beheld the wolf-kissed Valoroso. As he shoved aside those before him, perhaps convinced that he could swiftly persuade me, he believed I was swayed, unaware of the revelations I had encountered in the Sheeta Green Marsh. Little did he know that my understanding of the so-called Night King and the Long Night surpassed his own. To me, this wildling, obsessed with devising ways to dismantle the wall, appeared a fool. Well then, you have it now, Oakface. I shall treat you with courtesy, trust me. Previously, I operated in the manner of free folk, seizing southern women. You have proven yourself a warrior. I ought to defeat you in single combat. Listen closely, young girl. I can discern your youth. I have witnessed the trembling seas and the colossal dragons of the white wastes, exhaling frigid breath, their translucent wings and eyes resembling the pale blue firmament. The dragons in the television series met their demise unnecessarily. In truth, the Night King could capture a few, perhaps even one a day without burden. I have also encountered immense ice spiders. The legends you speak of exist in reality. I have laid eyes upon a wooden face with 1,000 bloodshot eyes, a boy with a wolf's head. I have seen you adorned with a crown of frost, your beauty captivating every man in existence, countless warriors at your command, dragon wings obscuring the sky. I have heeded the call of the cold, and should you join us, the icy winds shall sweep all before you, and you shall ascend the throne as king. Is that truly so? Why should I place my trust in you? My voice resonated with genuine intrigue. I could easily become enamored with every boy I fancy. Dear heavens, spare me the notion of captivating men. Consider how boys ponder their beloveds before slumber, utterly repulsive. Moreover, I cannot forget the series. The Night King's appearance bears no relation to beauty. Besides, the Night King has existed for ages. Perhaps, as the Sheeta Green Marsh suggested, I am merely a pawn in some ritual designed to awaken that creature. Judging by the series, such a possibility is alarmingly high. I know not why I am the chosen one. Perhaps there are not many in the north who rise from the dead? Regardless, without me, the long night shall still arrive. He spoke of 3 individuals, surely. Some have already been captured and offered to the long night. It matters not. Everything is nearing its conclusion. Boldly, I revealed my head, saying, I may accompany you if you release my people, I timidly remarked, much like an ordinary 15-year-old girl, even removing my mask. Yet, one hand gestured behind me to Clay, as I silently prayed to the old gods that she would see me and spare me from being shot. This game of hunting mortals is no amusement. When the Winter Night Queen arrives, you shall be my captain. However, of course, you must first defeat me, and ensure your wildlings swear to uphold the rules of one-on-one combat. He brushed aside those who sought to impede him and approached me. Success was within his grasp. You are strikingly beautiful, my queen, he proclaimed in an unusually high pitch. I can assure you, I know you still harbor doubts. Hear me, come with me, crack, crack. The arrows whistled through the air, 2 sounds. I heard the sound of strings, the tail feathers trembling, as the arrow pierced the chest of Wolf's Kiss. He must have been agitated. The flaw was exposed. It was an arrow longer than the ordinary, certainly not a product of the terrifying fortress. Perhaps it was a gift from Clyde to her enemies. His eyes widened as he stared ahead, his eagle absent, and the wolf had also been struck, unable to assist him in time. It seemed my archers had coordinated well, preventing him from finding a shield. I watched him clutching his wound, kneeling on the ground, collapsing and gasping for breath. Do you wish to continue fighting? One by one, come forth, I coldly declared, offering them no time to react. I glanced back. Damon had awakened but appeared unwell, his face pale. That band of self-proclaimed free men remained still, neither departing nor advancing. Rush forward. Capture that oak-faced one. I heard someone among them cry out. I continued. There is no food here, no water, nor cloth or iron. You have come to the wrong place. This is a hard bone to chew. I cast a glance at the archers behind me, who promptly shot the one who had shouted. Seek a better place to loot. I wield magic. You have heard. I possess sorcery, and there are other sorcerers beside me. Wolf's Kiss has confirmed this, while your wolf spirit lies dead. I warn you. I knew they were undaunted by death, these free men, yet I would tear their souls apart, merging them with those of bears or squirrels. They fell silent. Having heard my words, they might have understood the reason for Wolf's Kiss's arrival. They were not wolf spirits, filled with dread from magic. I heard them retreating, fear evident in their movements. I observed them rummaging through the bodies of the deceased, spotting Rudin's sword and spear, and the short swords and axes of the terrifying fortress swaying at their waists, gradually disappearing into the darkness. They were indeed leaving, some limping, evidently caught in Layla's traps, ultimately leaving behind only a few stripped corpses. As I had said, there were ample opportunities for action outside. Who knew how many would perish to breach our defenses? The free men might not fear death, but fortunately, they feared the unknown, the torment after death. I cautiously emerged onto the stone path, evading the skeletal obstacles and traps, and kicked Wolf's Kiss. He was still gasping for breath, his wolf lying beside him, both lives waning. I knelt beside him, studying the grotesque wounds on his face, and whispered, You do not know, Wolf's Kiss. I have witnessed the long night you speak of, the Night King you mention. It is a trap, a snare to slay all humanity, and you are aiding in this malevolence. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at me. I continued to murmur softly. I have seen it all. I witnessed the Great Wall crumble, bodies invading, humanity on the brink of annihilation, with only a spark remaining. I brought his life to an end. Perhaps he had lost a loved one to the winter's chill in his childhood, or perhaps he begrudged living out his days in the frigid lands beyond the wall. It could also be that he had already established a family and sought a brighter future for his children. I cannot say for certain. Regardless, it was a deception. Had I truly followed him, the one to awaken the Night King and the Frost God would not have been some nameless, half-dead soul, but rather myself. I would undoubtedly be the first to perish, if not during the ritual, then shortly thereafter. I sighed, feeling a sense of release, and then called out, Hida, how do we escape? From behind the trees, he too exhaled in relief and replied, There is a path leading to a bear's den. Thank you. If his wolf tries to obstruct us, we shall deal with it. He had deceived me initially, and I remained oblivious to his reasons for being here. I resolved not to let him go. Perhaps the Night's Watch would require his assistance. Who could say for sure? Moreover, there remained matters concerning Daemon to be reconciled. To risk a fall and break my leg. Am I Bran, or truly just a naive 15-year-old girl? Did you hear that? There is indeed a bear. Layla whispered to me. I certainly heard it. The sound of a slumbering bear's deep snore. It's fine. There are many of us. We can slay it, I replied quietly. It's pregnant. We should circumvent it. It is an ancient law not to kill pregnant creatures, she insisted. We have a disabled person with us, Hida Greenmarsh. I reminded her. Does ancient law dictate that we cast the disabled out as food for bears? May I remind you, ladies, that we have a Mormont among us. It is well known that the Mormonts rely on bears for assistance in childbirth. Perhaps Layla could converse with it. And it might even follow us back to the eerie keep to dance, I suggested. It would be more plausible to expect it to willingly walk into the keep's secret chamber and allow itself to be skinned. Perhaps we could persuade it to take a taste of you dipped in honey. You are called Sour Aaron, are you not? Layla jested, aptly naming her. We dared not let Hida Greenmarsh control the bear. Who knew what he would do, or if he could even manage it? What shall we do? I inquired. Should we spare Layla's life? Mormont bears are known for their amiable nature, yet this one was still a sister to the one before us. Allow me. Clea offered us a confident smile. We shall feed it, exchange gifts, and then depart. Will this be effective? A pregnant bear could be 1,000 times more ferocious than the average one. Fear not. We are many, armed and resolute. It will fear us. Offering it food is already a mark of respect. This is merely a minor interlude. As Clea said, do not cross the safety line. A pregnant mother bear is even less inclined to engage in conflict than we are. This solitary mountain has left me disheartened. Beneath the neighboring lonely mountain in Middle-earth lies a city, dragons, and treasures. Yet, what of our lonely mountain? Merely a graveyard. Even if it is a graveyard, the adjacent one is filled with burial treasures and mysterious powers, such as roars that can terrify. Yet here, there is nothing, no dragon eggs, no fabled Valyrian steel, only bones and obsidian, and I am profoundly disheartened. In the days that followed, I interrogated Hitta of the Green Marsh, who revealed that the magic of the children of the forest concealed the place to prevent it from being discovered by the others. How then did he come to know of it? By employing animals, which could traverse the area undetected. As for his presence there, it was due to foresight. The wolf spirits possess a degree of prophetic ability, and he believed he would meet his demise in that location. Regrettably, it appears the prophecy was not entirely accurate. I had intended to send him to the wall, yet he truly fell ill. Unable to extract further conversation, I settled him in my estate, arranging for Cleeflin and her associates to reside in my bastion as well. As for necromancy, wishing for that which eludes one is futile and deep within. I harbor a suspicion that the eerie atmosphere of the haunted castle and the catacombs may indeed be linked to necromancy. Who can say? Perhaps my ancestors were masters of the dark arts, or perhaps the idea of flaying is merely a means of instilling fear. Necromancers are exceedingly rare. I later learned that apart from the distant east, such magic has nearly vanished, deemed too sensational and consequently reviled by all. The Royce family is preparing to depart, joining forces with the Bolton men in search of me, for which I am immensely grateful. I bestowed upon Wymar Royce an obsidian axe and dagger, destined for his service as a night's watchman at the wall, where they may prove useful. Can this axe cleave? I mused, for I am not adept with an axe. My skill lies with the sword, Lya, he remarked, casting a somewhat disenchanted gaze towards the heavens, perhaps masking his own shyness. He had paid little attention to me previously, as my condition was grievous, and thus he did not engage. However, today I felt slightly improved, and when I looked at him, my demeanor was much more lively. While conversing with his father, I sensed his eyes upon me, but upon my approach, he appeared flustered. I observed this young lord. Domeric had once attempted to introduce him to me for courtship. He is slender, resolute in his movements, and possesses an elegant demeanor, a likable youth. Yet, he harbors too many lofty aspirations, always yearning to become noble and grand. I am uncertain whether he can endure the wall, where rogues abound and conditions are harsh. I know this axe is not intended for dealing with the living, Wymar. With a smile, I remarked, not for the living? He raised his brows in evident surprise. You wouldn't jest about the others and ice spiders, would you? I have endured enough mockery in the valley. No, certainly not. I am a Northman. I honor the vows of the Night's Watch, my brother. I gazed earnestly into his deep gray eyes, recognizing that it would be foolish to insist that the others are not a real threat. He remained unconvinced. This is an ancient tradition, one many Northerners have forgotten. It is a blessing, a hope. I wish for you to stand tall. Remember, there is a girl behind you who relies on you, untroubled by the fears of wildlings in the night, lest she be taken from her dreams. That is a misconception. Obsidian is wielded as a weapon against the White Walkers, not as a blessing. Furthermore, even with the Night's Watch stationed along the wall, I frequently find myself battling the free folk from the rear. Yet, is not the act of guarding one of the most noble expressions of a man's character? Many young lads take joy in it, embodying the spirit of knighthood. I profess my faith in the Seven, he emphasizes, while you hold reverence for the old gods, as is customary in the north, Wymar. I fixed my gaze upon his eyes. I have friends along the wall, and I shall inquire. Remember to keep your axe and dagger close at hand. They are not burdensome. If they weigh too heavily for you, share one with a trusted companion. Would you betray my earnest intentions? Where's your decorum? He stood with his mouth agape. I embraced him, declaring, You shall become a man of the Night's Watch henceforth, and no longer shall you consort with maidens. I held him closely, inhaling the scent of his ear, my tone teasing. Perhaps you could pin your experiences and send them to me. I would be delighted to correspond with a Night's Watchman I admire, especially you. You will promise me this, won't you? He trembled, chuckling softly. The essence of it lies in my desire to comprehend the situation in the north, the rapid resurgence of the White Walkers. A noble scion's ascent within the ranks of the Night's Watch would be swift, for literacy and martial skill are not commonplace among the peasantry. As long as Wymar survives, I can implement numerous strategies in advance, such as selling obsidian from the ancestral caves at a favorable price. Moreover, I pressed on, leaning against him, my hands firmly clutching his shoulders, my fingertips probing the solidity of his frame. The Terror's fortress is not far from the wall. The Night's Watch requires allies and assistance. Does it not? You are of noble birth, a Royce, and you shall contribute greatly to the Night's Watch, will you not? All right, you have persuaded me, Lya, he admitted. Honestly, I should not trust what I hear in the embrace of a woman. Damn it, I am to become a man of the Night's Watch, he murmured, clutching my form, hesitant to move. I sensed his nervousness and regretted my familiarity. What if he acted impulsively and chose not to venture to the wall? Would I marry him? Marry the youngest son of a noble family, one without inheritance rights? Lord Roose Bolton would surely adorn me with leeches from head to toe. He took a deep breath. I promise you, I promise. He dared not meet my gaze. I mean, I will write. Yes, I shall write. I patted his shoulder, gazing into his eyes, my lips curving into a smile. I wished for such a memory to be indelibly etched in his mind, ensuring he would not forget to write, nor neglect the obsidian axe. Should the maester or the Night's Watch deny you the use of a raven for correspondence, merely relay what I have just told you. The Terror's fortress lies just beyond the wall, not far, and can provide support. Maintaining contact is prudent, remember this. As I shall be awaiting your word. I mused that if tensions escalated, the Night's Watch might misinterpret our relationship to procure his assistance through guile. After all, the ravens between the Terror's fortress and the wall are seldom utilized. With a smile as radiant as a blossoming flower, I found myself suddenly enveloped in a tight embrace by Royce, rendering me nearly breathless. His warmth enveloped me, the heat whispering in my ear, leaving me utterly flustered. It dawned on me, what was I doing? I had risked everything to save this young boy's life. I sensed Luke Bolton's gaze upon me, and my cheeks flushed crimson. All right, no more tears, I exclaimed. Oh dear, you're holding me too tightly. Ease up a bit. Eventually, Royce released me, turning away without a backward glance. Striding purposefully toward his horse, I was unsure if he had shed any tears, perhaps not. Doubts crept in. Was Royce's decision to join the Night's Watch driven solely by a noble aspiration, or was there a deeper bond among brethren? Or perhaps he saw no future for the innocent child. I could feel his affection lingering. As I watched Royce and his companions embark on the road to Winterfell, I silently wished the old gods would grant them fortune and us, too. Remember, I called out the obsidian axe. Write to me. The year 298 AL. The very year in which the original tale commenced, loomed near, and turmoil was imminent. If not for the looming war, Westeros would indeed be quite captivating. I felt a wave of emotions surge within me. No, there was no need for such sentiments. As soon as they vanished beyond the horizon, I clutched my stomach. I'd been enduring this for days. I felt as if I were steeped in blood, having doused myself in perfume and adorned with sachets. Nearly overwhelmed by the pain. How could Royce not have noticed? Finally, I could bid farewell to my monthly visitor, thank the heavens and the old and new gods. I longed to lie down. There was some discomfort, and throughout the night, I tossed and turned until Clay knocked on my door. I invited her in. She sought rest. Her face stripped of the green war paint, garbed simply, embodying the rugged essence of the mountain clans, her physique lithe and athletic. I heard you couldn't sleep, she remarked. It's just that time of the month, I replied, forcing a smile. Get some rest, it's all right. She gazed intently into my eyes, as if peering into my very soul. I will stand by you through it all. This much I cannot hide. You are in pain, an unusual pain. You aided me in ending the wolf's kiss, and I will assist you. What do you mean? I asked, brushing aside my disheveled hair, puzzled. I know how to alleviate that suffering. No, I can't. This is a side effect of the medication. I fear I must endure it, I replied. Just try. You need only lie still, she whispered softly in my ear. Why not? She urged. Relax a bit, Lya, she said, taking my hand. I endeavored to ease my tension. For several nights thereafter, Clay kept me company, and indeed, the pain lessened. I began to cherish her presence, and even after the ordeal had passed, she remained by my side. I adored the scent of the forest that lingered on her, the warmth she exuded, and I found myself yearning for my mother. Epilogue Winterfell, Chapter 1. In the year 298 AL, I was 17 years old. As summer draws to a close, the morning air is tinged with a chill. A decade of prolonged summers has rendered the gradual transition of seasons a novelty. Beneath the ominous fortress, volcanic steam rises, while a network of pipes ensures that the tower remains as warm as spring. Snowflakes drift into the courtyard, only to melt away, and the bath offers scalding hot water, allowing me to maintain a comfortable existence even in the frigid north. In stark contrast, the winters of my early childhood were nothing short of a nightmare. With my hair cascading loosely, I approached the mirror to dry the droplets from my skin post-bath, scrutinizing my reflection. My pale gray eyes resemble a long lake frozen over, exuding a serene coolness. The woman in the mirror possesses raven-black hair, long, thick lashes, sharply defined brows, and slightly elevated cheekbones. Her nose is straight and slender, while her lips are thin and delicate. My complexion aligns with the traditional traits of House Bolton, pale, yet faintly flushed, as I have never been one to indulge in self-harm. Now, I stand at 5 feet 8 inches tall, with a well-proportioned figure. My limbs are harmonious, and my long legs are strong and agile. The natural fullness of femininity allows my muscles to appear unforced, with soft, flowing lines. I have grown considerably taller, and my posture has become increasingly graceful, a fact that fills me with quiet pride, for I am a vain girl at heart. My appearance holds an air of haughty isolation, though my smile softens the impression. I may not be a breathtaking beauty, but I am certainly adequate for my purposes. A faint white mark adorns my neck, a remnant from the assaults by Ramsay and the wretched man, a reminder that I died once at the tender age of 7. They certainly did more than merely strike me with stones. Their confidence in their cruelty speaks volumes. I prefer to conceal this subtle scar with black or silver neck rings. Although wearing them can hinder my breathing and potentially become a liability in combat, hence they are omitted from my battle attire. On my waist, thigh, and upper arm, I bear shallow scars, each a testament to my battles. The scar at my waist was earned amidst the vast expanse of the north, while the one on my thigh was left by Domeric during a skirmish on horseback, his anxious demeanor bringing me an illicit thrill. I dare not admit how much I relish seeing my loved ones fret over me. My upper arm bears the mark from the Battle of CS End, bestowed by the hand of Roderick Greyjoy, who has since donned black at the wall. Speaking of black, I received a missive from the Black Castle yesterday, which has somewhat dimmed my earlier elation. Wyman Royce has returned to the Black Castle, bringing with him grim tidings. The others have emerged, and peril looms. Of the 5 who ventured forth, only 3 survived, including himself and Roderick Greyjoy. I have heard that the current squid is an experienced ranger leader. The other surviving Night's Watchman, named Gary, has been thoroughly shaken and is now missing. Wyman, who holds little respect for those of lowly birth, was nearly bested by the squid, stripped of much of his fine armor and garments. After all, the squid, raised on the seas and in plunder, is not to be compared with the pampered young Lord Royce, and Wyman has come to acknowledge this. The letter recounts the perilous circumstances they faced while on patrol. And indeed, he remembered my counsel when confronting the others, urging Roderick to wield the obsidian axe, as steel swords would not suffice. However, I harbor doubts regarding the level of sophistication he claims. I suspect it stems from his dreams of me while he slumbers, envisioning potential futures and friendships, oscillating between hope and despair, perhaps even contemplating the obsidian axe, occasionally clutching it as he sleeps. After all, trapped within the Great Wall, besieged by despair, and surrounded by a band of brigands, the dreams of honor have been shattered, and few maidens of pleasing appearance are to be found. Ultimately, survival is paramount. Losing a finger or an ear in the frigid wilderness is hardly a grave matter. The fact that one who has suffered grievous injuries and has lain comatose is now capable of writing letters is, in itself, a stroke of fortune. He further mentioned that the commander, Old Xiong, does not place much faith in them. However, given the recent heavy casualties among the patrols, which bear significant implications for the broader situation, the commander has ordered the Night's Watch to heighten their vigilance. They plan to capture several wildlings for interrogation, aiming to ascertain the truth, and may also gather a large contingent for patrols. Once substantiated, they will undoubtedly seek to procure obsidian, a venture from which I am certain to profit, having cleared the previous caverns and incinerated all the corpses, thus acquiring a substantial cache of obsidian weaponry. Alas, the Legion of Cold and the White Walkers have arrived. Regarding the Night King and the White Walkers, I find myself torn between 2 thoughts. One is to flee to the other side of the sea, and the other is to remain and endeavor to minimize the casualties in the north, preparing for the protracted darkness of winter. To be candid, I lean towards escape rather than fighting for humanity. I am but a young girl, incapable of resurrection and lacking dragons, and such a burden is too great for me to bear. Nevertheless, I exist within the societal framework of the 7 kingdoms, with my own identity and obligations. At times, I find myself bound by circumstances beyond my control, rendering both escape and remaining potentially futile. Emerging from the Daughter's Tower, my deep crimson cloak fastened with a silver clasp shaped like a flayed man, beneath which I wore a fitted leather jacket and a woolen sweater, complemented by at least 3 pairs of trousers. Thankfully, my tall stature prevents me from appearing cumbersome. The guards bowed in respect. I had left Damon behind at the estate to recuperate, and he had not returned after his recovery, thus solidifying his status as one of my own. With the death of Rudden and another, my retinue has changed slightly, now comprising 10 men. Bolton keeps a close watch on me, and I am acutely aware that should I distance myself from these guards, delightful prospects await me. As I walked under the dawning sun, the fortress required little oversight. Thus only Locke accompanied me. The warmth of the volcanic landscape melted the snow, leaving the ground somewhat muddy. Late summer resembled winter, and I was aware that outside the fortress lay a vast expanse of white. Consequently, pressing matters awaited me as I made my way to Lord Bolton's chambers to discuss the governance of the dread fortress. Lous lay in bed, while Domeric Bolton tended to him with leeches. It was evident that Domeric, or Domeric as he is often called, did not take much pleasure in this task. Yet Lous did not trust me, hence, I obliged. How are our wintering arrangements? Lous Bolton inquired directly. All the towns are prepared. The wintering town can accommodate half the populace, I replied. The collapsed and damaged houses have either been repaired or completed, with a little crowding. Even the fortress can house some honest folk, ensuring that everyone will have a roof over their heads this quarter. And food. It will last for quite some time. Domeric responded. Some of the grain was stored too early, dating back 10 years, and has already been disposed of. Upon my return, I have been arranging for a caravan to the south. Last week, a contingent returned to White Harbor, bringing with them provisions from the River Bay. Father, coupled with the recent opening of the forests for hunting last year, we shall not let anyone starve. I introduced Arthur Redwine, the illegitimate son of Lord Redwine, to Domeric. The prices of grain in River Bay have risen slightly, yet the increase is manageable. Furthermore, my lord, we have apprehended several thieves who were pilfering food. Should we arrange for a trial? I inquired. There is no need, simply hang them. The tone of Lord Roose Bolton was devoid of emotion. He has always been indifferent to the lives of others. Among the thieves was a woman, a mute, who owns a mill by the Tiers. Hang her. The Amber family is aware of our prosperity, Roose remarked casually. They have requested aid through a letter relayed from Winterfell. I fear that is unfeasible. No one can predict the length of this winter, I replied. We can offer sanctuary to the citizens within the domain of Last Hearth, provided they make their way to the Dreadfort. Yet, such individuals will be of prime age, with neither the elderly nor the young among them. In the biting cold, the old and the children seldom endure the arduous journey. It is an age-old truth. In any case, those who flee will represent an ideal labor force, once winter passes. Many will choose to remain, either establishing new homes or settling upon the more stable farmlands belonging to the Dreadfort. Additionally, we could form a hunting party in collaboration with the Amber family, a traditional approach, as we must not appear overly utilitarian. Then draft a response, Roose decided. I shall personally journey to Winterfell to explain, and you will accompany me. I regarded him, feigning an expression of curiosity. Your previous absence of the monthly cycle delayed your betrothal. Roose revealed his intent, while Domeric has already become engaged to Wildeford of House Manderley. It was I who orchestrated this. I brought Domeric to White Harbor, deliberately keeping them in close proximity, fostering their courtship. I have meticulously collected and concealed all correspondence sent by Layla and those dispatched by Domeric, of which he has never seen a single letter, nor has Layla. I can perceive that Domeric harbors a deeper affection for Layla Mormont. I suspect they have already fallen in love, perhaps even kindled a profound bond. I have witnessed the way they gaze at one another. Both are noble and valiant, excelling in the art of swordplay, a mutual admiration evident between them. I have read letters concerning their conversations, and the confessions he longs to share have moved me. I have tossed and turned in contemplation. Yet the Bolton family does not require a Mormont. Bear Island possesses no army, no wealth, no port, only bears and marauding savages lurking nearby. They are ill-suited. I am regretful, truly regretful, but duty surpasses love. Domeric has no alternative. Roose Bolton's gaze fixed upon me, and then upon him, I understood. Hence, I shall not risk losing Layla by encouraging any romantic entanglements. I am aware of Roose Bolton's resolve. Even after marriage, should death occur, he would simply arrange for Domeric to wed again. That is the nature of Roose Bolton. In contrast, Wellfield presents a more ideal prospect. The Manderleys are a perfect match for the formidable fortress of Harrenhal. Their compatibility is evident, as their temperaments harmoniously align, and they exhibit mutual tolerance. I have observed Wellfield's affection for Domi, which not only benefits their lineage but is also remarkably suitable for both individuals. It is highly probable that this pair shall accompany each other throughout their lives, supporting one another unwaveringly. I am aware that I have wronged Layla. Both Layla and Wellfield are my friends, and I should not have acted in secrecy. I ought to allow Domi to make her own choice. However, with Luthborton present, along with his cold calculations, our options are severely limited. Now, the time has come for me to act. Your brother is soon to wed, yet you remain without a betrothed? You ought to forge a suitable union at the appropriate time, otherwise. It is your duty to engage with all men who require understanding and influence. He fixed his gaze upon me, and thus, I shall take you to Winterfell. I fear you may be disappointed, my lord. I candidly analyzed, for Luthborton would accept rational counsel, provided it serves the interests of House Bolton. Lady Caitlin Tully, hailing from the Riverlands and the daughter of a duke, would find it exceedingly difficult to accept the traditional practice of marrying within her own domain, particularly concerning her eldest son. Her aspirations extend far beyond the north. I suspect she would be more inclined to seek an alliance with King Robert, or perhaps a strategy more beneficial to House Stark and its allies, Robb Stark marrying Margaery Tyrell, and Sansa Stark betrothing Prince Joffrey. Since the Tyrells misaligned during the War of the Usurper, they have longed to reclaim their influence in King's Landing. The Tyrells' preferred match has always been with Prince Joffrey. However, I fear that the former alliance, Stark, Arryn, Tully, and Baratheon, would favor mutual connections, a fact that Lady Olenna, the Queen of Thorns, is surely aware of. Thus, Robb Stark emerges as a commendable choice for the Tyrells. In this manner, House Stark could wield greater influence within the political landscape of the Seven Kingdoms. Arya Stark is of a similar age to Robert Arryn, while Myrcella could be promised to Edmure Tully, age. In the realm of political interests, it is of little consequence. This would not only draw the Riverlands into the alliance, but also fortify the coalition and the monarchy, effectively suppressing the Lannisters, whom the Starks despise, and ensuring that the Dornish prince remains cautious in his actions. Under such matrimonial arrangements, House Stark would become the nucleus of the alliance, a central figure beyond the royal court. Their daughters would be connected to queens and the Vale, while their sons would become sons-in-law to Highgarden, ensuring that House Stark emerges as the most prominent family outside the royal lineage. You are not Catelyn Tully, nor do I intend to see you wed into House Stark, Bolton stated, but there remain the dire wolves, as well as Rickon Stark and Bran Stark. He directed his gaze towards Domi, and I understood he wished for me to convey this to her. The age disparity is considerable. For Rickon and Bran, there are more suitable local candidates, such as the younger daughter of House Manderly. This union would not only strengthen our ties with the Manderlys, but also mitigate the impact our marriage would impose on them. In contrast, I am merely a bastardy, and even if acknowledged as legitimate by the sovereign, my origins cannot be erased. They would hardly relish the notion. I replied. Domeric Bolton evidently found such topics uninteresting, his mind wandering, while the icy gaze of Loras fixed upon him, and it took him some time to regain his focus. Loras Bolton remained silent, gesturing for Domeric to hand me several letters. I noticed one pinned by Hendry Bracken addressed to me, alongside several from noble lords directed to Loras Bolton. It seemed my journey to the Trident had not been in vain. King's Landing was not a futile venture. Sending you to the Riverlands is indeed a fortunate occurrence, he remarked. Loras had undoubtedly participated in the War of Usurpers, advancing southward with the Northern Army. During the Battle of the Trident, King Robert had slain Rhaegar, and Loras had captured several noble lords. He would not insult his enemies without cause, striking when necessary. Yet he remained courteous towards the nobility, parting amicably. It was evident that Loras had perused the letter from Hendry meant for me. I had grown accustomed to it, for he scrutinized every correspondence I received from the opposite sex. One day, I would likely be compelled into a situation akin to a love for women, though I was somewhat accepting of that fate. Hendry had wed, a matter I chose to overlook, but the remaining content conveyed a singular theme, the king's northern progress, culminating in Winterfell. His time in the Riverlands appeared pleasant, filled with fine wine, music, and maidens, sampling the fruits of every noble household. The letters from the lords echoed similar sentiments. Loras's friends in King's Landing also mentioned the demise of Jon Arryn, succumbing to a stomach ailment, the tears of Lisa, undoubtedly. That was the very poison I had used to eliminate Bethany Leeser, a fact I was aware of, and Loras surely guessed as much. However, he bore no friendship with Jon Arryn and would not wish to broach such a topic before the son of Lady Bethany, risking the fracture of our relationship and causing familial discord. In that moment, a pang of guilt twisted within my chest. The king's retinue was approaching, consisting of the king's guard, knights, noble scions, and, of course, members of the royal family. While I could not aspire to marry into royalty, the nobility of the Stormlands remained a possibility. Speaking of which, have you forgotten about the unmarried Garland Tyrell of House Baratheon? He currently governs Storm's End, undoubtedly one of the most sought-after bachelors in the realm. The reason I refrained from mentioning Garland is due to his revealed orientation. The original text alludes subtly, while the television adaptation is more explicit. Regardless, he is openly acknowledged. I could certainly contend with this point he raised. Garland may indeed be a key figure in the Riverlands' ambitions, yet he is not the primary heir. Crown Prince Joffrey is more legitimate, followed by Tommen and the universally disliked Stannis. If nothing unforeseen occurs, there may indeed be unexpected developments. His candidacy is not superior to Robb's, perhaps even less favorable, for Stannis could contest Garland's title as Duke of Storm's End. Stannis is not endearing. Yet in comparison to the younger Garland, he is the second son, thus more rightful. After the new king ascends the throne, to curb his uncle's influence, He could certainly manipulate the feudal rights concerning the Stormlands, inciting rivalry amongst the Baratheons to balance the royal kinship within House Baratheon. I replied, "The crowned stag is indeed the emblem of House Baratheon. What I have not mentioned is that Lannister and the Riverlands share a remarkably cordial relationship, and compared to Stannis, who resides far away on Dragonstone, he enjoys a broader base of support, a testament to his amiable nature. Regardless of Loras's tendency to be loquacious, he is well prepared for our departure at the end of the month. We shall journey to Winterfell prior to the King's arrival at the Neck, allowing us some time to arrive early. This will be my inaugural visit to the ancestral fortress of House Stark, accompanied by Gendry and Locke. It is rather unfortunate that I cannot include Cleo Fry in our company, for I have grown accustomed to her presence. Regrettably, she is a person I personally recruited, and Loras Tyrell harbors distrust towards her. I surmise that if our negotiations proceed favorably, Loras may very well acknowledge me as his daughter on the spot, perhaps even attempt to legitimize my status as a legitimate child, provided it serves his interests. In truth, I have long ceased to be concerned about my identity. After all, the prospect of marriage is fraught with uncertainties. I stand to lose much, including the estate of my illegitimate birth. Moreover, his recognition and the monarch's legitimization of my status do not imply that the distance between us will evaporate, nor does it signify that my birthright will be effortlessly forgotten. I shall forever be reminded of Sara's cerulean eyes, a constant reminder of the scoundrel he is. Being his daughter signifies but one reality. I must wed a suitable candidate, whether he be an elder or blind. As my departure approaches, amidst the biting cold, I conceal my visage and delicate neck with a black marten fur scarf. My attire is predominantly dark red paired with black, which starkly contrasts with my pale complexion. Though such is the nature of late summer, monotonous and oppressive, more appropriate garments have been packed onto the saddle, along with a shield and crossbow. This horse is not weak, but rather a beast of burden. Lastly, there is my great sword, Red Arm, an exquisite blade of unparalleled design, reminiscent of the Germanic two-handed swords from Earth. After commissioning 5 from the smith, I was finally satisfied. Fortunately, the folk of the North possess a penchant for crafting grand items. Their experience ensuring the weight distribution is not foolishly conceived, allowing for smooth maneuverability. Weighing 3 kilograms and spanning approximately 5 feet in length. With a blade measuring 3 feet 5 inches, it boasts a colossal grip of 13 inches, enabling it to be wielded as a hammer if necessary. The handguards are adorned with circular embellishments, intricately carved, and a section of leather wraps the blade between the hilt and the blade itself. At the base of the sword, there is a pronounced crossguard, or anchor claw, designed to deflect and intercept the enemy's strikes, lending it a fearsome appearance. This weapon serves as my tool for tournaments and duels, offering greater endurance than the shield and sword combination, though I cannot carry it with ease, which may hinder my mobility. Upon my return to the Dreadfort, I began training with the two-handed sword, a hallmark of the North. Having prior experience with the Germanic greatsword, my first encounter with Domi ended swiftly in my favor. The people of Westeros had never laid eyes on such a weapon, and to my knowledge, the east across the sea bore no resemblance. When wielded adeptly, this great sword grants me an unexpected advantage, though as Domi adapted, my upper hand diminished. Alas, the old gods fashioned 2 hands for me, teaching me to wield a shield when my armor is insufficiently robust. I find myself in a state of financial constraint, lacking the means to acquire sturdier armor. For now, I shall forego the great sword. One might wonder if your formidable armament is intended for a rendezvous with dragons. Domi appeared visibly astonished, clad in the furs and woolen garb of the North, adorned in dark red and gray hues, with intricate patterns that exuded elegance. The extended hem of his attire lent him an air of sophistication, unmistakably marking him as a gentleman. Nay, I seek to engage in a bout with the Stark children. For the pack of wolves, it serves as an excellent means of fostering camaraderie. Remember, Skincrawler, you are of the Skincrawlers, while they are the running wolves, since time immemorial. We have forged bonds through conflict and strife. This is not the Vale, I replied, continuing to secure my belongings. I certainly would not disclose that this would provide Arya with an opportunity to converse with me. In truth, I had organized the Stark children into groups. Arya and Jon Snow formed the Longsword faction, seeking connection through martial prowess, while Sansa belonged to the embroidery group. Since my return from the coastal city, I had not engaged in needlework, and in recent years, I had wielded only weapons and quills. For Sansa's sake, I had made a point to practice. The younger ones, Rickon and Bran, constituted the child group, capable of simple merriment. However, the duo of Robb and Theon, both heirs to their respective houses, posed a challenge with their myriad thoughts and complexities. I would need to adapt my strategies accordingly. To be candid, I found Greyjoy rather bothersome, and I surmised that I would not instigate any confrontation with Theon. My lance, Locke, accompanied me, though I doubted it would be of much use, and I was not particularly adept with it. "This is my domain," my brother interjected, his previously serene countenance now imbued with a hint of pride. "You have yet to triumph over me in jousting." "That is because it is impractical," I retorted without hesitation. "Jousting? Simply mount your steed, hold steady, and charge forth. If you strike true, the opponent is incapacitated, and if not, they are still rendered ineffective. In a cavalry clash, one is bound to suffer losses. Shall heavy cavalry charge against heavy cavalry? In the Seven Kingdoms, such commanders must surely be as foolish as wild boars. While it may stir passions, I would never partake in such folly. The romance of knighthood is best observed from a distance. While I would rather orchestrate a coup and eliminate him, I recalled the jousting scenes from the series, which struck me as utterly absurd, a collision of iron encasing flesh against another mass of iron enveloping flesh. What purpose does it serve for a lord to maintain a cadre of knights to clash with others, only to return home with a collection of broken remnants? Were it my choice, I would prefer to caress the sinewy muscles of a well-built torso or to grasp a sturdy arm, rather than squander lives on the battlefield, only to collect the fallen. This illustrates the distinction. You are far too rational. The knights of the Seven Kingdoms are filled with fervor. Sister, the lance cleaves through the vast expanse of the sky, legends etched against the azure horizon. I am but a girl. Knights ought to present me with flowers, not brandish their weapons at my head, I stated unabashedly. We mounted our steeds and set forth. Roose Bolton cast a glance at my pack horse, laden with weapons and armor. His gaze and expression remained perpetually inscrutable, leaving me unaware of his thoughts. As we journeyed westward for approximately 5 days, the retinue from the Dreadfort arrived at Winterfell. The foremost 4 riders brandished their flags and spears, the emblem of the flayed man seemingly swimming in the air, while the swallowtail banners fluttered in the wind. In the distance, I beheld the imposing castle, standing silently as the wind howled and snow fell. I had never visited, for I felt unworthy, nor had Domi, as he was either in the valley or at House Dustin. I was aware that Lord Roose Bolton held a rather indifferent view of House Stark. He disdained their mannerisms. As for me, I perceived that family as a true reflection of life, while Roose Bolton appeared more akin to a cold machine in comparison. The procession passed through Winterfell's winter market, the weighty granite walls casting long shadows, with the inner wall as dark silhouette discernible in the gloom. A small child waved to us from a tower, and I reciprocated, only to see him leap back over the parapet. At the east gate, a youth awaited, accompanied by a stout man. Both donned black cloaks, with leather trousers of a rich brown hue. The young noble clutched something in his arms, though I could not discern it clearly. He had russet hair and striking blue eyes. A hint of familiarity lingered in his visage. He bore a resemblance to Edmure Tully, likely the firstborn of Lady Catelyn Tully, the eldest son of Lord Eddard Stark, Robb Stark. Upon closer inspection, I recognized the creature nestled in his arms. It was a wolf, a dire wolf, albeit youthful, making its breed elusive to my knowledge. Yet, drawing from the memories of my past life, I understood it to be a dire wolf of the frozen tundra. "Welcome, Lord Bolton," he proclaimed, his voice resonant, his robust chest held high in authority. "Welcome to Winterfell." Lord Roose Bolton dismounted, his expression unchanging, embracing Robb. "House Bolton stands ready to heed Winterfell's call. You've grown considerably. Is this a dire wolf?" His eyes, as cold as ice, stirred a sense of wariness in the young wolf, which glared back at him with round, vigilant eyes. A wicked thought crossed my mind. How delightful it would be if the pup were to bite him. "Indeed, my lord, I have named him Grey Wind," Robb replied. Lord Roose introduced Domeric Bolton, making no mention of me. Surely, Robb Stark would inquire about my presence, as I appeared anything but a mere servant, being the sole woman in the entourage. As anticipated, Robb scrutinized me and smiled, turning to ask, "Who is this lady?" "Lady Lya Bolton, my bastard daughter," Lord Roose stated tersely, acknowledging my identity for the first time. "Pray, lead the way, Robb." I offered Robb a smile cultivated over the years in front of mirrors. Yet it was evident that his focus remained on his welcoming duties. This was only natural. As the heir to the North, he must have encountered countless women vying for his attention and learned well how to navigate the dynamics of such relations. Certainly, if one has fought numerous battles and taken many lives, sending countless souls to their final rest, the situation becomes rather complex. A youthful heart, inherently unstable, often seeks solace amidst the turmoil of life, a truth applicable to both genders. I followed in their wake, naturally refraining from participating in the formal discussions at the stronghold. The Amber family was also present, and the proceedings would be presided over by the Duke of Winterfell. A serious negotiation where the presence of a bastard daughter would be unwelcome. Later, I learned the reason for Eddard Stark's absence in welcoming us. He had just executed a black-clad deserter and was currently praying to the Heart Tree, a tradition in the North, one that neither Bolton nor Amber would contest. It is well known that House Stark does not treat its vassals as outsiders. Roose Bolton has long since adapted to their dignified yet approachable demeanor. Despite the criticisms from Harrenhal towards the Stark family, he remains quite loyal. In the North, we trust one another, at least for now. I became acquainted with the Stark children and their companion, Sir Roderick Castle, the Master-at-Arms of Winterfell, who had come to greet us alongside Robb Stark. His son, Jory Castle, exhibited a somewhat deliberate demeanor in my presence. Additionally, there was the stablemaster Hullen and his son Halwyn. In the afternoon, several older children gathered to practice their martial skills. Domeric Bolton and Robb Stark were engaged in a friendly contest, while Theon Greyjoy observed, seated beside the diminutive Rickon Stark. Bran Stark? I was unsure of his whereabouts. The young lords were testing their mettle, while I, a bastard among bastards, engaged with them. You wield a sword? I remarked to Lyanna, admiring her exquisite blade. Jon Snow, the acknowledged bastard son of Lord Eddard Stark, observed as I unsheathed my massive red-armed sword, its two pointed spikes gleaming ominously. I nodded slightly, studying this so-called bastard, who bore a noble essence with his dark hair and gray eyes. He was quite handsome, indeed. Yes, Jon Snow, I can wield a sword. A faint smile graced my lips. It had been a frigid journey, and I recalled his aloof and distant legitimate brother. Initially disinterested, he now assumed a fighting stance with keen interest. My swordsmanship surpassed that of the Stark brothers, though Robb was more adept with the spear. Come on. I have never encountered such a sword. Let us test our skills. Perhaps we can teach one another a thing or two. Very well. I can see your proficiency is commendable. I was well aware of Jon Snow's skills. Few of his age could rival his prowess. With my sword by my side, I held it firmly, and we approached each other cautiously. I focused on Jon's eyes, then his waist and arms, neither of us showing a hint of relaxation. He moved. Clang. His blade struck out, and mine met his with a resounding clash. The red-armed sword slid along the length of his long sword. The sound of steel grinding stark and raw. His blade had yet to catch on the raised guard of my sword. But my point was already aimed at his forehead. Any tilt of his head would be futile. I am dead, Jon Snow stated plainly. I have never encountered such a technique. Perhaps he felt a twinge of frustration within, though it did not show on his face. Bastards tend to mature quickly, adept at concealing their true emotions. You move with remarkable speed. Were you to wield a long sword, I would need to exert considerable effort, and victory would not be guaranteed. To speak candidly, this predicament arises from your unfamiliarity with my blade. He raised his sword, a smile gracing his lips, poised to speak. Ned, Robb, this is my sister. Domeric's gentle smile led the applause, his eyes gleaming with pride, which stirred a flicker of joy within me. I observed several boys clapping amiably in response, bowing with unabashed humility, while the applause from the corridor of the second-floor terrace resonated particularly loudly. I glanced upwards to behold a young girl, likely Arya Stark, her face radiant with excitement, her small hands clapping fervently. Arya, a nun called out, undoubtedly Sister Modin. So, you are here. I witnessed Arya slip away with agility, her footsteps fading swiftly, akin to a lively little cat in a grand castle. How I envied her. Had I not been born in the Terror Castle, my disposition would have mirrored hers. That is Arya, my little sister, Arya Stark. Jon too gazed upward, a broad smile gracing his lips. You are quite fond of this sister of yours. Much like you, Lya Snow, he corrected. I am not a child of House Stark. She is my little sister. Though not by blood. This elicited a laugh from me. What is it? Just like you. If anyone were to mistakenly think I belonged to House Bolton, I would tirelessly correct them. I concurred. It seems we could form our own family. An excellent notion, he replied somewhat awkwardly, then his smile blossomed anew, his eyes brimming with the delight of encountering a kindred spirit. House Snow? I nodded in agreement. He surely sensed our striking resemblance, though I knew he was far happier than I. You understand nothing, Jon Snow. I intend to gift Arya a present, he murmured suddenly. I haven't disclosed this to anyone. A sword? I inquired bluntly. Indeed, a sword. How did you know? He asked quietly, just don't let it slip. Since the moment I met you, what else have I learned about you besides your affinity for swords? I chuckled, patting his shoulder. It's quite evident. Rest assured. Should I divulge your secret, let the White Walkers take my ears. Hey, a man ought to wield his sword well, he insisted stubbornly. Then a smile returned to his face. I had thought you a rather cold girl. Indeed, I was born in the wrong season. In truth, it was winter. And I am quite cold, Snow, I replied. Part 4. As the banquet approached, we traversed the towering gates adorned with the flapping wolf banners, past the gray stone walls, to the massive doors crafted from steel and oak. We entered the great hall of Winterfell, a space capable of accommodating hundreds, yet currently furnished with only 3 long tables. I beheld the proud banner of House Stark, depicting the dire wolf, majestically centered, flanked on either side by the flayed man of House Bolton and the roaring giant of House Umber. Beneath the 3 tapestries lay a dais reserved for esteemed guests, with the seat of honor belonging to Duke Eddard Stark. To his left sat Great John Umber and his son, Small John, while Lord Roose Bolton and Domeric occupied the right side. Robb and Catelyn were also in attendance, with the other Stark children situated at the forefront of the long table. My companion Jon Snow and I were fortunate to enter Stark's hall, although we found ourselves seated at the far end of the long table, causing some discomfort to my 2 guards. We were mixed among the guests. Despite the presence of 3 long tables, the servants of the 3 houses did not separate themselves. It was evident that under Stark's auspices, Umber and Bolton had reached an accord. Duke Eddard's toast was succinct yet hearty, prompting cheers from the assembly as they indulged in a feast of food and drink. Allow me to introduce Sir Beric Dondarrion, Lord Nor, Gendry, and Locke, I proclaimed. Beric and Nor have accompanied Domeric on this journey, although they have been assisting me at the estate. Gendry and Locke are my guards. A pleasure to meet you all, and welcome to Winterfell. Jon Snow smiled politely, tearing off a piece of roasted pig's trotter. You have guards? Lord Bolton treats you well. Not at all. These are merely my loyal sentinels, earned through my own wit and labor. I feigned indifference, my focus drawn to the ground, where Jon's dire wolf, Ghost, was utterly captivating, its fluffy white coat and bright red eyes blinking adorably. I offered it some milk from my plate, clearly more intrigued by it. May I hold it for a few days? It is simply enchanting. How peculiar. The last time someone tried to touch it, they were bitten. It seems unafraid of you. Nor does it show any aggression. Jon proudly boasted of his dire wolf. The earlier envy in his tone now vanished. This is an ice wolf. They can grow larger than a pony, fierce yet cunning. I surmised, perhaps it recognizes kinship in us Snow, being of the same bloodline. I confidently declared. The wildling kin must have sensed my presence, right, little one? I scratched its head, or rather, its wolfish muzzle, coaxing it to blissfully close its eyes. As the revelry reached its peak, Great John rose from the long table. His hair was gray, his beard thick and twisted, towering at nearly 7 feet with muscles that bulged impressively. He whispered something to the Umber folk before clapping me on the shoulder, nearly causing me to choke. Hey, Snow Girl, they say you are the Oak Face. That which, is it true? His voice boomed, cutting through the din and drawing all eyes toward us. Indeed. I strained to raise my voice above the clamor. I apologize for cornering wildlings in your woods. I am Oak Face, but I am no witch. What a fierce reputation you have. Great John clapped my back with such force that it felt as though a giant had struck me. You know, I have several sons and many nephews, all quite formidable. Consider it, Snow. I gathered he was referring to bastards. Great John certainly had his fair share of Snow children. I must heed Lord Bolton, I exclaimed, for Roose Bolton had just acknowledged my presence at the door, yet the thought of calling him father was utterly preposterous. Huh, is he not truly fearsome? Roose stood upon the dais, fully capable of hearing your boisterous voice. Ah, yet perhaps Bolton relishes such a fearsome reputation. It merits contemplation. The oak-faced man is not one to be trifled with. I can sense that. Where is he, anyway? Away with you. He deftly slipped away, bellowing with laughter. I could feel the glimmering eyes in the distance, those of Arya and Bran. Surely, they would seek me out upon their return. Rickon was a mess, his face smeared with meat juices, while Sister Moden tended to him, wiping his mouth. Other Stark siblings had also heard Jon Snow's loud voice. I noticed Catelyn Tully casting several glances my way, likely observing me and Jon. However, she never met Jon's gaze, so I refrained from mentioning it to him. Eddard, too, was preoccupied, whispering with the vassals upon the dais. I surmised they were contemplating whether to acknowledge the bastards, yet Bolton would never consent to such a notion. The following morning, I participated in the boys' morning exercises in Winterfell, becoming acquainted with a few lads, though we ignored Theon. I then donned a dress and shawl to join Sister Moden's embroidery session. My stitching was rather mediocre, merely passable. Arya noticed Sister Moden embracing Rickon and leaned towards me, speaking in a hushed tone, her words tumbling out quickly. They say you are the oak-faced one. Is it true? You have bested the Wolf's Kiss, the Woodstub, the Snow Hunter, and other wild raiders. I have heard the soldiers speak of it. They consider you a spear wife. Indeed, I am a wild girl, dear, destined to be a spear wife, not a bastard. It is indeed me. I replied, offering a smile to the somewhat timid Sansa Stark. I apologize for startling you. A lady should be quiet and graceful, Sansa mustered the courage to assert, her azure eyes sparkling, her chestnut hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders, charming yet demure. But fret not, sister, you appear quite the picture of propriety, a virtuous young lady. Her smile was sweet. This is why I am here to embroider, sister. I responded with a smile, formally engaging in girlhood camaraderie with Sansa. But why do you wear the oak face? Arya inquired softly, quickly interjecting. May I join you? I have heard you possess several. I could wear another wooden mask, I wager father would approve, and I could have the smith craft one for me. It is because my birth father requested that I do not mar my face. I glanced at Jennifer, the steward's daughter. He said it would appear too unrefined. Indeed. That would be quite unfortunate. Sansa nodded in agreement, then admonished with the tone of a little lady. Arya, you cannot go. That would lack the decorum of a lady. Then her smile returned, radiant and graceful. You look splendid. It would be a pity to bear scars. I concealed the scar on my neck with a necklace. She could not see it. You are the true lady. I am Arya. Thank you. I admire the hue of your hair and the depth of your eyes, Sansa. I find myself envious, for my own complexion is not but shades of black and white, rather dull. I also offered a compliment, which interrupted the sisterly conflict. Perhaps you could dye a small tuft, say in crimson or gold. I wager that would be quite chic, suggested Jennifer. By the way, Domeric is your brother. Is he not? Yes, I scrutinized Jennifer's expression as a wicked smile suddenly curled at the corners of my lips. Are you taken with him? No, not I. It is Sansa. Where is the evidence? You previously stated your desire to kiss his eyes. We erupted into laughter, while Arya mumbled, fiddling with the sewing needle in her hand, poking at the silk fabric. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. It's mother. Quick, sit still. Lady Catelyn Tully has come to see me. The conclusion, Winterfell, Part 2. Chapter 1. The noble lords have ventured to the Wolfswood for a hunt. While Catelyn and I ascended to the breezy corridor on the second floor, I spied Bran peeking from the battlements. He blinked, then his little face withdrew. That mischievous child is climbing up and down again. Bran. Lady Catelyn glared in that direction, calling out futilely, come down. Catelyn fixated on the spot where Bran had vanished for quite some time before reluctantly shifting her gaze, letting out a sigh of resignation. Bran, that little sprite, flits about like a ghost beneath the shadows of clouds. Your child is quite spirited, my lady, I reassured her. Spirited to excess, Lyanna. You will understand once you become a mother. Your name is identical to Ned's mother. She managed a faint smile, though it did not seem to reach her eyes. I surmised it was my surname that reminded her of Jon Snow. A wife and a bastard can never truly coexist. I recalled Bethany Lyswell, who had long since been cremated, her ashes resting in the sacred grove of the Dreadfort. I can indeed empathize with her plight, were I in her position. Should my husband bring home an illegitimate child, it's conceivable that by the next dawn, both father and child could become mere corpses. Indeed, my lady, from the mountain clans. Lyanna Stark's mother was Lya Flint of the mountain clans. Yes, Lya. Good girl. You ought not to mention that name. Another troublesome child. Catelyn appeared somewhat melancholic. Yet she maintained her smile. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke again, her tone as if she were enduring some torment, akin to torture. What are your thoughts on Jon Snow? I perceive a certain harmony between you two. Truly harmonious, bastards with bastards, is it not? I discerned the implication in her words. No, I am unworthy. Jon's true identity is that of the son of ice and fire, a noble prince. Here, I alone am the genuine Snow. Originally, I was not. I had a mother, yet my sole belonging was taken from me by Roose Bolton. A wave of distress washed over me momentarily. Patience, Lya Snow. I reminded myself, this woman may resemble Bethany Lyswell, yet I am not a Stark bastard. He is a commendable swordsman. I offer an impartial and objective assessment. Catelyn rested her fingers upon my shoulder, and from the corner of my eye, I noticed her serene expression, reminiscent of Lisa Bolton, devoid of any emotion. Yet, she was not as she appeared. Her eyes were filled with anguish. He is the child of Ned, a diminutive for Eddard, who, alongside his brothers, would treat him well. In truth, Ned acknowledges him and may even beseech the king to legitimize him. It is highly plausible that he could be granted a fief. A promising future indeed. Their brotherly bond is one of affection. What are your thoughts on this? Arranging a lifelong destiny for a bastard must be a torment for Catelyn. I could see her visibly exhale after articulating this lengthy reflection, akin to a hunter who, having borne the weight of a heavy stag, finally casts it aside. In reality, I am aware that if Ned were to legitimize Jon, Catelyn would undoubtedly create an uproar. However, She must understand her husband. She appears mentally prepared for such a possibility, praying fervently to the Seven that such an eventuality does not transpire. Catelyn would certainly not wish to witness such a scenario. It is far too distressing. No, she is not a woman resigned to inaction, so Catelyn would prevent such matters from unfolding. In the narrative of her past life, she was not so gentle. Though inherently kind, she might well have forced Jon to depart and become a vassal of House Stark, yet she would never bestow upon him the Stark surname, which would disrupt the status of her own children. I fear it would require my father's consent, my lady. I carefully chose my words, being the daughter of the Dreadfort. I have heard of you, Lya. You have traveled to the Riverlands, to Seaguard, and have accompanied my brother. I am acquainted with many of your deeds, including your slaying of Roderick Greyjoy, the elder brother of Theon. Both Ned and I regard you as exceptionally brave. There are no finer maidens in the realm. When Jon Snow is not mentioned, Catelyn appeared significantly more at ease. If only you were suited for Robb, alas. Thank you for your kind words, I smiled warmly, interrupting her hesitation, and expressed my gratitude. She could not utter particularly cruel remarks. Perhaps such thoughts lingered in her mind, but they remained unspoken. I understood her sentiment, regrettably. I am a bastard. I also grasped her implication. She believed I could make my own choices, being a bastard with great courage. She was only aware of the terror that Roose Bolton instills, yet remained oblivious to his control. I have a number of supporters at the Bastardess Keep. I bear responsibilities, and I cannot allow those who follow me to become targets for Roose Bolton's wrath, for that would render me utterly powerless. Who would choose to follow me thereafter? Ah, she gazed at the overcast sky and sighed deeply. He ought to disappear. Apologies, she pressed her forehead, for she was not merely a wife, but also the Lady of Winterfell. In any case, engage in more discussions with him. We shall treat you well. I swear by the Riverlands and the North. She wished to refrain from mentioning Jon Snow of Winterfell, simply smiling as she declared, we shall arrange for other matters. I hope you come to enjoy Winterfell, Lya. She desired Jon to vanish, to be distanced, and undoubtedly, if Jon were to marry, he would indeed be far removed. I am fond of it, I sincerely expressed, and I also hold a deep affection for the Riverlands, particularly the Blue Fork and the Green Fork, my lady. Praising her homeland might bring a flicker of joy to the homesick daughter of House Tully. Thank you. If the opportunity arises, I shall regale you with tales of Riverrun. Regarding your marriage, we shall discuss it with your father. At the very least, it seemed that Catelyn Tully felt a modicum of comfort in her heart. Catelyn was a delicate woman, I knew, suited for tranquil days spent in the company of family. She and Eddard were each destined for others, likely never to unite. Yet alas, the whims of fate are ever capricious. Noble status brings not only power but also responsibility. Catelyn was originally to wed Brandon Stark, Eddard Stark's elder brother. But Brandon met his demise in King's Landing. Eddard, therefore, bore the heavy burden of avenging his father and brother, necessitating his marriage to Catelyn to forge an alliance. I pondered if, during their nights together, Catelyn ever recalled her childhood companion, the boy to whom she had given her first kiss. The Bolton family and I remained in Winterfell, invited to welcome the king's retinue. They likely believed that a reception by the Lord of the North and the most powerful vassal would befit the king's entourage. After all, they were already present. And this notion suited Roose Bolton's interests well. He possessed a keen understanding of Eddard Stark, the Duke. The Umbers? They are busy preparing for winter. They returned early. Lord Robb Stark, I am here to greet the heir of Winterfell. Good day. Greetings, Lyanna. Do you still find pleasure in this place? Indeed, my lord. May I be so bold as to inquire something? I locked my gaze with his, interrupting before he could speak. I am good friends with Lfryd Manderly. She mentioned that you have been ignoring her. Why is that? She deserves at least a response. Robb's mouth opened in surprise. He was evidently unprepared for my inquiry on Lfryd's behalf. Apologies. Ah, yes, you mean Lfryd, a good girl, but you see, in my position, I must always be cautious and maintain a certain distance. Otherwise, trouble may arise. Unlike his uncle Brandon, I cannot afford to be reckless. At the very least, grant her a reply. It is quite hurtful. You are a lord, my lord. I am the heir to a lord, he corrected. Very well, I shall clarify things. Not through messengers, but in person. He then furrowed his brow slightly. By the way, she is betrothed, is she not? To your brother, or am I mistaken? What? Are you concerned about rumors, or that you might steal my brother's girl? Such a notion is unfounded. There is no connection between us. If you feel uncomfortable, you may discuss it with my brother, my lord. It is a separate matter. As I gradually became acquainted with Robb, I realized he bore a striking resemblance to his father, affable, loyal, and steeped in honor. I was astonished to discover his vehement disdain for the matter of bastards. Well, perhaps not astonished. That was simply his nature. If I were to leave a woman with child, I would marry her, he stated emphatically. She shall not be the mother of a bastard. He glanced at my brother, lamenting that I could scarcely address John as my brother in person, as it displeased my mother and left everyone in discontent. What a tragedy. This certainly elucidates Rob's eventual fate. But what if you were already betrothed? I inquired, as I sipped a rather insipid herbal ale, generously unwatered by Winterfell, so bitter that I had to dilute it with at least a pot of water. Breaking off an engagement, the betrothed girl remains untouched and can wed again, Lya. I understand that an engagement signifies a union of families, a tighter bond, he mused, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Yes, I comprehend, but it is a grave error. Allowing another girl to bear a child is an unforgivable mistake that requires atonement. Rob asserted with unwavering conviction. Consider it. Familial ties can be mended, but how does one amend a life? Moreover, it affects the lives of two individuals, their honor, their identity. She and her child. At that moment, he truly embodied the essence of a knight, and I sighed at the boy's inherent goodness. What else could one do? He countered. If it were you, what choice would you make? I do not know. It is best not to father a child, I contemplated. As we engaged in light conversation on the ground floor of the keep, he had partaken of a little wine, and our dialogue flowed pleasantly, delving into intimate territories. I ought not to ask a lady such questions. Self-discipline is certainly paramount. Why do you think so? I probed further, intrigued. As most nobles typically disregard the existence of illegitimate offspring, he hesitated for a moment, reclining against the back of his chair, before finally speaking in a barely audible tone. They say, in the fateful spring of error, my father fell in love with a woman named Ashera Dane, sister of the legendary swordsmith Arthur Dane. My father had an affair with her, but later abandoned her, Rob recounted, taking a breath and offering a self-deprecating laugh. Subsequently, he returned from the Vale to Winterfell, marched south, and wed my mother, leading to my birth. Then, during the war, he killed Ashara's brother. The War of the Usurper left him no choice. Later, he ventured to Starfall, returning the sword Dawn, forged from the falling stars, to Ashara's brother. It is said that Ashera entrusted Jon Snow to my father, and that very night, she took her own life by drowning. Are you certain of this? I asked, intrigued. Father forbids us from discussing it. Yet I delved into the matter, as it pertains to Jon's lineage. I secretly inquired of others who accompanied my father to war, and they divulged the truth to me. I commanded them, threatening to make their lives difficult should they refuse. Fateful spring of error. It was indeed a fateful spring. I was born in that year. When the meeting of ice and fire transpired on that fateful night, and the doomed love of Eddard Stark took root and began to flourish. It is said that the tale of a song of ice and fire commenced at the end of summer. However, that is a misconception. The story had already begun to unfold during Eddard's youth, in the year of my birth, amidst a misplaced spring. As I listened to him take a deep breath, I envisioned a boy who had long idolized and cherished his father, grappling with the disillusionment upon learning of such matters. So, do you believe your father acted unjustly? If it were you, would you not break a girl's heart? Would you choose Ashera over oaths and battlefields? Indeed, it seems unjust. Rob pursed his lips and continued. I cannot inquire about this matter with him. I know it pains him deeply, and he must be utterly reluctant. He paused for a moment, then looked at me with unwavering determination. Yes, Lya, I would, since I am already betrothed and she carries my child. He instinctively slapped his knee, resolute and earnest, declaring, I would never tarnish my honor. I refuse to father bastards. If I were my father, I would wed Ashera. Did Rob believe he could surpass his father? And what if you were to lose your war? That will not happen. I shall bear the burden alone. I will find other ways to compensate House Tully. Unlike my father, who married my mother. Yet, Duke Hoster Tully only sought the Stark heir, Rob. Indeed, he pondered, but it could also be Robert Baratheon, the current king. There must be many ways. He spoke with unwavering conviction. I witnessed his determination to transcend his father. He would put an end to the regrets of his forebears and rectify their shortcomings, becoming the honorable man he aspired to be. In the days when Eddard would rest in the crypts of Winterfell, Rob would stand before his father's statue, proudly imparting the honor of House Stark to his own child. With dignity. It is rather presumptuous, the optimism of youth, exceedingly optimistic. He would require some painful lessons, lest he fail to become a worthy leader. The Riverlands are bordered by the Vale, the North, the Westerlands, the Reach, and the Crownlands. Hoster's aim was to reduce enemies and cultivate allies in his war-torn lands, focusing on the southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest of the Riverlands. For instance, the Westerlands, the North, and the Vale, where House Tully primarily sought assistance through marriage. reducing potential invaders. Compared to these regions, Storm's End is far too distant from the Riverlands. If Robb were Eddard, his approach would ensure the downfall of the usurper's war. I felt a pang of sorrow. This world is so bleak. Robb's heart is worthy of the North, not to perish at the hands of the petty. However, some things are simply that dire. I admire his resolve for the sake of the woman he loves, yet for the daughter of Harrenhal. I know such choices could doom the North. I firmly believe that you will adhere to your convictions. Indeed, should your mother hear this, she might reproach you for an entire day. Such words should not have reached my ears, I remarked with a smile, observing his expression, my smile unwavering. While internally I sighed, for I could have easily misconstrued your intentions as an inclination to share my bed, perhaps even suggesting that you desired to wed me. No, forgive me. I must have indulged too much. He covered his face with his hand, chuckling softly, resembling a scion of nobility, as the tension in his muscles eased. My apologies, it was my misstep. This topic is ill-suited for our discourse. You are indeed beautiful, and I hold you in high regard, Lya Snow. But I have heard from Catelyn that you are to become Jon's wife. Moreover, please keep the matter regarding Ashera confidential. What? Is it predetermined? It is hard to believe that Luth would acquiesce. In any case, my father's regrets have forged the tragedies of his progeny. Once calamity strikes, there is no escaping it. Rather than claiming he chose personal desires and love over duty, it is more accurate to say he forsook other responsibilities in pursuit of honor and duty. Such is the essence of the Starks. They thrive by honor and perish by it. My relationships with several other Starks have been steadily improving. I am a fitting confidant, an outsider, a natural-born daughter of another house, yet sufficiently empathetic. Conversely, my rapport with Theon is utterly dismal. We ignore each other, and I harbor no fondness for Greyjoy, who seems to believe I am responsible for his brother's demise, likely viewing me as the architect of his woes. He must be thinking that it is my fault that he has become a hostage. We have heard that the king's retinue has passed through Seven Town, drawing near, encountering the long-awaited Jory Castle and Stark's guards, as Winterfell plunges into a flurry of activity. You lot, are you the musicians? Good, come here. Even Lady Maya has been summoned to assist, as she attends to the musicians and players. I observed their bustle from the castle walls with a sense of tedium. Jon and a few lads were detained for a shave, and even Domeric couldn't escape. Arya dashed in and out, perpetually pursued by a maid intent on styling her hair, while Rickon struggled, clad in new attire, as a patient servant endeavored to clean his small face. Here, much like in the coastal cities, it lacks their warmth and lush vibrancy, yet it is home. Regrettably, the Dreadfort is not. It brings me sorrow. By the way, where is Bran? I turned my head just in time to see Bran's delicate visage appear before me, gazing at me with curiosity. Hello, Bran. Are you once again scaling new heights? I was startled by the elusive child, unable to suppress a smile. There are no heights for me here, he replied, lifting his small face. I can go anywhere. Then you must be well suited for adventures, I asserted confidently. You will travel to the Neck, venture beyond the Wall, visit the Islands of Stone, and explore Ashera. Bran shook his head. No, I shall be like the fearless Ser Balon, the Dawnbringer Arthur Dane, a splendid knight. I will go to King's Landing. The old nurse spoke of it, and Maester Luwin said I could. That's quite wonderful, I murmured, reminiscing about my companions from Hyjeong City and our youthful discussions about the legends of knights. Now, we have all scattered to distant corners of the world. I pondered, would you like to learn the art of swordsmanship? You could become an adventurous knight, traversing mountains to rescue the wild man's princess, forging peace between the North and the wildlings. You could venture into the fire-laden peaks of Valyria, unearthing the last tear of the Dragon King from the ashes. Or you might journey to the 5 forts of Edi, where the king proclaims himself the Son of Heaven, assisting him in safeguarding his people against the relentless onslaught of barbarism. Can I? He asked shyly, revealing himself to be a rather quiet child. I could see he had not engaged in much conversation. Yet, after all, a child is simply a child. Every place experiences its moments of tranquility. I surmise the old nurse must have told you that Winterfell was once engulfed in war a millennium ago, and blood flowed at Long Lake a century past. Yet now, all is serene here. However, there will always be places plagued by villains and monsters, and wherever you go, you shall find adventure. In the end, you could become a knight known throughout the realm. To wed the most charming maiden? His brows lifted, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, Indeed. Tales often feature a lady, the wild man's princess you mentioned? The wild man's princess would be encountered at the wall, perched upon Edu's shoulders, bearing the expectations of the three-eyed crow. Suddenly, I recalled the incident of him tumbling from the tower. In every knight's tale, there is always a lady, Bran. Let us play a game. His eyes widened. What game? I shan't play with you. You are a girl. Oh, who is it that said a lady must be part of the story? Do not be so quick to dismiss. This is a trial bestowed upon you by the Oak Face. You are the Oak Face, but you are not a knight. Only the knights of King's Landing can bestow knighthood, he retorted, recalling the old nurse's words. I am a knight of the North, I declared unabashedly. The knights of King's Landing are of the South. I battle the wildlings, uncover the relics of our ancestors, and protect many folk. I am a knight. When you become a knight in the South, you are a knight of the South. Only through my trial can you become a knight of the North. Then how shall I pass your trial? Deceiving a child is quite the effortless endeavor. I shall seek you out the day after the king arrives. Do not forget. I patted the boy's head. If you forget, you shall remain merely a knight of King's Landing. Third section. I truly adore White Fang, I confessed. Cradling the fluffy ice wolf, I gently stroked its fur. At that moment, Jon Snow and I sat facing each other in the training yard. The archery targets empty as everyone else was preoccupied. I noticed that the young man had shaved off his beard, presenting himself with a more vibrant demeanor. Lya. Jon fixed his gaze upon my face, unwavering, almost making me blush under his intense scrutiny. Finally, he spoke. I do not wish to marry. I understand. I replied softly. I do not wish to either. You see, Robb shall become the Warden of the North, the Duke of Winterfell. Bran and Rickon will be his vassals. Sansa and Arya will ascend to the status of noble women. He gazes at me, reminiscent of a lamenting lone wolf in this moment. Theon shall return to the Iron Islands, claiming dominion there. Yet, I, Catelyn, declare that Lord Eddard shall devise a means to legitimize you as his child. You shall possess lands and a future. Jon inhales deeply, and a profound silence envelopes us. But that is a gift from her, from the Starks. I am not a Stark, he murmurs, his chin resting against the weighted pommel of his sword. I can see the glum expression in his eyes. I am a bastard. A baseborn child, not a Stark. This inheritance does not belong to me. It is merely their pity. I do not wish to engage in this discourse. I find myself at a loss for words. The wind rustles the banners. The sigil of the dire wolf sways. If Jon Snow were to establish his own lineage, it would bear the emblem of a white wolf amidst the gray expanse, for the sigils of bastards often stand in stark contrast to those of legitimate houses. Much like how Blackfyre is a black dragon upon a red field, while the true Targaryens are represented by a red dragon on a black background, echoing their ancestral motto, fire and blood. When you arrived, I confess, he locked his gaze with mine, his eyes ablaze, his tone resolute. I have heard whispers of a girl named Snow. I beheld the Snow Girl. I saw you caress the white spirit. You possess martial prowess. You wield a sword with finesse, and your horsemanship is remarkable. I feel an uncanny resonance between us. I have even dreamt of you. As we spoke of the House of Snow, I envisioned you amidst the snow, and he paused, yet I grasped his meaning. The fervor of youthful affection often blossoms swiftly, only to fade just as rapidly. Now, the whiteness of snow haunts my dreams. Will the next girl he dreams of be kissed by fire-s red? I find myself apprehensive in his presence. He is the first man to candidly express such sentiments. I am not a passionate girl. I am the ice of Long Lake. Fearful of genuine emotions. I yearn for kinship, yet love? I remain uncertain. I fall silent, akin to a mute, fixating on the white steed as he continues to speak. I recall Jon from the tales of my previous life. Initially, he had not been so forthright with the audacious fire-kissed one. Yet, he inhaled deeply once more. You have a guardian, splendid indeed. I have heard you are called Oakface, that you hunt wildlings and beasts in the wilderness, much like a hunter of the long night. With bowstring as your lute and sword as your song. That is no grand feat. I merely know how to fight. You could as well, and you would surpass me, being stronger and more steadfast. The crux lies in the fact that you have proven yourself with courage and honor. And what of me? I am inconsequential. I have ventured little beyond Winterfell, and I have never seen the White Knife River. I stroke the white steed, gazing into its crimson eyes. I am 17, and you are 15. The future holds decades ahead. You can traverse many lands. This is my only solace, so feeble and powerless. I desire honor, he declared with unwavering certainty, and I know he still gazes at me. I know what I yearn for. I crave responsibility. I do not wish to remain ignorant, inconsequential, devoid of worth, of identity. I yearn for something profound. I aspire to embody honor itself. I wish to become a sentinel. My uncle shall arrive in Winterfell, and when he does, I shall join him. After much contemplation, I have resolved that Lord Eddard will respect the will of each individual. He shall acquiesce. He seeks my approval, desires my support, for we are remarkably alike, and yet I remain but a girl. A self-deprecating smile escaped me amidst the brisk wind as I candidly articulated my innermost thoughts, perhaps inspired by his forthrightness and our shared similarities, leading me to speak with uncharacteristic directness. Though my voice was barely audible, a flicker of trepidation arose within me towards this boy. You see, John, everyone regards my marriage with utmost seriousness, save for myself. Must I sacrifice my autonomy for Snow, to wed a disfigured, aged, and crippled man who treats stables as his quarters and brawls with his own kin? Or for a daughter, a mere inconvenience, an illegitimate child? Should I allow my weary father to dictate my fate, becoming a pawn in the hands of others, yielding and submitting, obedient as a dog? I am acutely aware of his gaze upon me, and in a moment of despair, I uttered, perhaps I should have perished at the age of 7. She ought to have survived. My existence lacks significance, yet hers holds great meaning. If only she had not ventured to the terrifying fortress, had she come to Winterfell instead, none of this turmoil would have transpired. Yet, it is I who remains. Naturally, John could not grasp the full extent of my sentiments, but I believed emotions transcend understanding. With a deep sigh, I tenderly cradled the tiny white dire wolf against my cheek. I would not be angered by your aversion to marriage, for I am like the aquatic grasses of Long Lake, flowing with the current. No, you are not, he interjected. Allow me to finish. I despise being interrupted. Listen, I shall not gaze at you with adoration, nor will I cheer for you. We each hold our own values and circumstances. I am aware that you have your own path to tread. I pondered how best to articulate my thoughts to this youth. Yet, I sense that you do not comprehend the weight of responsibility, John. It is far too burdensome. You yearn to fill the void within your heart. Envisioning that at the wall, you might stand tall. However, the wall is not as you imagine. The Night's Watch is rife with scoundrels and rogues. Nevertheless, one aspect rings true. The burden of the Night's Watch remains unchanged, a weight borne through the millennia, a weight of humanity. In conclusion, you must go, you belong there, and they require you. No matter how painful or disillusioning it may be, you must persevere. Perhaps I have acquiesced to that prophecy, as well as to a heart that craves affirmation. We remained silent, and I recognized that I had lost my composure, uttering words that only familiarity with the narrative could inspire. Such a transgression. John contemplated my words, and after a moment, he spoke. Yes, you are right. I shall endure. I must go. Only you understand me. I will watch over you all, he softly declared, uttering our shared surname, Snow. I shall watch over everyone. Bringing honor for a lifetime, I can achieve that. Do you speak those words because we share a mutual plight? I inquired after a prolonged silence. No, I truly harbor feelings for you, though his voice lacks naturalness, and I am undeniably plagued by unrealistic delusions. Please, just leave Ling to me. If only for a moment. I implored helplessly, wishing to avoid his gaze, uncertain of how to confront this resolute youth. I longed for solitude, preferring to let Ling remain, for he surely grasped the implications of my words. Perhaps it was due to our similarities, he mused wistfully, which led me to believe I was fond of you. How insufferable he is, utterly tiresome. I am well aware of the choice Jon Snow will make. He is the prophesied one, and some matters are inescapably predetermined. Nonetheless, I felt a flicker of disappointment when Jon initially declared his unwillingness to marry me. After all, one is prone to vanity, and the sting of rejection is never pleasant. His admission of affection provided me with considerable satisfaction. I am indeed a wicked girl. To be candid, I found myself smitten. When he was still Snow, I could have easily ensnared him. Then I would devise a plan to unveil his true identity, for he is likely the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna Targaryen. We could seek out Daenerys' dragons, and I could ascend to dominion over the 7 kingdoms. My progeny might enjoy the honors of lordship, for I am confident that Eddard protected his children too well. I could certainly manage him. Faced with a youth of little experience, I could accomplish this through the fervor and desires of youth. Yet, I hesitate, genuinely reluctant. I do not wish to toy with another's heart. I do not aspire to soar on dragon wings, though the vision is captivating. It belongs to the Targaryens, not to me. The daughter of the Dreadfort. How timid I am. How humble. How could I ever aspire to such grand endeavors? Thus I recoiled. I am always this way, an indifferent killer on the battlefield, yet once I shed my armor, I become a despondent wretch, just as Domi describes. My brother is right. I am indeed a glum creature. I am destined to remain in the Dreadfort, a coward at heart, content merely to live well, hoping for Domi's well-being, and wishing for everyone to thrive, while I drive Roose Bolton to his wit's end. I am Snow, the daughter of the Dreadfort. What more could I possibly desire? Of course, there is another small reason. Rumor has it that the firstborn of House Targaryen bears a striking resemblance to their mother. Furthermore, should one bear a true dragon of the Targaryens, it is said that childbirth will inevitably lead to a harrowing demise, much like that of Daenerys's and Jon's mother. So, let us dismiss that notion. Indeed, a perilous demise? Absolutely not. Fourth segment. On the day the king arrives, I stand at the rear, beside Jon Snow, his expression stoic, clearly resolute in his decision. We are positioned outside the eastern gate, with Roose Bolton and Domeric Bolton flanking House Stark, exchanging pleasantries with the king and his family. Hey, Oakface. I felt a small object jab at my waist. Upon grasping it, I discovered a delicate hand, and I pulled its small owner before me. It was Arya. Her cheeks flushed, adorned with a guard's helmet, the origin of which remains a mystery. Wearing a helmet? Whom do you intend to challenge among the King's Guard? I jested. Let me take a wild guess. Fearless Barristan? She shook her head, declaring, I cannot best him. It's quite simple. I have already resolved to rally my own companions to uphold justice. Ah, and whose justice do you seek to champion? Is it that of Nymeria? Here. Nymeria refers not to the queen herself, but rather to her direwolf. You are correct. That hardly seems fair, given your fondness for Lady White. While you have yet to embrace my Nymeria, she affirmed her quest for justice, insisting, even if you were to become Jon's. No, Arya, I am not, I replied patiently. I wish to journey far away. Your brother cannot wait for me, as he seeks even greater horizons. I do not believe it. You two are remarkably alike. Jon grinned mischievously, playfully obscuring Arya's eyes with his helmet. I am not her brother, Lyanna, he teased. You ought to venture ahead. Arya expressed her preference to remain with us, envisioning us together confronting wildlings, mammoths, and giants. However, within mere seconds, Septa Mordain removed the helmet and ushered her to the forefront. We beheld the banners of the crowned stag and the golden lion fluttering in the breeze. Contrary to Lord Roose Bolton's expectations, there were not many banners of the Stormlands nobility. The ranks were filled primarily with lesser lords, sworn knights, and free riders. I surmised that the king had abandoned them to the south, perhaps deeming them unworthy of grand displays. Or perhaps the harsh northern climate deterred many from coming. I spotted the corpulent King Robert, whose voice boomed as he embraced Eddard, engaging in pleasantries. My gaze shifted to others. The queen's forced smile was so transparent even the whites could discern it. She was resplendent in her regal beauty, a true queen in appearance. Among her golden-haired children, Joffrey was handsome, Tommen a cherubic delight, and Myrcella exuded an innocence that made one wish to hold her close forever. Her golden curls appeared exceedingly soft. I recognized the King's Guard, among them Ser Alice Karstark, whom I had encountered years ago in the port city. There was also Ser Boros Blunt, a portly man with bow legs and an unremarkable visage, seemingly weak enough to be easily bested, alongside Ser Meryn Trant, whose cold demeanor suggested he was a formidable opponent. Only Ser Jaime Lannister resembled the legendary image of the King's Guard. I had certainly heard of the Kingslayer's infamous reputation. Yet I understood he was not as dreadful as his moniker suggested. Frankly, it seemed that among this cadre of Kingsguard, only the Kingslayer and the fearless Barristan truly embodied the essence of legend. This assembly of visitors to King's Landing was remarkably fragrant. The chill of Winterfell had dulled my sense of smell, rendering it nearly useless amidst the monotonous cold. Yet, at this moment, I detected the opulence that wafted from the shores of the bay and the free cities, various perfumes from Dorne's dates to the wildflowers of Dothraki. Their garments were lavish, crafted from velvet and exquisite furs. I had intended to don attire of equal grandeur, yet I was prohibited from doing so, as it would betray propriety and the hierarchies of rank. Bastards, looked down upon like dogs. It is evident to me that King Robert harbors a certain disdain for Lord Roose Bolton. I have heard that during the War of the Usurper, Roose suggested to Robert the execution of the fearless Balon Greyjoy, which greatly displeased the straightforward king. Thus, while Robert may maintain a fade of politeness, he likely perceives Roose as a considerable threat. Their embrace was brief, in stark contrast to the genuine warmth the king displayed towards Domeric. His smile more sincere in that instance. Shortly thereafter, the king and the duke departed, presumably to engage in private discourse, likely descending into the crypts, as Jon explained. For the king may be acquainted with other Stark ancestors, such as Robb's uncle and grandfather. Perhaps, but based on the memories from my past life, I suspect his visit was primarily to pay homage to Lyanna Stark. The two Boltons were conversing with Jaime Lannister, while Domeric appeared exceedingly reserved, undoubtedly influenced by the chivalric ideals and rumors that instilled in him a deep-seated contempt for oath-breakers and regicides. What should one do at this juncture? I observed the duke's kin and the royal family engaging in pleasantries, while the diminutive Tyrion Lannister seemed to have wandered off, likely seeking companionship at the Winterstown market. As per the narrative of the series, "Come, let us spar," I declared decisively. "We are not worthy to linger in the presence of royalty. I shall change into my armor." "Are you serious?" he inquired, his brow furrowed in a rather comical fashion. "Armor is essential, Jon. It is a skill to master. For in battle, you will find your limbs sluggish beneath its weight. Are you prepared to ascend the wall?" "You know nothing, Jon Snow. I have trained in armor. You are the one lacking understanding." The lists were empty except for us, as we were the only superfluous souls present. Instead of wielding a two-handed sword, I opted for a longsword. I employed the techniques of the Riverlands, blending defense with offense, parrying and countering. Jon, accustomed to the straightforward tactics of the North, stumbled through his moves, and soon his head bore the marks of my strikes. "What trickery is this?" "This is no trick. Mind your grip," I succinctly instructed, relishing the simplicity of our exchange, reminiscent of the tournaments at Harrenhal, devoid of embellishments, only sweat and steel clashing. "Give it a try. Watch me demonstrate." Jon learned quickly, even faster than I, possessing the potential to become a legendary knight. My reactions paled in comparison, and soon we found ourselves evenly matched. We whirled our long swords like windmills, lifting our blades from our shoulders, attacking while defending, evading each other's thrusts, aiming for weaknesses. The clang of steel resonated, the bouts often concluding within mere exchanges. For true swordplay is strikingly swift. At times, we struck each other simultaneously, as if mortally wounding one another. Other times, our swords would cross, closing the distance, each equally matched, as we endeavored to unbalance the other. Swordsmanship is never elegant. I favor the practical. "Wait, my hair is loose. Just a moment." Breathless, I gathered my disheveled locks and tied them back into a small bun, ensuring nothing would impede my movements. Jon had just been thrown to the ground by me when I noticed his unwavering gaze fixated behind me. What could it be? I turned around. Roose Bolton was staring silently, his eyes like ice. The king and Duke Eddard were also observing us, along with a throng of onlookers behind them. I inhaled deeply. I had landed myself in grave trouble. I was utterly unaware of the whereabouts of the crypt, nor did I know how this group had approached. I had assumed they would head to the hall, yet they had wandered directly to us. Roose Bolton's stare sent shivers down my spine. Based on my previous interactions with Domeric, it was undeniable that any slight approach I made toward anyone would be perceived by him as a sign of debauchery. Suspecting I was deliberately drawing close to the stark bastard. Wait, no, there was more than one gaze upon me. Cautiously, I turned my gray eyes and spotted another individual fixated on me. It was the Queen, Cersei Lannister. I could discern the hatred simmering in her eyes. It was perplexing. I had not provoked her, nor had I witnessed the unsavory deed she and her brother had engaged in, nor had I pressed her precious Joffrey into the mud. Why was she regarding me with such disdain? Jon and I approached the throne, kneeling on one knee before His Majesty. After all, clad in armor, adopting feminine etiquette would appear rather peculiar. "Proceed. You may continue. You are performing admirably, and I can do even better." Robert Baratheon's ready. Rotund face broke into a boisterous smile, reminiscent of times past. "Continue, my lord," Duke Eddard Stark interjected, aware of the friendship shared between him and the king. "The feast." "Your Majesty, everyone is waiting." "Indeed. A meal," Robert replied. "You may resume later or even tomorrow." He scrutinized my face, his bejeweled hand patting the shoulder of the Duke of Winterfell. "Is this little girl your daughter?" "I hadn't heard you had such a bastard, Ned." Ned was a diminutive for Eddard. "This is my blood, Your Majesty," Roose Bolton stated calmly. "I believe Lyanna Stark has no connection to the Duke." The boy beside her. Eddard averted his gaze. The Duke of Winterfell possessed deep brown, nearly black hair and deep gray eyes. He seemed to be around 35, yet his face appeared aged. It must be noted that in the South, many of his age looked scarcely different from those in their 20s. He pondered for a moment before continuing. "The boy beside her, Jon Snow, is my bastard, as I mentioned to you years ago, Your Majesty." His tone was exceedingly serene, nearly matching Bolton's detached demeanor. I still could not believe that someone like him would have a bastard. "Yes, Jon, Robert lowered his voice, as we discussed in the crypt, Ned, regarding another Jon. You remember his name, do you not?" He was likely referring to Jon Arryn, who had sent Eddard to be his hand. The Hand of the King. A title that sounds melodious, yet proves to be challenging in practice, elicited from Eddard a reluctant smile, perhaps indicative of his contemplation. "I shall confer with Catelyn, Your Majesty." "Ah, so you are a daughter of House Bolton?" Robert Baratheon boomed, dismissing the hesitations of his old acquaintance. "This hardly resembles you, my lord. Observe how your daughter wields a sword, far from your devious nature. My ancestors were not devoid of valor, Your Majesty, Roose Bolton articulated calmly. Yet there were also those who were recklessly mad. She is a fine specimen. She must at least have a more formidable husband. What arrangements have you made for her marriage? Robert Baratheon inquired, crossing the line into personal affairs rather than matters of state, for the king ought not to meddle. In truth, as long as no calamity arose, the king should remain silent. The lord governs his own lands. The liege lord addresses the concerns between lords, and the king manages the conflicts among liege lords and lords. Aside from laws, adjudication, and the occasional appointments, the king should not interfere in his vassals' domestic arrangements unless there exists a legitimate cause. This is not the Eastern notion of royal authority, nor the absolute monarchy of Louis XIV France. There are no arrangements, Your Majesty, Roose Bolton replied succinctly. She is a bastard, inherently contemptible. Who would desire such a spouse? However, the king, despite his discomfort, commanded sufficient respect. One cannot truly refuse a monarch. I disagree, the king asserted simply, removing a ring from his finger. Go. Draft a letter. Ned, where is your scribe? Let him write that this girl shall henceforth be known as Lya Bolton. Ah, that bears your mother's name, Ned. The king turned his gaze to Roose Bolton. You do not object, do you, Bolton? It is merely a girl, nothing of great consequence. Identity is predetermined by birth. Your Majesty, though this is within your prerogative. Roose Bolton remained as composed as ever, deeming it unnecessary to oppose the king in such matters. Moreover, perhaps Bolton welcomed this, for it would enhance his value. I was bewildered. What jest is this? Just like that, I became a Bolton? The rotund king before me, with a mere flippant remark, altered my identity. Surely something unknown had transpired. I thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty, I stammered in confusion. Yet it was Demeric's grasp on my hand that pulled me from the fog of my thoughts. Robert smiled at Jon Snow. Males hold far greater importance, particularly regarding inheritance. We must deliberate on this matter. I know, Jon, legitimization will be arduous. I glanced at Jon, who bore an impassive expression. I do not know, I murmured softly, uncertainty lacing my words. Jon offered a comforting, albeit strained, smile. Congratulations, Lady Bolton. I looked at him, feeling somewhat lost. I truly did not fathom why. I could comprehend how one, witnessing another escape from shared affliction, might feel abandoned in the mire alongside Snow. Such a sentiment must be disheartening. I gazed deeply into his eyes. I am a bastard, you see, and I thought you understood. Your father will meet you shortly. Dami's voice echoed as the king and the duke departed. He whispered to me, listen, despondent one, I just overheard something that could be pivotal. Just moments ago, King Robert and Duke Eddard were conversing, and while observing you and Jon spar, he remarked upon your resemblance to Lyanna and Eddard in their youth. Long hair, tall stature. He could hardly tear his gaze away. I looked at him, incredulous that this was the crux of the matter. Suddenly, I grasped the extent of Queen Cersei Lannister's disdain for me. She loathed Lyanna, the woman who had captured both Rhaegar and Robert's hearts, with a bitterness that ran deep. Lyanna had drawn the affections of the man Cersei desired. She possessed all that Cersei lacked. Thankfully, Lyanna was gone. Yet here I was, stepping into the light. This meant that Robert, while mourning at Lyanna's crypt, had seen my similar silhouette and been reminded of the past, Brandon, Eddard, and Lyanna. Thus, through a twisted sense of affection, he might wish to legitimize me as a Bolton. Could it truly be so simple? Or was it that Eddard Stark's reluctance to immediately accept the hand of the king spurred Robert to meddle with the powerful northern lords, creating complications to alleviate Eddard's burdens? As a subtle hint and encouragement, the king ought not to interfere with his vassals, yet legitimizing bastards falls within royal prerogative, serving as a reminder to Eddard Stark that King Robert has not forgotten their old camaraderie, nor his profound memories of Lyanna. The Northern Protector should not overlook this. It is time to act, old friend. The hand of the king is an inescapable fate. I believe myself insignificant. For the king, legitimizing my status posed no challenge, especially since Roose Bolton had acknowledged me as his daughter. Thus, should he desire it, he could easily proceed. The status of a noblewoman naturally bestows certain advantages. From the narrative arc I was familiar with, noblewomen, particularly unmarried ones, tended to suffer the least. Society commonly overlooked women, manipulating marriage to control their inheritance rights. It could be said that the status of a legitimate daughter serves as a protective charm. As long as I drew breath, there would always be opportunities. I sensed my father's discontent, and Dami reminded me with a warm smile as he embraced me tenderly. You have always been my sister, from day one. You were my sister. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew, he murmured softly. I shall be the one to lead your wedding procession. I will take your hand and present you to your beloved. I have a gift for you, "Dear sister Lyra." That comforting sensation compelled me to close my eyes. Suddenly, I heard a commotion behind me. Jon Snow had risen unsteadily from the ground, stumbling and looking quite disheveled. "I must check on Jon," I said to Dami. I tried to extricate myself from my brother's embrace, but he held me fast. Jon must have been crying. He yearned for Robert and the other Starks to speak to him in such a manner. His true love was correct. He understood little of the world. "Go on," he consoled, smoothing my hair. "Hasten to don the Bolton dress. Don't forget the sigil. I will tell Jon of your struggles and sacrifices." "I know, Lyra. You have endured much, my despondent one." In that fleeting moment, my eyes brimmed with tears, and he gently wiped them away, tapping my forehead. I found myself at a loss for words, suddenly transformed into a legitimate daughter. I was acutely aware that others might not regard me as a proper child of wedlock. They would gossip and maliciously speculate about my situation. Despite my tireless efforts and desperate struggles, I felt powerless against the sweeping hand of the king. What could I possibly say? Regardless, my brother was there, grasping my hand, alleviating my fears and concerns about being discarded for my perceived worthlessness, awakening beside a stranger. I wiped away my tears. Second section, I understood that the banquet would be exceedingly formal, demanding considerable effort in preparation, signifying that my meeting with Lord Roose Bolton could not be postponed. No matter the sentiment, I had to fulfill my responsibilities, otherwise I would face dire consequences. I donned a deep reddish-brown velvet gown, its hue reminiscent of dried blood. This exquisite garment had been crafted by a master tailor from White Harbor, perfectly tailored to accentuate my shoulders and collarbone, which I admired for their delicate beauty, unmarred by the broad muscles of a swordswoman. Around my alabaster neck rested a choker of the same color as my gown, concealing my scars. The deep gray corset felt slightly constricting, requiring some adjustment, while a silver chain adorned my chest, featuring 2 pale blue sapphires, carefully selected by Wilfred from the Eastern Slave Bay, their craftsmanship exquisite with foreign, gentle patterns along the edges. I purchased the sapphires without hesitation. I draped a matching gray shawl over my bare shoulders, for the air outside was quite chilly. The vibrant red brooch, fashioned in the shape of a skinned man, was strikingly conspicuous, fastening the shawl to my chest. I was now a lady, and as I gazed into the mirror, I beheld a woman from the north, slender and graceful. Yet my complexion appeared too pallid. I needed to apply makeup and attend to my hair. Wilfred had taught me several hair braiding techniques, along with how to adorn myself with earrings and bracelets. Oh, there was so much to do. I had previously doubted my ability to grace the halls of the banquet. I do not deny my disdain for Lord Roose Bolton and my nostalgia for Sara. Yet, I still felt a glimmer of joy. The shackles of being a bastard were numerous, and a moment of respite was enough to move me to tears of gratitude. Thus, I found that I no longer harbored animosity towards Robert, and I would no longer secretly refer to him as the fat fool, even though his affections lay with Lyanna. Once my preparations were complete, I gracefully strolled through the courtyard of Winterfell. The banquet's schedule resembled a grand ceremony. As esteemed guests, each noble would enter the hall from beyond the outer walls. I knew the great hall had been newly adorned to reflect the royal stature. Lord Roose Bolton, as frigid as the snowflakes surrounding him, awaited my arrival. As I approached, he turned to appraise me, seemingly satisfied with my attire. Northerners did not require particularly vibrant colors. I noticed the guests from King's Landing were adorned in striking blues, golds, and vivid reds. Perhaps one day I would dare to try such hues, but not today. "Do you comprehend what my daughter signifies, you bastard?" He spoke with a calm demeanor, engaging in a self-dialogue, suggesting that for Snow, he might turn a blind eye, allowing an escape to distant lands. However, regarding his daughter, he warned that should I dare to defy his decision, I would face a fate most gruesome. Not merely stripped of garments, but flayed alive, displayed for all at the gates of Terror Fortress. "I acknowledged my lineage, my lord," I replied with composure. As the illegitimate offspring of Terror Fortress, devoid of father or mother. His lips trembled, seemingly on the verge of uttering something else, yet he ultimately refrained. And I discerned that his forthcoming words were not those he initially intended. "You are no longer as you once were. You now possess a claim to Terror Fortress, which is no trifling matter. Since the king has taken a liking to you, go and share his bed, depart with him, never to return to the north. And do not wed into any northern family. Should you dare cross Neckwater, I shall see to your end." I understood his implication. He held no trust in me. Fearing I might harm his cherished legitimate son, apprehensive that I could afford other families the opportunity to meddle with Terror Fortress, I had become the rightful heir. Positioned directly after Domeric in the line of succession, and finding a pretext to incite discord would not pose a challenge for me. Merely asserting that Domeric was of another's blood would suffice. I had managed numerous affairs, and the denizens of Terror Fortress recognized me. If I so wished, I might not even require an army. Between his beloved Terror Fortress and myself lay merely a vial of poison or a convenient excuse. Such is the nature of claiming rights. Once Roose Bolton meets his demise, I could easily seize Terror Fortress for myself or my progeny, while other families could seek to control me, plotting against Terror Fortress through my identity. He would never afford any northern family such an opportunity. Thus, I must journey southward, creating distance, enhancing the influence of Bolton, and averting any complications regarding the inheritance of Bolton. The southern nobility ascending to claim ownership of Terror Fortress? An impossibility. Not only would they be unable to cross Neckwater, but they would also face foreign adversaries, for northern nobles are inherently exclusionary. In summary, he desired me to become an outsider, ensuring the security of the inheritance to Terror Fortress. Yes, my lord, I shall take my leave, I uttered humbly. No need for humility, he replied. Very well, I shall depart. Roose Bolton, what should I call you? Count. His pale gray eyes scrutinized my face. As you wish, I remarked. Having underestimated the cunning of an illegitimate child, I had not anticipated your ability to scheme to such a degree. Performing for the king? So, wildling, pray tell. What thoughts do you harbor regarding your future husband, given your penchant for deception? I responded succinctly, my lord. May I return to attend to the matters of the estate and its inhabitants? After all, Roose Bolton does not trust my people, so why not? His tone was so nonchalant, as if merely appraising my shawl. That land and estate belong to me. Regardless of your marital status, you may take with you those who wish to accompany you, and a portion of the funds, to serve as your dowry, but you are not to return to the north. Speak of your husband, wildling. I understand that this is not merely his way of caring for me. Rather, it is a performance for others to witness. To make the ox toil in the fields, one must first ensure it is well fed. With his illegitimate daughter assisting him so profusely, lacking even a dowry or additional hands, he risks losing the willingness of others to labor for him in the future. Thank you, my lord, I replied monotonously. I wish to first visit King's Landing before contemplating the matter of a husband. Be swift, depart before I reach the ominous fortress. You may either attempt to seize the castle and confront the Northern Alliance or seek refuge in the king's embrace. Do not allow me to find you. Go. You are to take the arm of Tyrion Lannister, the imp and the bastard. I curtsied, my demeanor serene. Suddenly, I was no longer Jon Snow. In this moment, I was acutely aware of the closeness between King Robert and Duke Stark. His actions would undoubtedly raise suspicions in Roose Bolton. He did not desire my presence at the castle, and perhaps even contemplated that in the future, it might become Jon Snow's domain. Thus, I must depart, and I willingly embrace the notion of leaving my stifling homeland. My visions of the south are exceedingly bright. The coastal city resembles a splendid dream, and I am eager to chase that dream. Farewell, ominous fortress, for now. The abrupt shift in my identity must have tormented the steward of Winterfell, as this was not a matter resolvable by merely adding a pair of forks and a seat. Fortunately, I had studied etiquette and was well acquainted with the necessary protocols. In the line outside, I sought out familiar faces and finally spotted Tyrion Lannister. He was an unattractive little imp, clad in impeccably tailored velvet adorned with red and gold trim, the roaring Lannister lion emblazoned on his chest, rendering his diminutive stature all the more comical. I bestowed upon him a smile and took his hand, a wave of alcohol and cheap perfume washing over me. Ah, men, surely my expression shifted at that moment. I have an aversion to the more base qualities of masculinity. Those who cannot govern themselves are akin to beasts. Within the estate, one must endure for the sake of leadership, as one's emotions and demeanor may incite speculation among subordinates. However, such concerns need not apply here. Do I smell unpleasant? He looked up at me, blinking. Not particularly well. My Lord Tyrion, I apologize for that, though his tone held no trace of genuine remorse. Even if I adorned my head with 100 flowers, I would still reek, destined by nature to be less than fragrant. His words reminded me of the fowl, but at least it was not a foul creature beside me. What more could I desire? He is Tyrion, and I ought to recognize the nature of the man. It is I who should apologize, not out of disdain for you, but for my aversion to men who lack self-control, to the sense of wine and women, my Lord Tyrion. I responded, calmly and gently. In contrast to innate flaws, learned vices may be more readily accepted by the dwarf, and the infamous little demon is notorious from Dorne to the north for his indulgences. That seems quite fair, Tyrion said with satisfaction. Men are inherently incapable of restraint. To expect us to maintain purity is as futile as my desire for my sister to freely kiss my cheek. If a girl were to do so, then surely the 7 gods would be napping, and the fishbone tree would have collapsed. That is somewhat irreverent. The old and new gods, they remain indifferent to my words. This tone is indeed ironic. It seems Tyrion is in a fit of pique, though what transpired between them remains a mystery. He awkwardly tugged at his golden locks, conceding, well, I should not address a lady in such a manner. I ought to stand beside my brother, accentuating his grandeur, yet that northern fellow advised me to make a minor alteration and shift my position. This cannot be held against me. Had I known earlier, I would have been more attentive. I politely remarked, it is my fault. I am yet unable to navigate social nuances with ease. Truth be told, he is rather charming, with sharp features and eyes of considerable allure, although his hairstyle leaves much to be desired. Now let us speak of you. I am Tyrion Lannister. You are already acquainted with my name. He scrutinized my visage, his brows arching. Those eyes belong to the Boltons of Harrenhal. I have not heard of a daughter among the Boltons. Might you be his niece? Lady Lyanna Bolton. My lord, I am indeed his daughter, recently recognized by royal decree. However, I am merely a bastard. No amount of royal parchment can alter that fact. I spoke with an air of detachment, as if the king's document were merely a napkin, devoid of any legitimacy. Cheer up, he nudged my thigh playfully. If the king had granted me a decree that would elevate my stature by a few feet, I would perform as a jester for him, yet such fortune eludes me. A dwarf as a jester? He mocked himself. I must disagree. I find great delight, my lord. No, you are not pleased. Never mind. I am not adept at offering comfort, he murmured gloomily. My sister has yet to appear. I have heard tales of your skinning practices. Is that true? Currently, we are engaged in stripping hides, and we possess a small chamber adorned with exquisite human skins. We operate a shop in White Harbor. With clientele as distant as the Summer Isles, our craftsmanship is exceptional, and the quality of our furs is unparalleled. Then I must add an item to my travel list. White Harbor skinning, a millennia-old craft. In that case, I ought to sail directly back to King's Landing, he mused. A journey from White Harbor is not urgent, is it? I have a share in the leatherworking shop in White Harbor. Lord Roose Bolton once dismissed it, but I assured him it serves as a fade. If we develop our traditions in other directions, we might evade suspicion of pursuing the ancient paths. Our reputation is quite esteemed. Some genuinely believe our skinning and leatherworking skills are top-notch. The banquet has yet to commence, and we continue to await the arrival of that Lannister sister. Do you have any stories to share? Speak, for the current atmosphere is dreadfully dull. Do you recall the Greyjoy Rebellion? Around the year 290, I was in the port city of Sea's End. I responded, knowing it was a shared experience between Tyrion and myself, ripe for conversation. Ah, the Greyjoy Rebellion, Tyrion reminisced. That night, the noise outside was so disruptive that I could not read. I was halfway through the prince that was promised, and being unable to read put me in a foul mood. Then I leaned over the balcony railing and witnessed the second sun, not in the sky, but in Lannisport, where the Ironborn burned our ships, thus saving my candles. He lifted his gaze and smiled. I had previously consulted my father regarding the port, yet the days of tranquility had lingered too long. My elderly uncle had set sail and remained absent, leaving few knowledgeable about maritime affairs. Consequently, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in such discussions, and instead instructed me to clean the latrines, warning that should he discover even a hint of stagnant water, I would be compelled to drink it. I recall attending a lecture by Lord Damon, reminiscing about those years, a smile unconsciously gracing my lips. It was one of the rare moments of joy from my childhood. A bothersome child had once remarked that the Lannisters possessed a little imp capable of devouring the Ironborn fleet in a single bite. Could I? He raised his brows, scrutinizing me. By your logic, I ought to become the Minister of Naval Affairs, for I would have quelled the rebellion. And my older sister should kiss my robe in gratitude. I surmise you have experienced the Battle of the Bay of Seawolves. Indeed, I replied, though I was but a child then, hiding in the rear, listening to the shouts and cries from the front, filled with dread. I fear it was not merely listening. You had stabbed me twice. That voice sounded familiar, aged and weathered, unmistakably belonging to Roderick Greyjoy. I turned my head and was taken aback by the sight of the man with uneven stubble. His face bore at least 5 scars, his long hair cascading untamed. Clad in black chainmail, a long sword hung at his side, and a bow rested on his back. He bore a striking resemblance to Theon Greyjoy, albeit with a more rugged countenance. He always emanated a heavy scent, which now was no longer of salt and sea, but of wind and frost. I could almost envision him trudging through the snow, now a seasoned night's watchman. It had indeed been a long time since we last met. And despite my poor impression of him, I inclined my head and offered a faint smile. It has been a while, Roderick Greyjoy. What should I call you? Roderick spat on the ground. The Black Cloaks, the Rangers, Oath Brothers, the Brothers in Black, beggars, call me as you wish, lass. You led me to this frigid borderland. I thought I would never see you again. I imagined your expression if I were to strangle you. By the gods, I never envisioned you growing into this. What do I look like? I retorted, feeling the urge to reclaim my salt mistress. Was this a compliment regarding my appearance? The Ironborn truly were peculiar. You came with Banyan Stark, I surmised, sensing familiarity in his cloak. Wait, does that mantle bear the sigil of Royce? Did you slay Waymar Royce? Indeed, Banyan Stark. I do not slay my dear, damned brother. I paid him the iron price. He could not defeat me, and this cloak is mine. Roderick Greyjoy was bluntly forthright. He even recalled the iron price. Your axe saved my life. I reckon we are even now, with your knives in my back. That greenskin lad is your paramour. Isn't he? Waymar, your wife is here. He called back. Night's watchman, look, Tyrion muttered. Your acquaintances are quite diverse, Lady Bolton. I bent down and patted Tyrion's shoulder, whispering, I am indeed a friend of the Night's Watch, including this Greyjoy before me. I could send 2 or 3 dozen men to the wall. He stuck out his tongue at me, and I chose to ignore him, turning to greet the newcomers with a smile, reminiscent of the farewells at the terrible fortress. Hey, Wyman, how have you been? Wyman appeared much steadier now. Gone was his former exuberance, replaced by an inscrutable depth in his gaze. I noticed he was missing one ear, and his fingers were concealed within his gloves. I realized he had at least lost 2 fingers. He pressed his lips together, a hint of shyness evident, perhaps feeling that his current appearance was rather disheveled. It's a pleasure to see you, Lyanna. They were likely attendants of Benjen Stark, and remarkably, the 2 men accompanying him were acquaintances of mine, presumably due to their noble lineage and agreeable countenances. Lyanna Bolton, Tyrion raised his voice, you may not be aware, but she is now the daughter of a prominent household. My name is Tyrion Lannister, and I plan to visit the wall in a few days. I shall certainly accompany you. The dwarf was usurping the conversation, though I suspected it was unintentional. Such was the nature and instinct of the Lannisters, always leading. Much like their sigil, the lion. I've heard of you, little imp. You seem rather normal. Roderick Greyjoy squatted to meet Tyrion's gaze. You intend to go to the wall. There, the bitter winds howl and the snowflakes dance, easily capable of freezing your little appendages. And I shall relieve myself at the wall before they freeze off. The little imp replied with a grin. I've longed to do so, my friend. We had witnessed much, and Wyman Royce's cloak seemed quite decent, evidently. Bronze Yon had provided him with a change of clothes. As for the one draped over Roderick, I surmised it should have been made of sable, once sleek and shiny. But now, alas, it was filthy, either gray or muddy. The direwolves, those are here, and I even fed one milk, I interjected. The others. The moving corpses. I can feel the call of duty, Lyanna, and Lord Tyrion. The wall is filled with winter's chill and a sense of purpose. Tyrion raised his head. Are there direwolves here? Where? I wager one could easily bite off my head. You can find the Stark children and their bastards. Each has one. Just like their house sigil. And they are still quite young, I replied. I am delighted, Wyman, though I am uncertain what you thank me for. I have always respected duty. Damn that duty. Roderick interrupted my words as he stood, and I thought it best to continue disliking him. I despise when people interrupt my speech. This lad had accompanied me on his first patrol, and together we faced 6 or 7 others, perhaps 8 to 12 corpses. The situation had been exceedingly dire. To speak frankly, corpses do not instill fear within me. However, this young lad, lacking courage, was utterly terrified, to the point of soiling his trousers. He had lost an ear, and I suggested that he might as well remove the other one for symmetry, but he refused to comply, revealing his cowardice. Wymer's countenance was grim, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, likely because Roderick had indeed saved his life. The tales of wights and corpse-walkers are rather intriguing. Tyrion chuckled dismissively, clearly skeptical. I surmised he might also jest about ice spiders, mammoths, giants, and living dwarves. Little imp, those creatures do indeed exist. Not to mention the dwarves nearby. I have heard whispers of ice dragons. I discovered a relic in the Lonely Mountain, containing the bones of mammoths and giants. You should visit when you have the chance. I interrupted Roderick's narrative, for he deserved it. Really? I must go. This journey would be well worth it. He suggested bringing guards. As someone had ventured into my wildling estate, I presumed Lord Roose Bolton would be more than willing to arrange it. Let us refrain from such terms. It is proper to address him as father, Tyrion interjected. Perhaps in another life, if such a thing exists. You mentioned encountering wights, 6 or 7 of them. How did you manage to return? I raised my voice to Roderick. Dismissing Roose Bolton as the wall situation held far greater significance. In one-on-one combat, my sword shattered. This lad tossed me an obsidian axe, allowing me to slay the first one. Then it was another one-on-one. Wights are far more familiar with the rules than you might think. In any case, I managed to kill the second one. Will perished, and Gary was absent. likely fled, leaving only 2 of us alive. I exchanged 2 lives of the whites for the lives of myself and Weimer, a most equitable arrangement. They permitted us to depart, and I informed the old bear. Yet he was utterly incredulous. I recalled the tales, not to mention the series. The original text indeed described several whites encircling a night's watchman, followed by a duel between a white and Weimer, where his sword was shattered. I conjectured they cared little about slaying those 2 men. It was merely a game. For to whites, humans are destined to perish at their hands. Did Weimer not claim that the obsidian axe was stolen? It seems this squid did not return it. That is due to your repeated offenses. Your past is too notorious for anyone to trust you. I am aware of your escapades. From attempting to steal a ship in the Eastern Sea to hiding wildling women in Long Night Castle, even to the point of breaking the arm of an oath brother. Weimer spared your life, which is a stroke of luck. They say you shall one day defect beyond the wall and never return. Luck? That is because many of my deeds went unpunished. I have indeed contemplated fleeing, Roderick admitted candidly, but outside the wall lies a kind of terror that dissuades me. Very well then, it is Banyan. Until we meet again, where is Shurin? I seek my brother. He departed, yet he truly has become a man of the night's watch. Has he not? I must also take my leave. Weimer offered me a robust smile. He ventured north as a boy, returning as a man. And I shall inevitably confront Roderick once more. I am grateful for your obsidian. Upon our return to the Black Castle, we were promptly imprisoned, as they suspected us of deceit. I could understand their skepticism. White Walkers. Merely tales, Tyrion mused, stroking his chin. Little demon, you claimed you would journey to the wall. Now that you are here, you shall comprehend. I, too, was incredulous during my time in the Vale. His demeanor towards Tyrion was less than cordial, for the Lannisters were not renowned for their amiability. Subsequently, other brothers captured several wildlings, subjecting them to torture and interrogation, from which they extracted numerous revelations. Coupled with the swamp man sent by Lya, known as Sheeta Greenmire, a skin changer, much was corroborated. His health was frail. He nearly perished last year, and in truth, he believed himself already dead. I recalled Sheeta Greenmire, an odd fellow. Skin changers were not favored by the Night's Watch, yet Sheeta, being a swamp dweller rather than a wildling, was spared from the executioner's fate. If he indeed foresaw his demise last year, then such foresight was shattered. A curious notion, shattered foresight? No, he must have merely glimpsed fragmented images and misinterpreted them. Swamp dwellers tend to possess such peculiarities. Regardless, the Night's Watch has largely come to trust our words. He offered a smile, though it lacked optimism. They required more definitive evidence. I sensed their disbelief, and I truly questioned whether the nerves of some men could withstand the truth. With a deep sigh, I suggested they speak to the king. For they were in need of manpower, I presumed. I felt powerless. I had no desire to stand upon the wall, exposed to the elements. I was aware that a crisis was brewing, yet I remained emotionally detached, striving to assist in whatever manner I could. We desperately required the terror of the fortress. As Lya had articulated, just as the Starks proclaimed, winter is coming, and in the winds and snows beyond the wall lurked countless horrors. After the Night's Watch departed, I turned to Lya. Do you truly trust these 2 brothers of the Night's Watch? Tyrion crossed his arms, pondering the fairy tales, or perhaps the monsters that lurked beyond the neck, hidden within the snow. I lowered my gaze to scrutinize the dwarf, his pale gray eyes reminiscent of ice itself, causing me unease. I finally spoke. These are not mere stories, Tyrion. The long night is fraught with peril. I recalled the words of Wolf-Kiss Baralos during my time in the ancestral crypts, about those wildlings seduced by the cold god, those who awaken the long night. They have likely brought ruin upon themselves and summoned disaster. I cannot feign indifference. Consider this. The calamity wrought upon the 7 kingdoms by the ice storm was instigated by a throng of starving wildlings. I find myself at a loss for words. Humanity's retribution? The baseness of human nature can conjure nightmares beyond imagination, nightmares from which even the instigators cannot escape. Tyrion, never underestimate humanity. There will always be those who bring about their own demise, and countless foolish schemes that lead to self-destruction. Ah, such prophetic tones, he remarked, furrowing his brow in a feigned agreement to lighten the mood. You assert it is humanity's doing. I might concede that, for we are indeed a mad lot. Are we not? Yet, those creatures still strike me as mere children's tales. Come now, let us not dwell on such matters, but rather discuss the part where you plunged 2 blades into Roderick. I find it quite intriguing. Chapter 5. At last, the banquet commenced. From a distance, I beheld the grand hall of Stark, dominated by the majestic crowned stag banner, with the dire wolf and lion flanking either side. The entire hall was aglow with countless candles, and the esteemed guests were arrayed in order, with us positioned at the very back. The first to enter the hall were the Duke and the Queen. I caught sight of Queen Cersei's attire. She had evidently spent considerable time on her grooming. Adorned in emeralds, her exquisite crown gleamed, her golden locks flowed gracefully, and her garments sparkled with splendor. I found myself wishing to don such a crown. As she arrived fashionably late, she cast a glance in my direction. I understood that she had recognized me and harbored no favorable impression. Following them were the King and Lady Stark, along with the Stark children. Among them was the mischievous Arya, standing beside Domeric. I noticed Domeric bending slightly, as Arya whispered to him. Rhaegar held the hand of Princess Myrcella, a kind and lovely girl who patiently wiped the smudges from Rhaegar's face. Her smile was utterly sweet. Ser Jaime Lannister and Lord Roose Bolton stood side by side, the former radiating like a golden flame, while the latter appeared as cold as dark ice. Truly, this was a tale of ice and fire. Originally, he was meant to be beside the imp, yet Tyrion had taken his place next to me. Were he a typical gentleman, he would have taken my arm, but alas, Tyrion is a dwarf, so I led him along as one might guide a child. As I entered the hall, I felt numerous gazes upon me. I sought Jon and soon spotted him at the far end of the long table. I offered him a smile, hoping he would not let our previous experiences and disparities diminish our friendship. Jon smiled back, his eyes locked onto mine as he gave me a thumbs up. Behind me were Bran Stark and Theon Greyjoy. Bran had engaged me in discussion about the state of the North before our entrance, while Theon and I exchanged no words. I reveled in the sensation of being the center of attention. Younger than both the Queen and Lady Catelyn, I was at the height of my youth. Though not the most distinguished, I certainly felt the most beautiful. While I did not dazzle, I possessed a confidence that was undeniable. The Stark girls were still quite young, Sansa appearing merely 11 or 12 years of age. Of course, it was possible that the sight of a girl leading a small dwarf was simply novel. After the king delivered his toast and mingled with the guests, he raised his goblet towards me, proclaiming, "This is the North, Ned. A girl is the most notable feature of a place. Cheers to Lyanna." He laughed heartily, and I smiled in return, obliging to sip the Dornish red in my cup. I had inquired about this wine, which was sourced from the cellars of Winterfell. The Queen could not touch it. Had I been at the Red Keep in King's Landing, I would have certainly refused anything offered by her, for she despised me. As for Robert, Lord Roose Bolton had underestimated one detail. Or perhaps he intended to humiliate me by suggesting I share a bed with the king, who never consorted with noble women. The desecration of common folk is one matter and may not lead to significant repercussions. However, entanglements with noble maidens carry substantial political ramifications. Lesser nobles are shielded by their more powerful counterparts, while the great lords enjoy the protection of their sovereigns, who will advocate for their vassals and their vassals' vassals before the king. In the bygone days of the Targaryen dynasty, aside from the infamous Black Fire, the noble bastards caused considerable unrest within the realm. The banquet was lavish, featuring not only local delicacies but also an array of fowl and livestock brought in by the king from the southern lands. I have a fondness for the fruits of the riverlands. Whether it be melons, peaches, or plums, they were carefully chilled by the royal chefs. Although some appeared a bit wilted, their flavors were undeniably delightful, especially for a girl from the north. The last time I savored such fruits was in the coastal city near the sea. A bumbling jester attempted to amuse the guests, but only a few children found his antics amusing, which ultimately led him to discover his niche, entertaining the young ones. Minstrels and musicians serenaded each lady present, and I was treated to the song of the Oak Knight and the Moon Maiden. The Moon Maiden donned garments and a mask of oak, transforming the elegant maiden into a valiant knight, wielding a spear that cast neither light nor shadow, vanquishing the bandits transformed from ravenous wolves. I could not help but wonder if he was a metaphor for Mance Rayder, too blatant in its implication. Engaging in conversation with everyone, I noticed Arya commandeering 80% of Lady Catelyn's scolding, while the remaining 20% was directed at Bran. After indulging in the feast, I observed Banyan departing while Shurin and his brother conversed in a corner, their shoulders intertwined. I took my leave from the king, and the imp waved at me. I nodded in response before stepping outside for some fresh air. As I wrapped my shawl tightly around me, it was my first time seated among the esteemed guests. In previous years, I had always been relegated to the lower tables. What a splendid experience it was. Tyrion remarked, "At every banquet, I occupy a high seat. Yet at each, my feet barely touch the ground. This meal was indeed considerate. Oh, they prepared a small chair for me, so I needn't stand on my toes." I replied, genuinely appreciative. I relished the fruits of the riverlands, their sweetness reminding me of my childhood in the town, where the wind would breeze through the fence gate of my home. Back then, sweet treats were scarce, with bread that was hard and coarse, often littered with pebbles. How dreadful that sounds, Tyrion mused, gazing at the starless night. Did you know? My sister has spoken of arranging a marriage between you and me. Huh. To hell with that notion. I must have had quite a bit to drink. Feeling rather bold, I leaned against the cold stone wall. From the age of 7, no 8? In any case, since that time, I've been counting. The Breckons and the Blackwoods proposed marriage, jesting, and then there were the likes of Lisa, Baelish, and Jon Snow, each making their claims, yet none persisted. I find myself curious, in this realm of the Seven Kingdoms, is there truly a man brave enough to pursue me with sincerity and unwavering devotion? You do not appear so sorrowful, Tyrion replied, taking a seat upon the platform. His movements deft. That song was indeed fitting, Moon Maiden. Undoubtedly, there are lads who hold admiration for you. Should you venture south, your ballads could circle around King's Landing. If not, I might just consume the Iron Fleet. He chuckled, steering the conversation back to the afternoon's topics. I cannot deny my fondness for Tyrion. A sentiment that transcends mere affection. I believe I would relish conversing with him. Previously, I mentioned that I bear the title of Tentacle Cutter. There is a bard named Seven-String Tom who even composed a song mocking me, referencing the silver eagle and the octopus. I have heard of him, that insufferable minstrel. Inebriated yet exceptionally talented. It is said that Eddard Tully would dearly wish to toss him into the trident to sober him up. Do you possess any other titles? Indeed. I am known as Oak Face due to the mask I wear during combat, Friend of the Night's Watch, which you are already aware of, Skinner. A moniker bestowed by House Bolton, daughter of the Dreadfort, because my biological father never acknowledged me, and bastard lord of the Wildling estate. A title earned through the reclamation of a manor. You see, I have many titles. And my brother affectionately refers to me as Damp Squib. So amassing titles? Who cannot? This elucidates why you must address Lord Roose Bolton rather than the infamous father. Ahem, let us say my titles include Tentacle Cutter, Oak Face, Friend of the Night's Watch, Skinner, Daughter of the Dreadfort, Bastard Lord, and Lady Damp Squib. How remarkable my memory is, I marvel. Yet, this is inconsequential. He turned towards the hall's entrance, and I tilted my head in response. The hall was abuzz with conversation, and stepping out was Jon Snow, accompanied by Ghost. Ghost. Come. My tone was noticeably elevated. Ghost is truly adorable, my immunity wanes. I crouched down, and Ghost leapt into my embrace, having grown considerably in just a few days. Stinky, oh so stinky. What have you been eating, chicken bones? I scratched his head. A direwolf, Tyrion whispered. May I pet him? I once contemplated raising a dragon. Not too large, I told my uncle, just about my size. He ventured east, and never returned. I often dreamt of him arriving on a dragon, laughing exuberantly, and allowing me a ride. Now, while there are no dragons, having a wolf is quite splendid. Loading more content, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you encounter this paragraph, it signifies a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Once. I glanced at him. Once. He no longer mentioned his uncle. I lifted Ghost into my arms. He was heavy. Come, you may stroke his back, but do not frighten him. He will frighten me. Tyrion protested with a laugh as he deftly descended the platform, approaching cautiously and stealthily. Why is he so fond of you? Jon wiped his eyes. By the flickering firelight. I noticed the redness around his eyes, though he quickly composed himself. Did you not partake in the feast? It was somewhat peculiar. The vicissitudes of life change as swiftly as the growth of a dire wolf. I nearly became his betrothed. He confessed his intentions to me. I stood beside him as a legitimate bastard, with claims to inheritance. And now, here we are again, the world transformed, just as Ghost has grown in stature. I cannot deny that I was captivated. He possesses a certain naivety, a sense of discontent, and a hint of cynicism, yet he is a man of responsibility, with an appealing exterior and an enviable physique. We share a common language, and I truly found myself enchanted by him, not to mention his lineage. Yes, his lineage. We each tread our own paths, just as I once conveyed to him. It is sweltering, I remarked, gently caressing the small paws of White Fang. And it is also quite noisy. That jester's voice is too shrill, and the bard has little in the way of fresh melodies. I have heard all of my brother's tunes. White Fang, it is time for a nail trimming. We had both indulged in some wine, and long ago. I learned a lesson. It is rather impolite to vomit upon your brother. Tyrion was also focused on White Fang. He wished to touch the creature. But it bared its teeth, glaring at the little imp, causing the dwarf to hesitate, ultimately abandoning the attempt. It's all right, Jon said. White Fang, lie down. White Fang shifted slightly and nestled in my embrace, ears drooping comically. Don't move now. You may touch him. He is quite obedient. I have been training him. I glanced at Jon, perceiving him treating White Fang as if he were a person. Indeed, Jon replied. I could understand. Jon was lonely. You are Eddard Stark's bastard. Are you not? I am Tyrion Lannister, Tyrion said, contentedly stroking White Fang's ears. Good wolf. Jon remained silent, pressing his lips together. We all are, I succinctly supported. Smoothing White Fang's fur, Snow, the forsaken child left in the snow. My true father is indeed Eddard Stark, Lord Tyrion Lannister. And you are now Miss Lya Stark. Jon remarked. I could discern his effort to maintain an even tone. I am Snow. Everyone shall remember this. I stated calmly. Yes, the Lannister dwarf softly added. Never forget who you are, for this world will not forget. Transform resistance into strength, and thus you shall possess no weakness. Arm yourself with it, and none can wield it against you. You do not understand bastards, Jon said, his expression darkening as he glared at a nearby stone statue. Do you know what it feels like to be a bastard? In their father's eyes, all dwarfs are no different from bastards. Your birth mother, a true Lannister. So you too, Tyrion said with a bittersweet laugh. We were just discussing this. He shook his head. As for my father, well, father, my birth mother is unknown. Jon stated succinctly. My mother was gravely injured. Her time was short. I tried to suppress the tremor in my voice. I lost her. I am sorry. Lya. Jon became uneasy, attempting to smile, but failing to summon a genuine expression. I apologize. I should not have mentioned it. After all the world's dwarfs may be viewed as bastards, yet bastards need not be regarded as dwarfs. Tyrion's hand rested on his knee as he rose to his feet. Shall we return, Lya? I inhaled deeply, yet few dwarfs have been compelled to slay their own mothers. Tyrion cast a melancholic smile in my direction, and in that instant, the meaning of his expression dawned upon me. Tyrion would forever remain a killer, having caused the death of his mother through a difficult childbirth, regardless of whether he wielded the blade himself. I averted my gaze, feeling a twinge of sorrow, and beheld Jon Snow, lost in thought, gazing up at the night sky. For a moment, we were enveloped in silence, the poignant stillness of those who have lost their mothers.